also become a potential reason for the elder's boarder to take his position away from him. Galen waited until the last person arrived and then anxiously looked at the saint from Jura City. You can speak now. What happened there? Did he accept our offers? No, the saint replied in a hesitant voice. Damn, I told you, Galen, these shitty offers are not enough. Everyone started shouting, angry and blaming each other. There was no need for any other questions. Wait, I didn't finish my words. It is true that our initial offers were not accepted, but we were able to restore relations between us and Robin. The saint quickly enters. Galen, who had put his forehead on his palm and started to think of a way to secure his position as Duke already, panicked after this sentence and looked at the saint with a look full of enthusiasm. What did you say? How? You bastard, don't leave us hanging and speak directly. The saint hesitated a lot and started to sweat. Speak and get it over with. And where are Mila and the rest of the group that was with you? A high-ranking saint hit the table hard. Lady Mila is going to marry Robin Burton. The saint finally surrendered his fate to heaven and shouted, Lady Mila, she's going to marry Robin Burton. He said the sentence quickly and raised both hands in front of his face to defend himself against the coming attacks, but no attack came. All he heard a few seconds later was, ha, congratulations, Galen. Oh, I wish I had a daughter like Mila. Our resources used for nurturing her were not wasted in vain. Even those who wanted to kick Galen out of his chair as Duke sighed and shook their heads, they all knew that his weakness has turned into absolute strength, but even then they smiled after and began to congratulate Galen. This news was far too important for the family as a whole. The inner conflicts can wait, welcoming and bless-wishing. So far the saint who came with the news and was afraid of becoming a punching bag for them to release their anger upon, has not heard a single objection. He quickly looked toward the person most concerned, toward Galen, and he found him, crying, thank the heavens. I was too afraid to put this proposal with the group. I was afraid that my little girl's confidence in herself would be shattered if that blatant brat refused. I can't believe that things took that path by themselves. Thank the heavens, Galen muttered in a low voice and a satisfied smile. After all, he is a father. And he has always thought about the issue of his daughter's marriage since she was still a teenager. He was always concerned about who would take his daughter from him, and not once had dreamed of a better partner for her. That young man, when he had in his head that he wanted to punish the majestic kingdom of Dalavar that stood lofty for thousands of years, he took half a duchy from them. But now he is no longer worried about finding ways to please him all the time. He now is his son-in-law, a good husband for his daughter and a strong ally, and his position is no longer threatened. This is the best outcome he can hope for. After a few seconds, Galen gathered himself back together and asked the saint, tell everything from the beginning until you arrived here. Immediately after the meeting had ended, messengers from the family came out announcing in the streets that Saint Mila Bradley had been betrothed to Robin Burton. The news fell on all residents of the Duchy of Bradley like a thunderbolt. Mila is the #1 genius of the kingdom, and one of its most beautiful women, got engaged just like that. And for an unknown person, Robin may be very important among the upper class of the two families in addition to the royal family. But he was definitely not known to the vast majority in the kingdom. Only members of his family know him as someone who is very lucky at adopting kids. In fact, even Caesar is much more famous than him. The news traveled as if they had wings. Within hours, it began to spread outward from the Duchy of Bradley to the neighboring duchies, and then further and further. Soon it reached Jura in the Duchy of Alton, and its inhabitants were astonished and asked for clarification from the elders of the Burton family, who confirmed these rumors. That very day that started as normal for the residents of Jura City has turned into a holiday. The kingdom's #1 genius, the lady that her beauty would put any woman in the kingdom in shame, will become the wife of one of their own. Although they did not know why Robin, as they don't, Robin is the source of the talismans or what this marriage really represents. Even if it is just a marriage in name between the two families, this is still wonderful. Joy, shock, questioning, conflicting feelings swept the general public in the kingdom, as there was no one who had not heard of Mila Bradley before. But the real impact of the news was on the elite of the kingdom. Duchy of Alton, home of Duke Raymond Alton. Damn it, the Duke smashed the handle of his chair and rose to his feet when the knight standing before him told him the news. We're too late, the Duke gritted his teeth until the knight felt that he was about to smash him as well. Little did the knight know that the Duke had been arguing with his elders for a while and was trying to find ways to connect himself with the Burton family. The family that added half a duchy to them and made the Duchy of Alton the largest among all the duchies of the Black Sun realm by a large margin. He did not know anything about Robin himself, but there is no doubt that these talismans suddenly appeared in the two families of Burton and Bradley. He has no authority over the Bradleys. They are as strong as him, if not a little stronger. so his only hope is to find a way to control the Burton family to benefit from them with these talismans. Of course, without making enmity with them, he certainly did not want to find himself in the position of the Duchy of Tinley. The initial plan was for him to be a little late before he started his attempts so that his goal would not seem very clear, maybe try to start some talks when the time to receive the taxes from the Burtons come, and then he might offer some army's expertise or gifts or money or etc. But the Bradley family is still blocking the way for him. The marriage of Mila Bradley to a nameless person in the Burton family clearly shows that it is not really a marriage, but rather is there as a mere facade for Mila to control the Burton family from the inside because she has namely become one of them. Now the Bradley family is truly the sole owner of the talismans in the kingdom. These were not only the ideas of Raymond Alton, but technically all the dukes of the kingdom. Having Mila Bradley as a wife in the Burton family has blocked for them the idea of trying to control the Burtons. The only option left is courting. The only ones who knew the real dimension behind this announcement were Sage Albert and a selective few in the intelligence department. This marriage was not an excuse for the Bradley family to interfere in the Burton family's affairs. Rather, it was really a marriage at the highest level. That bastard Galen, he must be dancing naked in his palace by now. Sage Albert shook his head when he heard the news, I must confess. He played it right. I wish I was as shameless as him, sigh. As for the person concerned himself, he was oblivious to all this. After that short meeting, Robin returned to his room immediately to complete what he was doing. For him, this stage is the most exciting in the research process. The process in general, no matter how different the fields he is researching them are, is divided into 4 stages. First, identifying the problem, identifying the thing that is missing or that needs to be developed or changed. For example, when Robin knew that he needed to find something to strengthen his soul power, this was done. Second, examining the aspects of the problem. At this point, he begins to collect all possible information about the thing he wants to search for, so that it is clear to him, for example, the experiences of the extent of the spiritual sense that led him to see the pattern of spiritual strength. This also has already taken place. Third, finding a way to solve the problem. After knowing everything about the problem and gathering the necessary information, the process of finding ways to transform this information into a tangible solution that can be used for everyone, for example, finding a way to strengthen the spirit, begins. This is the next step. Fourth, write a detailed explanation technique that everyone can easily use, and this concludes the research. And the most enjoyable part in all of this is undoubtedly the third step, because then he can use all of what he knew to come up with something new that no one knew before. The sense of pride he feels whenever he finishes this stage in any research is unparalleled, and the process itself is filled with thinking and conclusions. That is what really can elevate him as a researcher. And it's time to find a solution to strengthen the soul based on everything he knows so far. 2 months passed quickly. During them, Robin did not leave his room. The only thing he was opening the door for was to receive food from Mila's hand. Yes, Mila. After Mila decided to stay in the Burton family, she decided to live in the guest building with Robin and Zara. Her idea initially was to get close to her fiancé to try to change their previously cold relationship to be more warm and intimate. In this society, formal engagement is considered a bond as strong as marriage, or it can be described as being the same as marriage without having sex. It's not like one of them can cancel the engagement at any time and end the matter. If this happens and the engagement breaks up, Mila will be considered divorced. So she immediately began making attempts to get Robin to love her, as now he has become her destiny. But her attempts were met with indifference. When she first came to deliver the food, he was surprised to see her, but after exchanging a few polite sentences like those between strangers, he took the food and went back to what he was doing. The atmosphere was even worse than before their engagement, and this got worse and worse for her over the next period. After a few deliveries, even the polite sentences were gone. The heartless Robin was opening the door, taking the food, and closing again quickly. Sometimes he meets her with an excited smile and sometimes with a frown, but she knew that these feelings were clearly due to something going on in his head and not because of seeing her. But she didn't give up. She kept delivering the food and he kept ignoring her presence. The process was repeated for the first month and a half, until a day when she came, as usual, to deliver the food to Robin. She heard him laughing madly from behind the door. But after hesitating a little and was about to go back and let him continue what he was doing, in the end, she decided that she should share this moment with him as his fiancé, and she knocked on the door, knock, knock. The hysterical laughter stopped and she heard Robin's footsteps coming towards her. But when Robin opened the door this time, he did not take the food as usual, but came forward suddenly and then extended his hand and grabbed her hair and pulled her towards him and kissed her hard on her lips. Then he took the food, got inside again, and closed the door in a hurry, leaving Mila outside standing in shock. Mila stood there for a few seconds trying to comprehend what had just happened. But in the end, she smiled a satisfied smile and then turned and left. She realizes that Robin is probably pleased that he has made progress in his research, and the reason behind this kiss certainly had nothing to do with her. But she was happy that Robin used her to express himself. At least her daily attempts have finally succeeded in lifting the barrier between her and him. This kiss wasn't the only important thing that happened during the 2 months period. Outside the closed doors of the guest building, things are getting more and more complicated. The Great Jura auction was launched in a grand celebration, and all the seniors and officials of the kingdom were invited to attend this first gate to purchase talismans. It was not like any other auction ever held. This was the one and only of its kind. It was under the direct supervision of the Patriarch and Billy Burton, and even St. Edward and Mila, and a few others from the Bradleys came to help stabilize such a huge event. For the first time in their history, if even for one night, Jura City has become the heart of the Black Sun Kingdom. All eyes and ears were focused there. Until this point, the word talisman was just flying around after its appearance in the latest war, but it was just gossip. No one really knew what these talismans were. At the beginning of the auction, the talismans were officially announced for the first time. So the talismans of fire, darkness, and vitality talismans were introduced to the public for the first time officially. The details and uses of these talismans astonished the minds of everyone, especially the talismans of darkness and vitality, which were not as famous as the talismans of fire. Even the fire talisman that is announced and auctioned was at the 10th level and not the 6th as they have heard. At this level, the talisman can be an excellent tool of defense for any noble who is young or unable to train. After that, the Patriarch stooped on stage and proudly announced that they also sell the spirit revitalizing pills that appeared at the Bradleys' annual auction lately, and Mila herself testified in front of everyone that the pill really had the promised effect, and it helped her break through to the 25th level. The crowd went into an uproar over this. No saint in the kingdom exists and did not hear about that magical pill, the first real pill that might help a saint break through, and Mila even confirmed that for them. But their enthusiasm quickly died down and was replaced with disappointment. Patriarch Brain announced that the Grandmaster who provided the pills didn't send any third-level pill that is usable by the saints, and today they will only sell the pills of the first level in patches, and only 4 pills of the second level. The crowd went into an uproar again, but it wasn't very positive this time. They did not shut up before the Patriarch said that there will be third-level pills in the future, and that it will only be for those who attend all the auctions that will be held monthly and those who buy the most. After so much drama, the first auction of its kind finally started. Everyone competed to buy the dozens of talismans that were put to sell on that day, even if they didn't really need them. This was a historical event that they wanted to leave their fingerprints upon. The 4 second-level spirit revitalizing pills alone made 60,000 gold coins, and the vitality talismans were auctioned for about 2,000 each. It was unfortunate that Zara didn't make many talismans in that period, but they still achieved a net profit of 230,000 gold coins. This represents nearly 2 years of the total profits of the entire Burton family, and was earned in a single day. After the sale of the last piece of the Vitality Talisman, it was confirmed that the new Great Jura Auction Hall will be dedicated to hosting a monthly auction for the sale of talismans, which was widely welcomed by the audience. It was also announced that the Burton family would recruit old knights who were no longer able to enter the battlefields and would be properly paid, and that anyone with above-average soul power strength could come and work for the Burton family at a good salary as well. The announcement was strange for everyone. This was the first time they had heard of such strange recruiting requirements, but it was also welcomed. Many of those here knew people with these qualities in their families. As long as they can't benefit from them, sending them to the Burton family where they are paid well was the best option. At least they will have an inside information source that will bring them news of the talismans. After this day, a few people with these qualities started to silently stream towards Jura City. As for the more extreme front, the area recently acquired by the Burton family is home to tens of millions of citizens, and somehow they have to subjugate them all to the new rule with an army of 25,000 soldiers. No one anywhere would be willing to change his nationality overnight, and as simple as that, armed rebellion flared up and increased day by day. The war to subdue the rebellion became so intense that 2 of the 3 Bradley saints joined the army in the new lands, bringing with them dozens of Bradley knights. In addition to the 3 already existing Burton saints there are now a total of 5. Each saint escorted 5,000 soldiers and a few knights, forming 5 independent armies, and then they moved individually to subdue the cities one by force. The numerical difference between the two parties is just horrible. But due to the lack of a typical army on the rebels' side, and also the lack of strong personals like any knight and saint with them, it balances the scales somewhat. Just the saint's presence alone should have been enough to eradicate all resistance, but something is going terribly wrong. The problem is that after killing the rebels in the cities, the people of that city become increasingly angry and reject the brutal occupier from the kingdom of the Black Sun even more. The number of Burton army soldiers is declining at a rapid pace due to the many confrontations, as the numbers of the rebels are increasing at a shocking rate after seeing the blood of their brothers being spilled. The situation is getting worse with every passing moment. After another 53 days, Zara was drawing talismans on the floor in the main hall, while Mila was sitting beside her and watching silently. Mila started treating Zara like a member of the family ever since the engagement was announced, and she now spends a lot of her time with her. And although it is impossible to understand anything of what Zara is doing just by observing, she still observes what she is doing silently from the side after she finishes preparing the food for the three of them. Since she did not know anything about drawing talismans, she tried to give Zara advice in training, but every time she tried to give her advice on ways to absorb and manage energy inside the body and other things of this topic, Zara would reply to her with a theory that was better and more efficient than what she knew. She said that all the answers came from the technique that Robin taught her. So with time, Mila came to find that she kept opening the subject just to hear Zara's opinion and get more ideas from it. It was Zara who is teaching her energy cultivation and not the other way around, although she really wanted to see that genius technique that Zara was talking about, the technique that made the barely 11-year-old girl about to break through to the 8th level and gave her so many insights, but she held herself from the request. She decides to wait for Robin to give it to her himself. Today, as Zara was busy drawing and Mila sitting by the side as usual, suddenly a voice came, "Yo, what are you two girls doing?" The two suddenly turned their heads to find Robin leaning against the open door, smiling and holding two small booklets in his hand. "Father." Zara left what she was doing and went to hug Robin. Finally, after more than 5 months since arriving at the Burton family, Robin came out of his seclusion by his choice. "Haha, good girl," Robin gently stroked her hair. It was hard to fathom what would those who participated in the auctions would think if they knew that this 11-year-old girl is the maker of everything they are fighting to buy. As for Mila, she was still sitting in amazement. How did you get there without me noticing you?" Robin laughed out loud as if he was waiting for this question, then spoke with a big smile. "I wanted to test something, and it looks like I succeeded. Hey, why don't you get up to greet your fiancé and give him a hug, girl?" Mila's face flushed red when she heard this and remembered that kiss. She looked away. "HMPH, you're speaking as if you just came from some adventure overseas. We see each other every day." "Haha, all right, I'm used to having a little party after the end of every successful seclusion. It is nothing fantasy. I would just take one of the boys with me to a restaurant. But since they're not here, would one of you like to come with me?" "I'm coming." Zara raised her hand excitedly. "Good." Robin patted Zara's head, then looked at Mila. "How about you, girl? Are you coming?" "Why not?" Mila shrugged with a smile. "Excellent. I know a good restaurant, Billy, and I used to go to when we were kids. I think it's still open. Let's go." In crowds. Since Robin and the two girls around him walked out of the building, he caught everyone's attention in the administrative zone, but because everyone here has their own power or authority, every reaction was a greeting from afar and then continuing the course. But the situation completely changed when Robin exited the administrative zone. Everyone kept looking up at the legendary teacher, the gorgeous Mila, and the little prodigy Zara, all present together walking side by side. They actually do not know what Zara can do, and only a few girls of the upper class of the family see her and play with her daily, so they don't really know what kind of a prodigy she is. But after the tales of what Pion and Theo had done on the battlefield spread, and then the news of them being adoptive kids of Robin took place, they already linked anyone that Robin adopt to be an absolute genius, and she also has to be one. It's easy to imagine what happened when the three appeared together. In the blink of an eye, the streets were crowded with people coming from every direction, some of whom started shouting, "Robin, Robin, Robin, you are my idol, Lady Mila. Zara, you are the girl of my dreams." The only thing that prevented all of them from approaching and blocking the path for the three of them was Mila's repellent aura that kept everyone at a certain distance, but with each step they took, the crowds would only increase. "You had to come to a restaurant on foot, ha?" Mila spoke annoyingly. Robin laughed then replied, "I have to admit, I underestimated what would happen. How would I know that I am that popular? Haha, but I do not regret it either. It is not bad to engage with my people. I'd rather everyone see me among them and show me their love and respect face to face than to remain isolated in one valley while they are in another. A good leader cannot lead his people from afar." "You literally just came out of 5 months seclusion. Mila looked at him in surprise as she continued to advance and shove people aside with her aura. Haha, it is not like I'm doing it on purpose. I am not some weirdo who likes to isolate myself. That is what I have to do to give everyone here a chance for a better tomorrow. The conversation was not very private. Everyone around them heard it. They didn't know why he isolated himself for those 5 months, but his response warmed their hearts, and the fact that the famous Saint Mila was talking to their son in a natural way without arrogance, and walking next to him to make way for him, not the other way around, this gave them happiness and delight. The rumors about Mila controlling Robin has gone viral lately. Some believed it and some denied it. But today those who denied can feel proud and take this incident as evidence of their belief. After walking for a few minutes, Robin pointed towards an old-looking, small restaurant on the side of the road. Aha, this is the restaurant. I was sure it was still working. Then headed straight for it. The restaurant was completely empty. Robin picked a table on the side and led the two girls there, and Mila kept her repulsive aura concentrated at the door so that no one of the crazed crowd would enter after them. There was no one in the shop but an old man with almost closed eyes and a little girl. After Robin settled on his table, he called out, "Uncle Tim, bring 3 sets of the shop specials." "Coming," a hoarse voice answered. Then the old man got up and slowly walked towards the kitchen, very slowly. "Well then, this will probably going to take some time." "Ahem, Mila, tell me what happened around me during my time in seclusion." Robin looked at Mila and spoke. As for the auction hall, it is going well. Although the same talismans are sold in the second month, they are always sold at good prices, and everyone walks out satisfied. I think the total profits have reached 500,000 gold coins by now. And it does not seem to be ending anytime soon, as a few noble families from around the kingdom are buying lands in Jura City and building their own permanent residence here so that they can gather the information about the talisman sales and be a house for the big shots of their families to live in it if they came for an auction. This was an unexpected source of income for the family as well, and Uncle Brain raised the prices of the lands to the sky. At the same, he ordered to start building more inns and huge hotels to satisfy the new needs. Robin nodded with a smile. Good. Well, what about the boys in our new lands? It's almost half a year there. What are they still doing there? Isn't that rebellion over yet? About that, Mila's features clearly changed upon opening the topic. Robin furrowed his eyebrows and asked again, "Mila, what's going on there? Are the 3 boys okay?" "Ace, no, there is no need to worry. The 3 of them are fine, I think. There has been no detailed report about them lately, but if something happened to them, we would certainly have been informed because their relationship with you is well known." Mile hesitated a little and then replied, unsure of their condition. What exactly is going on there? Confusion began to appear on Robin's face. "How can I tell you this? The Burton family's army there at first was about 25,000, but now, after nearly half a year of battles, their number has dropped to become about 14,000. Even after sending many reinforcements, the numbers are still decreasing." What? This isn't just a small rebellion being quelled. This is a total war. Robin stood terrified. Technically, we're talking about an area of half a duchy with tens of millions of citizens. There are too few soldiers there to try to subdue that number and control such a vast piece of land. Every city the Burton army invades and subjugates, they leave behind a small garrison before they move on to the next city. But the people of that city would attack the garrison as soon as the main body of the army leaves. So we would lose troops is the invading process, and with the death of the garrisons, and still can't hold to what we put our hand on. The people of Dalavar have enjoyed their independence for thousands of years, and have a pride that reaches the sky. They just cannot stand the idea of submission under another kingdom by force. Robin sat quietly for a few moments after hearing this. Really a problem. If the verse turns and Dalavar occupies our lands, the people will do the same as well. I think that this is one of the main reasons that made controlling an occupied land by force for an extended period very difficult. But even though, from where do they get the organization and sufficient armament to confront our army and kill such a number of our soldiers? Mila shook her head. We don't know. The territory is extremely vast and we can't monitor everything that is going on. They're obviously getting help, but we don't know how or where. If it continues like this, Robin muttered to himself and then remained silent. The old man and the little girl finally brought the ordered dishes. After a few minutes, Robin ate with the 2 girls in an absent-minded silence, then put 10 gold coins on the table and stood up to leave. Uncle, that's too much. 20 silver coins are enough." The little girl was surprised when she saw how much Robin had put on the table and hurried to tell him. The child's innocence put him out of his bad mood for a moment, and he smiled. "This food is worth a lot more than 10 gold coins. You should help your grandfather and keep the restaurant open until next time I come, okay?" Then he turned and headed towards the door, which was still crowded with people. This time in no mood to walk among them slowly, he rushed straight towards the Burton family's administrative zone, leaving hundreds of people besieging the small restaurant as if it were a temple. Robin didn't know that, with those words, he spontaneously said to the girl, the fate of this little family would forever change. The Burton family administration zone, the patriarch's office, building. Knock, knock. Robin, the guards told me you are coming. Get in, get in. The patriarch's voice came from behind the door. Robin entered directly, and with Mila and Zara, he found the patriarch, Billy, and St. Edward also in the office. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. That does not seem right. What brings the three of you together here? Robin came to inquire more clearly about the situation in the new lands from the patriarch personally, but seeing three saints gathered in this way means that something big is going on. Haha, there is no problem here. Don't worry, we were just having a little chat about the batch of soldiers we will send to the new lands in the coming period. Billy chuckled and spoke directly. The patriarch nodded. During the past months, we have been sending a few hundred of our old soldiers every few weeks, but this obviously did not work very well for us, so we have decided to send the legion that General Edward has trained since he arrived. I told you this won't work. It is true that there are currently 50,000 soldiers under training, and I have taught them the main formations, but they haven't even completed 5 months of training yet. Secondly, they do not have any categorized armaments, and they are not equipped with any talismans. What is the difference between this and sending citizens to the battlefield? St. Edward shouted. Obviously, the conversations weren't going well before Robin entered. Robin came forward and sat with them, looking puzzled. Wait a minute. I understand that there are no talismans yet because Zara is making them for sale for the nobles and not large quantities for wars. But what were you saying about armaments? Second, is gathering 50,000 soldiers that easy? Why didn't we do it before? Noble Robin, the number of those who can carry weapons is never a problem. Even your previous small lands accommodates a couple of millions of citizens. The soldiers need food for themselves, and some money to send to their wives and children to be able to live when they are serving in the army. No offense here, but your family was very poor, and they couldn't raise enough money to spend on the food of a medium army. Forget about giving money to the families of those soldiers. Only recently the Burton family's treasury began to recover a little after the spoils of war, the money you brought with you from Sage Albert, and the auction profits, so now your family can afford a bigger army. Regarding your other question, good categorized weapons and armors, shields and bows, cannot be found thrown in the streets. Rather, noble families make them, buy them, or even take them from the arsenals of other families after annihilating and looting them. It's a long process that takes a lot of time. We were not able to loot any significant equipment in the recent war. All armament, with the dead enemies left behind, was basically in tatters, and what we have gained from the personal arsenals of the barons and Viscount Cetina does not even make up for what we have lost. The point is that good weapons and armor that have a category low medium high accumulate over thousands of years in noble families, and it is one of the most important factors for winning wars between armies under the realm of knighthood. Imagine two people of the same level, but a person carrying a wooden shield and skinny sword riding an ordinary horse, against another who wears full metal armor and a low categorized sword and rides a warhorse. What will happen? One-sided massacre. Basically, the Burton family did not have a good stock of weapons and armor and even horses. The war 13 years ago wiped out a large part of them, and the war against Dalivar also destroyed a huge part, and is still destroying them as we speak. All the Burton family's stock of these resources has almost run out. A large part of the soldiers of the Burton family army in the new territories hold easy to break weapons and wooden shields, and there are only less than 500 war horses left. As you can see, these types of equipment are a problem for the main forces there, so what about the new forces that I am training? Of course, you can give them garbage to fight with and go to die, as long as you don't care about the lives of your kin and affiliates. But what's the point in my training then? General Edward was visibly agitated. What categorized armaments are that scarce? But I remember that Caesar bought a high-level halberd in Bradley's Pearl City with 100 gold coins. Robin's allowance before was 20 gold coins monthly, so the weapon was worth a 5-month allowance of that of genius in a noble family, something that no ordinary citizen can hope for. But still, something that can be bought with money shouldn't be scarce. Billy shook his head. Those weapons are most likely worn out in battles before and are sold to raise funds for the family. Or maybe a soldier stole or found one in a battlefield and secretly sold it. Or maybe some random knight wanted to make money, so he made some trash to fool the youngsters. All in all, the categorized are no easy to find. Especially real medium and high categorized weapons and different armaments can never be sold in a random store in the street, and are absolutely not that cheap. Robin was stunned for a minute before nodding. He always pondered on how that Remus guy broke Caesar's high-categorized halberd to 3 pieces. Everyone turned to silence. The situation was really confusing to them. At least the soldiers who are currently in the new lands are considered elite because they fought a few battles, and they still have some categorized weapons, armor, and a few warhorses, and yet they are still dying at a high rate. So what will happen when a new army is sent without equipment, without experience, without even completing the basic training? Saint Edward rejected the idea entirely. He is not just like the rest of the saints who care about their personal training. Since his childhood, he had a special love for leading armies and inventing tactics, and he considered his veteran soldiers to be part of his family. And now he is under pressure to send the 50,000 soldiers he trained himself to their deaths. He understands the demand of the patriarch. If he does not send them now, the soldiers in the new lands will be killed, and then they will have to send the new army anyway. This was certainly not an easy decision, but the silence was suddenly broken by Robin's voice. This won't solve anything. I thought at first that it would be a simple rejection for our rule, and that it will be suppressed and get it over within a few weeks. But the circle is widening, and control is being taken away from us. I'm sure that the noble bastards of Dalavar are interfering to stir up chaos and supply the citizens with weapons and the information. The patriarch nodded. That's definitely what's going on, but what might we do? We can do nothing but continue to suppress rebels by force. Robin shook his head. If this works, we wouldn't have been here talking about it. The small victories of the rebels obviously attract more volunteers to their cause, which will draw us into an endless war of attrition. Even if we send in the new army, it wouldn't intimidate them. It would only confirm the rebels' idea and would draw more to their cause. It will be a few tens of thousands against tens of millions of potential rebels. You are right, this is one of my fears. Our soldiers there are dying in vain. At this pace, we will prepare an army every year to be sent just to be killed. Saint Edward nodded. Silence is back in the room again, sending armies without proper weaponry to kill tens of millions of angry citizens. It is as if a small child wants to subdue a raging bull. We don't A voice broke the silence, causing everyone to look at its source. It was Zara, but when she saw that she became in the spotlight, she fell silent again and lowered her head. When Robin saw her acting like this, he smiled and said, "Speak. There is no reason for you to be afraid. What do you want to say?" Yeah, we didn't occupy that land to loot it and kill its people, right? Isn't it supposed to be our new lands now? Why are we trying to kill them in the first place? Zara spoke in a low voice as she nervously moved her fingers. Ha ha ha, kids are really lovely. The patriarch laughed out loud and then began to have side consultations with Billy and General Edward. He obviously didn't take her words seriously. But it was Robin who furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing Zara's words, and for a few seconds finally spoke. She's right. The patriarch turned to look at Robin. Robin continued, "It does not matter who is pulling the strings behind this rebellion. The blood that sheds will be on our hands forever. It isn't too late for us. It is still a man for a man situation. No major massacre took place. We can fix this. But if we continue to send in armies and shed more blood, we will lose the people of the new lands forever. No, we shouldn't call it the new lands anymore, but let's call it the farm as long as we will kill its citizens and steal its wealth." Billy shook his head. "It's not like we can push a button and it happens, Robin. Shall we let them attack our men there and stand still? Or do we leave them the whole land and call our army back to Jura so they join back with Dalavar and we become the laughing stock of the world? If you have a new idea, please tell us." If you hit your child repeatedly when he is young on the pretext of disciplining him, he will grow up to hate you. Even if you become nice to him then, he will still hate you. There are other better ways to discipline children, such as enticing them with certain rewards if they behave well. Everyone starts looking at each other upon hearing this, and it's clear that Robin compares the rebels to children for some reason. The patriarch knows that Robin is unaware of the methods of war and how to rule. They have taken the land and the right to self-rule from the indigenous people of Dalavar. What would they give them to forget this? He didn't want to directly silence Robin so as not to embarrass him, so he asked with a smile, "And what can we use to persuade those rebellious into our judgment, in your opinion?" Robin was silent for a few seconds. Why did he look in St. Edward's direction? What makes a weapon worth a category rank? And why are they not common? The saint was taken aback by the question that came outside the topic, but he replied anyway. The weapon is valued primarily according to the manufacturing materials. The stronger and sharper the metal from which the blade is made, the higher the value of the weapon. Of course, there are other measures like the craft itself. If you gave the same block of metal to a genius blacksmith and to a random dude, do you expect the outcome to be the same? No, but this makes difference within the same category, as you can find a 20 gold coin or 200 gold coin swords that both have the category rank low. They are made of the same material, but the strength they held are far apart. So your question is a bit tricky, not as simple as you think. But if you are asking only about the qualification for a weapon to be categorized, then the answer is the raw material. As for the reason why categorized weapons are scarce, is that the number of knights and saints is not that high either. Of course, and those who work in the field are very few. Robin opened his eyes wide. What do the knights and saints have to do with it? The tempering of high-level metals depends on the physical strength, of course. Fire can liquefy simple metals like iron, but the swords made of such metals are easily broken in the hands of the cultivators, and the higher the level of the wielder, these weapons become more useless. As for the higher-level metals, they cannot be melted by fire. They can only be heated to become a little soft, and then the knights will bang on them, cut them, and flatten them until they form what they want. And if the metal is even more high-leveled and stronger, then a saint will have to shape it himself. Knights often form these weapons only to be used by their families. Thus why any noble family rarely sells their categorized armaments to other families. Each and every one of these categorized weapons, armors, shields, bow, etc., are considered a treasure of their own that will be inherited by future generations. Only a very few knights and saints choose to become professional blacksmiths, and all of them are famous, but we all know they are doing it for fame and riches, and ignoring their true inner desires. Otherwise, which saint would spend his days hitting a damn block of metal with the strength he gained by hundreds of years of training? Who in his sane mind would start his cultivation journey saying to himself, "Oh, I want to become stronger to hit a FVC King hard rook"? Therefore, the demand for this type of weapon never ends. It is impossible to find a family that has more than what they need. Even your Burton family that has about 6,000 years of history as nobility didn't have more than 10,000 pieces combined. A look of astonishment appeared on Robin's face, both for the many new facts and for the love that Edward has in his heart for the blacksmiths. But then something crossed his mind and asked, "What do you mean that fire cannot melt these metals? There is nothing that fire cannot melt." St. Edward's face turned weird, for he was telling facts and not his own opinion. I'm only saying what I know, noble Robin, and as far as I know, furnaces can't melt most of the known metals completely, except for iron and a few metals which close in density to iron. As for the stronger metals, they hardly become soft under the highest a furnace can provide, and the degree of ductility decreases as the level of the metal increases. There are metals that even a sage-level figure would find extremely hard to temper, and other known minerals that even sages cannot do anything about. Robin furrowed his eyebrows and jumped back his thoughts and began to nod constantly and speak to himself. "I see. Well, if this happens, okay. He left everyone around him exchanging looks, not knowing what he was doing. After about a minute, Robin looked at the patriarch. "I'm sure we still have a lot of money left." "Yes, of course, we have spent a lot on the new army, but we still haven't even finished spending all that you brought us from Sage Albert yet." The patriarch nodded. "Good, I want you to use that money to set up factories that specialize in making all kinds of armaments. Weapons, full-body armor, shields, bow, arrows, etc., and these factories shall be built within our new territory." What's the point of setting up huge factories to make ordinary weapons when we already have plenty of those? Trust me, we don't lack these kinds of low-quality weapons. Billy was surprised by Robin's words. "Noble Robin, we are debating whether to withdraw or continue the assault. Why would you get an idea to set up fixed factories that do not move in such a hostile region? They would be ideal targets for the rebels." Edward also objected. "Just listen to me. Build huge factories and equip them with metal liquefaction furnaces of the highest possible level. As for their ability to liquefy stringer metals, depend on me for it." The four saints opened their eyes to the fullest. "This is a dangerous claim." Mila quickly asked, "Are you saying you could subsidize those factories to liquefy stronger metals? Are you saying you want to mass-produce categorized weapons?" Robin nodded. "It's probably going to be categorized as low, at the beginning at least. Maybe one day I will be able to bring this industry further, but I will have to wait until I gain some understanding of the field, and until the workers get used to what they're doing." Of all the attendees, only Zara was still calm, because she didn't understand the scale of what had just been said. As for all the saints, they almost fell from their chairs. This is a brand new revolution, a new revolution that is going in parallel with the importance of the fire talismans in battles. Even a duke can't dream of such a stable supply of categorized weaponry. It is a known fact that less than a quarter of any duke's army is equipped with categorized level-rated weapons, and that is considered a lot. These weapons have been accumulated over thousands of years. This is one of the factors that put an impassable barrier between the old and new noble families. Even if the two families have the same cultivation techniques, the same number of powerful figures, the same population, the older one will still win every time. If the Burtons had a permanent source categorized weaponry, Robin, you Hef, forget about it. I won't ask you to explain how you're going to do it, but at least tell us why you want to set up these factories in the new lands. Forget about Jura City itself. I prefer building those factories here inside the administrative zone. The patriarch muffled his excitement and asked. Just build it there and place advertisements for new recruits to work in the factories, and all of them must be locals. Announce a wage so high that they cannot possibly ignore, and give them complete care for themselves and their families. Make everything about the working environment in the factories a paradise compared to everything they previously knew. It will cost a lot. Building factories to the required scale and quality alone will eat hundreds of thousands of gold coins. And we will need thousands of gold coins per month to cover the workers' expenses to be at the level you require. Billy shook his head. Robin burst shouting when hearing this. What expenses are you talking about? You were getting ready to send an army of our relatives to certain deaths. Didn't that army cost us tons of gold also? Do not talk to me about expenses. Billy gestured with both hands quickly. All right, I misspoke, but you know what I mean. We have to make everything straight before starting, then regretting. Robin kept quiet for a couple of seconds, then spoke. We can cancel out the expenses by selling a small portion of the manufactured weapons per month to the Bradley family and the royal family. And when our current army has enough weapons, we can sell a larger share to the two partner families, or even to the rest of the big and small families in the Kingdom of the Black Sun, as long as the classified weapons will be available in abundance. And at a reasonable price, do you think we'll have income problems? Forget about this point. Workers' expenses wouldn't be a point worth mentioning at the time. Listen, we, the Burtons, are sincere in trying to expand our influence in lands, but our new citizens think that we are there to take revenge against Dalavar. They think we only want to loot and kill, and unfortunately, the current events confirm their suspicions. These factories will be a magnet for their working class to join us and earn a lot of money, and tell their relatives and friends that we really came to raise their status and not to kill and steal them as they think. Then everyone will aspire to join us and protect these factories that bring them gold, instead of trying to destroy them. Edward and Mila are still excited about Robin's announcement that he's willing to sell his categorized weapons to the Bradley family, while Billy and the patriarch sank deeply in thoughts about the suggestion. After a few seconds, Billy started to nod. This will really draw the poor locals to our advantage, as stability and prosperity are always better than war. But what about the middle and the rich classes? If there is a link between the rebels and Dalavar's intelligence, they are certainly one of the bigger families. They will not be pursued by the factories thing and will certainly not be silent and will try to stir up strife. Shall we kill these people? No. Will you stop thinking about killing for a moment? Robin shouted. Tell me more about them. Are they nobles? Are there knights and cavalry among them? No, the noble families left the lands after signing the non-aggression pact, fearing that we would annihilate them. Those who remained are the relatively large and wealthy families, but without any law techniques. And therefore there is not a single knight among them, and yet they are our greatest danger there. They have deep relations with the Tinley nobles and their absolute loyalty is to Dalavar, as their numbers and the power they have over the rest of the locals, and being in control of all the cities make them the head of the snake in this war against the rebellion. Robin was silent and then said back a few seconds later, I think I have a solution for them too. What is it? Announce that if a family of over 500 members publicly swears allegiance to the Burton family, will receive a fire secondary law technique and become the new official nobles in their respective ancestral lands. Billy was surprised and exclaimed, forget it. The method our ancestors used to break into the knighthood was flawed and was thrown aside. All the good laws we have today were bought from the royal family after our ancestors helped them win the wars to unify the kingdom thousands of years ago, and we swore to not leak it to someone else, or we will be considered traitors. Is the only problem the law itself? The rest of the idea is good, Robin asked softly. Billy was surprised by the question and looked at the patriarch, who in turn spoke. Yes, the idea is really excellent. A vast area like that needs its own local noble families to help us manage it, and we will not only suffice their evil, but we will have more men to summon to wars if we win their loyalty and make them stronger. But these are just dreams. We cannot use the property of the royal family in this way. Robin smiled, and who said anything about using the royal family's heavenly law techniques? I'm going to prepare a new fire miner heavenly law technology that would solve the problem, right? What? You can write a technique like this from scratch. If you can do it, then write one for us. The patriarch quickly stood up. He couldn't believe his... Not knowing what to say, Robin was really starting to fear that the health of those around him would be affected by too many surprises. At last, he sighed and continued, Yes, I can write heavenly law techniques. The law I will write for new families will be just nearly as strong as the minor heavenly law of fire shards that is widespread in our kingdom today. It isn't suitable for me to give you such a little thing. But don't worry, Patriarch, I haven't forgotten the family, but not now. For everything has its time. The minor heavenly law of fire shards. Everyone's minds were almost flying. This is the second or third strongest law in the kingdom after the minor law used by the royal family. Even saints geniuses like Mila use it. But Robin simply said he could make another one with similar strength. And according to him, technically he promised he'd give his family something even stronger. Mila, sitting next to Robin, reached out her hand, grabbed his sleeve, and pulled it gently. When Robin turned around and found her giving her such a pleading look, he burst out laughing. Hey girl, the Bradleys are also considered my family too now. Just stay obedient and don't worry, your man wouldn't treat you badly. And Mila nodded her head energetically, obviously very happy. Robin reassures her with every passing moment that her decision to give herself to him was not wrong. Even St. Edward was flying with joy when he heard Robin's confirmation. All the anxiety and pressure he was feeling before Robin entered the room vanished. Then Robin looked back at the patriarch. Now I think the upper class problem has been solved, and they can choke the middle class for us, so there's no need to think about them any longer. Is there anything else we forgot to mention? Robin nodded. Good, drag our armies over there into a fortress or two now, and just make them responsible for building the factories and protecting them. Let those who rebel, and those who don't want to pay taxes don't pay. Tell the army not to care about anything that happens except for their safety. The only thing we have to watch for is not to let the rebels have so much freedom that they can freely build an organized army during the construction process. All right, to solve this, spread the word about our plan to put the people to work for high wages and about swearing allegiance of the new nobles. This will most likely kill their will to fight for a good while. Tell me, how long do you think it will take to set up 5 factories large enough to employ thousands of workers? Thousands of workers, that's a lot for 5 factories, but as for constructing the biggest possible factories for making armaments, I think 10 months if we send a part of the army to participate in the construction. Let's say a year. In a year I promise to make it happen, replied the patriarch after thinking a little. A year, that suits me too. Robin nodded, rubbing his chin. Alongside the factories, try to open some other smaller projects, like mines for the needed metals, and some chopping wood points to collect strong shafts for the spears and halberds. Establish some fields to feed the workers and build restaurants dedicated to feeding them. Do not buy anything or send anything from here. Everything must be local even if it is more costly. Create opportunities for work even if it is not needed. I think you got my idea by now. After you finish planning everything, formally announce the news that the opening of factories and the handing over of minor heavenly law technique to the new noble families that swear allegiance to us will be in a year. Also, announce that the number of noble families we need is limited, and that those who leave the resistance and contact us first will be the priority to choose from. This news will greatly reduce the pressure of the resistance on our army. Haha, excellent, I have a good feeling about this. The patriarch laughed out loud. Billy, who was smiling happily at the side, seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Robin, right, we've come to 16 people matching your specifications for spiritual strength. They take a huge monthly salary without doing anything. What do you want to do with them? Haha, we found 16 already so far. Excellent. Good that you reminded me, I almost forgot to. Moved Robin's hand toward his cloak, toward the 2 booklets he was carrying with him, but stopped halfway, then lowered his hand again and shook his head. Keep paying them for now and tell them to be patient for another few months before they start their work. I don't think they would mind receiving salaries without doing anything. Billy and the patriarch looked at each other, then Bailey shrugged. I have no problem with this, it is your money after all. Catch. Robin reached out his hand and took out a small leather bag and threw it toward the patriarch. The patriarch opened it in puzzlement and found inside 4 rings. Each pair of them were identical, and an ordinary paper filled with instructions. After checking them for a few seconds, he raised his head and asked, what is this? I call them sound rings. I have had times when I have been bored over the past months, so I would take a break every now and then to work on them. Anyway, each pair serves as an open channel of communication. If you give a ring to Uncle David in the new land and you have its twin ring here, you can send each other voice messages instantly. It would be a much more effective way of communication, huh? You'll find in the paper how to activate it, the seal required, and everything about the sound rings. I think this will help Uncle David to track the war, and it will help us manage the new lands easily and send. Why the hell are you looking at me like that? Robin looked around and found everyone looking at him suspiciously, especially General Edward. His eyes almost popped out of their place, as he was the person who knew how devastating those rings can be in a war. Well, I think this meeting is over, good luck. Robin said and quickly got up and headed for the door, pulling Zara in his hand, leaving everyone with their mouths still open. After a few seconds, Mila regained consciousness and dashed behind Robin, leaving the 3 saints looking at each other in silence. Robin, can you sell a pair of those rings to the Bradleys? Mila quickly caught up with Robin and Zara. She caught his sleeves and spoke in a voice full of tenderness, and even bent down a little to reveal her plump chest. Robin paused and looked at Mila's pretty face for a moment. Then his eyes slid down a little and ran into the pretty sight of the two slightly pink peaks, and quickly got lost inside them with wild fantasy. Robin has tasted every kind of woman in his past, tall, short, fat, small, flat, curvy. He had them all and in all colors and ages, and undoubtedly everything about Mila's body was his type. Before seeing her at the gate that day, if someone gave him a paper and pen and told him to paint a perfect woman, he would paint someone like Mila without a doubt. But he quickly shook his head and looked up again. Girl, I can go down the streets and randomly find a girl with big boobs too. Don't you think you are asking for too much in exchange for a few quick glimpses? Making the sound rings is very tiresome. If you want a pair of them, you'll have to do much more than this. Mila furrowed an eyebrow to look angry, but in fact her voice became even more tender than said, "What do you mean, husband? What can this girl do for you?" A big wild smile appeared on Robin's face. "Let's meditate together in my room today." "Come, let's meditate in my room today, hee." Robin laughed shamelessly. It's been almost 20 years since he last visited a brothel in the village next to the cave. In that period he got too old to enjoy the beauties, then too busy to think about it. Mila's face flushed red and she hit the ground. "Forget about it. There won't be any meditation before the wedding ceremony." Robin raised his shoulder and said, "And that's not going to happen anytime soon. Your Highness' marriage ceremony will surely be a big event and will catch the eyes of the whole kingdom, and I'm not willing to put my concerns aside and sit down to prepare for something like that. The family also has not enough resources, no men, no free energy to spend preparing for such a big event." Mila advanced, gently grabbing Robin's arm and hugging it between her breasts. "I didn't ask that you do the wedding now, but at least give some preference to your fiancé's family, okay?" "Demoness, all right. I sold a pair of rings to the royal family for 20,000 gold, but that's because I promised them a big discount in exchange for my protection. I could make a pair of rings for the Bradleys for 100,000. Then he pulled his hand and continued on his way to his house accompanied by Zara, who still does not understand what meditation has to do with marriage. "I can't believe you're giving your father-in-law's family 5 times the price of strangers." Mila hit her foot on the ground and yelled, "Thank heavens that I like you, or else I wouldn't have given them anything. See you later." Robin laughed out loud and continued on, leaving Mila not knowing if she should feel flattered or insulted to her family. But after a few seconds, she remembered that she was currently living with him, and she followed silently. As soon as Robin arrived at his house, he told the 2 girls not to knock on the door for his incoming seclusion no matter what happened, and if one of them brought food, she would just leave it in front of the door, and then went straight to his room, in which he had previously secluded himself. Barely 2 hours have passed since he came out of the room after months of seclusion, and now he is forced back again. During his previous seclusion, Robin was able to create a technique by which he could quickly restore his depleted spiritual strength. Relying on this remarkable technique, another idea struck him, and he immediately began to use it. The idea is simply, since he was able to speed up the recovery process, why not push the limits a little and increase the maximum of that energy in the human body? And this mentality paved the way for making a basic technique to strengthen the soul power. Now, given the same period of time as before, he could make more talismans and get less tired. When he tried both techniques and checked their effects, he immediately wrote them in a way that it could benefit anyone. Just like that, the productivity of the talisman makers would rise dramatically. The soul-strengthening technique and the soul-replenishing technique are still somewhat in their infancy, and the boost in soul power that the soul-strengthening technique gives a cultivator over time isn't too big, but it's still very good for its class, as what can it be compared to? It was the first technique invented to strengthen the so-called soul power. That's why when Robin came out of his room he was very happy. He intended to show off the 2 techniques and teach them to the new talisman makers that his family gathered for him, and then he could start teaching them how to draw the talismans and begin slowly to set up his own factory. But the issue of the rebellion changed everything. The idea of operating factories for the production of equipment requires the participation of thousands of workers from lands considered hostile, even if not hostile. Putting trust in thousands of people on such a sensitive process is foolish. Any one of them would leak the secrets of what Robin intends to do. There's also the problem of families who will be handed a minor law technique in exchange for an oath of allegiance. Who can really guarantee their loyalty? After taking the technique, they could disregard the oath simply by saying that they are enemies from the start, and the citizens of the new lands will applaud them for their cunning and laugh at the invaders. Even if one of them leaks the technique to the nobles of the kingdom of Dalavar, it will be a problem. There are also the potential talismanic painters. They all came for money, and surely someone will try to leak what they learned for money also. Those particular people will have talisman-making technique, soul-strengthening technique, soul-replenishing technique. They will literally grab Robin by the neck. These three branches are considered the death of the current Burton family. If one of them decides that money is more important than loyalty, everything will be over, hence the need for new innovation. Currently, Robin has to creates a fire minor heavenly law technique from scratch to give it to the new nobles. Find a way to mass-produce weapons categorized as low-level at least. The products must at least be standard low-level categorized weapons, not some fakes, and there must be a surpass to sell commercially. Finding a solution to the problem of possible betrayal, and all of this must be done within 1 year. There can't be any delay or any defects. Should any of the three not be done before the time limit, everything will fall apart. The Burton family's forces in the new lands face great pressure from the rebels who surround them from every side, and now they will have to guard the places where the new factories are built. Even by withdrawing and gathering them in a fortress or two, this would give the rebels a chance to gather into a large army. When the news is leaked, the resolve of the great families and the poor class will be slightly shaken, but the hidden hand of the kingdom of Dalavar cannot be taken lightly. In fact, a year is already a very long time for them. For every day Robin takes to solve the three problems, soldiers will die in the new lands. After a month, Robin decided to start with the easy one first, so he devoted himself to choosing a fire minor heavenly law and wrote a technique for its first stage. For someone who wrote down techniques for the first stage of 3 different major laws, this was like child's play. After only 25 days, the technology was ready on his desk, waiting for its users, then heading over to the second easiest task, a way to craft categorized weapons. According to General Edwards' explanation, the classification of equipment is closely related to metals used for manufacturing it, and the problem is that stronger metals need strong cultivators to form them, and therefore they are not available to arm entire armies. The main issue is that those metals are not melted by normal fire. Even if a saint using the laws of fire can melt these metals, they are still small quantities that cannot be mass-produced. That is why here comes the need for a fire strong enough to melt these metals, and at the same time, ordinary citizens can use this fire continuously without danger. This idea eluded him for 3 days, just sitting in his place not knowing where to start. He would just get up to get his food from behind his door, then come back to sit again. The subject was much easier in his head, as he intended to use the idea of talismans in some way to strengthen the fire inside the furnaces. But in practice, fire talismans are for one use, so what kind of skin would withstand such heat for prolonged periods? Secondly, even if he made it that the fire talismans are strong enough to withstand the heat, the activation seal makes it that the fire talismans become ineffective after one use. Simply, if he intends to operate a factory that produces large quantities of weapons daily, he cannot rely on single-use talismans anymore. Therefore, after he was thinking of a way to smelt metals, he began to think of a way to get rid of the one-use policy and a way to protect whatever the patterns are written on from intense heat. After 2 more days, specifically on the 30th day since the seclusion began, Robin opened his eyes and rushed out of his room, rushing towards the patriarch's office. Zara was playing in front of the house with some girls her age when she saw Robin rush out of the house and pass right by her, but he was so focused that he didn't even notice her presence. When she saw him with knotted eyebrows and looking serious, she decided not to cut his line of thoughts and went back to playing. As for Robin, he was indeed confused. So many things were going on in his head that he no longer knew what to focus on. As he was walking, he heard someone calling him Robin. Robin stopped and looked in the direction of the voice and found Billy waving at him with a smile, so he changed course and moved towards Billy at the same pace. Robin's serious look wiped the smile off Billy's face and asked, "Something's wrong." "Billy, it's good that I found you here. Tell me, did you start making the furnaces?" Robin asked. No, only a month has passed since the decision to stop the subjection war was issued. Currently, they are still building the external structure of the first 2 factories. As for the furnaces, we are currently assembling components for their manufacture, and it is planned to start making them soon here in Jura. Very good, tell me, what will they be made of? Robin smiled a big smile, then quickly it disappeared and asked seriously again. All furnaces are made of iron, but the iron must be very dense in order to withstand the heat. But since you asked for the best-known furnaces, we will be lining the furnaces from the inside with metals stronger than iron, which will take some additional cost and time until the knights finish the lining process. Why all these questions, iron? Iron, no, it won't work. Tell me, Billy, are there certain metals that can be said to have the attribute of the fire element? Metals. No, I cannot think of something like that, but there are a lot of known stones that have a high fire attribute. Billy replied curtly. He still didn't know what they were talking about, Stones. Can metal melting furnaces be built with these stones? Of course not. The least raw that can be used in building any furnace is iron, and the thickness of the walls of the furnace must be at least a foot to resist the high temperature inside, and that's for the basic known furnaces, not a furnace that can melt more than just iron as you want. If the entire body was made of just fire stones, the furnace itself would melt after the first experiment. Robin nodded seriously and then continued, "Makes sense." Are there other problems with making the furnace from those fire stones than the threat of being destroyed? Billy shook his head. No, the furnaces have to be huge, almost closed bodies that can handle intense heat. There are no other requirements. This will increase my work a bit, but it's okay. Listen, Billy, I want you to start collecting those fire attribute stones and just build the furnaces with them. Don't put any metal or stone that doesn't have fire attribute. Billy was shocked by what Robin said. What are you saying, brother? That's like building a huge castle with only sand, you must. Robin interrupted, just listen. Don't worry about the furnaces melting, I'll figure it out. As you wish, Billy shrugged, not knowing what to say more. When will the furnace construction be finished? Robin asked again. You asked for 5 huge factories, so each of them needs at least 5 furnaces. That is a total of 25 furnaces, and now they all have to be built of fire stones, which will take more time than expected. I don't think we'll finish the last furnace before 10 months from now if we start today. 10 months. That would do as well. We will still have a month before the deadline. Start today. After the last word, Robin turned and moved towards his house again with even faster steps. With not a moment of delaying, Robin went back to his room and to meditation, but his features indicate that he is in pain. A day quickly passed since he spoke with Billy. He didn't move a single inch yet, trying with all he got to find solutions to a situation that has become much more complicated. The primary idea that Robin reached before was to figure out a replacement for the beast hide with something else because the beast's hide could not handle continuous activation of something that is fire-related. He needed something strong to handle continuous activation, something fire-related to channel the fire attribute, something that can be used perfectly inside a furnace and handle the intense heat. And all this in consideration, what would be better than drawing directly on the melting furnaces? But he's still limited by the certain characteristics the thing written on must have in order to work. If he needs to activate a fire pattern, then he needs a fire-related material to draw on. Thus he rushed to ask the patriarch before he went too far in his thinking. He needs something that is tough that can withstand enough heat to melt very hard metals, but on the condition that it has a fiery element for it to act as a moderator for the pattern. But speaking with Billy, it is clear that there isn't any known material that can handle such heat. Fire attribute rocks are still the best choice to receive the pattern and act as a medium, but it didn't end just like that. This raised another problem that must be addressed, a way to protect the rocks from the heat. Simply, he needs to discover a pattern in order to generate intense heat and then create another pattern to reduce the effect of heat on the fire rock's furnaces. He needs to create something and its nemesis, then make them work together in the same closed environment. After 2 more days, he finally moved to his disk and began drawing a pattern for heat generation. A week passed in the blink of an eye, then the second, the third. This was Robin's biggest pattern to date. The pattern was too large for one scroll. After a few failed attempts to squeeze it in one scroll in the end, he placed 6 scrolls next to each other so that he could barely make out the outlines. The 4th week, the 5th week, the 7th. Finally, after 2 full months of trying to perfect the pattern, and after Robin destroyed countless scrolls, the final form of the heat generation pattern finally took shape. On this day, Robin came out of his room with long, untrimmed hair and an incomplete beard that has a few hairless spots. Robin's new body now is about 15.5 years old. He is a teenager all over again. He already gained a few inches since his resurrection and is already as the same height as Mila. His voice thickened, and his facial features are becoming more manly with every passing day. He would actually feel embarrassed seeing himself going through this again, if not for the fact that he is too busy to notice. He will keep this process of normal aging until he reaches adulthood. Then the body will begin to devour cultivation energy partially instead of just life force, which will slow down the aging process. Zara was sitting in meditating position at this moment. The past 3 months have been extremely busy for her, but also extremely beneficial. She has been very busy making new talismans and pills daily, but not even close to as pressed as before. Now she doesn't have a certain quota she needs to meet like before when she had to prepare the monthly talismans for the Bradleys and the Burtons. Now whatever she makes goes to the auction house to be sold. So even if she made 1 talisman daily, it would be all good. And as she gets stronger, her soul power strengthens as well, and the number of daily talismans she can make with the same effort would only increase. She still worked hard to make more money for her new dad, but at the same time she now had time to play with her new friends and cultivate in peace during the last 2 months. She reached the 8th level of energy cultivation and started laying the foundation toward the next level. But at this moment, as she was cultivating, as usual, she was surprised as she heard the sound of steps coming her way, and shortly after, Robin appeared coming towards her with messy hair and red eyes. But before you could ask him what's going on, he spoke first. Take those. These 6 scrolls are one big pattern that will be used to draw on a large project soon, and it will have to be done from the first try without any mistakes. Go to Billy too and tell him not to send the finished furnaces to the factories. There are many adjustments to be made on them. They should not leave Jura City before I give the order for them to leave. Yes, Zara nodded straight away. After the brief conversation between Robin and Zara, she ran to find Billy to tell him the new orders. While Robin rushed back to his room again to finish what he has to do, the heat generation pattern may have finally taken shape, but the job of operating the furnaces is still far from over. What is finished was just a single part of the final picture. For example, the heat generation pattern is available now, and Zara will begin to practice drawing it on papers and hides of different attribute beasts with ordinary ink to raise her success rate, and do not mess up when she draws it on the furnaces. But when the moment of actual execution comes, how would she draw it on the fire stones? What she will be drawing it with? What would be used to activate the pattern? And how is the pattern will be hidden after it is finished to prevent the spies from seeing it? These questions were previously answered in the ordinary talismans, but writing on hides is not the same as writing on stones, and hiding patterns inside stones is definitely not the same as hiding them inside beast hides. Although he would have to invent everything from scratch again, it was easier for him this time because he had a strong base of researching in this field from before, or that was what he initially thought at least. It actually took him much longer than expected to get 2 aspects of them done. The hides suck whatever ink put on them, which make it much easier to deal with, unlike any stones or metals, which require many different ways to get the patterns to merge inside them. Within 3 weeks, he was able to reach special formatting of fire, stone powder, and plant sap that also had fire attributes to be used as ink. This formula will be able to travel further inside the rocks, and even some metals, and have deep connections to it, and was also able to make the seal required to hide the pattern completely inside the rocks. Already 3 months and almost 3 weeks have passed since the start of the race against time seclusion. But he didn't try to take a break. On the same day, he started preparing the 4th section that would be added to the heat generation pattern, the power source seal. Since the beginning of his talisman road, Robin has invented 2 types of seals as sources of power for the patterns. The first one has the ability to store energy inside it and then activate it all for once, after which it disappears. This type of power seal is not suitable for multiple usages, as in the talisman of fire. The second is a higher rank and more difficult to make. It is the source of energy in the talisman of sound, which can be activated many times and then return to its original form to prepare to be activated again. But this type can only be activated for a very short period, and then it will have to be left for a while until it is reformed to its original form for it to be used again. It can't be used for a prolonged period inside the furnaces, and it is not suitable for use with a pattern that might cause damage to the hide used as a medium, such as the talisman of fire. It also decays with time. After like 100 or so usages, the seal inside the sound talisman will collapse, and the carrier must get himself a new one. These 2 seals won't work this time. Robin needs a seal that can stay active for long periods without the need for a time off, and also needs to withstand pumping a large amount of energy to generate enough heat to melt the tough metals, and at the same time, it must save on the amount of energy it needs. If the seal required a large amount of energy from, say, a saint or even a high-leveled knight, it would nullify the importance of the project as a whole. So in the end, the seal must be able to convert low-level cultivators' energy into the pure energy used by the heat generation pattern, plus it must remain activated all the time without the need for a rest, plus its operating power requirements must be low. And this is difficult. Although the design of the seal is a redesign of the old seals and a correction process only, it still took Robin 5 weeks to complete. In the end, the result was a seal that needed a relatively little, steady amount of energy to stay on all the time. A level 10 cultivator, for example, could keep a melting furnace running for a quarter of a day without problems before needing a break to refill his dried-up energy. But then someone else can take his place and keep providing the seal with its needed energy supply, thus keeping the furnace running all day long. A person below the 10th level can try to operate the furnace, but the period in which he can operate it will be less, of course. For example, a person in the 5th level can operate the furnace for a quarter of an hour. All in all, the new seal was like an open gate that is ready to receive cultivators' energy all day long without a break or a need to be closed. Under normal circumstances, of course. The furnaces have basically no requirements. Just a few low-level cultivators can switch between them to activate the furnace and rest all the time. So when he finished putting the finishing touches on it, Robin was so proud of the seal that it was beyond description. Almost everything he had made so far in this seclusion is a new invention under his name. But this particular power supply seal made him swim in his imagination. It opened for him an infinite world of possibilities, but he quickly slapped himself to get himself out of thinking about the future, put aside the design of the seal, and then went back to sitting in a meditative position in the middle of the room. His mission isn't over yet. The operation of the furnaces consists of 2 parts. The first is to provide enough heat to melt high-quality metals, and this has been fully discovered. And now the method of protecting the furnace itself from being melted due to the heat it produces. With the end of the 5th month and the beginning of the first day of the 6th month of his seclusion, Robin began to search for the strangest thing he had to invent, which was to find a way to restrain his own creation. 5 days quickly passed, and Robin didn't move an inch from the start. The food outside his door changed every few hours without him taking a bite. Mila worried a lot about him. As a level 10 cultivator, Robin could handle himself without food for a few days, but now he did not have to. The 6th day passed. The 7th, Mila's patience was running out, and she was about to knock on the door when Zara caught her hand in mid-air and begged her not to do it. Finally. On the 8th day, Robin opened his tired eyes and a slight smile appeared on his face. It took him a few minutes until he managed to push his emaciated body to stand, and with difficulty, he took a few steps towards the door, opened it, and found fresh dishes that were still steaming. So he pounced on them in front of the door, still as if he had seen food for the first time in his life. Then he entered and closed his door again. The 2 girls were so excited at the next change of food. At least now they are sure he was okay, but they didn't know that Robin was even happier than they were. The patterns he drew to this day were merely imitations of real patterns in nature. His role was only identifying, researching, cutting out the most useful piece of the original pattern, and putting them on paper. But no matter how many days he squeezed his head, he could not think of a natural pattern that could protect the stones from intense heat without killing the effect of the heat-generating pattern. His final solution was, if there is no such pattern in nature, there is no need to take it from nature. After a few days of meditation, Robin decided to assemble a new pattern from the pieces of different laws he had studied. The new pattern he had to draw was not like any other. He was not just taking a piece of a large 3D pattern and redrawing it on paper to be just 2-dimensional as usual, but literally creating something that didn't exist before. Part of the pattern of the major law of fire, with part of the pattern of the major law of darkness, and part of the pattern of the major law of wind, with several small parts of other minor laws to connect them all together. This is the hybrid pattern total reflection pattern that Robin came up with in his meditating days. The main idea is that the pattern redirects the heat that falls on the walls of the stone furnace back inside of the furnace. This way there will be no conflict with the heat generation pattern. Each of them will work independently from the other, and also there will be no heat lost unnecessarily by leaking through the walls, which is also a major addition. To put it in a simple way, this pattern will keep the walls of the furnace cool at the normal room temperature, while hell burns inside. The basic idea seems feasible, but the implementation was never easy. Robin is trying to connect the pieces of the scattered patterns together by taking the master law of darkness as the main body because of its absorbent and repulsive properties. The process of solving the puzzle to produce a perfect new workable pattern took him 3 months. But in the end, he had what he wanted, the first hybrid pattern he produced in his life. He didn't have to worry about how to hide it in the rocks or how to activate it, because he had already found the method before in the heat generation pattern. It would just require additional energy to activate this one at the same time as the heat generation pattern. Now a level 10 cultivator can only run an improved furnace for 3-4 hours max, but it was necessary and inescapable. Aside from that, it took him 2 whole weeks to create a good formula to make the ink needed to draw it, as he needed to put in mind all the attributes he put in this hybrid pattern. Finally, after 7 months of hard work, the method for making categorized weapons is over. Now that the high-ranked metals could be melted, the categorized weapons could be made. It doesn't matter if they will be top-notch or not. At least the army will have weapons and shields that won't break easily, and it will be considered an additional way to make money for the family. That's not even talking about what these factories would do to the lives of the citizens of the new lands. Robin was very pleased with himself when he wrote the last line on the ink formula. He's taken a big leap in his research, and the whole world will take a big leap forward when the results of this research come to light. He was so pleased that he rewarded himself with an unusual reward. He brought the food that had been left in front of his door and ate normally without haste. Then he went to take a shower and shave his beard. The subject may seem trivial to any common person, but these are really considered luxuries since Robin entered this miserable seclusion. Even sleeping, he does not sleep more than 4 hours a week, which is very apparent if anyone looked at him, as the color around his eyes turned black from the severity of exhaustion. Even as he was trying to slow down and not rush, all these rewards took him about half an hour to finish, and then he went back to what he was doing. When he started this solitude, he had 3 goals: creating a technique of a secondary law of fire for the new noble families. This was done within the first month. Creating a system to manufacture classified weapons. It took much more than expected, but finally this was also completed within 7 months. Finding a solution to the problem of potential betrayal. This is its time. The time available is 4 months. It's ironic that Robin ranked his works based on how difficult they were in his opinion, yet the second hardest problem took 7 months, so what about the third and hardest? How much time would that take him? But that is how it is. He did not choose this time limit, or it is safe to say that he has already pressed his luck by asking for too much time. If his mission turned into a failure and couldn't complete the last task within the given time, he can only rely on fate and hope for the best. He can theoretically implement what he has now and get the initial plan done, but giving them his work with a 100 chance that at least one of them will hand it to Dolivar. Well, this was not very wise. Finally calming himself down after a panic attack right after he started thinking seriously. Information leakage, eavesdropping, betrayal, all of this stems from the character. What can he do to prevent something like this? Will he have to assign someone to watch everyone he deals with, and who will watch that watcher? Physical supervision, threats, etc. are useless. If it works, someone could have thought of something before. There is one thing Robin relied on when he put this point in his head: the soul. The body is just a machine that moves according to the wishes of the soul. The proof of his understanding is that the soul can remain in the form of wandering ghosts, but the body will rot after the soul leaves it. If any threat or physical control won't work, then what about a spiritual threat? Robin has accumulated a reasonable understanding of the soul power during the first 5 months after his return to the Burton family, and his intention is to build on this good ground of understanding to begin to understand the soul more and more, maybe to the point where he can try to influence it. Influencing the soul. Forget about a limit of 4 months. This insolent idea would not have crossed anyone's head even after another 40,000 years. Robin knows very well the extent of his arrogance in his thinking, but his foundation on which he depends is that the soul power comes as an extension from the soul itself. If he can strengthen this soul power, does it not mean that this strengthens the soul itself indirectly? Isn't strengthening the soul can be considered as influencing it as well? If he can influence it one way, why not try another? With this mindset, Robin began research based on the soul and how to influence it, and quickly a week passed. During the week, Robin was inspired by a few ideas. His main problem was to reach the soul itself so that it could begin to affect it, but he began to firmly treat the soul sense as an extension of the soul itself. Thus he began to treat it as the soul. A second week passed. Robin's suspicions began to be confirmed. Natural energy is not an extension of the body, but the soul sense is definitely an extension of the soul. Knock, knock, knock. On the last day of the second week, the door was knocked on for the first time after a period of 8.5 months. Robin was not angry at this, but was surprised. The 2 girls certainly wouldn't bother him without reason, so he left what he was doing and went to open the door and found Zara. He asked directly, "Is there a problem?" And if at first glance he almost did not recognize her, Zara finally reached puberty, and during the 7 months since he gave her the orders to deliver to Billy, she had noticeably increased in height and began to show some femininity. When she saw Robin's surprised look, Zara was embarrassed and looked at the ground and spoke quickly. "Sorry for disturbing you, father. There has been an envoy from the royal family who has been waiting for you for more than a month. We have tried to prevent him from cutting your seclusion since then, but it gets harder with every day passing, and it appears that he cannot wait any longer. An envoy of the royal family. This is, it's been over a year since I met Sage Albert. Damn, the days go by so fast." Robin smacked his forehead. "Shit. I forgot to figure out keys to any law." Robin stood at the door thinking a little and then walked out of the room. "Well, where is that envoy?" "He is waiting for you in the reception room. He's sitting with your wife, and he said he won't leave the house until he sees you." "Which wife? I'm not married yet." Robin looked at Zara with puzzlement. That's how Mila introduces herself in front of people now. She says that she is your wife." Robin didn't speak anymore. He shook his head with a smile and headed toward the reception room. I heard someone wants to see me. Robin directly entered the reception room. There was only Mila in it, and in front of her sat a strong-looking saint. With one glance, Robin was able to tell that he is at level 26. Mila stood with a wide smile when she saw him coming. This was the first time she had seen him in months. Robin nodded at her with a smile and then turned back to look at the saint who was still sitting and looking angry. After the saint looked at Robin from top to bottom, at last, he spoke in a tone that was full of arrogance. "So you are your majesty, Robin, huh? You didn't just ignore the delivery date of something that concerns the royal family. You even dared to make those clowns stop me and make me wait for more than a month. If it wasn't for His Highness Albert commanded me not to cause trouble, this wouldn't have gone well. Come on, hand it over what you got, and let me get the hell out of here." Mila has put up with it a lot the last period and didn't try to respond so as not to cause problems for Robin, but that person crossed all lines. Robin did not reply immediately, but stood in his place looking at the saint as if the words were not directed at him. His attitude infuriated the saint greatly. "What are you impudent looking at? Take out whatever scroll you have to hand so I can get out of this swamp." Whatever scroll. When Robin heard that sentence, he was sure of his previous thinking, that the saint had no standing in the royal family and knew nothing about him. Or perhaps Sage Albert did not tell anyone about the issue of law keys in the first place. Robin was on the verge of turning around and going back to where he came from when he glimpsed out of the corner of his eye the sound ring in the saint's hand. Then he finally spoke again. "Can I take a look at this ring for a moment? Oh, you can tell that this ring is unique. But, HMPH, don't waste your time, boy. It's a treasure that you don't even deserve to look at. Look away, or it will be tainted by your eyes. I can't believe you were thinking of touching it." Mila sighed and shook her head. She finally understood why that person was behaving so rudely. He didn't know who was standing in front of him. Robin smiled. "Then please use the ring to contact Sage Albert and tell him that Robin would like to speak with him through the ring." The saint was shocked at hearing these words and suddenly stood up. How do you know what this ring can do? A spy." Then he quickly advanced, stretching out his hand, trying to reach Robin. But halfway, Mila stood in front of him and released her aura in full. "Listen here, you disrespectful thing. I respected you because you are older than me. But if you keep your bullshit, I wouldn't even care that you are from the royal family. Don't even think of leaving this place alive if a hair from Robin got harmed." Robin, standing behind her, could easily compare the aura of the two of them, and although Mila was a whole level weaker than the other guy, her aura was almost equal to him. If a fight started now, the winner wouldn't be clear. It seems that describing her as the #1 genius of the kingdom did not come out of nowhere. When Robin came to this conclusion, a slight whistle escaped his lips. When Mila heard this whistling coming from behind, she didn't know if it was an admiration for her strength or her butt. But in both cases her face turned red and lost the anger that she was showing. She turned her head a little. "Would you focus a little? There's a saint who wants to attack you." "Haha, he is just a fool. This guy wouldn't dare attack me and go against the orders of His Highness. He just wants to act a little arrogant to make up for the humiliation of waiting during the previous month." Robin laughed. The saint was agitated, but he didn't dare to confirm his intention to attack. He really didn't dare. "Would you just talk to His Highness? Please don't forget that he sent you to me. I'm not just a random guy from the street who is asking for this. Try, you have nothing to lose." Robin shrugged. Robin's last words made him think a little about the consequences if he were to speak seriously, and also made him smile at the thought that if he was lying and was not standing enough, the sage would give him the green light to punish him. He passed his energy into the seal and began to speak. "Your Highness, are you there? Your Highness." "Yes, I will speak. I know very well that your time is tight, Your Highness. That boy to whom you sent me to take a scroll from him, he asked to speak to you through the seal." "Yes, it is that Robin boy, the little guy who looks like a spy. Please give me the orders to. Yes, yes." He quickly took off the ring, then walked past Mila and gave it to Robin with an angry face. Robin took him with a smile and passed his energy, then spoke directly. "Hello, Your Highness. It's been a while since we had a chat. I apologize for making your representative late here." He then heard a voice in his ear that no one else in the room could hear. "Haha, it's okay, no hard feelings. I know you are a busy man. Have you prepared what we agreed on?" "I honestly know, the last period was so stressful, and I completely forgot about preparing it." "Robin, that was not our agreement." The voice became visibly stern. Robin rubbed his forehead for a couple of seconds and then replied, "I have 2 solutions available at the moment. One is to give me an extra few months, and during that time I'll be able to discover a key to a minor heavenly law technique, or I can hand you a whole minor heavenly law technique right now, which is as powerful as the Fire Shards minor law technique, a little stronger actually. It was not easy for me to make it. I was saving it to my Burton family, and was going to distribute it to our new nobles to tie them with the family. I'm sure you know how it is. This is why if you choose this choice, please note that this minor heavenly law technique won't be exclusive to the royal family. What do you think?" Those around Robin heard nothing from Sage Albert, but they sure heard every word Robin said clearly. Especially the saint from the royal family opened his eyes to the full of them after what he heard. Complete minor heavenly law technique as powerful as the fire shards. What was he talking about? A complete minor heavenly law technique ready with the same power as fire shards. Is that even a question? Of course, I'll take the technique. We intend to award the techniques to our close nobles anyway. I have no problem with giving them to your family's nobles. Just make it only between the Burtons and those under your rule, and don't make it public to the rest of the kingdom. The enthusiasm was evident in the sage's voice. This is much better than handing over mere keys. King Philip has not yet completed writing the first technique. He got its keys 13 months ago, and he would not be surprised if he took another year or so to complete it. Robin severely underestimated the time needed to translate the keys to techniques, as the king have to go through those keys and get some level of understanding of the minor law himself before trying to write the technique. And the technique Robin chose to give him was not an easy one at all. It would be great to have a new complete minor heavenly law technique without the king having to lock himself trying to figure it out. Excellent, you saved me a lot of time and trouble. There is one more thing. The person you sent to take the technique interrupted very important seclusion and obstructed my ideas of making a new technique that I intended to share with the royal family. Because of him, my work will be delayed for weeks, and I may never reach to where I got ever again. Also, now he tried to attack me. He was reaching for my nick, if my Mila had not protected me. Sigh, is this how you treat the friends of the royal family, your highness? Zara laughed out loud upon hearing this. Even Mila chuckled in a low voice. She knew this wouldn't end well for the saint. Sage Albert was really pissed off hearing about his man's actions from Robin. Even Galen was smart enough to stick to Robin's thighs by giving him his daughter, while some idiot from his side go and insult him. I don't know if this little money will compensate me for the technique that I lost track of because of the interruption, or the psychological harm I suffered from your man's attempt to take my life, but if you think that this amount is appropriate, who am I to object? You're not quite there yet, but who am I to object? Haha, that is indeed much better. Always live doing business with you, your highness. All right, I will pass the ring now to its owner. See you later, your highness. When Robin finished his last words, he threw the ring at the saint, who was still standing in amazement. His highness wants to speak with you. The saint picked up the ring sweating heavily and quickly passed on his energy. How can I serve you, your highness? I was just, yes, I know that. Yes, your highness, I surely will. He didn't finish his last word until he suddenly fell silent. His face appeared as if Sage Albert had told him that his mother had died. But he didn't stay there long, but came forward and gave a complete bow to Robin. I apologize for my arrogant behavior. The saint was almost crying. He literally didn't know what was happening. Sage Albert yelled at him and told him to apologize and behave politely towards Robin as he behaves with him. He didn't give an explanation or anything. He left the saint to his imagination. Robin looked at him with a look full of pity. He wasn't angry with this guy. What Sage Albert will do to him when he gets back is enough. Even if the sage doesn't punish him, it's enough that live with the memory that he forced the royal family to pay a large sum of gold coins because of his actions. Robin then nodded and spoke. Wait here. In half an hour I will make a copy of what you want, if you don't mind waiting for me again, of course. Ahaha, please go ahead. How can this little one mind? Please be careful on your way back to your room. The saint's transformation shocked the three. Zara couldn't hold herself and laughed so loudly that the saint felt like he wanted to kill himself. Robin didn't bother with him any longer and then looked at Mila. Can you call Billy for me, please? I wanted to tell him something in the incoming weeks anyway. It is a good time now that I already broke my seclusion. Mila nodded, no problem, and vanished. Then Robin turned and went back to his room to make a copy of the technique, leaving the saint, who is still processing why the famous Lady Mila was taking orders from this boy. Half an hour passed quickly. Robin returned to the reception room hugging quite a few scrolls and books and found the same three individuals waiting for him, plus a new one. Billy, haha, you finally showed your face, sleeping beauty. Billy laughed out loud when Robin was coming in cuddling the scrolls. Tusk's supremacy there, the handsome prince, is the one who woke me up against my will. Let me take care of him first, then we will talk about our affairs, Robin replied sarcastically, but the handsome prince definitely did not like the sarcasm. He just stood politely while moving his eyes strangely between the two. Billy raised his shoulder. It's okay, do your thing. Robin threw everything he was hugging on the floor, then picked up one of them and passed it to the saint of the royal family. That's what you are here for. After you take it from my hand, you only leave it again in the hands of His Highness Sage Albert. Do you understand? Yes, of course, I understand. The saint held the scroll with both hands, of course. He knew how valuable this scroll is. He has his own assumptions after Robin's responses to the sage, but whatever was in it, it definitely was anything but common, since it made even Sage Albert act like this. I'm sure you brought 500,000 gold coins with you, Robin asked. The saint nodded. They are in my carriage. I was told to give them to you after receiving the scroll. I will fetch them at once. The saint spoke quickly and turned around to move. Wait, lead your carriage towards the patriarch's office and hand it to him. He will know what to do with it. Also, when Sage Albert sends the compensation for your offense to me, hand it to the patriarch as well, or to that guy, Billy. You should remember his ugly face. Robin pointed at Billy, then continued, if it is not you who will come again with the compensation, then tell the next person to do it. Please don't take me out of my seclusion again. If someone else came and demanded to see me again, I will complain to the sage about you again. When the saint heard that the royal family would pay compensation for his actions, a shiver ran through his body. The sage would certainly not let what happened today pass. Yes, I will do that. Is there anything else you want? The saint restrained himself and asked. Nothing. Stay safe on your journey back. Robin gave a big smile and pointed towards the door. The saint almost passed out. Today was one of the most humiliating days of his life, but he decided not to make matters worse, so he nodded in the direction of Robin and walked out silently. After the saint left, Robin rubbed his chin for a few seconds, then spoke. Talking in the ring in front of others is quite awkward. Some changes need to be made. After he walked out, Billy shook his head with a laugh. Haha, what are you on about? I don't know what happened before I came here, but watching your way of treating that man was hurtful. At least respect his age, you rude bastard. Just because someone came out from his mother's womb before me, it doesn't mean that I have to respect him. Respect is earned. Whatever, let's get to the point. Is there anything I should know about the situation in the new lands? How many of our kin died so far? Are the factories built yet? Robin found himself a chair in front of Billy. Sigh, the situation is not very good. Even with all our precautions, at least 3,000 men were killed during the last 8 months. We chose the places of the factories to be far from each other to cover all the new lands for 2 reasons. That is to influence all the inhabitants and not favor one place over the others. The other reason is to use the factories' frontage and fortify them to be our own castles there. The categorized weapons factories are very important and need to be their own fortresses, and of course, we can use them as bases to run the new lands. If the rebels knew our plans to build some kind of castles on their land to solidify our defensive position, they wouldn't let us build one block. And according to this, we went back to dividing the army into 5 battalions, with each saint leading one of them, in order to protect the factories that are currently being built. But this caused the armies to become subject to sieges and attacks from rebels daily. If the 5 saints were not there, our armies would have been annihilated a few months ago. Another reason for our success in keeping our lives so far is the inability of the rebels to mobilize large forces, and this is because of the spread of the news as we agreed. There is great anticipation in the new lands. Most of them want to see what will really happen on the last day of the year that we announced, especially all the major families. They have left the rebellion systems. At least apparently they no longer have anything to do with it, and this weakened the rebels significantly. But let me tell you something, Robin. If the time runs out and we don't keep our promises, I'm afraid we'll say goodbye to those lands forever. Robin nodded repeatedly. I think this is expected. This is the best outcome we can hope for right now. Just make sure to pay good compensation to the families of the deceased. Did any of the big families out there try to reach out to us in order to receive the law technique and pledge allegiance? Billy nodded. 3 families have reached out to us in secret. They are the unofficial rulers of 3 major cities, and they have been persistent supporters of the rebellion. Frankly, I am uncomfortable dealing with them. I think it is a trap to steal the technique from us, then they will stab us in the back. How are the boys? Are they doing well? Robin changed the subject. Billy shrugged. I think you can say that. 2 weeks ago, they burned a rebels' gathering point to the ground and killed a few tens of men. One of them was a 12-level knight. There shouldn't be any knights in the new lands after the nobles escaped, and now they are starting to show up. I think you know what that means. 3.5 months left, huh? I will see what I can do with this much time. All right, let's get back to what I called you for. I have a new assignment for you. Robin was a little lost in his thoughts, but his eyes quickly regained their luster and spoke. Of course, no problem. How can I help? Billy leaned forward slightly from his seat and replied. I need thin metal tablets that are roughly a foot long, and they must be made to be indestructible with ordinary means. Robin spoke seriously. Surprised by the request, Billy was expecting him to talk about something about furnaces. He asked, a foot-long rectangular tablets of thin metal. How many tablets do you need? And how do you define indestructible exactly? Everything is destructible. Robin replied, I want as many as you can make. At least 10 tablets before the limit if 3 months from today, and when you're done bring them here and leave them in front of my room. And you should arrange for a permanent production line of these tablets in our factories too. As for how indestructible they should be, just use those hard metals that only high-level knights can forge. I just want them to stay around for a long time. Billy shook his head. That would be hard. All our high-level knights are in the war or incapable of making something like that. We would take a while to find a blacksmith to make them. Maybe I can get you 3 tablets before the deadline. Robin refused immediately. Do not waste time. 3 are as good as none. Didn't you say that there were a lot of knights who came and started taking wages from us after we announced our need for people with strong souls? Make them work with you on this task instead of sitting idle and sucking our blood freely. I think that will work. I'm going now to start the production. Is there anything else you want before I go? Billy nodded. Yep, grab this. Robin picked up one of the rolls from the floor and tossed it over to Billy. Here's a list of the resources needed to upgrade the furnaces. After you gather the needed amounts of them, bring them here for Zara. And after a month from today, come take her to the furnaces. She will start drawing on them and preparing them with my new creation for the categorized weapons production. When she tells you she has finished one, you can send it directly to the factories without consulting me. She will be responsible for determining this. He pointed toward Zara. Billy was astonished and said, "Oh, you want to turn the furnaces into big talismans then? I'm looking forward to what they can do." Naming the furnaces after their modification as talismans don't seem right at all. And I can't say that I will draw patterns because there are also seals that will be drawn and other things may be added in the future. I will think of another name for the same method of drawing later. Reuben scratched his head as he spoke. The thought of naming something huge as a talisman seemed strange. Ha, I didn't understand a word of that, but good luck with the naming. Bailey nodded. Then he looked at Zara. We'll count on you, little niece. Then he disappeared silently from the room. After Billy was gone, Robin went back to the stack of rolls and took 3 rolls from it, containing the power source seal, the one with total reflection pattern and the concealment seal that will hide everything inside the stone. Then passed them to Zara. You must have memorized how to draw the heat generation pattern by now. Practice on those 3 for the next month. The heat generation pattern will be drawn on the outside of the furnace, and the total reflection pattern will be drawn on the inside. The power source seal and the concealment seal will be used with both, just the ink will be changed between the 2 patterns. After the training month is over, use the resources that Billy will bring you and modify the furnaces. I will depend on you for everything. Do you feel capable of that? Yes. Zara nodded vigorously. This was her first time taking on an entire project from the start and without seeing Robin make something like it first. That was a huge upgrade for her. Haha, good. Robin laughed and rubbed her head. Then we turned toward Mila and threw 2 booklets and a scroll toward her, and said, "You seem to be free these days. Make copies of the 3 of them. The 2 booklets have to do with spiritual strength training, and the scroll has a fire minor law technique. Don't let any creature other than you and Zara see them. If you do well, I will consider giving a copy to your family." Mila was shocked. She didn't even know how valuable whatever that was in it, but was content that Robin had chosen her to make copies of something that he considered a secret, so she smiled and nodded straight away. Robin then looked back at Zara. After completing the exercises for the month, take a copy of the 2 booklets from Mila. It will help you a lot in completing the drawing of the furnaces quickly, especially the soul replenishing technique. There is no need for me to teach it to you. You are smart. When you read them, you will understand everything on your own. Is everything clear to you too? The 2 girls nodded immediately. Good, see you in a few months. Then he turned Robin and went back to where he came from. Robin took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. It's time for the real test. Over the past 2 weeks, Robin has focused on researching the origin of the soul and finding solutions to prevent potential betrayal. Although he is not yet close to the answer, he feels that he is definitely on the right track. What he has found so far is that the spiritual sense is an extension of the soul, and there is no doubt about this. The next step now is to find a way to manipulate the spiritual sense. And in this same line of thinking, Robin continued his research. 2 weeks passed, 3 weeks. The research was progressing more smoothly than Robin had expected, perhaps because he had spent so much time researching soul matters earlier. Reuben confirmed that manipulating the soul sense is possible, and began to search in the soul patterns for something that could be used to take the next step. In the 6th week, Robin found a certain pattern in his spiritual sense aura. No matter how much he studied this particular pattern, he could not find any use for it. It is like the pattern was just there sitting idly with nothing to do. But Robin knew that there is no way a pattern can be useless. After observing it for many days, it seemed as if everything else revolved around this small pattern and related to it. At the same moment when came up with this conclusion, he came out of his seclusion and asked Zara and Mila to show their spiritual senses. Both of them had read the soul strengthening technique and soul replenishing technique by now and well understood the term soul compressing to create an aura around the body, which is exactly what they. Robin searched for that strange pattern in them, and he also found it in the same place with the same essential qualities, but with slight differences in shape. After staring at the two girls' patterns and then his own for a few minutes, he opened his eyes to the last of them and ran back to his room shouting this is it. He left the two girls behind, staring at each other in wonder. Days passed quickly, only 7 days left until the promised day. Billy hasn't moved out of the guest house in 2 days already. He couldn't even sleep for a few days now. He just walks up and down the reception room nonstop. During the recent period, Zara has completed the modification of the furnaces one by one successfully, and they have already been sent to the factories in the new lands. A few problems occurred on the way, as the rebels tried to block their road and hijack whatever they have, but the Burton family soldiers were able to fend them off and deliver all the furnaces safely. But the general situation has not improved much. The good thing is that the closer the promised day gets, the more the rebel attacks would calm down. Until recently, there were no significant attacks against the Burtons like before. But also, as the promised day approaches, all the soldiers of the Burton family feel that the space is tightening around them. The suffocating calm and the looks that the citizens give them, and the cautious behavior of the big families, all of this indicate that the rebellion has not subsided as it seems on the surface. Rather, it has been put in a state of idleness so that the crowd can see what their new rulers intend to do on the promised day. And if they couldn't keep their promises, those tens of millions of people will. Well, no one wanted to think about that. In fact, according to a report of a snitch of the locals, he said that the leaders of the rebellion wish that that day would come quicker. They say that it is impossible for a lowly family earl to give the public so much money to work in factories, or even to give the big families a minor law technique. They are preparing for it and want the real spark of rebellion to be the day the deadline expires. When the true face of the invading Earl family shows itself after their despicable plan to buy time and play on the people's weaknesses fall apart, they wish for the moment when an official from the Burton family comes out and says that there have been problems and that they are asking for another period of time to do more preparations. The furnaces are in the factories, and Mila has made several copies of the minor fire law technique that Robin created. Almost everything is ready, except for one thing. Robin's orders, all of this was his plans and his creations. They can't do something without consulting him. At the last possible minute at least, they wouldn't take a step without orders, nor Billy would force Robin to leave his seclusion to give it. The Burton family's army in the new lands raised their alert levels to the max. The 5 saints issued orders for every soldier or knight out there to return and get ready for the storm, and took the 5 major factories as defensive centers. During the past year, General Edward completed the training of the new army of 50,000 soldiers. Although armed with rusty iron weapons, it was still a standard trained army. And now they are all in a position of high alert at the border between the Duchy of Alton and the Duchy of Evran, ready to join the battles if Robin didn't give the green light before the time is up. The only thing that didn't stop Billy from sending in the army yet was that a week ago Robin opened the door to his room, took the metal tablets that were in front of his door, and closed again silently. Although he didn't say anything, at least he seemed to be making progress. 5 more days later, just 2 days before the promised day, Robin's door finally opened again. When Billy heard the sound of the door opening, he couldn't wait to see if Robin was really going to come out to him, but he rushed in with all his speed and stood in front of the door in the blink of an eye, grabbed the shoulder of Robin who was about to put his foot out of the room and shook him as he shouted, "What the hell took you so long? Yesterday I ordered our new army to move, and they are now on their way to the new lands." Robin raised his hand and slapped Billy's forehead hard. "What does that have to do with me? I'm out before the deadline. Don't blame me for your recklessness. Get out of my way." Then he stepped out of the door, and under his armpits are 9 metal tablets. When he reached the living room, he greeted Mila and Zara, who came after hearing the noise, then asked Zara to prepare something warm to drink, after which he put the 9 plates next to a chair and sat waiting for Zara with a smile, leaving Billy, who was still standing glued to him and looking at him in like a hawk, waiting. When Billy couldn't take it anymore, he spoke. "Robin, you are my friend and you know how I feel about you, but God, you are making me want to strangle you right now." "Haha, I think I have heard something like that before. Sit down. By my calculations, we still have 2 days, right? That's enough for you to go to the new lands, and there will even be a few more hours left to make whatever preparations you want and get back that army you sent. Come enjoy some drink and say goodbye to the world as you know it." Robin smiled as he spoke. "Hey." Billy was taken aback at what he was hearing. Something that can change the world in Robin's perspective is definitely not something seen before. He then moved and pulled a chair and sat face to face with Robin, then asked, "What do you mean?" Robin picked up one of the tablets and threw it at Billy, then said solemnly, "These are the tablets I asked you to make. I've used as a medium for some soul-related patterns and a few seals that I've created over the past few months." "Oh, things related to the soul. What do you do exactly? And did you not find a name other than the talismans yet?" Billy flipped the board left and right. "No, I haven't found a name yet, and let's get to the point. When you accept a family's request to join us and receive the technique, you must request that 10 elders of the highest standing among them put their hands on the board and pass their spiritual sense through it, then swear that they will do everything they can to prevent the technique from leaking out of their family, and they will remain loyal to the Burton family for 1,000 years, okay? I think 1,000 years is very appropriate." Ahem, and if they break the oath, they should die. Is that all? Billy was surprised. "That's all," Robin replied with a smile. Billy remained silent for a few seconds, then asked hesitantly, "You have caused us to wait all that time for you coming out, and for us to make all those defensive preparations in case if you failed. And at the end you came out." With this, Billy was simply not convinced. He was surprised by Robin's words that this had to do with soul when he first said it, but in the end it all turned out to be a way to scare the masters of families. The smile on Robin's face vanished, and he grabbed another tablet and threw it with all his might into Billy's face, and shouted, "Understand, you hopeless idiot. It is not some trick. This is the real deal. If the one who took the oath breaks it, he will really die." Billy dodged the tablet that was about to smash his face, but he couldn't dodge the words that smashed his very being. What did you say?" Billy couldn't digest what had just been said. "Listen carefully this time. These tablets have the ability to recognize and remember the imprints of the souls, and will preserve a portion of a person's soul power within them, and will memorize the oath and keep it registered with their soul prints and soul power. That imprint and small soul power will remain in constant contact with the master soul. And if the person breaks the terms of the oath, the pattern will automatically carry out the punishment. If someone swore that he would prevent the technique from leaking out, but later allowed someone to do it, or for example, he knew that someone did it, and decided to forget about it and do nothing, the soul imprint will guide the soul power back to the master soul and enforce the punishment. He will be a dead man before he even knows it." This Billy couldn't help himself. This was so strange and so cool. He asked excitedly, "Can you tell me more about the oath tablet?" Robin nodded. "The oath will stay active until the time limit in the oath is overdue or when the tablet is destroyed. This is why I chose hard metal tablets as a medium, so that they would not be easy to destroy with the passing of time and thus lose the imprint. But nevertheless, the tablets are still vulnerable to destruction if they fall into the hands of an average-level knight. If a certain amount of damage is done to the tablet, then the oath will be of no importance anymore. So I advise that after the completion of the oath-swearing process, hide the tablet in an extremely safe place, throw it into a sea or dig a hole in a mountain and throw it there. Let it disappear forever. The death penalty is only one option. You can choose any other punishment that the soul may cause, for example, going insane or losing memory for a specific thing. But of course, for something important as an allegiance oath for a period of 1,000 years, the death penalty is the most appropriate for it. And if one of them dies, then you make another elder take the oath. Always have 10 of them under the oath. Each tablet can take 10 different oaths. The same person can swear for 10 different things, or 10 different people swear upon it. The important thing is that there are 10 empty slots to store the oath with the soul print in it. As I told you, you should make 10 elders from each family that wants to be subordinate to us to swear an oath for allegiance and several other things. And I said 10 people at least, because in the beginning very few will believe what you say about the oath, and a good number of them will probably die before they are come to their senses and know with who are they dealing with. When you choose a family to be one of our new nobles and make 10 of them swear allegiance, don't make them swear an oath on the same tablet, but each on a different tablet, so that if something happens to one of the slates, we don't lose control over the entire family. Another important thing, make sure that the oath they have to say is perfect in a way that there is no room for loopholes. The tablet has no eye to see what a person does, then decide for itself whether the person has betrayed the oath and deserves punishment or not. Rather, it is activated when the person himself believes in his heart he is about to betray the oath. This feeling is an involuntary thing and no one can control it. But if the oath is full of loopholes, the person will do the thing with a reassuring self, and therefore the punishment may not activate. Meaning, if you make someone swear not to tell someone something, they may go and write that thing. That way he might not think he is betraying the oath, and the punishment may or may not be activated. Therefore, the oath should be more careful. For example, make her swear not to leak that thing to anyone. This word is more comprehensive, and the chance of activating the punishment will be much greater, of course. All this talk about the tablet destruction and the loopholes must stay a secret until they find it themselves one day. You should only say that the oath is eternal and unpreachable. That kind of bullshit. Everything is clear so far? Clear, clear, Billy nodded very slowly. His mind was still racing at the things that are now possible with this tablet. Rather, his thinking swam a little farther to extend to the needs of the rest of the families around the world. No doubt all of them would pay anything to get a tablet like this. Even Mila on the side was sitting with both hands on her mouth and her eyes wide open from the shock of what she heard. Everything said now. It will change a lot around the world. Leaving aside all of Robin's other innovations, the Oath tablet alone could make the Burton family one of the richest in the world. When Robin found Billy absent-minded, and his mouth started to run dry from drooling as he chuckled as if he was dreaming, Robin got up from a seat, took 2 steps, and then with a slap he smacked him at the back of the head. "Where did you go, clown? Come back to reality." Ouch! Billy quickly wiped his mouth and looked at Robin with furrowed eyebrows. Heh. Robin chuckled at the scene, then went back to his seat and asked, "What's up with the 3 boys? Anything new? Tusk, I know I'm a few months younger than you, but at least respect the fact that I'm a saint now." "Never mind, the 3 of them broke into the knighthood together 2 months ago. Their abilities took a huge leap in every aspect. The reports say that they dueled with knights of the 14th level and were not defeated by them. What little monsters you trained for us, Robin." Uncle David says that after their breakthrough, he had the whole army on the defense, except for those 3. You wanted to train them there, so the saints there are treating them differently in this matter for you. They would go out every day to find and exterminate the rebellion gathering spots. Most of the time these operations are done secretly between Peon and Theo, but when the rebel gathering is more than a certain number, the loud boy would join them in the party and have the barbecue begins, while Peon fanning the flames. Literally, haha, I would pay to see that. What I'm trying to say is that they are the spearheads for us there. They even killed 3 enemy knights so far in their raids, and their respect among the army reached heights that can only be compared to saints. Robin nodded with a smile. Everything is going well and according to his plan for them so far. Billy continued, "Robin, can't you train others like the 3 of them? If you have the ability, it would be a shame if you don't. If we had a bunch of knights this strong, what would we be afraid of?" "I've been thinking about it for a while already, but I was afraid that my law techniques would leak. I took that risk with Peon and Theo because I had no other choice, but I honestly was nervous as hell doing so. I was even planning to make a few more little generals like the 3, but I didn't want to take that risk again. And I also got interrupted repeatedly because I had to make the talismans for the Bradleys and everything that followed. But I think the Oath tablets will make everything easier from now on. I will give it more thoughts." Robin nodded repeatedly. Then he remembered something and raised his head to look at Billy strangely. "What are you still doing here? Go to the new lands and do your thing." "Haha, okay. Billy laughed loudly, then stood up and walked over to the tablets, picked up the 9 of them from the floor and was about to leave. Then Robin shouted, "Wait, why are you taking the 9 tablets? How many families have reached out to us so far and are fit enough to receive the technique?" 14 families contacted us, but there are only 7 who have real weight in the new lands. They have thousands of members and many cultivators between the 6-10 levels. They will have a good future with a little push from us. The rest are just useless. Take 5 tablets then. Tell you what, take 6, leave the rest to me, I need them here. But more families may come, protest Billy. Then I'll make more tablets for you then. Listen, I just got out of my seclusion and I don't intend to go back for a few days. Leave me 3 boards and get lost. Billy sighed, "You stubborn bastard. All right, if I need more I'll send a message to the patriarch via Uncle David's ring." Robin was astonished. "I gave you 2 pairs of rings, a pair of them with the patriarch and Uncle David. How about the other pair? Why don't you have it?" Billy shrugged. "The other pair is with the patriarch and Duke Galen. Our patriarch has become so cute with 2 rings on his finger, haha." With Galen, Robin said it as if he understood something and looked at Mila. Mila finally came out of their initial shock with this look and exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me like that? It is you who have arranged this, didn't you? You couldn't wait till I make a pair for your daddy?" Robin asked Mila with a raised eyebrow. "I only wanted my father to know how much it is useful first. You can't just ask him to pay 100,000 gold coins for something that he doesn't understand. Is it my fault that I advertise your rings for you?" "Humph," Mila replied and looked away, seemed angry. Billy burst out laughing. "Haha, truth be told, Mila had a hand in the matter, but not entirely. Patriarch Brian and I also agreed so that we could ask for resources and aid easily. Actually, a lot of the resources you wanted, we got them from the Bradleys. The other reason is, of course, that your fiancée communicates with her father easily as well to make her feel at home." Robin raised his shoulder. "You didn't get money from Galen for that ring, did you?" "Tusk, never mind. I gave you the rings and you can use them as you like. Go on now. You have a long journey ahead of you." Billy nodded with a chuckle and then disappeared from the room. Mila finally found the right moment to bring up the topic and didn't hesitate. She directly spoke, Robin, for those tablets. Forget it, I won't sell you anything for the time being. Robin shook his head hard and went to get the 3 tablets and started moving towards them. Mila didn't lose hope and ran after him, so what about later? You have already given me your word about the sound rings. Promise me about the tablets too, please. My father can pay so much for you for one of those. Robin stopped on his way, and after a few moments he looked at Zara. Go ahead and tell your uncles to gather for me people of the innate high soul power and send them to the conference hall. I'll be waiting there. Okay, Zara nodded and left quickly. As for Robin, he sat down and looked at Mila up and down with a sly smile after they were alone. Mila immediately felt a shiver running through her body when she saw this look. What do you want? You already refused to sleep with me, so I wouldn't ask again. How about that? Let me play with your breasts for a little, and I will sell you one of the 3 tablets in my hand. Robin's smile turned into an innocent one and 2 bright eyes. Ah, Mila covered her chest right after hearing his words, quickly took a few steps towards him and slapped Robin at the side of his head. Mila controlled her strength to not hurt him badly, but nonetheless the blow was strong enough to knock a weak knight out. With that, Robin rubbed the place of the beating, laughing. I'll take that as a no. But God, you should start wearing more unrevealing dresses, have a little mercy. Then he started moving again towards the door. Mila also followed him closely again after a few seconds, but silently this time. She knew she can't beat him at his game. 2 minutes later, the 2 of them arrived at the conference hall inside the administrative area. Every big discussion that might change the course of the family would only take place here. It's a classified, almost sacred place that only the patriarch can arrange for its meetings. But still, Robin decided to use it in a whim and just walked right to it. Robin greeted the guards with a smile and entered directly without anyone trying to stop him. The hall was completely empty, with only a large oval table in the middle. Robin quietly walked over and sat on the chair at the head of the table. Mila also brought a chair and sat right next to him at the head of the table, which made Robin laugh out loud. Within a few minutes, people of different ages began to arrive at the conference chamber one by one. Everyone who entered saw Robin and the beautiful lady sitting next to him quietly, and they all thought that they are like him and were summoned here, but they arrived before him. Some of them, after arriving, found a chair for themselves and simply sat down. Some of them decided to stand on the side, closing their eyes. Some of the more social ones started little chats here and there. And some of them even wanted to remove Robin from the main seat and sit in his place, but Mila's oppressive force made the words stuck in their throats. Within an hour, the total number of attendees reached 54 people. Some of them were young men who had not yet reached the knighthood, and some of them were old knights that seemed they would die there and then. In fact, this was their first gathering. They all came because of the announcements, but when they arrived and found out that there is nothing to do, they just sat in their assigned houses. And day after day, they began to deal with those around them as new citizens in the city of Jura. The wages, information, and their other needs were delivered directly between them and the Burton family, so there was no real official socializing between the candidates unless it was by chance until today. After another half hour, 2 more people arrived, and with them a strong knight. He nodded at Robin with a smile and said, 56 candidates. They are all here now as you asked, Robin. I will be out of the hall conference hall. In case you need me, just call my name. Then he went out and closed the door behind him, leaving the hall surrounded by a stifling atmosphere. Everyone was looking at Robin strangely. Of course, they have all heard of the name Robin, who is held in high esteem by the people of this city for some reason, the puppet that Lady Mila Bradley chose to control the Burton family through, but it was the first time they saw him. But even if he has a high standing, what gave him the right to gather them and sit at the head of the table in such a way? They were all Jeanses and knights, and he is a freaking puppet. Is the patriarch of this family looking down at them to such a degree? Furthermore, if this is Robin, then that strong woman sitting next to him is Lady Mila. A young man couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Mila did not reply with words but nodded, and this gesture was enough to turn the atmosphere of the hall once more. Respect, fear, anticipation. A lot of questions ran amok in their heads about the reason for Mila's invitation to them, and the reason for the insolence of the Robin who sits next to her as if he really was her fiancé. The looks of contempt were very blatant, then the looks of hate soon followed. Robin chuckled after this scene and looked at Mila. Do you see what your presence has done? I wanted a nice discussion with them, and they are already judging me before I even speak. What brought you after me anyway? One of the knights was about to jump on Robin to strangle him upon hearing this, and some of the old people smiled as if they could already see Mila slapping him, but he soon heard a soft voice. I can't hold myself. You have been away for months this time, my dear. Let me stick with you for a while longer before you go back to your work and forget about me again. Mila's words fell on the heads of those present like a thunderbolt. The message did not reach them all in the same way. There are those who think she is acting, and there are those who think that she is playing a game. But it definitely made them all think more, and even if she was joking, this made them respect Robin a little more as the man who jokes with such a woman. Robin smiled when he saw this. These are the faces he wanted to see from the start, which is also why he let Mila come with him in such a private and important matter. Sometimes borrowing some influence doesn't hurt. And he really wanted to give her thumbs up. Even though they didn't agree to do this, she spoke along with him and didn't fall back. At least her intelligence isn't falling far behind her looks. Robin chucked at her reply and shook his head, then turned to face the 56 men and women who were staring at him. And at this moment, he finally directed his speech at them for the first time as he said, "Gentlemen, please take a seat at the table. We have a long day ahead of us." The candidates looked at each other, and then the people standing at the side began to come and sit at the table as well, one by one, until none of them was left standing or chatting between themselves. Robin quickly found himself in front of 56 people of different ages and genders, and all of them were looking at him in different ways. After the last of them sat down, one of the elderly knights took the lead and spoke, Robin Burton. "I have heard that name a lot during my time here. They say you the wise teacher or something like that. I didn't and still don't quite understand that. But you seem to be an interesting character. May I ask why you have requested our presence here in such a hurry?" Robin smiled a big smile. "I hope you are not used to getting paid without doing anything after so much time. You are not paid because your presence honors the city or something. You guys didn't forget that you are here to work for the Burton family, right?" The slight smile on the elderly man's face disappeared, and replied, "Of course, we haven't forgotten. Is this why we are here? We will know why we are here today. Then why are you here too? Why didn't the patriarch of the Burtons come?" The other candidates started nodding. All of them came from different families, backgrounds, and powers. Dealing with them and controlling them all at once requires a strong man to take responsibility. Why did this Robin person gather them? They have accepted this elderly to be their temporary unofficial leader because of his standing in this situation, which represents them all. Except for one of them who yelled, "What are you talking about? Uncle Robin has a huge standing in our family, and Patriarch Brian has said a few times that Uncle Robin's presence is equal to the patriarch's and even more. I hope everyone restrains themselves more in front of the family figures that pay your wages." This was Anthony Burton in his 20s, a level 9 Energy Foundation cultivator, and the only young man in the family other than Robin who had a soul stronger than average. But unfortunately, his words were not taken seriously. The candidates looked at him with disgust, and some even with arrogance. It is clear that this guy is some fanboy who got planted between them to boost Robin's standing. Whatever standing Robin has in the family, how could it be like that of the patriarchs? That old elderly who had spoken previously replied again, The enthusiasm of the youth is lovely, but how can we take your word for it? If this man is equal to the patriarch, then have your patriarch come and say that himself, then we will listen to him. I'm afraid I will still have to insist on the patriarch coming to tell us what we have to do." And at this point he couldn't add a word. An enormous pressure fell on his head. It was too strong that he felt his entire life is passing right in front of his eyes. All the candidates felt the pressure that was fixed on the elderly man. He is the strongest of them, and he looked like he is about to pass out. If the same pressure was focused on the weaker ones between them, it would undoubtedly kill them. There is only one person in the room who can generate pressure like this, and they all looked at her fearfully. After a few seconds, they heard a laugh, then Robin spoke. "Enough, Mila, their concerns are legitimate." I was about to reply to him, "Why did you do that? There's no need to frighten them all or they wouldn't like us any longer. You should have said that earlier." They all thought the same. Robin let Mila take down the elder for long enough before he reacted. How could this guy say that with a straight face? Doesn't he know any shame? With the HMPH, Mila deprecated the pressure, allowing the elder to breathe again, then added without looking at him, "When Robin speaks, you listen. He represents not only the Burtons but the Bradleys as well. I advise you to humble yourselves from now on." When Robin heard this, he chuckled in a low voice and didn't say anything, but the words had entirely another form of impact on the rest. That was a dangerous statement. But if there is one person who can rightfully make this claim, is the daughter of Duke Galen Bradley and the wife-in-law to the Burtons. No one said another word. Even that old man who took the lead started counting his breath and didn't speak again. They all waited for what Burton and Bradley's representative would say, even if it was against their will. Robin waited for a few more seconds to make sure everyone was silent and accepted his position. Then he started speaking. "You all must know the Burton family's relationship to the talismans that appeared on the world stage lately." Everyone nodded. How the hell could they not know? The first time it appeared, the Burtons ripped half a duchy from Dolivar, and the only auction for the talismans in the 8 Kingdoms is here in Jura City. Robin smiled. "Good, well, this is not really hidden after all, haha. Let me ask you, what would you say if I told you that you are here to do something related to the talismans?" What? We will make talismans. Isn't an old man in a mountain somewhere making them and using you to sell them? It is impossible that we foreigners are here to make talismans, you stupid pigs. He certainly means something else, one of the stronger knights said sarcastically. Yeah, calm down, guys. He most likely means that we will work on moving them for their original position to here or guarding them in the auctions. Why would they need those with strong souls for something like that, genius? Robin, please elaborate. Robin's words did not go unnoticed. He finally sparkled their interest. Anything related to talismans in this world has become an interesting topic, but what could they do in such a field? Robin shook his head. I won't talk more about it until you are formally accepted. There is a condition you must fulfill in order to start working with us. That elder got rid of his first fear after what Mila did to him and asked, what conditions? No one told us anything before we came here. They told us they only wanted people with strong souls. But after he finished speaking, he looked out of the corner of his eye in fear at Mila to see if he had angered her in some way. Right, what conditions? I've been here for 10 months and already receiving a wage. If I refuse that condition, will I give back what I took? This bullshit. Please calm down. What you took will stay with you. This is a new condition that must be fulfilled. Whoever does not agree can only leave, and no one will stop him or take anything from him, Robin stated. When he saw that everyone was reassured, he completed his words. The talisman maker sent us these tablets. Then he took out 3 soul tablets that were next to his feet and put them on the table in front of him. Then continued, whoever passes his spiritual sense inside them and swears by something, that thing must be implemented, and otherwise the consequences will be dire. And I need you to swear upon a few things on the tablets first before you are formally accepted. We swear on a plate. Ha ha ha, come on guys, this is enough, you are killing me here. Is this the clown show before the patriarch arrives? Ha ha ha, you got me there, I have to admit, arg. Someone between the candidates started laughing out loud, but his laugh didn't finish. He was interrupted by an energy punch from Mila that crushed his lower jaw and left him bloodied on the ground, unconscious. Everyone knows that he was the one who asked for this, so there was no reaction towards him, but everyone started looking at each other with ridiculous looks, and some of them started smiling and trying to stifle their laughter. If this announcement is not amusing, what is? Robin gave a big smile and continued his words. I am glad that my little announcement put a smile on your faces. We may be friends and colleagues soon, and this beautiful spirit will be a good addition to us. At the stage, his smile turned to a serious face as he continued, but I'm afraid I will still insist on the topic of swearing the oath. Today, who repeat the oath that I will tell you, will stay here and work with us, and whoever refuses can kindly leave. There is no third option. I'm ready to take the oath now. Anthony Burton stepped forward and put his hand on his heart. Robin smiled at him and nodded. He was starting to like this boy. As for the rest, the situation with them did not much more pleasant, as it is clear that Robin was not joking. Even if the oath was symbolic and not really working, this is considered humiliating in the eyes of many of them. Finally, one of them asked, and what exactly do we have to swear, if I may ask? Good question, and the answer is simple, but listen carefully because many things will depend on it. You will swear not to leak any non-public information about anything to do with the Burtons in any way, and not to use what you have learned here to do anything without my direct command, or else the penalty will be death. The oath includes, of course, anything you learn from someone who has anything to do with the Burtons, and anything you see others makes that has something to do with the Burtons, even if they are our servants. You will never speak about anything that has to do remotely with the Burtons, not to your wives, not to your other colleagues, not even to Patriarch Brian. You will be forbidden to talk about anything your 6 senses pick up that has to do with the family. To put it simply, your relationship with the Burton family will be to learn what you have to learn and then work silently. Under the influence of this oath, you can talk about the normal things that everyone knows. But if I told you something and your colleague didn't know, you wouldn't talk about it even to your colleague who took the oath with you. One other thing, if one of you decides to take the oath, he must write in his handwriting a waiver of his personal safety and make the rules he agreed upon clear in that letter. And that if he died by taking the oath, the Burton family will not be responsible and front anyone for it. Am I clear enough? A moment of silence clouded the hall after Robin's little speech. Death. The oath is very strict and the punishment is even more severe. Preventing themselves from uttering anything unknown to anyone is not easy. They will have to think of every word they open their mouth for from now on, and that is not what everyone came here for. Most of them were mainly sent by their families to find out information about what is being sold at the auctions next month, anything that has to do with the talismans, and the Burton family's relationship with the talisman supplier. Not for the sake of being some kind of silent working puppets. Haha, it's all right with me, I'm ready, bring that tablet on. A burly man laughed out loud and announced. He was one of the few who didn't plunge into the ocean of their thoughts after Robin's announcement. Robin smiled at him and shook his head. I salute you for your courage, but perhaps you didn't quite understand the situation, so I'm going to give you one last warning, and it will be a warning to everyone here too. Don't underestimate the oath tablets. These tablets were created by the one who made the talismans. Do you understand who I'm referring to? If you have an atom weight of respect in your heart towards that awesome, absolute genius, I advise you not to bet your life on this. This will be my last warning. After that, whoever wants to take the oath and intends evil should only blame himself. I have cleared my hands of this matter. Do you still want to take your oath now? By his side, Mila was having a very hard time trying to fight back her laughter. This narcissist guy really does think highly of himself. The smile on the burly man's face disappeared. Robin's words made him think long. He really thought it was just a formality, but if there is any chance it is true. The silence in the hall lasted for a full 10 minutes. Everyone was immersed in their thoughts and sometimes looking at each other. No one dared to be the first after. But no one also dared to leave. If this was really just a show, then it is a huge one and surely a preparation to reveal huge secrets that might change their lives. If that is the case, then leaving them now would be a blow they will regret for the rest of their lives. At last, the silence was broken by a hoarse voice from an old man. Young man, the wages your family gives us is good, but do you think it's enough to bet our lives? If what you're saying is true, then that oath is terrible. A slip of the tongue could kill us. What kind of money will you pay that have me rescuing my life every day? Second, wouldn't that make us work as slaves forever? What do you have that makes me recite the oath other than the monthly wage? Robin replied, why bet your life if you don't have ulterior motives? All of you here are strong souls, and that gives you above average intelligence too. What is so hard about keeping your mouths shut about a few secrets? As for working as slaves, no, that won't make you all work as our slaves. There isn't any part in the oath that will make you obliged to work for the family forever. Who wants to stop at any time can simply leave. The important thing is that he keeps his oath and does not reveal the secrets that he has to keep, and doesn't make something that he shouldn't. In that case, he can continue his life away from us happily and have a fresh start. I think this is fair. As for the benefits, I think you have a valid point. I realize some of you are not here for the money. Well, I won't let you down. I will give priority to selling talismans to the families of those who take the oath. I will sell your families the new talismans before the rest of the world sees them. Anything good we need an outside hand for, we will choose your families for it. Whoever does not have a large family and wants to look for their own interests, I will personally give him a priority in taking talismans for free to use or sell them to whomever he wants in the black market. And we can even discuss some more benefits later, of course. All of this is by the condition that it wouldn't reach any enemy hands, and is that all of this will be under my direct supervision. Otherwise, it will fall under the punishment of breaching the oath. What do you all think? Is that enough for you? Robin clasped both hands on the table, smiling. He has given them much more than he had already planned when he brought them together, but the role they will play is too sensitive for his future and that of the Burton family. No one responded, either with approval or objection. The eyes of some of those present started to sparkle, and some of them are still confused. What Robin promised is surely too good for them, in fact, that it is more than good enough that it is disturbing. What are they going to have to do to get all these privileges? And wouldn't this be like the relationship of the master to the servant? They will have to satisfy him before he grants them anything of what he mentioned, and who knows when this will come and whether they will be able to ever satisfy him. This was the thinking of the serious ones anyway. As for the rest who came for the family salaries, and for the sake of leaking information about the talismans, their situation was worse. When Robin saw these bewilderment and suspicious looks, he spoke again. I see that some of you are reluctant, and perhaps some of you are afraid of Mila's reaction if they wanted to refuse and leave. We will go for a little walk and give you 2 hours to think, chat with each other, or whatever. Who refuses the terms can kindly leave before I return. You can pack your bags and take whatever wages you got and leave the city with no hard feelings. But when I return, I expect to find only those who are willing to swear the oath. After the last word, Robin stood up and walked toward the door, and Mila right behind him, leaving a hall full of cultivators, but empty of any sound. After Robin and Mila left the hall, the two headed towards the guest house again to pick up Zara, and then the three moved towards the place Robin had been yearning to visit for the past year, Uncle Tim's restaurant. So after getting Zara, he hurried towards the restaurant, a good way to spend the 2 hours he gave the candidates, a good celebration for what he had to go through this year, and an excellent way to wash away Mila's awful cooking. Well, he didn't say the last one for obvious reasons. Their walking in the streets towards the restaurant was no way quieter than last time, the same cheers and crowds, maybe a little more this time. The city of Jura became one of the centers of the Kingdom of the Black Sun, and the second gathering area of all the noble families of the Black Sun, after the capital itself. All noble families, whether large or small, had permanent representatives here, which gave the city a formal diplomatic appearance that it was missing earlier. It turned from a random city into a second unofficial capital in less than a year. Also, apart from participating in auctions, these rich representatives buy all their day-to-day supplies from Jura City. They use the city's brothels, restaurants, gamble houses, which has brought great economic growth and prosperity to the working and commercial class of the Burton family members. The streets have become cleaner. Some of the new buildings are obviously taller and more majestic than those around them. The development is evident anywhere you look around the city. Even the clothes of the common citizens on the streets are clearly new and clean. Their appearance was much better than the last time he took the streets. But what surprised Robin the most is when he reached the desired place, he found a giant building of several floors written in bold script, Tim Burton's Son's Restaurant. When he asked Mila about what was happening here, she told him that after he visited the restaurant and praised it in front of everyone, the working class in the city began to flock to the restaurant to try what we ate and you praised. They were willing to stand in queues in front of the small restaurant day and night to have a chance get in. This strange phenomenon attracted the attention of the envoys of wealthy noble families, so they also came to see why people gather here. So they tried the food and they actually liked it, and they paid a lot of coins to Uncle Tim. Little by little, Uncle Tim's many children and grandchildren who were expatriates to work in the mines returned and began to use the large profits from the restaurant to rebuild it so that more people could be accommodated inside. Good food and cheap prices attracted new guests daily, and a new floor would be added every couple of months. So far the building is 5 floors, of which 4 floors are full of guests daily, 3 floors for the poor, and the 4th floor provides more comfort for diplomats and the wealthy. As for the 5th floor, it is closed. They say it is an administrative place, and there are still plans to expand further. The restaurant fame and rate of expansion was a marvel to anyone who knew Uncle Tim before. This is the birth of a new whale in the world of business. Robin was shocked at Mila's explanation and looked at her with wide eyes. I caused all this. Immediately after a question, Robin found himself a few steps away from the restaurant, but before his arrival, he found people in uniform who came out in an orderly manner and stood in 2 rows forming a path to the door of the bait, and they all gave a full bow and said in a united voice, "We salute our Lord and our Savior." Robin was shocked by what he saw. After looking for a little bit, he found that one of the bowing people was Uncle himself, and the 2 people next to him were supporting him so that he wouldn't fall as he tilted his body. Robin quickly moved toward and raised his head. "What are you doing, Uncle? No need for all this. I'm just another guest. Please treat me one." Actually, Uncle Tim was just a 180-year-old level 11 knight. His age is very close to Robin and Mila, but their appearances were worlds apart. The old man's eyes began to water as he said, "My children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. They used to die in the mines and deserts without even a decent burial, only to make a few silver coins monthly. You gathered them all around me. You gathered them all around me." Robin didn't know what to say, so he just smiled and nodded. All that was going on in his head was, "This guy is making me want to cry. All right, take care of yourself, Uncle Tim." Then he walked with the 2 girls behind Jack, who began to climb the stairs. The difference is that this time Mila did not use her aura to push everyone out of the restaurant. The restaurant was already full of customers inside. The sons and grandsons of Uncle Tim took care of the task and kept the crowds away. As for Robin, he took care of waving and smiling at those who greeted him from the guests inside. They quickly crossed all the filled floors, even the elegant 4th floor, and reached the 5th floor. The floor was very beautiful. The decorations were shocking and decorated with flowers, and there was even a small artificial lake filled with beautiful ornamental fish. But all that aside, there was one strange thing. The entire floor had only one table with one little girl wearing a uniform and standing next to it, the girl who was with Uncle Tim on their last visit. Mila looked around in astonishment, still comprehending what she saw on the 5th floor, but her confusion did not last, as Jack spoke with a smile. "This floor is prepared for the visits of Lord Robin. We thought that he would like some privacy in his visits. We hope that you like our idea, my lord." Robin just stood there, not knowing if he wanted to cry or laugh. He certainly didn't mean all the good things that happened to Uncle Tim's family. He only came for a freaking meal, for God's sake. "Haha, you are very humble, my lord. Please go ahead." Jack laughed and gestured toward the table. Robin walked towards the table floundering, and the 2 girls next to him trying to hold back their laughter. This was the first time they saw Robin so embarrassed. Especially after Robin ordered food and Jack and the little girl went to get the food and left only the 3 on the floor. The 2 girls burst out laughing, as Robin was trying to find a way to hide inside his own clothes. Robin loved the feeling of being recognized for the genius he is, but really hated to be thanked for something he had no hand in. But he said nothing. It would be too rude to scold them and break their goodwill after all these preparations they made for him. Breaking their heart wouldn't benefit anyone. After eating, the three sat for more than an hour talking about various things, mostly about Zara and her experiences in practicing soul techniques and upgrading furnaces, then about Mila's struggle about learning how to cook. But still, Robin didn't fall for the trap this time either and kept his mouth shut. They even chose a new name for the drawing method, which Robin found should be different from the final result. In the beginning, Robin didn't give any importance to such names, as the word talisman was working just fine, but after extending the drawing methods to include huge immovable objects such as furnaces, and opening the door for more talisman painters to join, some rules must be set. A talisman contains a piece of hide plus the main pattern plus a few other side seals. So if the piece of hide got excluded, it is still not appropriate to be called them just patterns, because the presence of the seals, nor is it proper to call everything a talisman, because it is a word that refers to a certain class of uses of that method of drawing, which include the beast hide. Therefore, they agreed that the method of drawing itself that contains the pattern plus seals should be called a rune. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on N0VI, FIRTAP ENet, and to name the person who makes them rune master, instead of the unclear drawer or painter. And a piece of beast hide that contains a rune on it shall still be called a talisman, and add a name to define its functions, like the fire explosion talisman now. That will be enough to open the possibilities to easily choose names for other applications of the runes in the future. After choosing the new names, the conversation touched on other matters as well, such as the auction news, some details about the war in the new lands, the changes in the city, and so on. Robin didn't really have any opinion about all these things. All these little talks were opened in order to waste time. And so, about 10 minutes before the scheduled time, Robin rang a small bell that was next to him to call Jack Burton to pay his bill and leave. When the man came and heard that Robin was asking for the bill, he smiled and shook his head. "Please don't embarrass us, my lord. Everything here belongs to you. How can we make money from you for a few dishes? Your and your guests' meals will always be free here. Damn it, don't you intend to give me a break?" Robin's response was a shock to Jack, but it almost killed the two girls from laughter. Then Robin took 50 gold coins out of his cloak and put them on the table. "This is your account, L. Lord. Please don't do this. I can't touch these coins. Secondly, my lord, you chose cheap dishes that are not worth a few silver coins. Please get your money back to your pocket." Jack looked afraid at the sight of golden coins, even though he demands much more from the rich guests. These few gold coins were really nothing to the new Uncle Tim's restaurant. Robin shook his head. "Just sitting in such a luxurious place requires an extra payment. I've decided to pay that amount today, and don't argue with me anymore." The 50 coins were still too much even for a private area like this, but Robin wanted to return some of the treatment he didn't think he deserved. "Lord, none of us will dare to spend this money. What do we do with it?" Jack held the coins in his hand as if they were sacred stones. Robin shrugged. "You guys. So I tell you what, if you don't want to use the coins, then consider me buying dishes from you with this amount. After you finish making them, go and distribute them on the poor. Is that good enough?" Robin's random reply brought tears to Jack's eyes and hugged the bag of gold coins, then replied, "Yes, yes, my lord. That is good. Let's go." Robin couldn't stand the weird atmosphere any longer and signaled the two girls to follow him. But as he was leaving, he didn't know that his suggestion, which he gave carelessly to get out of the situation, would have a great impact in the future. After Robin left, he went straight to the conference hall, this time bringing Zara with him. When he opened the door and entered the hall, everyone rose from their places to greet them, their attitude completely different from before. It was unknown if they were greeting him or Mila, who was still right next to him, but still, some respect was always good. The first thing he did after nodding them and gesturing them to sit down was to pass his eyes upon them and try to see what happened when he was gone, and he didn't like what he saw. There were absences, a lot of them. Their numbers were almost half of what it was before. He shook his head with a sarcastic smile. He was right in his thoughts before. Most of those who came were here to make money from thin air or to pass information to whoever supported them in the shadows. When it got serious, they ran away. He did not regret intimidating them by pressing the issue of the situation. It was worth it. He didn't need some chunks of dead wood around him. If they are not interested, then he wouldn't make say the oath, then spent time to teach them only to get bored at the middle and leave, or to die somewhere due to breaking the oath. But this does not diminish the respect he has for those who left. On the contrary, Robin respected them because they knew their worth, and because they respected the talisman maker enough to not take the bet. The real fools today are those who are still sitting in front of him, but they still intend evil and hope that this is just a fake show. They will have no one to blame but themselves. Robin made his way with the two girls to the head of the table, then asked, "Do I understand that everyone present now intends to continue working with us?" Some of them nodded at once, and some of them looked at the old knight who had taken the initiative earlier. It was clear that they had chosen him to be their representative. The old knight stood up and spoke. "If you keep your promises that you spoke of earlier, then I and a few colleagues here do agree to work for your family, but we have something that worries us." Robin raised an eyebrow. "What is it? How strict is the actual process of the oath? Will it give us some pardons, or will it kill at will? If the oath is as strict as you make it seem to be, then we hope that you loosen the oath's restrictions a little so that none of us dies after a slip of the tongue, especially if that slip of the tongue is not important to your family's well-being. There are some things that should be protected, and we agree with you in this, but there are things that are impossible to stay shut up about it, and that oath you spoke of will kill us all sooner or later. Let's say if one of us sees you drinking a cup of coffee and tells someone else that you drink coffee and you don't need more drinks, will that trigger the punishment of the oath and kill him? 00. Robin couldn't answer, depending on this very situation and examining the oath. Then yes, it really could put that person to death. Ahem. No problem with me, your suggestion is accepted. We'll make more precise wording to protect the important information only. Do you have another request? Robin scratched his head and spoke. The old man smiled and looked at him and then nodded to each other, and returned to reply to Robin. No, we are ready to swear and work for the Burtons. We will keep working our best to earn the benefits you promised us. But if it took too long or you forgot about it, then we will leave. There is nothing that will stop us, right? That is your right, of course. You can leave at any time, but I will fulfill my promises so you wouldn't have a chance to leave. Haha, this is excellent. Robin clapped excitedly. Reparaphrasing the oath took about half an hour to be comprehensive and tight, and to be less strict at the same time so that no one would be punished without the need to. After that, 27 cultivators ranging from the 8th level of Energy Foundation to the 17th level of knighthood, from kids in their 20s to old monsters aged more than 500 years, all advanced and took the oath according to Robin's instructions one by one. After the last person finished his oath, Robin shouted happily, "Haha, excellent, all of you, welcome on board. You will all witness firsthand the new era of this world. No, you will participate in making it." Everyone looked at each other confusingly, thinking that Robin is exaggerating much. Then someone asked, "Excuse me, what do you mean by this?" "Never mind. Can you tell us now, what are we here to do now?" "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Robin Burton, am the creator of the talismans, and you all will form the first talisman factory staff in this world," Robin announced proudly. Robin's announcement shocked everyone, even the young Anthony Burton. They know. The world imagines the person who created these talismans as an old man who is thousands of years old, living in some cave, and his strength may have reached the realm of the ancient emperors or maybe higher. But Robin. Secondly, even they will have a chance to make talismans that the whole world fears. Everyone was stunned and in disbelief, not knowing how to respond, and many of them were doubting what he said. Until Robin took out a piece of beast hide and draw something on it, and after a few minutes he lifted the pen and threw the piece of beast hide next to him, and it exploded with the power of a full attack from a level 8 Energy Foundation cultivator. The explosion was weak compared to the levels of those present, but it shook their entire being to the core. They finally believed Robin. Whether he is the founder of the talismans or not, this man can make them. And thanked heaven for making the decision to stay. Robin spent half a day with the new rune masters explaining to them the basics they would need in this field, and the main components of the runes. He explained to them how the main body the pattern works, and other additions such as seals, and how to add and choose their places between the main body of the pattern as they are drawing it. Explain how to draw and with what inks and on what hides. Explain to them how to come up with the seals, and that an unlimited number of them can be added within the main body of the pattern, as long they follow certain principles, and how these additional seals can always be increased or modified to improve the final output. The only thing he didn't explain was the source of the pattern. When Robin was asked what those patterns were, he replied that he would provide the patterns to them and that they shouldn't worry about it. Explaining how he converts holographic patterns into drawn 2D shapes will not help them in any way. It will only confuse them because they will not see those patterns in their lives with their own eyes. After spending a few hours teaching them the most fundamental things they must know, Robin asked Mila to go get the copies of the soul-strengthening and soul-replenishing techniques she had copied over the past few months, then distributed them to everyone, and finally got to the part where he explained to them why he specifically asked for cultivators with souls stronger than the average to be the next generation rune masters. Technically, anyone can draw talismans, especially after learning these two soul techniques, but someone with a natural soul talent would show better results and make more runes within the same amount of time, and their training pace on the soul-strengthening technique would be much faster as well. So it was more of an investment to the future, as the younger ones of those present would get better with time, as they have the soul-strengthening technique. Of course, this doesn't include the old knights. They were here for the instant impact only and make more talismans in the near future, as only the soul-replenishing technique would actually benefit them. After he outlined the two techniques and ensured that everyone had his own copy of them both, he spoke. "Well, I'm done here. You might not actually know, but I tend to discover and create only, so I will not keep in touch much with all of you." Everyone began to look at each other. This was not good news for them. Then he pointed to Zara and declared, "This is my first student in the world of runes, and she is also the rune master that made all of the runes that were sold at the monthly auctions. Study hard. During the next week, if you have questions, ask Zara directly and do not be shy or try to act arrogant around her. She may be young, but besides me, there is no other person who knows the runes better." Everyone was surprised by Robin's words. This 8th-level little girl, who looked like a servant and had been obediently standing by the side the whole time, is the reason the nobles from all over the kingdom gather in the city for. Although it would be really embarrassing to ask for advice from a child who seems to be barely 13 years old, this became an additional motive for most of them. If this child could organize her own auction and earn all that money per month, what would prevent them from success? The presence of Zara made the eyes of many shine with hope, and made the eyes of some shine with hidden hostility. Then Robin continued, "A week from now and after you learn the basics of the two soul techniques, Zara will begin teaching you here in this hall how to make the 6th-level fire explosion talisman. You should all be present during all her lessons. You are not allowed to miss a single lecture for absolutely no reason. If everything goes according to plan and it doesn't, there are a lot of idiots among you. I think we can start mass production in 2 months from now. Any questions?" They all replied in one breath, "No, Sir Robin." They finally accept Robin. They finally understand why he has such power within the Burton family. They finally understood why a woman like Mila might submit to him. That's because he is the one and only of his kind in this world. "Good, Zara will be coming here every day for the next week 1 hour before sunset to answer your questions. If you had any, now go home and start learning what you got in your hands. You have 2 heavy months ahead of you, and then a life full of excitement. And let me warn you one last warning, protect my 2 techniques with your life because literally, your life depends on it. If they fall into the wrong hands, you are dead. I recommend burning the 2 brochures after you finish reading and memorizing them. You can leave now." Robin pointed to the door. Yes, everyone replied again with a bow, even the old ones, and hurried to their residence. Before, all were either broke with no purpose in their lives and came to throw their dignity away for a few coins, or old men on the verge of death who had come to spend the last few days on vacation. None of them expected before coming here that they would find a new passion in his life. After the last person left the hall, Mila looked toward Robin and asked, "Now what?" Robin laughed out loud. "Now it's time for me to find out what happens to the tablets after the punishment for someone who broke the oath is delivered." This point puzzled me for days. Then he got up and moved towards the door as well. The 2 girls looked at each other in astonishment and even some fear, then followed him silently. After Robin left the hall, he went directly to the patriarch's office and asked him to build 2 buildings inside the administrative area as fast as possible. One of them is a house of his own, instead of the guest building that does not qualify for long-term stay, and he gave him his demands that he wants in the house. The most important thing for him is a large and comfortable underground room that no sound could reach, with a toilet and a special place in the room to salt and store food enough for a few months, and for a smaller room with stronger walls to withstand strong attacks from knights to be attached to his research room to be used as a test room. All in all, Robin asked for a complete isolated sanctuary under his house. Zara also made a few requests for her own private room she needed for making the runes, and also request for a nice girly bedroom in which to spend the rest of her day. But the surprising thing is that Mila was the one that made the most requests for the house, so much that in the end, she got tired of mentioning them and took the initiative of asking to be the general supervisor during the building process. Robin chuckled and added nothing. All he cared about in the house was the underground room he would use to produce new techniques and come up with new patterns. Anything else the 2 girls could mess with as they liked. The second building he requested was a building for the production of talismans. He requested a huge structure to be divided into separate smaller rooms and large lecture halls, to be equipped with many tables, examination rooms, relaxation halls, places to store food, hides, scrolls, and other requirements for making inks. In addition to all this, the structure has to accommodate hundreds of people and be their permanent residents. The second building was a fully functional academy. An academy of this size shocked the patriarch. There are many empty plots of land in the administrative area, but there is no single piece of land large enough to accommodate an academy of this size. but in the end, it was decided to choose a few existing side-by-side administrative buildings and demolish them to empty the necessary space. It was decided to start working on the academy first as the new runemasters would need it soon. They can't stay learning and making the runes inside the conference hall forever. But because the project size was huge, it was decided that it will be divided into several sections, and that the first section, which can accommodate 50 fully functioning rune masters, will be ready by 2 months from now. When Zara finishes teaching the new rune masters, the academy will be ready for them. New lands of the Burtons. The promised day came at last, the day when both hopes and swords were raised high. Normal mortal citizens and some large families await for what they were promised, and the rebels gathered and prepared their equipment for the incoming wave of destruction. When the first light broke, large numbers of citizens and representatives of the large families marched in droves and gathered around the 5 factories. Dozens of rebels were scattered everywhere among their ranks, ready to launch the attack and gain the momentum of the angry crowds when the inevitable is announced, which is to postpone what was promised. The knights that were bringing them the news and weapons told them that it is impossible for a noble family to put that much money for the welfare of the mortals, and even more impossible that they will hand a law technique to their enemies on a golden plate. It is a fact that both of them, or at least one, will get cancelled under one reason or another, and it is their turn to take advantage of that. After those few rebels among the crowds start the spark and provoke a fight with the invaders' soldiers, thousands of rebels will attack from numerous different gathering points nearby. When such a large fight begins, in addition to the anger and the feeling of being deceived taking over the crowds, the hundreds of thousands of the people gathered around the factories will surely join the fight. But the dreams are bound to come to an end. The hopes of the rebels were shattered like an egg crashing into a rock when the saints responsible for protecting every factory came out to address the masses and announced the acceptance of thousands of workers and begin to employ them from today with salaries of at least 10 times what they were getting paid before. The rebels felt at loss. The anger they were anticipating from the people became cries of joy, and hundreds of thousands of citizens rushed to register themselves as workers for the Burton family production lines. The only hope of the rebels now was the big families. But even then, the saints announced they are welcoming any family that wants to swear allegiance to the Burtons, and if they agreed to certain terms, they can take the minor law cultivation technique today. Then the representatives of the big families were offered to speak with the saint inside the factories as honored guests and were treated in front of the masses with respect, even though none of them was a knight. Everything was just perfect. There was now any hole that the rebels can use to agitate any party. They were left standing among the crowds, raging and aimless. Their plan to exploit the people's anger has failed miserably, but they didn't know that this should be their last worry. As their friends' gathering points were getting hammered right now, elite squads of knights came out of every factory secretly and searched around for the gathering points of the rebels. It was clear to them that there would be an attack that day, and their best option was to make a preemptive strike. Many squads and each one has tens of knights, scattered and searched, and if one of the squads found one of the rebel gathering points, they would immediately attack it mercilessly. Although the numerical difference was extremely huge, the high-ranking knights were almost invincible among them, like a group of lions among thousands of rabbits. The attacks killed of the elite squads killed almost 4,000 of the repels, and many more managed to flee every direction like locust. That day, a massive massacre took place that broke the rebels' spine. Away from the bloody massacres that targeted the ranks and gatherings of the rebels, everything seemed to be turning for the better. Within 5 days, the work applications for the Burton family production lines have reached more than 200,000 requests. The Burton family's army who were carrying their weapons day and night laid down their swords and bows and took hold of paper and pens to take applications orders and organize the masses. While the older knights took over the task of selecting between the applications and placing them in the jobs that suited their abilities most. The factories themselves will not need more than 1,000 workers, about 200 of them to give the furnaces its desired energy supply and make sure it is working day and night. While the rest are to transport raw materials to and from the furnaces, and some of them to make molds of weapons, and some of them pour the liquid metals from the furnaces into those molds to form the weapons, and those who will cool weapons. Then there are those with the more technical background and knows a little about being a blacksmith. They will make the handles, shafts, and the joints for body armor, and those roles that demand a certain level of craft. Fortunately, the factories were not the only place that needed workers. The majority of the workers required are to work in the mines all over the new lands in order to extract the high-level minerals needed by the factories. This type of mineral is not rare in the literal sense. It can be found with relative ease. but it is difficult to extract and transport due to its intense weight. If someone desired to extract it as excessively at the iron, then he will need many mortals, and even many cultivators to do the work. And because there was no need to extract large quantities of it due to the lack of knight blacksmiths, no one cared to do it much. If needed, a few knights would head out every now and then to get a big chunk for their family, and they would go out to get some more when it is used. But time has changed. Now 40,000 workers were assigned to work in the mines throughout the new territory, and a few hundred men were assigned to search for potential mines. 9,000 workers were also selected to back up all the above and link them. They would transport the raw materials to the factories, secure the caravans, cook for everyone, and take care of the rest of the logistics. Within a few days, more than 50,000 workers were distributed to their new jobs, many times the usual salaries for these jobs. In fact, there was no need for all these numbers. Less than a quarter would do just as fine, but orders came from the patriarch that if they needed one person for a job, they must appoint 5 for it. But even with all this generosity on the table, there were still more than 150,000 applicants without work, and applications are still submitted daily. Meanwhile, discussions with potential noble families continued for a few days as well. In the beginning, 7 families advanced and announced that they were ready to serve the Burtons, but when the saints explained the oath tablets and what they need to swear upon, their enthusiasm vanished. With the new threat of the oath tablets, and that they would demand the seriousness in this matter and total loyalty under the Burton family, the invaders, 3 of them, withdrew. As for the representatives of the remaining 4 families, they returned to gather the 10 elders wanted for the oath, and then they were asked to gather in the main factory after 1 week to recite the oath and receive the law technology. And the week went by so fast. 40 elders, all level 10, including 4, the family heads, took the oaths one by one in front of Billy and received copies of the minor heavenly law technique. An intense week for everyone participating in this matter, but it was also as rewarding at its end. The members of the 4 families returned to their cities happily, that they had finally fulfilled their ancestors' dream and obtained a minor law technique. They finally can become knights. And Billy went back to what he was doing, even happier that his family has obtained thousands of new loyal followers. These 4 families had over 30,000 descendants combined, and a huge number of them had reached the 10th level of energy foundation. When all of them take a look at the law technology that will enable them to take the next step, Billy didn't dare to think about the scene in these families a few years later. And this was just the beginning. When the rest of the families see the advantages which the 4 families have and the influence of the Burtons, and the strength and power they will quickly gain from the law techniques, they themselves will hasten to throw themselves into the arms of the Burtons. It is only a matter of time. The same long week passed by Robin as well. Although it was much quieter in Jura City, it was no less important and no less intense. During the week, Robin did nothing but go out with Mila, have long walks in the city's streets, relax in the gardens, visit his favorite restaurant, and also visit his mother's grave. It is like he got tired of the house and didn't want to come back again throughout the whole week. While Zara would have loved to join him, she got busy with her responsibilities towards making talismans for the auction house, cultivating in her free time, and using the soul replenishing technique to get back the soul power she lost while making the talismans. And of course, teaching the new rune masters on the techniques of strengthening and replenishing the soul. Everything went smoothly and without problems. During the 7 days, Jura City gained many new soul power experts. But the 8th day did not pass with the same ease. It was the day of the 2nd obligatory gathering at the conference hall. Today Zara would start giving lectures on how to draw a level 6 fire talisman, but of the 27 who took the oath, only 23 of them attended. One of the Burton's knights went to Robin at Zara's request to tell him what's going on, and his reply was calmer than it should be. "Oh, only 4 did not show up. That is better than I expected. Tell Zara to bring all her students and come over here, and you also call a few guards and get here within the appointed time. We'll be heading out in half an hour." The knight did not understand where they were going, but he nodded and did as he was commanded. In half an hour, Zara and the 23 potential rune masters arrived, and soon a dozen guards of the 10th level also arrived. Robin nodded when he saw everyone, then asked the students, "Do you know your 4 classmates who didn't show up today?" They looked at each other and then nodded at Robin. They have been living in Jura City for a long time, and some simple relations have developed between them. Especially during the past week, the relations between everyone have been strengthened. That and not mentioning, they gathered at the conference hall just a week ago and sat a few hours with each other until Robin finished his lecture. "Good, let's go to the nearest one then," Robin announced and started moving ahead of the confused crowd. But their confusion did not last long. After breaking the door of the apartment of the first absent person, they quickly found him lying still on his desk. His features seemed as if he saw a monster. He looked terrified, and in his hand was a pen dipped with dry ink, and an awful smell was coming out of his body. It was clear that he was dead since a few days. Ah. Some of the girls among the students screamed at the horrible sight. As for Robin, he ignored them and went to the desk directly, took the 2 booklets that were still on it, and then spoke calmly towards the students. Come examine the body and find out the cause of death for yourselves. Don't be shy, today is a good day to learn. You will see with your own eyes the fate of those who dare to defy the oath. Then he moved aside. All the students stiffened. They were already taking the oath seriously. They wouldn't have dared to mess around and try it out, but seeing the consequences with their own eyes. After a few seconds, one of the old men among them moved and pulled the hair of the rotting corpse and threw it to the ground, then began to examine everything in his body. But after some minutes he shook his head. Nothing, there is no sign of how this guy to die. Every organ in his body is perfectly fine. Even if the cause of the death was from a normal heart attack, I would have noticed it, but this. Look over there. One of the students pointed towards the table. After the corpse was removed, everything at the table was clear now. Everyone was focused on the corpse and was examining it with their sole sense. They looked at the desk, surprised at first when they heard the cry, but they quickly understood. There was a scroll that was flattened and was ready to write on with 1 dot on it. A dot. The dead guy could not even write the first letter. Even Robin was dazzled by the results and nodded with a smile, ignoring the student's terror, and then shouted, "Haha, good. Let's go have a look at the other 3. Father, please excuse me from this. I don't want to go to the rest." Zara spoke, and the girls among the students started to nod as well. The old man who was examining the corpse stood at last and bowed a little toward Robin. "Sir Robin, the message is clear and everyone here has learned the lesson. I think we'd better go back and continue our first lecture with little Miss Zara." The old man seemed firm and solemn in his words, but with the eyes of the truth, Robin could see that he was trembling all over his body. Robin nodded with a smile. "That's fine too. You can all go away. Stay obedient to Zara and study hard." "Yes." Everyone responded and ran away from the house one by one. After they left, Robin stayed in his place, examining the corpse again more carefully and seeing what was the effect of the punishment and how it was carried out and what was different about the corpse now. Robin has made it that the struck on the soul would make death inevitable, so it was not a surprise that there was no harm done on the body. But still, this was the first time he actually saw the punishment effect after it was carried out, and was extremely interested to see if there any connection between the soul damage and the body. Then after half an hour, he finally stood up and gave orders to 2 guards to take the body to the front of the patriarch's office. Then he signaled to the rest of the guards to follow him as he took the 2 soul booklets under his armpit and walked out in silence towards the other 3. 2 of them were in an almost similar situation. One was also intending to write a letter, and the other seemed to be about to leave the house to do something, probably intending to hand the soul booklets to someone. But the 4th one was the problem. He was lying on the ground dead in the same clean and horrifying way, but the 2 soul booklets were not near him as the other 3 guys. Robin ordered to search the entire house, and they turned it upside down with Robin himself helping. But to no avail, the 2 booklets were gone. After some time, they got the help of someone who works in the investigation, and he concluded that there were traces of the presence of other people in the house on the day of the death. It didn't a genius to figure out what happened at this stage. This guy was a spy, and was about to give the information to these guys who entered his house, but died before he can. Those guys must have been terrified at the sight, as they left clear evidence of their presence. After their spy died, they must have quickly searched the house and took whatever looked worthy and left. Huge loophole. What Robin was most afraid of has happened. The 2 soul techniques he spent about 6 months creating them got leaked, even after activating the punishment. Damn it. Robin kicked the corpse with all his might, causing it to hit the wall, then shouted to the guards, "Get me all the available and unavailable about this bastard. I want a full report on him, his family, and any party he worked with all his life, even his damn childhood friends." Yes. One by one, the guards rushed out of the house to convey the new orders to the relevant parties. Robin was left alone in the room, his anger completely overtaking him. At this moment, he realized something that he didn't think of before. For someone to take an oath to protect something, he has to have the ability to protect it first. Such scenarios are unavoidable. A dead man can't protect a tangible item. The pills, weapons, and talisman he makes are unimportant, but the law, soul, rune techniques, those are his everything. As long as the techniques are transmitted in a tangible matter through books and scrolls, nothing can be truly protected. The guards went and told the intelligence department about Robin's orders, then returned to the house of the 4th corpse and stood behind Robin silently. As for Robin himself, he acted as if they did not exist. He sat in that house for 2 hours, thinking about what had happened, the possible consequences, and how to prevent this in the future. How to prevent this in the future. Another research road opened up again. Whenever Robin finishes long research seclusion and thinks he deserves an extended vacation, 10 other urgent research roads arise for him that require his attention. In the end, he sighed and ordered the body to be sent to the patriarch's office also with the other 3. He ordered them to tell the patriarch to send these corpses to the families they came from, that is if they had any, or to burn them if they were unknown. He really didn't care about if they had families. They all wrote a letter and signed it that if they died without harm done to the body, then they are the sole ones responsible for it. So even if they had families, they wouldn't bother the Burtons. He even didn't care about their names. Except that last guy who lost the 2 soul booklets, that one he must know his entire history. After he arranged everything with the guards, he went home, lowering his head, looking at the ground, arching his eyebrows all the way. On that same day, guards, including a few knights, were sent to the conference hall and waited outside for a few hours. When the new rune masters finished their first lecture and came out, the guards escorted them to their residences and took the 2 booklets from them, then brought them all back to Robin's guest house. Later on that day, the initial investigation came out that those 4 said they were unaffiliated cultivators when they first came and refused to say in which family they were born. This was good and unfortunate news at the same time that they did not find families for the 4 dead. It is good that there will be no problems at all. The other 3 can just be forgotten. And it is unfortunate that now the investigation into who took the 2 booklets will take much longer than expected. They can only have a painting of the dead man and search for him like a lost child, and even do so with secrecy to not raise questions. When Robin found out, he didn't give the subject any more attention. There was no point in thinking about something endlessly, so he decided to forget about it temporarily and go back to his first plan. The only thing that benefited him from the betrayal of the 4 is that he examined the tablets they swore on and found that 4 more slots had been released, and this means that death does not damage the tablets, but rather makes it usable again, and this made Robin a little happier. But now it's time to go to the next plan, and the plan is, relax and train. A year and 6 months have passed since Robin came back to Jura City, but since the first day, he has been in seclusion after seclusion non-stop. Even in his cave, he was never this pressed in time, and never exhausted himself to such a degree. He has only come out of his cramped room about 3 or 4 times, and the total time does not exceed an hour or 2. And now the matter of the 2 booklets came up, which taken away a large part of his inner peace, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Stress and nervousness don't do any good, so Robin decided to take an extended break from any major research and start preparing for actually a more important issue, raising the knighthood pillars. Robin has already mastered the path of truth, so he did not have any hope that a particular qualitative change will happen after he becomes a knight. But surely the amount of time he will need to finish his research will decrease by a considerable margin. What could he ask for more than that? And also, raising the pillars from the path of truth was not an easy walk either. The 3 boys were able to get to the knighthood with relative ease because Robin discovered their way for them and wrote them the methods of building the pillars inside the huge law technique book and handed it to them on a plate of gold. As for him, he still has to find his own way down one of the most difficult paths in existence. A month passed quickly. Busy as ever, Zara is still teaching the 23 potential rune masters in the conference hall for a few hours straight every day, tired and weak. But at the same time, she was excited that she has finally found a group to share this life with. She finally found a few girls that can understand her struggles and discuss with them the difficulties they face while drawing the runes. Everyone who knew how old was she and what burdens on her little shoulders she was handling every day would only have a reference for her in their heart. Although she is the youngest and weakest of them all, she has earned the respect of everyone with her knowledge and talent and her hard-working attitude, and none of them treated her with arrogance. Even the old knights called us with all the respect they deserve. As for Robin, although he has been busy with the path of truth and has come a long way in it, he has time available and is not as pressured as before, so he has found himself a new habit of going out for walks with Mila every day, and their relationship has become much stronger because of it. Today was also a day like any other. Robin finished his daily meditation on the truth, then took Mila for a walk around the city. Then they went to visit his mother's grave. But the day did not come to an end at the same old pace. "Robin, I finally found you." A voice came from behind Robin and Mila standing in front of a grave. When Robin turned and found Billy coming towards him smiling, "Oh, you have come at last from the new lands." When he reached them, he bowed towards his mother Robin's grave, and then looked at Robin again. "I just came a few minutes ago, and since I came I have been looking for you in the end. One of the guards told me that he saw you heading here. We need to have a little talk. The patriarch is waiting for us in his office. Robin nodded, then looked at Mila. I'm going now. Do whatever you want, but then obediently return to your husband's house. I will do as you say, my love, Mila replied with a smile, then hit Robin on the side of the head and left with a humph, not feeling good after being shooed away. Arg, I will tame this tigress with my own strength one day. I guess, haha. Let's go in our way too. Robin laughed loudly as he rubbed the spot, then started moving toward the patriarch's office, dragging behind him Billy, who was still amazed at the strange relationship of these two. Hi, Uncle Brian, I haven't seen you in a while. Robin entered directly into the patriarch with Billy. Haha, I'm busy and can't get out of this office, and you don't come to ask about this old man's health. How can we see each other then? The patriarch laughed. Robin chuckled, it's not fair, I'm busier than you. Haha, you seem to be in a good mood, at least there doesn't seem to be much trouble today. What do you want us to talk about then? No problems at all, haha, today is a beautiful day. We just want to talk a little about some things that would shape our lands for the coming period. But before we start our talk, come take a look here. The patriarch pointed towards a large chest next to his desk. Robin took a few steps towards the chest and began examining it. Soon he found 30 tablets similar to those he used to make the oath tablets, and also found ordinary-looking swords about a meter long, but they all seemed to be stronger and sharper than what he sees with the guards every day. And one sword of them in particular seemed to be stronger than the rest in one way or another. This is, Robin muttered and reached out for that sword. Ha ha ha, even not being a warrior yourself, you still can identify quality when you see it. You are now holding the first medium categorized weapon produced by our factories. The patriarch laughed proudly. A medium categorized weapon. Robin was extremely surprised by the patriarch's words and returned to examine the sword more carefully. Billy laughed at Robin's reaction. During this last period, we have been busy distributing workers, finding new mines, and so on, and these similar swords are the first batch of the factory products. As for that medium categorized, it is another story. When we started to melt the needed metals for the low categorized weapons for the first time, we found that the time it took to melt them was much less than you expected. So I ordered an experiment to put metals that can produce medium categorized weapons in furnaces to see what happens. And that piece of metal is in your hand now. Took the furnace a few hours to melt that small piece completely, but in the end, it melted and was easily formed by an ordinary mold to get this sword. No, that doesn't make sense. I've set up the heat generation pattern to produce enough heat to melt the low-grade metals. What's going on here? Robin turned the sword up and down in shock. He definitely didn't seem very happy as Billy and the patriarch expected. 2 minutes later, his features suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Total reflection pattern. It must be it." The total reflection pattern was made to take the extreme heat threat away from the walls of the furnace. Its idea is to make an invisible wall in front of the furnace's walls and continuously reflect the heat waves back towards the inside of the furnace. But thinking about it, the heat generation pattern would keep on pumping more heat power, and the total reflection pattern would compress that heat power inside the furnace. Is it possible that is what raised the temperature inside to several times what it was supposed to be? Robin couldn't believe what was going on. Among the items he set for his future after building the knighthood pillars was to find a way to enhance the heat generation pattern to raise the productivity of the furnaces. He never thought that he actually did it unintentionally. Ha ha ha, Robin slapped his forehead and laughed hysterically, causing Patriarch and Billy to exchange looks. Excellent, great. The heaves themselves are helping me. Hey Billy, how much is this sword in the market? Robin asked with a big smile on his face. A new sword with this specification. A medium categorized sword that has never been used before can cost up to, I think, 400 gold coins. Patriarch's reply. Medium categorized sword can only be sold for this much. Then what about those low-level swords? Robin quickly asked. I think 100 gold coins would be a good price for them. This time Billy replied, that is cheap. Robin threw the sword aside and shouted. Billy replied, what is so cheap? If these weapons had been offered to us in the past when we were still an Earl family, we would have struggled to arm a small battalion of 1,000 soldiers with only ordinary swords, regardless of body armor, shields, spears, battle halberds, bows, etc. You became too used to hearing big numbers that gold lost its value in your eyes. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Bradleys and the royal family are trying to get close to you by throwing millions of gold coins under your feet. It breaks their spines every time they do so. Arg, you might be right, but this is still too cheap. I can make a lot more with a few third-level pills or a couple of oath tablets every now and then. Isn't there a way to raise our weapons prices? Robin replied. The Patriarch shook his head. It seems that you are still a dreamer, but leave the rest of your inventions aside. For now, we will talk about it later. As for weapons, there is no way to raise the value of these traditional weapons anymore, because in this way we will not be able to sell them in large patches, and we would only be selling them to the royal family or the dukes. After they get enough or decide not to deal with us anymore, what we would do then. But what? Some hope appeared in Robin's eye. His accustomed to hearing the large numbers made him disgusted at the prices of these weapons. I think we can allocate one of the furnaces to produce unique armaments that aren't made in molds for sale in the auctions at higher prices. The patriarch replied. Great idea, Billy said, but these exceptional weapons need exceptional blacksmiths to make, and we don't have contacts with any of them. Robin interfered. Speak to Duke Gallen about this matter. He certainly can get us in touch with a few. They will not resist the idea of working in a place where they can increase their production. Give them a big salary or percentage on every weapon they make, just find a way to lure them in. A few high-quality weapons a month being sold at a good price will be enough to satisfy me. The patriarch nodded, patting his chin. It's fine then. I was going to speak to the Duke anyway, so that I might discuss with him the sale of our weapons to the Bradleys for the incoming period. I will also speak to him on the subject of blacksmiths and begin to coordinate with him seriously about this matter, and I will also put a few men of the Burton family as assistants to these professional blacksmiths to learn the craft from them. Haha, now you're thinking well, Uncle Brian. Ha, is there anything else you want from me? Robin liked the last part of the patriarch's words very much. He hates that others control his fate or his choices. It would be better if the family members had this craft. Yeah, there's something we want to talk about. Money, the patriarch replied in a serious voice. The smile on Robin's face disappeared. After overseeing the situation in the new lands, so far we found out that the method of governing with money that you chose to calm the situation in the new lands was excellent but flawed. Many have accepted our role and began to talk good in the streets about us. The number of people who want to throw us out of their lands has decreased significantly, but they have not disappeared. They are just waiting for the right moment. The bad part is, compared to the 50,000 we selected to work, there are more than 500,000 who have filled out job applications and are still waiting. As we are speaking now, there are new work applications still reaching us. According to Billy, there was a big riot a few days ago in the applications filling area due to the lack of new jobs. And frankly, the money in the family is almost running out. Most of the weapons that the factories will produce will go to our army, so we won't really make a profit from it. And about 20 will be sold to the Bradleys, and maybe the royal family to cover the factory's expenses and pay for the 50,000 workers' wages. But what about the rest of all these hundreds of thousands? We can stop receiving new applications and say that's it, we won't be wiring anymore, but that would throw us back to square one. And honestly, too many men that bears the last name Burton have died in the last 2 decades, Robin. Too many that we have to close that war front. I'm afraid we will have to carry on this path we have chosen to the end and spend more and more coins in the new lands. Robin went silent. He could now predict the course of this long speech and didn't like it at all. After a few seconds he asked anyway, and what do you want to do? The patriarch replied, we plan to build new factories and mines, plant new fields, open many stores and schools to train martial arts up to the 10th level, and war training academies to join our army as mercenaries, but this needs a lot of money. These lands are vast, fertile, and full of rewards. But they are also a deep well that needs to be filled with gold first. And what is required of me? Robin frowned. The patriarch responded with a serious voice. We need you to stop all your researches for now and get back to make sound rings. Level 16 fire explosion talismans, 50 seconds darkness talismans, level 3 soul revitalizing pills, and even some oath tablets to sell the auctions only you can make them. And with their profits we can make all those projects come to be. So I saw that coming. All right, I'll try to find time to prepare a ring or a pill per month. Robin was very unwilling about this. He was trying to make an academy for the rune masters so that he could take his hand out of crafting the talismans himself and devote himself to research only. Would he have to go back to get his hands busy again? The patriarch shook his head. This will not work. To make the plan work across all the new lands, we will need huge sums of gold for the next few years. After our projects there are constructed and began to bear fruits, I guarantee you that even if we decide to leave them return to live under the Dollivarian role, they will run after us and beg us to stay. But this will need more than a pill or a sound ring a month. A soul revitalizing pill sells at 60,000 gold coins, and a sound ring can easily be sold for 100,000. A few sales of them per year wouldn't suffice. How much do you want? Robin frowned deeply. Wake up, Robin. Your innovations are new and shocking. That's why people are offering huge sums of money in the beginning. Even we, the Burtons of the Bast, would not have been able to buy these things. Even with all the gold we have now, we will still think 1,000 times before we buy something that costs 60,000 gold coins. These imaginary prices you have in your mind are inflation that will destroy the kingdom financial system, and turn into malice and hatred towards us later. Tell me, what do you think will happen after the rich class is flooded with one of your innovations and doesn't want to buy it anymore? We will have to reduce its price in order to sell it to those who are less wealthy. Then the rich class will get angry at us because we were stealing them. You have to look long-term, Robin. These prices can't be maintained. Robin did not reply directly, but started rubbing his head and thinking about the words of the patriarch. And after a few minutes, he found that the patriarch was right. Indeed, experience in the field of business and long life cannot be compensated for by intellect alone. And what do you suggest, Uncle Brian? I'm the only one who can make these things for now. Lowering their prices even by a quarter means I have to make a lot of them monthly, and that won't work. I still have a lot in mind to research about and can't stop it for a few years for anything. Please look for another solution, Robin asked resentfully. Is there no way for Zara and the new rune masters to make them? Asked Billy. Robin shook his head, exactly the same results. Impossible, the repetitive use seal of the sound rune only I can draw. For now, Zara hasn't reached that stage yet, and the third level of the soul revitalizing pill consumes very high spiritual energy that will ruin Zara's future. She still has miles ahead of her before she can draw it, not speaking about the most complex among them all, the oath tablets. Unless what? Some hope appeared in the eyes of Billy and the patriarch. I think can design a pair of sound runes to work with a one-time operation seal, meaning that there will be only one chance of transmitting sound back and forth. This should be easy for Zara and her newbies to draw. It won't take them long either. It will be just like a level 6 fire explosion talisman, or even lower level in terms of requirements. Billy liked the idea very much as it was too evident in his head. This is awesome. We can sell these runes for 100-200 gold coins. Even the younger generations from noble families will be able to buy them. This is the next real revolution that will affect everyone. The demand for such runes will never be exhausted. The patriarch nodded with a big smile. Excellent. If the inscription master's team can produce good numbers per month, we can make excellent profits, and you can also make some original rings with that repetitive use seal you're talking about to sell at auctions to saints and rich merchants for huge sums of gold. But what about your other two innovations? Robin started rubbing his head. The soul revitalization pill cannot be lowered because in this case, it would just be a second-level pill, so forget about making it more available. As for the oath tablets, no one but me can draw them for now either, but its difficulty can be reduced by making a board that fits only one oath, not 10. Besides my regular research and training, I can make one level 3 spirit revitalizing level pill, 8 one-use tablets, and 1 pair of high-level sound rings per month. But forget that I can make a 50 seconds darkness talisman and a level 16 fire explosion talisman. They take too much time. Instead, you can replace that with some of the level 6 fire explosion talismans the newbies will make and sell them patches, like selling every 20 talismans with 500 golds or something. In addition to the one-use sound talisman, the unique middle categorized weapons auctions. Is that good enough? Good, no. This is great, haha, too great. The oath tablets don't have many uses, and only the rich class of the kingdom will need them, and in low quantities also, so the one-use tablets we can sell for 20,000 gold coins each. As for the third-grade pills and the repetitive-use sound rings, we will put a price tag on them. We will leave it to the auction house to determine their prices every month, as long as nothing can be done about them. The patriarch spoke with a big smile. Today went much smoother than he thought. Robin, how big of a tablet do you need for the one-use oath? Billy quickly asked. At the size of a card, I think. A little smaller than the palm of a woman's hand. Good. I will make one of the furnaces specializes in making these tablets, and I will also establish factories here in Jura to make rings for sound talismans. I will design them so that they will be easy to replace the talismans inside them. I will also make them able to carry more than one-use sound talismans for those who want to buy a few single-use talismans and stack them for the future. And I will make the rings special and in distinctive shapes to suit young men, girls, and even the elderly. No, not only rings, they are only carriers, right? I can make bracelets, anklets, necklaces. We can make them from gold and silver to raise their value even higher. Oh my God. These sound talismans carriers are going to be the new big thing. Owning one of them will be the new fashion in the kingdom. Billy muttered with a low voice, with wide open eyes that started beaming with stars as if he is already seeing the future. Robin chuckled when he saw Billy acting like this and said nothing to him, but left him and his imagination, as only he could take care of this part, and maybe Mila. Robin chuckled even harder thinking about her. She would definitely get involved when they start designing these carriers. Then he looked back to the patriarch. Make sure that one of those projects you need to construct at the new lands is to domesticate weak beasts with elemental bodies, especially the red rabbits for the fire explosion talisman, and the dark werewolf bats for the sound and the dark talisman. It seems that producing the talismans will witness a great expansion in the coming years, and we will need a place that secures hides continuously. Good idea, I'll start planning for it right away. The patriarch nodded. Is there any other project would you like to recommend before we start? Robin scratched his head, thinking for a few seconds, then shook his head. I have nothing in mind. For now, you do what you see fit. I have only one hope. Please find some good molds for my dear categorized weapons. I understand that you produce some unique ones to sell at the auctions, but our army deserves something good too. Especially the body armors, they must look awesome. Arg. All right, I will find Gallon and get some molds from those famous blacksmiths. Robin smiled. Good. The arming of the army is going better than expected, and the family financing for the incoming few years has been agreed upon. Is there anything else you want? The patriarch shook his head. No, you can go back to what you were doing. The resources you need to complete your monthly tasks will be sent to your residence shortly. Good luck in your research. Robin nodded, then ran out before they asked him for something else. In a small hut in the middle of a forest, waiting again, they are manufacturing categorized weapons in large numbers inside manhwarecaps kingdom. What else is there to wait for? Until they come and take my throne. Quack whack whack. Shouting suddenly exploded inside the hut, frightening all the birds and beasts within a few kilometers. Even the expert standing outside the hut had to automatically take a few steps back. Calm down, Charles. Raising your voice won't solve anything. Let's be reasonable. Charles Doliv, the current king of the kingdom of Dolivar. A man of straight build with a muscular body, his quick hand movements and voice suggest he is a young man or middle-aged at best, but his tired features and white hair says otherwise. HMPH, whose hand is in water is not like whose hand is in fire. You put off our plans day after day, months after months, until they came to rebuild their army in MY land, using MY minerals, paying my citizens of MY Dam Kingdom to make the weapons that would destroy me. Charles went on a frenzy again, but his own words hit him hard, and he had to sit back again with his hand on his forehead. Like most other kings, Charles was only busy with discovering minor heavenly laws and new attacking technologies, and left everything administrative to someone else, which in his case is his eldest son, Louis. But he was forced out after the disaster that befell his kingdom a year ago. His shock could be imagined when his son came knocking and telling him that they lost half a duchy because of some exploding rabbit hides. It is not like we have forsaken you, Charles. We've agreed to meet here to find a solution, right? Let's talk quietly. Tell me more about the subject of those categorized weapons. Are you sure what you're saying? One of the two men sitting across from Charles spoke without haste. This was Geoffrey Hampton. This was the king of the kingdom of Lying Water. A man of short height and thick white hair, looking very weak and fragile, but with one look in his eyes, one can see them oozing with strength. The kingdom of the Lying Water is right above the kingdom of Dolivar in the map, and have an extended border with it, and is at the east of the kingdom of the Black Sun and also have a huge border with is the borders between the kingdom of the Black Sun and the kingdom of the Lying Water is much greater than the one between the kingdom of Dolivar and the kingdom of the Black Sun. It is so huge that it covers both the Duchesses of Alton and Bradley from the east. Charles replied after calming himself a bit. Recently, the Burton family started building factories on the occupied lands and offered large wages to the workers. When they opened up the factories and the workers started to look around, those workers were surprised that they were working on strange furnaces that could require cultivators' energy to work, and it can melt high-level metals, and they had already started making categorized weapons as casually as we make iron weapons. They are making categorized weapons in molds. The other two looked at Charles and then at each other, then the third of them asked, maybe they are just rumors. This was George Oakley, king of the Oaklaya kingdom. Burly, taller than the average human, with sharp black eyes and handsome black beard and hair. He didn't look old in any way. His kingdom is extremely far away from both the kingdom of Dolivar and the kingdom of Lying Waters, but what they have in common is that the Oaklaya kingdom has a border in the west of the kingdom of the Black Sun, specifically with the Duchy of Julian. Charles shook his head. Impossible, though I have never seen one of the weapons with my own eyes, yet there are thousands of workers confirming this, and the mining in my occupied lands are all for minerals that are used to manufacture low and medium-grade categorized weapons. What do I do? As we speak now, they are building more of those demonic factories. They are building my doom in my own lands. After about a minute of silence, King Geoffrey spoke. Waiting is good most of the time. It gives us the time to find information, and information is power. But I'm afraid time is not on our side this time. King George nodded in agreement. When Charles saw this, he rejoiced. Does that mean you're ready to attack at last? George shook his head with a sarcastic smile and stood up. I have no big problems with the Black Sun Kingdom. I have only accepted this alliance because I want a piece of the cake. But now that the plan has hit a wall, I am satisfied with the land that my ancestors had passed down to me. Farewell. You traitor. Charles stood and released his aura. It was obvious that he is ready to attack at any given moment. If his kingdom was destined to fall, he wouldn't fall alone. Even the saints scattered outside the hut also raised their guard to the max, ready to fight at any moment. Wait, the lying water king Geoffrey raised his hands. You are both kings, for God's sake. You are not kids in the street to act like that. I think have an idea that will satisfy you both. Say what you got, Charles answered, but did not look at him nor did he stop his aura, his eyes still fixed on George. Obviously, we can't wait to try to gather information. Our enemy is developing too quickly and won't give us time to think about anything. I fear that every time we try to delay to find a solution to counter one of their creations, they will develop another. George, you may not care now, but when the Black Sun Kingdom reaches a certain level of power and the balance on which the 8 kingdoms stand is broken, they will undoubtedly attack Dolivar, then my lying water, but your kingdom will be taken to under their feet after that. You will have nowhere to hide when that day comes. Now we are facing them together, but if you left us now, you will be dealing with them alone then. Our alliance started as a way to divide the Black Sun between ourselves, but now it is for survival. Geoffrey spoke in a low voice. King George replied, shooting enough. I will not attack now no matter what. Didn't you hear? They are making categorized weapons in molds. What else would you like to listen to know that the Black Sun is not to be missed with? Even if we leave the issue of categorized weapons aside, as they have not been able to collect much of them yet, it has been almost a year and a half since the war on Dolivar has ended. They must have collected a large number of talismans by now. I will not command my army to jump into a pit of fire, literally pit of fire. Charles squeezed his fist. George, don't be indecisive like women. Who knows how long the kingdom of Dolivar took to collect those talismans they used in the war? Maybe tens or hundreds of years. Maybe they didn't make them in the first place, and the man who supplied them with those talismans didn't supply them with any more. Should we be afraid and stop everything for something that might be an illusion? George looked back at Charles with disgust. It is impossible that these talismans have been with Dolivar for decades, as you say, and we knew nothing about its existence. Their first appearance was in the 8 Kingdoms tournament, in which your successor showed his rampant stupidity, and immediately after that they appeared in great numbers in the war. You say the man who supplied them with talismans stopped providing. Then from where did these strange furnaces appear? And who makes the talismans that are sold in their auctions every month? If you want to bet that they don't have many talismans left, then please go ahead, you and Geoffrey. You two attack and take all of the Black Sun under your armpits. As for me, I'm not ready. I don't want any of their lands anymore. I'm satisfied with my kingdom as it is, and I leave the future troubles for the future. Now get the hell away from my face. In fact, King George Oakley indeed came today with the intention of finding plans for future cooperation and drawing a roadmap. But hearing about the categorized weapons shattered his last bit of confidence. The killing intent overwhelmed the small hut and affected those outside it. At any moment, the allies might turn into enemies. Look at yourselves. What will the kids outside say when they see you old monsters behaving like this? Geoffrey also stood up and quickly advanced and stood between Charles and George. Charles raised his hand and pointed his forefinger at George, shouting, "Tell that to him." If he wasn't a man enough and could not handle the responsibilities and consequences of his actions, he shouldn't have got into the alliance with us in the first place. You, George almost burst to shout, but he restrained himself and turned around. HMPH, it's no use talking to you anymore. Farewell. But Geoffrey came forward and grabbed George's hand. Just wait a minute, brother. My words a while ago were not to pressure you to launch an attack on the Black Sun Kingdom immediately as you think. Even I am not crazy enough to do such a thing. These words ignited the flames in Charles' head even more. Even you, Geoffrey. Geoffrey turned and raised his voice for the first time. Shut up. If the muscles are useless, then we have to use our brains. I also wouldn't put my soldiers to the test for something that I'm absolutely certain about. And I don't have to do that either. George's morale was at last aroused a little. What do you mean, Geoffrey? Stop talking in riddles and say it straight. Did you find something? The lying water king put his hand in his pocket and took out a red beast hide, a little bigger than the palm of his hand. With one look, Charles identified it easily. It was the fire explosion talisman. Even someone who has not seen a specific talisman before has heard of its appearance. But after the first look, it turns out that there is something special about this particular talisman. What are all these circles and strange shapes on the talisman? George asked, narrowing his eyes and trying to focus on every detail. According to the description he heard about this talisman, it should have been plain with just a simple flame shape on it and number 6 inside. These shapes were not supposed to be above the talismans. Charles, too, was puzzled by his appearance, but asked something else. Where did you get it from? The Marleys don't allow anyone from outside the Black Sun Kingdom to attend their auctions. What is your relationship with the Black Sun Kingdom exactly? The feeling of being betrayed has already dominated Charles' mind since his quarrel with George, and that darkened his vision for everything else. Jeffrey looked at Charles like he is the stupidest human alive. Then he spoke. I have eyes in the Black Sun, of course. I sent one of them and he won 3 auctions for level 10 fire explosion talismans. What? We're trying to find out information about the runes, but it didn't occur to you to find a way to buy them. What about you, George? Did you manage to get any? Charles and George looked at each other but didn't say anything. They really didn't think of it. You too. It doesn't matter. You should thank the heavens that I'm here with you. Humph. When I got the 3 talismans, I started examining them directly. The first problem that stood in front of me was that I felt something like a shallow cover around the talisman preventing me from seeing the truth about it. I focused on working on it until I was able to find a weakness and managed to destroy the cover after about 8 months of trying. But what was hidden inside was an even greater mystery. Whatever that thin layer was, it was hiding much more difficult and precise things. What you see with your eyes now is the truth of the talisman. All I can understand is that it consists of 2 parts. One part of them stores energy inside and can be easily identified by making the famous hand seal and passing some energy in. As for the rest, it must be that causes the explosion. And this is what I didn't understand anything from it. Give me that. Charles came forward and took the talisman from Jeffrey's hand and began to examine it. George also came forward and stood next to him, trying to find any clues. Don't bother, it's impossible for you to understand what is going on in front of you. Jeffrey shook his head. But you were able to make it appear. It means that you understood part of the talisman. What might prevent us from understanding this? Don't be pessimistic. This is a great opportunity. George replied happily. This was a great breakthrough for them. Jeffrey shook his head. I didn't understand anything from it. It is just that destruction is easy. The first shallow cover was just some kind of illusion. Any sage can find it and destroy it given some time and concentration. And I don't understand anything from what you see either. I can only specify the part that supplies the talisman with energy when you pass your energy with it, and you will be able to separate the 2 sections. Other than that, you will now find anything. I tried redrawing what you see countless times. I failed many times to achieve any result. Then I stopped transferring everything exactly as it was and tried to draw the big weird pattern first, but the paper I was writing on heated up and it started to burn silently. And then I tried to draw that shape that contains the power by itself, but I accomplished nothing. I couldn't even make it store energy anymore, and then I tried to flip the subject and draw the energy shape first and then the big pattern, but there was always something missing. The power of the explosions was getting a little bit bigger or smaller with every try, but I couldn't get an explosion more powerful than level 1 no matter how hard I tried. There is a missing link that I don't know. This. Mixed feelings hit the 2 kings. On one hand, the world of talismans began to open up in front of them, and on the other hand, the road seemed to be blocked. Without understanding what they are seeing, it is impossible for them to do anything more than Jeffrey did. They can only redraw the patterns like he did and hope to succeed. Sigh, you're a genius, Jeffrey, as you have always been. But you know this isn't going to do us any good, right? We'll probably need dozens of years of continuous experimentation to understand what we're seeing now. That's if we ever did. Then find a way to mass produce it. I only have less than 20 years to find a solution. After that, Dolivar would be long gone. Charles shook his head. You misunderstood me. I don't say we must work on this on our own. If we are not able to unravel the mystery of these talismans, then let the specialists reveal them. Jeffrey replied with a smile. What do you mean? We are sending those 3 talismans to the Flame Empire, Jeffrey declared. Kings George and Charles looked at each other out of the corners of their eyes. It is impossible for the Flame Empire to have any knowledge of talismans at the moment. They are completely isolated from the kingdoms, and only those who are half a step to the Sage Realm or higher can enter it. Relaying the news to them was not an easy decision. Playing with empires brings nothing but troubles behind it. They treat them as masters treat slaves, perhaps worse, but come to think of it. Wouldn't the Flame Empire care about something like the Fire Explosion Talisman? If the Flame Empire had stepped in to hunt down that person who made the runes, or at least give them the method for making the Fire Explosion Talismans after they analyzed it, then, no, just a simple favor from them, such as declaring the protection of the 3 countries for a certain number of years, would be enough. After thinking for about 5 minutes, Charles nodded. I agree, but on one condition. I'm going by myself with those talismans to the Flame Empire. I won't come back unless I have a solution for my kingdom. I'll go with you too. We're in this together, partner. Haha. George laughed out loud and patted Charles on the shoulder. Charles looked at him with a look of ridicule and disdain, but he did not respond. He knows that he went back to wanting a piece of cake now that a glimmer of hope has appeared, but to go with him and give him a piece of the cake is better than him heading towards the Black Sun and telling them their plans and what they intend to do, which will make them hasten their invasion. A big smile appeared on old Jeffrey's face. Good, let's go together then when we come back. It will be the day the Black Sun perishes. Jura City, after a month. The Rune Master's training with Zara ended a week ago, and they all started to produce large quantities of level 6 fire explosion talismans on daily biases, supported by the soul strengthening technique and the soul replenishing technique. While Zara returned to drawing the runes that are currently difficult for others to understand, like the darkness, vitality, the first and second level spirit revitalizing pills, and even the level 10 fire explosion talismans. As for Robin, he spent the past month redesigning the sound rune by merging the one-time use seal with the sound pattern to produce the new desirable rune, then trimming the oath rune to have only one slot available for use. That way it will be much easier and more affordable for most of the nobles. This was the longest and hardest piece of work he had to do after his agreement about the funding that he discussed with the Patriarch and Billy previously. Although the process was known to him and its steps went smoothly, it took him a whole month to finish. The process of integrating the operating seal between the folds of the pattern was not easy at all. He had to put the seal in a way to affect the entire pattern and at the same time not spoil them, and for both work independently, than the subject of the oath rune, which was even more difficult, as he had to rebuild it from scratch. When he finished the design of the single-use sound rune and design for the rune of the single-slot oath tablet, he went to visit Zara and her apprentices immediately. And to his surprise, he found out that the first stage of the academy that can accommodate a few tens of rune masters was already finished a few days ago, and Zara took the new rune masters and reallocated there. There he chose 10 out of the 23 rune masters. They were the top 10 in terms of spiritual strength, and among the youngest as well. None of those chosen were of the old knights who are close to death. Then he spent 2 days teaching those 10 rune masters and Zara how to make the single-use sound rune and the rune the single-use oath tablet, while the remaining 13 continued to work on the level 6 fire explosion talisman only. The selected 10 rune masters had a great deal of information about the world of runes and even some practical experience with drawing the level 6 fire explosion talismans, so teaching them was not as difficult as the first lecture he had to give at the conference hall. After he is done giving them the blueprints, and even staying with them until Zara draws a sound talisman in front of him and tested it together. It was decided that they would spend an extra month practicing the new sound talismans with Zara before they started producing their own works. Just like that, these 10 formed the first elite group among the rune masters of this world, and after Robin was assured that everything was in place, he left them with peace of mind and went to check about the other 13 rune masters with an extended visit this time, after a few hours of observing and finding out that they are already producing fire talismans in good quantities, and the productions doesn't seem to affect much after he took Zara from them. They have already become their own masters and would help each other if there is a problem. Everything was running perfectly, and thus, he returned to his home silently. It's time to go back to what he was doing before Billy interrupted him. Establishing the law pillars and breaking through to knighthood, Robin has been dreaming for a long time. Establishing the pillars of the 11th level with something intangible as the path of the truth was not easy, even though he is almost certain that there is nothing more left for him to explore in the first stage of the path of the truth. It is still difficult for him to link everything he knows together and have it to be firm enough to become his pillars for the next cultivation levels. This will probably take him some time, thought Robin after the first 2 days in meditating positions. The first that got to his mind at this stage is that there are a lot of things he wants to do now that are more important than him getting to the knighthood. But it is still a delay he has to go through. He did not want to pressure himself to break through to gain strength or to extend his life, as everyone else does, but to shorten the time for his next research. It's a long but inevitable investment, and it is more important to Zara than anything else. Robin previously decided to save Zara the major law of life, but very soon he realized how naive he was when he actually started trying to explore this path. Although the major law of life is not a master path like the path of truth, as the path of life is like any other, it has a major law and many minor laws branches, but it is one of the highest known paths without a doubt. After many attempts since his promise to Zara, he was only able to scratch the surface of the path and discover the minor law of vitality. This is also why Zara tries to delay her training as much as she can. She meditates without haste and doesn't even use energy stones. She just takes it easy and waits for breakthroughs until they are inevitable and happen naturally. She doesn't have a law yet that she can study to build her pillars, so there is no point in reaching the 10th level anyway. And so, for Zara first, and for his future research speed second, everything should be shelved until he finishes his knighthood breakthrough. And just like that, 5 months passed. Robin had nothing in mind thought but training and searching for the truth, but not to the same degree of complete isolation as before. Most of the time he spent on training and trying the best ways to break through, but he also found time to make a few runes to gain some profits from auctions, as agreed with the patriarch. He wasn't even aware of how shocked the kingdom and the entire world were when the 1-slot oath tablets and the 1-use sound rings first appeared at Jura's grand auction. There is no need to even mention third-level soul revitalizing pills that literally had fights broke out over them. Jura City burst into life as never before during these 5 months. He even prepared a few 10-slots oath tablets for Billy, because so many families came into their minds in the new lands and showed their intentions to swear allegiance to the Burton family after they saw the numbers of those who break thought to the knighthood of the first 4 families in front of their eyes. As for Robin's own house, everything was so quiet. So quiet that Mila asked him to join the Rune Master's team instead of the boredom that surrounded the house. After he refused more than once, Mila brought one of the oath tablets herself and took the initiative to swear the same oath the rest of the Rune Masters had sworn before. Only then did Robin agree to let her join them. He then called for Zara and arranged to have her teach Mila everything she knows about the runes, but Mila didn't go with her before she hit him in the side of the head and called him a heartless bastard. And this day also was quietly passing at Robin's house, until a knock sounded on the door and someone yelled, "Uncle Robin, there are 2 men from the royal family who wants to see you." The royal family. Oh, the 3rd year has already begun. Well, tell them I'm busy and have them wait until I come out. Robin shouted from inside the house. He did not move from his place. Uncle Robin, they are at the patriarch's office now, and they have already said that they are willing to wait for you, but the patriarch asks you not to keep them waiting for too long this time. The boy at the door replied with an embarrassed voice. After a few seconds, Robin came and opened the door, then asked, "And why is that exactly?" Robin knows that the patriarch would not have asked for something like this without a reason. The last time the envoy was ignored for over a month, and no one even came to tell him about it. The young man bowed slightly when he saw Robin and replied, "The one who came this time, the future crowned prince, Prince William Marley personally." "Prince William, I've heard of him before. He is an intelligent, strong person of great stature among the royals. All right, I'll go meet him after a moment. You may leave." Robin spoke and signaled to the young man to go back to where he came from, then entered his house again, brought with him a thick scroll, then moved with quick pace towards the patriarch's office. The guards did not stop Robin from entering the building. They just gave a bow as he moved straight inside and found the office room open. Inside, the patriarch was sitting on the sofa and not at his desk as usual, and in front of him is a middle-aged person who looks very handsome and dignified, and it is clear that he is very strong. With one look at him, Robin knew that this was William Marley. With them is a politely seated handsome young man who appears to be in his 20s, at the 10th level of the Energy Foundation. This was the first time he had seen this person. Robin stopped thinking about it and nodded. Your Highness is personally here. That is too much. If you needed to see this little one, why didn't you summon me to the capital?" Please sit down, Your Highness." William stood, and the young man sitting next to him stood up with him the moment Robin entered and opened his mouth. Then William spoke with a big smile. How can I sit down when you are entering the room? If you don't deserve at least this little amount of respect, then who does? So you are Robin Burton. I was shocked when Uncle Albert told us about you. You look much younger than I imagined, and your bone ages." When he came down to this part, he quickly changed the subject. I almost forgot. I want to introduce you to my little brother Alfred." The young man beside him, Alfred, took 2 steps and bowed slightly toward Robin without saying a word. The patriarch was starting to sweat. Robin himself was shocked by what was going on around him, especially from that bow, and took a step back, quickly waving his hand. Hey, please stop this. You're scaring me here. This little one doesn't deserve such treatment. Please go back to your seats." You really are a humble young man." William laughed, then he and Alfred returned to their seat. He knew Robin's real age, of course, but he was still a young man in his eyes. Robin came forward and took a seat beside the patriarch, then asked, "Can I ask why 2 princes are honored us, the Burtons, to the point of visiting us today? I see that sage Albert decided to tell you about my identity. You didn't come just to take the law keys, right? Does this have anything to do with what happened with the idiot who came to get the keys last time?" Robin was not comfortable about this. He was not comfortable with anything related to the royal family, actually. He has some confidence dealing with the Bradleys before and the Burtons now, but the royals. He is like a little mouse in front of them. He succeeded in putting a show in front of Sage Albert, using the sound talisman and acting as if he was fearless in front of death. That made Sage Albert appreciate his future and even protect him for now, but if he ever changed his mind. Robin's life is literally in the hands of the royals. A single decision could end him, and he hated that, and the thing is, he is not as fearless in front of death as before. Seeing the fruits of his work slowly change the world around him has become too appealing for him. He has already found a reason to keep on struggling to live another day, but he himself didn't know off. As for the matter of today, the royal family is known to be cold towards everyone, even the dukes themselves. Just his little meeting with Sage Albert was considered a great honor in their point of view. Official source is N0V3L, FIRTAP net, but now two princes came together to his doorsteps. Even if they were showing him apparent respect, it is still scary. The only thing he can do now is to behave humbly and pray that they came in good. William smiled lightly. Actually, we didn't really come for the keys. We just happened to need you for something a few weeks ago, and my uncle Albert told us to wait and come at the beginning of the new year so we would not disturb your research twice. You needed me for something. And what can I do for the royal family, Your Highness? An ugly smile took place on Robin's face. William extended his hand and put it behind the back of Alfred, who was sitting next to him. My little brother here was about to form his knighthood pillars. When my uncle found out about this, he ordered him to stop and summoned us both, and he told us about you. Honestly, we are here to get your opinion on the subject of my little brother's breaking through to the knighthood realm. Do you think it's the most appropriate thing he can do? Robin couldn't stop himself from swallowing his saliva with a loud voice. That's what he was afraid of the most. William's little speech was not direct and malice hovering around it, but it was clear enough. They are here to take a law technique for Alfred to make his knighthood pillars with, and that law has to be stronger than the one that the royal family use. The royal family minor law is the third stage. It is one of the 8 strongest minor laws in this world. Ahahaha, who am I to give my opinion in something like that? But if you want my humble opinion, I see that the young prince has solid foundations, and he can attempt to build his pillars whenever he likes. Robin laughed strangely. William smiled and removed his hand behind his brother. The whole kingdom has heard a lot about Caesar's white flame, and we in the royal family have followed his news closely. And we are hearing even more about it after he broke through to knighthood, and his strength reached a remarkable level for a knight at the 11th level. That flame, it's not a normal energy attack technique. It is a law cultivations technique, right? Finally, the patriarch also understood what was happening as well and started pouring out a cold sweat. Even Robin's smile became much uglier. It might be not. Do you have something you would like to say, Your Highness? A few seconds of heavy silence took place after this question, during which William did not take his eyes off Robin. Then he burst out laughing. Haha, relax, my little friend. My uncle didn't pressure you to submit the runes draking techniques when he had the chance, which already shows to you how much we respect you. Do you think we're here to pressure you to submit a minor law technique that is most likely still at its first stage? Calm down. We're here to know the possibility and the price you want for it if it is possible. Robin nodded incessantly. What a nice speech. You really are a great diplomat. But you wouldn't simply leave if I told you I wouldn't sell, would you? Prince William's smile disappeared. But you won't say no, right? You already handed us a key for a minor law technique and even a ready-made minor law technique last year. Why don't you do it again? We can pay extra for this one. Robin rubbed his forehead as he expected. They didn't come with the intention of accepting a no for an answer. The only good thing about it is that they think Caesar's technique is a minor heavenly laws. After about a minute of silence, Robin calmed down and said to Prince William, my adopted son's techniques will always be mine alone, and it's impossible for me to hand them over, even if it's the royal family. Robin didn't wait for Prince William's reaction and continued, but if you wanted it for Your Highness Prince Alfred alone, there is room for further talk. Keep talking then, William replied with furrowed brows. Oath tablets are being sold at our auction house for a few months now. You must have heard of them. I need a little oath from the little prince and the technique will be his, Robin replied with a smile. Oh, Prince William smiled. You want the Prince of the Black Sun Kingdom to put his hand on a tablet and swear upon it to take a minor heavenly law cultivation technique. This is the bare minimum at which I can give away the technique to anyone who is not a direct subordinate to me. Your brother must swear to never leak the technique, not even its name, to anyone, and not to use it against someone who belongs to the Burton family without my permission. In addition to this, you must pay 10 million gold coins, approval or rejection in your hands. William didn't answer immediately. He just kept on tapping on his armrest for a few seconds. In the end, he nodded. I see no problem in this. Currently, there is no one in the royal family's core members that is close to breaking through to knighthood other than my little brother, and I won't haggle with you for those distant relatives, so I won't make it difficult for you in this matter, for now. As for asking for an oath on the tablet is understandable too. It's your technique after all, and you have the right to protect it, but 10 million gold coins. Are you out of your mind? Robin was shocked by the prince's words. This was the last point he thought he would reject. What is wrong with that? William looked at the patriarch. Can I have a little help here? Ah ha ha, sorry about that. Robin has gotten used to hearing big numbers too much. Then he quickly looked toward Robin in a pleading way. Boy, 10 million coins is not a number you can casually say. It will take a huge bite of the royal family's treasury. Since they knew you, their expenses have increased dramatically by sending 500,000 gold coins annually, and they even sent an extra 1,000,000 gold coins last year because of what happened with that saint who tried to attack you. Not speaking about the tens of thousands of gold coins they spent monthly in our Jura auction house. Please stop pressuring the royal family. Leave something in their treasury. Robin scratched his head. It seems that the patriarch's previous talk about the inflation due to the appearance of his innovations was correct. His work is increasing, but the amount of gold in the kingdom is fixed. Robin sneered sarcastically. His innovations cannot be valued in gold, but even this was limited. Say only 5 million gold coins then, and I won't hand you over other law technique keys this year. That's my last offer. Even after dropping the price in half, William's eyelids trembled for a moment at hearing this enormous amount. But after taking a quick look at Alfred, whose eyes began to twinkle with excitement, he sighed and said, all right, I agree. Excellent, Robin nodded happily. Uncle Brian, do you have a single slot oath tablet, or are they all sold out? Of course I have one. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a metal plate slightly smaller than his palm. You keep it in your pocket. Never mind. Robin took the tablet and passed it to Prince Alfred, then dictated the oath and made him inject his soul sense into the tablet and repeat slowly. After he finished, Robin patted the prince's shoulder. You are the first person to benefit from a law technique I made for my children while you are not even a direct surrogate of mine. Use it well. Prince William stood and patted his little brother on the shoulder excitedly. Haha, that's excellent. I have no doubt that you will learn the technique of an exceptional law. But where is the technique? Sorry, but I will not write the technique manually. Go to Caesar in the New Lands and take with you a single-use sound talisman. When you reach Caesar, activate the talisman and I will tell him to teach you the technique orally and convey to you his long experience in using it. He will be a personal tutor for you for a month, after which you can go back to the capital and do whatever you want. But where do I find him? It is said that he is roaming your new lands all the time with your other 2 boys searching for rebels. Alfred replied. I will send a sound message to Uncle David and have Caesar wait for you at the main factory, and Uncle Brian will send a knight to show you the way. Is that okay? Robin pointed at the patriarch. Alfred nodded all right. Robin turned back to look in William's direction and tossed the scroll he was still holding at him. These are the minor keys I've prepared for this year. Since we have agreed I don't need to hand them over this year, consider it next year's key. This will save you the trouble of sending someone to take it next year. Our 5 years agreement is almost done. Only 1 key to go. Then, after a few more pleasantries and formalities, Robin stood up and left the office, heading back to the guest house again. Robin returned to his seclusion and his oblivion to the speed of the passing of days. 2 months after his meeting with the 2 princes, the way to build the pillars of the path of the truth began to take shape before his eyes. Some of the things that were blocking his path were removed, and he had the general idea of how to build his pillars now. During the following month, he entered complete seclusion, in which he focused all his attention on building his pillars, not moving a single step outside his room the whole time. And on day 33, he finally did it. Robin Burton has officially become a level 11 knight. The first thing he did after he finished forming the 11th level pillars was not to test his strength and not check how far his life force had reached, but rather directly rose and lit a fire using some sheets from his bed. And the result was not what he expected. Robin did not hope for a big change after getting into the knighthood, as he only translated what he already knew and mastered to a solid form for a new cultivation level. That is it. All he wanted was to reduce research times and increase the strength of mental and spiritual a little bit as well. And he lit that fire to see if there was something cleared in a way that will reduce his research time as he was hoping. But what he saw in the fire was not what he was preparing for. This was not what he had been seeing before he became a knight. Or more precisely, it is more than he had been seeing before. Everything he knows about fire is still in front of him more clearly than before, and the connection between the different 3D patterns in the main body is as clear as the sun in a clear sky. Perhaps if Robin had seen this earlier, he would have finished the perfect major fire heavenly law technique in a few months less. But what amazed him most is that his eyes can now penetrate deeper and see patterns in the flames that he could not see before. But at the same time, he felt that this does not mean that what he was seeing before was incorrect. After examining the patterns for about another 2 hours, he was sure that this was without a doubt the second stage of major heavenly law of fire. The second stage of a major heavenly law. This was no joke. Even for any minor heavenly law, no matter how weak it is, any law technique that has a second stage, meaning that it can be used to reach the realm of sainthood, this type of technique what gives the ancient noble families their stature. It is the top guarded possession for any duke family. It is invaluable even within empires. Robin has always been annoyed at thinking about the future of his children's law technologies, as it is the squeezes his intelligence and his efforts to discover the first stage of the law. He didn't leave a single pattern in sight that he didn't use. He even went the most inhospitable environment like volcanoes to make sure that he didn't miss a thing. After he finished the fire heavenly law technique the first time, and after his head cooled down, a question was raised high. What will happen when he considers starting to research the second stage of any law? Was there even a second stage in terms of the pure patterns that he sees? If there isn't, then why are these second stage techniques are more powerful? Was the truth a path that will show him the beginning of the road, then he would have to take the long way afterward? In his previous assumption, he decided that when one of his kids reaches level 20, he will need to enter into seclusion for a few decades until he finds a way to reach the second level of one of those laws. But even though the patterns he sees now are a bit confusing, it was exactly as he used to see the first stage patterns before. If he has enough time, there is no doubt that he can find them all and compile them to make the second stage technique for one of the strongest laws that have appeared in this world. After breaking into the knighthood realm, Robin stayed in his room for a few more days trying to get used to his new abilities and the new worldview that unfolded before him. Also, his main path as a researcher did not prevent his curiosity from trying his new strength as a knight, but he soon became frustrated. His strength as a cultivator had increased, but not by much. It was just a little less than the ordinary increase in his previous breakthroughs. Breaking through in the knighthood realm takes a lot more energy than usual, especially building the pillars in level 11, which is the first in the knighthood realm. It takes much more energy than the basic 10 energy foundation levels combined. Where did all that energy go? He knows that some of that energy would be used for reshaping the body of the knight to make it able to use the heavenly law he made his pillars with. For a human flesh able to release fireballs or adapt to extreme speed, it requires this kind of massive reshaping. Other than this, a portion of the used energy is for expanding the life force. And whatever energy is left after those 2 points will be used to expand the knight's future energy reserves and increase the amount of usable energy in every attack. This is the true power of a knight. As for the law of truth, it is something that affects the inner intuition and the eyes of its user. It is not something that the body has to be mutated for. So other than his eyes, he got out of this with no benefits for his body whatsoever, but that should have freed more energy to turn into expanded energy reserves and increased usable energy per attack. But that didn't happen. His eyes mutation has taken so much energy that it almost left nothing for anything else. Whether it is physically or energy-wise, Robin found himself far below an ordinary knight. But this did not bother Robin too much. Strength is not what he was hoping for when he chose the path of truth. And he can also use the path of truth in many indirect ways during a life or death battle like he did with that assassin before, which is the only important aspect for strength. Or that's what the weakest knight in history told himself anyway. After a whole week of building the pillars, Robin finally came out of his seclusion. The whole process took 8 months of his life, 1 month of them in complete isolation. This was more than he had expected when he decided to start, but at least he did it now and removed a great weight off his chest. Immediately after getting out of the room, he left his house without trying to find anyone in it, as Zara and Mila had left the house almost since the academy was built, and now they spend most of their time there and don't come back unless they want to sleep. Especially after Mila started learning higher-level runes directly from Zara and started helping her prepare the monthly auction sales. The first thing he did was that he headed directly towards the academy, smiling and nodding his head towards those he met along the road, and his smile increased when he saw the building in front of him. The last time he got to this place was after building the first section of the academy, but now the building is huge in every sense of the word. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if Robin said that this was the largest building he had ever seen after the royal palace. This place is specially equipped to contain the lives of 1,000 rune master inside it, in terms of living, working, resting, places for chatting and exchanging ideas, and even huge lecture halls. Robin went straight in, undisturbed by the guards, and began examining every little detail in the academy alone, and nodded with satisfaction at what he saw. Robin. The guards just told me that you came to the academy. When did you leave? And why didn't you summon us? You are a knight. Mila's voice came from behind Robin as he was inspecting one of the large lecture halls. Robin turns and finds Mila standing with a brush with her hands stained with dark green ink, and there are a few spots on her clothes as well, and he bursts into laughter. Haha, looks like I made the right decision not to summon you too. I see that you started practicing Vitality Rune now. HMPH, stop making fun of me or else. Mila takes a few steps, picking up the brush and moving it in the air. Robin quickly took a couple of steps back, fearing the ink would come on his clothes. Well, all right, you win, I will stop. Why did you think I was making fun of you? You look better when you work hard and not lazing around all day. I'm going to Uncle Tim's restaurant. Do you want to come? And where is Zara, who was lazing around all day? Zara is currently busy teaching the elite class about the Vitality Rune. I already understood everything and made 2 Vitality talismans so far, but I expect she still has to spend some more time with them. Wait, I'll wash up and go get her with us. And she was about to turn around and leave. Looking very excited, not every day Robin comes and asks her to go out with him. No need, work is more important. I will make it up for her with another dinner later. As for you, if you finished your lectures and work for today, then come with me. I will wait for you outside the academy in half an hour. Okay. Then Mila turned and walked away, and Robin went back into roaming the academy, examining his heritage. Come here, I have the best clothes and… Oh, good morning, Sir Robin. Come. Hello, Uncle Robin. My family and I are praying for you. Haha, how are you, Robin? Walking in the city streets with Mila is not as noisy as it was at first. For the past year, Robin used to go out and walk with her around the city until everyone got used to it, just as the city itself has become crowded with saints coming from all over the kingdom to follow the auctions. So seeing strong saints like Mila in the streets is no longer a strange thing. This phenomenon has been going on for a while and Robin never thought of it, but it appears that it increases significantly with every time he gets out, which made his suspicion increase this time. Today, out of every 10 people who greet him, about 7 of them thank him. For what? No one of the commoners or even his weak relatives are supposed to know about his innovations. Even after he finished his meal and paid the 50 gold coins, Jack told him that he will make many people thankful for this today, which made Robin look at Mila and find her stifling her laugh by his side. And after his first step in the street after leaving the restaurant, the strange phenomenon came back. He came to the restaurant again. What a great man. After walking for about 200 meters and the phenomenon continuing, Robin couldn't hold himself anymore and grabbed Mila's arm. Okay, that's enough. What do you know and don't tell me? What are all these people thanking me for? Is there any news leaking out about what I'm really doing? Ha 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 ha, you finally can't stand it anymore, you big smart man. I was expecting your facade of indifference to last for another 2 months. Mila. His voice got colder. All right, I will answer, but talking won't help. Come with me. Mila put her hand on his shoulder and wrapped him in energy, then quickly sped towards the north of the city. After about a minute, they both landed on a tall building overlooking a large open piece of land, where there was nothing but a large tent with a sign Robin Burton's Charity, and in front of the tent, a large number of women and children were sitting. Robin was extremely surprised by the sign and looked at Mila. What is going on here? How are those people? And what charity is this? I know nothing of it. Why are they using my name? Don't you remember what I said to Jack Burton about what he does with your money? Use it to feed the poor. Do you know how much food can those 50 gold coins buy for ordinary mortals? What? Robin didn't expect this answer. They took my words seriously that day. Of course they did. Since that day you have been visiting them continuously. At some point you were visiting them at least once a week. All that gold were converted to meals for the poor and distributed here at lunchtime every day. The official lunchtime is in an hour from now. You can wait and watch many of the poor in the northern part of the city, and their families will gather here to take their rations for today. It is unfortunate that the 50 gold coins aren't nearly enough for everyone, and you don't even go there daily, so the food is also limited. I think that every family has the right to take a meal once every 2 weeks or so. It was made that way so that the food would reach everyone who is in need, but this is still a great help for them, and all this is done under your name. Your popularity among the poor rises with every dish they receive from here. Even the higher layers of the city and the foreigners are impressed when someone hears about this initiative from you. Nothing comes on their tongues except for praise. This Robin felt his legs run weak and sat in his place on the roof, watching the women and children sitting in front of the tent, waiting for something to eat. Robin remained in his place for more than half an hour. It was long enough to see people began to gather from all sides in the open piece of land, so many of them that the land began to disappear, and was soon covered with skinny bodies, with eyes that sparkled with hope as they wait for their turn for the food they have been waiting 2 weeks for. Robin didn't know how he was feeling. He accidentally did something great with that suggestion, and that little money, but then again, Yet another thing he is getting praised for even though he didn't mean it. After another few minutes, Robin couldn't stand watching any longer, so he got up and sighed. I looked ahead too much that I forgot what is under my feet. I wanted to change the whole world, but I haven't been able to improve the lives of those who live in my own city. Tell Uncle Brian to subsidize Uncle Tim's restaurant every month with enough money to feed all the poor in the city from today onwards. And they should be 3 good meals a day, and not 1. I don't think that would be too troublesome for the family. I guess 20,000 gold coins would do. This amount would have been a problem in the past, but not anymore. No one shall sleep hungry in my city any longer. Mila nodded with a smile as if she was waiting for this response all along. No problem. The patriarch won't refuse you a request like that. More people will be thankful for you from today onwards, Robin. Let's go, Robin said and jumped off the building and left in the opposite direction. Mila walked next to him quietly and did not want to disturb him while he was thinking. That scene a while ago had an effect on him more than she thought. But after a few minutes of walking, he took the initiative. Where is Billy? I want to ask him something. He spends most of his time in the new lands now. The 5 saints need to stay in the factories to protect the furnaces and the arsenals, as Billy works on overseeing the new projects and dealing with your noble families there, Mila replied. Oh, well, we'll go to the patriarch then. Mila shook her head. No need. He has been in seclusion for over a month. He has reserved 3 third-level spirit revitalizing pills and decided to try the breakthrough to level 26. Upon hearing this, Robin stood in the middle of the street. What? There is no saint in charge. Who runs Jura City then? Of course I am. Uncle Edward takes care of everything related to the army and its armament. As for all the other matters, they are decided by me. Mila placed her hand on her chest and replied proudly. You, Sai, the family is frighteningly lacking in high-class figures. Never mind. Did we get information on the party that took the soul-strengthening technique and soul-replenishing technique booklets? Mila replied angrily. I'll try to ignore that you are not treating me as a family member, HMPH. As for the information you are asking for, yes, we have it. The intelligence department got it 2 months ago. The guy who leaked the 2 techniques was not some wandering cultivator, as he said. He is relatively unknown as a cultivator, but at the end, we found out that he is a member of a baron family of the Duchy of Evran. Robin never expected this, or rather he didn't want to expect it. What kind of relationship does that baron have with the Evrans? Excellent relationship. In fact, there are many low-level marriage relations between the 2 families, and they are the first to answer the call of wars. You can say that they are the dogs of the Evran family. Robin furrowed his eyebrows. A mere baron would not dare to play such a game on an ordinary Marcos family, let alone a family as important and mighty as the Burtons now. After a few seconds, he started to move forward again and asked, The Duchy of Evran, they are the border duchy with Dolivar, right? We need to pass through their lands every time we enter or exit our new lands. What is our current relationship with them? Mila shrugged. Not so bad, really. We don't have the best of relations, but at least there is no hostility on the surface. They attend all the auctions we are holding and win a few talismans every month. Though every now and then there are squabbles at the frontier with our new lands, when the wagons loaded with the classified weapons or battalions of our armies try to get in or out from there. No deaths we involved, but they are just not flexible at all. Just 3 months ago, they seized a wagon full of classified weapons and kept it with them for a whole week with ridiculous excuses before returning it to us after some pressure from Patriarch Brian. Even my Uncle Edward had to intervene in this and threaten to involve the Bradleys in the situation. And currently they restrict the passage of our classified weapon wagons from their lands to once a month for security reasons. We currently have to collect all our work in the factories over the course of the month and send it in one big caravan made up of several wagons. Robin's features turned upside down. That was totally unexpected. Robin was angry that the 2 techniques he worked hard to make had gone missing, but he wasn't worried. Even if the 2 techniques fell into the wrong hands, there is no problem really, even if they have ways to strengthen and replenish the soul. So what? What will they do with those souls? The actual problem comes after the 2 techniques fell into the hands of one of the forces. An inevitable question would arise. What do we do with those souls after they are strengthened? Whoever that will have those 2 techniques will enviably make the connection with the Burtons, asking to hire cultivators with strong souls. Why would the Burtons gather those special cultivators and even empower them more? To make something special. And what do the Burtons do have and can be called special that others don't? Talismans. The whole process won't be a mystery anymore if that force who takes the 2 techniques has any smart person. He would start questioning the old man in the mountain myth and look at the Burtons themselves more. And this is what Robin feared most, that this organization would try to penetrate their ranks and try to find out more than they should. And this is what is happening now. it is clear that the Duchy of Evran has begun to seek answers to the new questions that began to arise. There is no longer any doubt that they were the ones who took the two techniques. And without room for any doubt, this won't be the last time he will hear Evran's name with something he doesn't like. The Duchy of Evran, Robin muttered in a low voice. Mila was silent for a few minutes to give him a chance to think, then spoke. I know what you're thinking. It's easy to make the connection. Those techniques are most likely taken by the Evran family. The patriarch thought the same when he heard the report as well, but it's hard to act, extremely hard. Robin nodded. There is no evidence that they took the techniques, and even if there is evidence, you can simply refuse to hand them over. Even if we mess with that Baron family now, we would gain nothing. I'm generally not worried about what they can do with those two booklets. They are worthless without putting them into use by crafting the talismans, but I'm afraid they will go further after they have tasted their first success. Appoint a few men from the intelligence department to collect only information about the Duchy of Evran. Watch their movements closely, the way they deal with our caravans that cross to the new lands, what they do at the auctions. Tell me if there are escalations on their part. Mila shrugged. I will do as you say. I wish there were more benefactors like you. Robin nodded with a smile to the passers-by, then spoke to Mila. Is there something in the family that warrants my personal intervention? Yeah, you made the 30 10-slots oath tablets and handed them over to us a few months ago. Billy took only 20 of them to the new lands in case if new families wanted to join our panel. After they all saw that the first 4 families that joined us started gaining knights, lands, etc. They also came to take the oath and received the minor heavenly law technique. During these months, we have been able to win 17 more families to be our nobles in the new lands. As for me, I booked 10 tablets here in case new potential rune masters came while you were in seclusion. At first, everyone said 10 tablets were too many for that, and I almost sent the rest to Billy. But the strangest thing happened during the past 8 months. More than 300 cultivators that matched the specifications came to work for us. Wah, 300 of them. Robin was shocked by the number and stopped for a moment in the street. During his previous year of seclusion, they could barely gather 56 individuals. Mila nodded. This shocked us too. Up till now, we still don't know how that happened. I personally think it was the new enormous academy that is starting to gain fame for being mysterious, or maybe seeing that our inscription masters were treated with respect and really received what they were promised. The important thing is that more than 300 individuals came to work, and because you were busy, I and Zara took over the task. We told them about the oath they had to say, and about the benefits for them and the powers behind them if they joined us, etc. The whole process was easier with them, because they already have knowledge about the oath tablets as they are sold in auctions for a few months now. In the end, 149 individuals agreed to stay and work with us. 100 of them took the oath. 8 of them died because of trying to break the oath. Then another 8 took their place, and the rest of the 41 are waiting until we provide them with tablets to swear upon and start their learning. Does this mean, excluding you and Zara, there are 123 rune masters that are working on the talismans now as we speak? Robin asked hesitantly. That is partially right. Some of them are still in the training period, though. The older rune masters are still teaching the new ones what they know, but in general, yes. We currently have 123 rune masters. Mila nodded. This even in Robin's wildest dreams. He didn't think the rune masters could reach that number. If each of them made 1 fire explosion talisman per day, then the total number at the end of each month would be. Hey. Where did you go in your mind? Mila poked him a few times in the side of his head. No, nothing. You say there are 41 individuals waiting to take the oath. That means you need 5 oath tablets of 10 slots, right? Mila nodded. Billy sent 50 new tablets of the 10-slot size. They are all waiting for you. Robin rubbed his chin. At this rate, he would still need to draw the 10-slot tablets in weekly biases alongside those single slot he need to make for sale. After a few seconds he sighed. Forget it, I'm going to make the 5 tablets. For now, then I will leave the rest to you. You are a saint and Zara has a lot of experience with the runes now. I will teach you how to make the oath tablets yourself. I wish one of you will catch it. Excellent. Mila was very happy with Robin's statement. After the increase in the numbers of the masters of talismans, her role in Zara became much more limited, and with every new rune the rune masters start to produce, their role between them becomes less. It's about time they both specialize in something new. After entering the administration area, Robin made a detour toward the guest house, but Mila stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Home. Robin was surprised by the question. Hey, come on. Then she pulled his arm in the opposite direction. Soon, a heavily guarded, luxurious palace with a nice frontal private garden appeared in front of them. The palace wasn't very big, but it was undoubtedly one of the largest buildings in the administrative area, excluding the academy, of course. After a few seconds Robin of looking around, he understood something and gasped, "This. Right, it's our home." Mila had a big smile. She had worked so hard to supervise every little thing in the palace. She made it a better version of her former mansion in Bradley Pearl City. Robin looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "You mean my house? Aren't we one, honey? Hee, come on, show me the house from the inside." Then I quickly pulled him inside. Robin took a vacation from training, research, and very much everything he used to do, as he fully focused on teaching Mila and Zara how to make the oath tablets. After making the simple version of the sound talisman, he would draw the multi-use version only for money, but he now has to draw only two things: the third level of the spirit revitalizing pill, and the oath tablets. If he can make them successfully draw the oath rune, then it will be only a matter of time for them to be able to draw the spirit revitalizing rune as well. As such, investing some time on them, for now, will surely pay in the future, but the sometimes took more than he expected. The subject was not easy for them, as this was the first time they drew something related to the soul. It was much more complex than the level they were accustomed to. It is like asking a kid in the first level of Energy Foundation to study the third stage of a heavenly law technique. And the inevitable happened. After the first week of trying, the two failed miserably. But Robin didn't give up on them. He decided to change his strategy. He would spend a few hours daily trying to enhance their craftsmanship of the runes as a whole by solidifying their foundation. After every rune they perfect, he would get to the next one, then the next. When he got to the point where he had to make them perfect the sound, fire explosion, and even the vitality runes, Robin ordered to gather all 164 rune masters, the older and fresh ones, in a lecture hall and give them all a few lectures personally, and even passed by them one by one to see how fast and precise they were. He did it so that they could get their information straight from the source, and even remind them who the real boss is in here. This process took him a full month, but in the end, it bore fruit. All the rune master became at least 30 faster than they were before. As for Mila and Zara, who were taking private lessons daily, they were able to finally make their first oath tablet each. At that same week, the patriarch also came out of his seclusion, officially becoming a level 26 saint. But the actual main event at the end of the month is when Mila one day came up to Robin and said, "My father is coming to Jura. He said he wanted you for something important, and he is bringing another guest with him." "Guest who?" Robin asked. "Duke Raymond Alton." A week later, the front garden, Robin's new palace. "Welcome, welcome. My humble house is honored receiving two dukes today." Robin opened his arms and greeted the two men approaching him. "Ha ha ha, it's been years since we last met, brat." Then Galen placed his hand on the middle man's shoulder next to him. "Let me introduce you two. This is Raymond Alton Raymond. This is Robin Burton, my daughter Mila's fiancé." Robin smiled and looked at the man who was coming towards him. Expressions of bewilderment, astonishment, and perhaps even shock were evident even in his look at Robin. Robin wasn't happy with this look at all, actually. He wasn't happy since Mila told him about this meeting. He had nothing to do with Duke Raymond, and he wasn't supposed to know who he was, so what brought him here? In the end, Robin managed to fake a smile and spoke. "Can the moon be hidden? We live on Duke Alton's territory, so of course I saw a picture of him in my youth, but it is still an honor for me to formally meet your highness today. But may I know the reason for your visiting this little one?" "I think Patriarch Brian has already come out of his seclusion if you want something from the Burtons, so." But the response was not expected, as Raymond looked at him even more sharply and muttered, "Robin Burton, so you are the mastermind and creator of the marvelous talismans. Just a 150-year-old guy, and only 11th level knight. Who would have thought of that?" Duke Raymond's first sentence since his arrival wiped away any smile from Robin's face as he turned to look at Galen in anger. "Haha, why are you looking at me? Hold on." Galen laughed loudly and then threw a one-slot oath tablet to Robin. "We had a great conversation in which I had to reveal your identity, but I made him swear not to leak your identity to anyone." Robin picked up the tablet and examined it carefully, before putting it in his pocket and smiling again at Duke Raymond. "I am glad my acquaintances have increased another one. Welcome again, your highness." "Hahaha, if you said that before checking the tablet, I might have believed you." Raymond laughed out loud, not really angry. "Just a precaution, your highness. You must understand my situation, right? Come on, please take a seat." Robin pointed at a small table in the front garden of his palace. The two followed him to the table and began exchanging pleasantries and formalities for a few minutes, until Mila brought them cups of coffee and distributed them, then sat down next to Robin. "Haha, you are really a difficult boy to meet. A good while has passed since I tried to have a meeting with you, but you were always in seclusion or busy with something." Only when I learned from my daughter that you are out and that you were not busy with anything for some time, I left everything in my hand and decided come immediately. Galen spoke while drinking his coffee. You are always welcome here, Your Highness. Robin smiled. Huh, why do you keep saying Your Highness? Call me my father-in-law, you brat, what, aren't we a family now? Galen laughed out loud. Robin looked next to his eye at Mila sitting to his right, and shrugged. He, I think you're right, father-in-law. But what is wrong with boy, brat, young man? You are letting my current looks fool you too much. Robin didn't like those words very much, or rather, they weren't familiar to him. He was treated by the little village next to his cave like an old fart not so long ago. Duke Raymond chuckled. You are just a little boy of 150 years of age, I think. When I was your age, I was still testing my luck with girls left, and right, you can't imagine how shocked I was when I found out you were the talisman maker. Galen needed a few minutes to convince me of that. Ha, don't remind me of the past. Raymond, 150 years is nothing to the nobles. It might be the end of the life of an ordinary cultivator of the 10th level. But for those who have studied the laws, every level in the knighthood realm increases the lifespan by 50 years, so a level 20 knight can live up to 650 years. Then if you are lucky enough, you can enter sainthood, where each level in sainthood increases the lifespan by 100 years, meaning that we who are at the top of the level of the saint can live up to approximately 17 centuries. That not even speaking about sagehood, whose lifespan increases by 300 years with each level, and you speak as if you are old, you son of a century and a half, ha. Raymond nodded with a smile. Honestly, only a brat could plot to attack a whole kingdom. When one of his relatives was almost about to get hurt in it, I was surprised when I first heard that the talisman creator was the one who sponsored that war, but now I understand. Galen nodded him. You are right. If not, His Highness Sage Albert gathered the armies at the borders and threatened Dalvar at that time. The Burton's army and my army there would have been wiped out. His stance in the war was as important as the war itself, or maybe more. He is the one who won the land, not the army. We owe him a lot. FVCK. I'm sitting right in front of you. Did you two come here to insult me? The way this conversation went really enraged Robin. It rubbed salt on the injury. Robin already feels stupid every time he thinks about that war. Attacking Dalivar exposed him to many dangers that almost destroyed him. He was only lucky that the royal family of the Black Sun got to him first, and the only fruit he got out of that war was the half a duchy the Burtons took, but even that became a liability that burdens their steps. Ha, who would dare insult the godfather of talismans? If we all died right at this moment, we will be forgotten as soon as our bodies go back to Earth. But you, my little friend, will never be forgotten. You will go down in history as one of the forefathers who added something to this world. Duke Raymond spoke solemnly. Never to be forgotten. Those words already cooled down Robin by much and made him forget his anger. Duke Raymond struck his nerves easily and also went straight to his greatest desire easily. This guy is good, he thought to himself. Yeah, that's right, your inexperience does not take anything away from you. Tell me, Robin, is it true that you spent your whole life in a cave alone, as Mila told me? Galen asked more or less. The last 20 years I found Caesar as a baby, and he lived with me in the cave. So you are without real experience, my little friend. To gain experience and openly say I lived, you have to socialize with the people, love and hate, start fights and find peace. You may be a genius and unparalleled in certain respects, but in terms of maturity, I don't think you are more mature than a young man in his 20s. Robin scratched his head, not knowing what to say to these two old beasts who are centuries older than him. So my age and my practical experience may be really nothing compared to you, but I know that I have what it takes to make up for this. You both come here on your feet to see me, right? Tell me, my father-in-law, how can I help you? And what was that great deal that you had to reveal my identity to Duke Alton for? You want to change the subject, huh? Haha, all right, I don't want to bother you for long as Wheel. I know you need your time to change the world and make more Dukes Cone to you. Haha, Galen laughed loudly, then looked seriously at his daughter. Get out of here, girl. Go cultivate or something. What? Why? I arranged this meeting. I brought you coffee. Mila objected as soon as she heard her father's words. I want your fiancé with something important. I don't want him to think that I will use you to pressure him. Don't worry, I will tell you later the outcome of the meeting. Still gesturing her to leave as he spoke you. Mila hit her foot on the ground and left. Her appearance made Robin burst out laughing. Then he turned back to look at the Duke. Discuss something important. What is this? Galen put down the coffee cup on the table in front of him and gave a meaningful smile. Honestly, I'm hungry. Robin smiled. Those who know who I am would drool over so many things. Tell me, father-in-law, what exactly do you want to eat? The Kingdom of the Lying Water, Galen announced. Robin was shocked by the Duke's reply and his smile vanished. He thought Galen would ask him for more talismans or a larger share of the categorized armaments. But this. Your appetite is very worrying, father-in-law. Hahaha, frankly, I have some envy in my heart in one fell swoop. The little Burton family has acquired nearly enough lands to be declared a duchy for yourselves, and I am a duke with a bigger army and wider resources. Still have the lands I got from my ancestors. Do you think this is fair? You got what we agreed upon. It's not like you were the losing side in this matter. Robin replied plainly. Honestly, I didn't think we would keep a single inch of land out of that war. Not to mention half a duchy, 2 saints, and hundreds of knights of my family have died in that war, and I got nothing besides a future investment. I know that I got what I wished for, and if I have to go back in time, I will probably take the same decision and have the methods to make the fire talisman. But the land is power. You might not feel the bless you have at your hands now, but you will feel it clearly after you finish developing it. More territories under you means more cultivation resources, more minerals to arm your soldiers and more rich beast zones, more gold mines, more men to join the army, more talented youth to join and serve the family, more of everything. Congratulations to you about that sweet fat piece of land you got to yourself, but now I want to invest what I got out of that war. The fire talismans, they must put to use for my own benefit this time. Duke Galen spoke seriously. At the timing, Robin muttered. He understood that the Duke was trying to say, but his own plan for the incoming years was peaceful as if can get. He already gained enough land for the family to grow and expand their base upon for the next few generations. As for himself, he only needed to expand his legacy by training more rune masters and researching for more laws. Even finding more ways to spread his work to everyone now is the time to relax and gain the fruits of the past 150 years. Galen smiled. What about it? Is there a better timing? The prestige of the Black Sun Kingdom among the other kingdoms is at its peak right now, and everyone is still waiting for any move from us. Even the Dukes of Lying Water next to me started to send gifts and deal cautiously with the border patrol. Haha, their soldiers were extremely arrogant not long ago, and now they are behaving like kittens. I can say that if I move now, I will win half the battles before they even start because of their intense fear of the talismans. If we lingered for much longer, this fear may dissipate and I will lose many more soldiers. Robin nodded. You have a point then. Why are you here? What do I have to do with all of this? How can you not have something to do with it? You are a partner in this war as much as me and Galen. The talismans are the basis of this ambition, Raymond added. Robin turned to him. Sorry for asking. Tell me again, what are you doing here? Raymond looked at Galen in the eye and found him chuckling, then sighed and replied to Robin. Your son-in-law is really as rude as you said, then went back to look at Robin and said, I'll join Galen in the attack. Why? Robin looked at Galen. You already have the necessary army to take on any duchy head-on, and you have the method of making the fire explosion runes, which makes you nearly invincible among your peers. Why do you need the Alton family? Galen spoke seriously. I will not lie to you. The matter of involving the Alton family was the advice of Sage Albert when I went to visit him to tell him about my intention to attack the Lying Water Kingdom and take the piece of land next to me, even if they don't make a non-aggression pact like yours. I'm confident that I can permanently take at least a quarter of the duchy next to me. But he didn't like my suggestions between us and the Lying Water Kingdom. There is a great frontier stretching between the Duchy of Alton and mine on our side, and 3 duchies on their side. I only wanted to attack the duchy with which I share the largest frontier and take what I can from them. But Sage Albert suggested that I take the Alton family with me and widen that scope of the attack. We will invade 3 enemy duchies at the same time. This might have been just a dream in the past, but not now. Now we have an irreplaceable opportunity to increase the lands of the Black Sun and make it the largest kingdom among the 8. The sage said that after many small wars, the other kingdoms will get used to wars. Using the talismans, they might find a way to reduce its danger, and our advantage will be lessened greatly. So we have to take advantage of what we have now and strike as hard as we can before they have time to find solutions. Robin rubbed his chin for a few seconds, then nodded. Sage Albert really knows how to really take his chances, but is it easy to start wars like this? Dolivar has spared no effort during the past tens of years to drag us into a war. Raymond shook his head. We have had a lot of wars already, but it was between the duchies of Evren and Tinley. Wars on an individual level are easy, and we can come up with any trivial reason to start them. We can send a soldier to take a shit in the enemy's land. That would do. Haha, the real problem is in the royal war. Oh, it looks like everything is ready, so. What is my role? Don't you know already how to make a level 6 fire explosion talisman? Robin replied to Galen without emotions. He didn't want to get involved in all of this. His name has become a fire explosion talisman now. Never mind, frankly, you left me in a dilemma. I couldn't find people with the qualities you demanded, strong spirits or knights who would be completely loyal to me. So I built underground dungeons and filled them with thousands of slaves, and he taught them all how to draw the fire talisman, yet they only produce about 500 talismans per month. Some of them fail to draw completely after wasting valuable resources and food, so I kill them, and some of them produce one talisman per week. It is becoming frustrating. You did. What? Robin stood up and yelled angrily. That idiot has taught the secret technique to thousands of people. What did you want me to do? You only created the oath tablets recently, and even after their creation they are too expensive for me to buy. Galen innocently shrugged. After hearing this, Robin did not say anything else, but sat down again and put his hand on his forehead. It was not clear whether he was depressed or angry. Galen felt he had screwed things up and tried to quickly change the subject and not go too far. Let's get back to the important topic. What I have right now is not enough for an invasion of this scale. We previously invaded the Duchy of Tinley with about 8,000 talismans, but that worked because it was a new invention. And frankly, if they organized one more attack, they would have wiped us clean done because the talismans were already out. Also, we will attack 3 duchies, not 1. And Brother Raymond here doesn't have a single fire talisman, not even mentioning the darkness talismans, vitality talismans, and the sound rings without you heavily involved in this. I will have to reject Sage Alpert suggested and stick with my previous plan. Raymond nodded and a big cruel smile appeared on his face. I heard that you are spending gold like water in your new lands. This project can help you out in that matter. I can buy any rune you have in large quantities. You wouldn't regret this. As for me, I only want to serve my kingdom and raise the Black Sun flag on more lands. Galen quickly added, and don't forget the weapons. I am currently purchasing from you 10 of all the production of your factories, and the royal family purchase another 10, and the rest is given to your own army. You need to raise the percentage you give me at least for half the production of the factories until the war begins. Robin slowly tapped his cheek for more than 2 minutes in silence as he looked at the dukes sitting in front of him. Apparently they came here wanting a lot of talismans, at least tens of thousands of them, and half of the factory production on top of that. This was not hunger but gluttony. Finally, Robin asked, when do you intend to start the attack? This would be a massive war. We agreed previously that it would take about 5 years to train more soldiers and obtain enough recourses, and of course enough weapons and talismans from you. Raymond Alton replied, 5 years, huh? Robin nodded continually. During the past month, new individuals came to take the oath and work as talisman masters. Currently, he has 181 talisman masters. Some of them are still training, but most of them have already started working on the fire explosion talismans and the sound talisman, and there are still more of them being recruited with extremely fast pace. In addition, he has Zara and Mila, and a few other true geniuses among the rune masters who learned how to draw vitality and darkness talismans also, and they can make more than 5 runes per day. Within those 5 years, he will be able to provide a large number of different runes for the Burton family, and can send the rest to these 2 dukes without a problem. As for weapons, it is less of a problem. Currently, several other factories are being built, and production will be doubled in 1 year from now. Therefore, selling half of them means that the Burtons will maintain approximately the same current production, and even more factories will be built after that. After Robin got to this point, he looked at Galen and asked, I don't see a reason to refuse, but what do I gain from this? Although we will take huge quantities, we are willing to buy everything at the standard market price. Raymond looked at Galen and then turned back to Robin and replied, obviously, what else? Robin replied plainly. A bad feeling started hitting Galen. If you have requests, say them and we can discuss further. Robin didn't reply immediately, but closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts. About half an hour have passed already. The 2 dukes got bored and started some side talks until he finds what he wants. After another full 5 minutes, he opened his eyes and spoke directly. If this deal was done as you want, it was going to cost you millions upon millions of gold coins. I think you need this money more than me to increase the size of your army over the next 5 years. Each of you will need to raise an army of at least 400,000 men. Right, you need to pay, feed, and arm them. That must be costly. What do you think of another suggestion? I will give you 40,000 level 6 fire explosion talismans, and thousands of darkness, vitality, and sound talismans. I will even send with you 10 elite knights rune masters to stay with you throughout the war. They will make all the 4 kinds of talismans, especially vitality talismans, in order to preserve the lives of your senior officers, and all this without paying a single silver coin. This Galen and Raymond looked at each other. This is too good to be true. Robin, what do you want? Instead of being happy, Galen asked anxiously. He knows very well that his greed and ambition are nothing compared to the boy in front of him. He wasn't some kind-hearted man who will sacrifice for the love of the kingdom. Robin smiled at Galen. Brother-in-law, I hope you haven't forgotten the person who tried to assassinate me and was already too close to killing me when I was under your protection. You mean Marquis Rufus? Boy, I told you I can't do anything to him. Maybe I might impose economic pressure or something, but Galen replied quickly, trying to defend himself. But Robin interrupted him. Hey, I didn't tell you to do anything. I will. Galen furrowed an eyebrow. What do you mean? When you go out with your army in 5 years to attack the lying Water Kingdom, I personally will go out with the Burton family's army to attack that Rufus. I want to hang his and his bastard son heads on the gate of his own city. His entire lands shall become mine. A cruel smile ate up Robin's entire face. Galen slammed the table in front of him angrily. No way. Rufus administers about half of my duchy's lands. You're asking to take all that lands for a handful of talismans and weapons. Are you crazy? You are going to build a huge army, armed with tons of formidable categorized weapons and talismans, to take part in an attack on 3 duchies. If you do not succeed in conquering them all, then at least you will take a whole duchy. Then what if I take half of one from you? That land is passed down in his family since ages, and he is only a follower of you in name. All you do is take taxes from him and give it to the royal family. All this does not matter to me. I want to expand the family lands, and you say that you will take half of what I already have. Forget about it, Galen replied angrily. Father-in-law, I came back from the brink of death when I was under your protection, and yet here we are, and we are still together, and our relationship is even closer. But I have not forgotten what happened. I kept silent for 3 years now because I know how sensitive his position is, and that the death of a marquis is something that would draw a lot of attention, and I can't get out away with it, but it's different now. The royals know my real value, and the whole kingdom will be busy with the huge war outside. It is the perfect opportunity. This guy intends to kill me because I'm related to Caesar. I bet he and his stupid son are still planning to kill both of us. Maybe even kill Theo and Peon because they are Caesar's brothers. Now what should I wait for? Until he succeeds. Duke, if you can't take revenge for me for being attacked under your watch in your own institution, then let me take my own. I must kill that person at all costs, or I will always be worried about my sons. And after I spend the family's resources on killing the last man in their family, and thousands of our men are inevitably martyred in the war while the kingdom witnesses this, I must keep a piece of land, or I will look like a fool. You don't want your son-in-law to look like a fool, right? But I understand your concerns. What about this? 45,000 of the fire explosion talismans. I will send with you 20 rune masters, and I will take only 2/3 of Rufus' lands. Robin spoke without stop. Should I pretend to see nothing while you attack my duchy's lands and kill my nobles, Robin? Secondly, even if you could take his lands with the force of the army, you wouldn't be able to kill him. Rufus is a saint of the 29th level, Galen said in a low voice. That is why I said I will march after you start your war. No one will blame you for not interfering, and I will apologize to the Bradleys afterward and return to you a lot of the lands I took and even a lot of gold in front of the whole kingdom. Then you can reply that you understand it was a personal grudge between the Burtons and the Rufus family, and the matter ends just like that. As for how to kill him, that's my problem. If I can't think of a way until the 5 years limit is finished, I will cancel the project and you will have what you want for free. What do you think of my offer? Take 1/10 of their lands. This is a good compensation for not being able to protect you that day. Don't exaggerate any further, Galen said angrily. Give me half their lands, and I will teach you how to make the 5-second darkness talismans, Robin responded quickly. Raymond Alton quickly turned to Galen again to see what will be his reply. This conversation took a turn he had never expected. Was this the same kid they were mocking for being too young a few minutes ago? Galen immediately went silent. The darkness talismans. He knows those talismans very well. If he had to choose between the same amount of fire explosion or darkness talismans, he would surely choose the darkness talismans. They are extremely important in the battles of knights, and if the knights were empowered, the battle is as good as won. But Galen did not reply directly, but remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. All right, you can take 1/3 of their land, and I will take Edward when the war begins to lead my armies, and then I will send him back to you after the war is over. Arg, why are you so stingy? 1/3 of the lands of the Rufus family, in addition to the former lands of Baron Camden family. Baron Camden? All right. Galen nodded. Camden's family have mostly perished 6 years ago under the hands of Marquis Rufus, but their lands were taken back, and right now it still belongs to the Kingdom of Lying Water. In addition to that, it's not large in any way and is right next to Rufus Marquis, so he won't actually lose much by giving it up. He also knows that Robin made this request mostly because of his adopted son Peon Camden. Robin stood up smilingly and extended his hand to Galen to shake his. 1/3 of the lands of the Rufus family means about 15 of the Duchy of Bradley. This area is much smaller than the new lands that joined the Burton family recently, but it is a few times larger than the area of the old earldom of the Burtons. Galen met him resentfully first, but eventually shook his hand as well, announcing the seal of the deal. Ha ha ha, excellent, this how gentlemen do their business. Glad everything is settled. Duke Raymond laughed out loud. When Robin heard this, he looked at Duke Raymond with the side of his eyes and chuckled maliciously, sending a cold tremor down Raymond's spine. Raymond, actually, felt a little threatened. He stopped his laughter halfway and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Galen chuckled when he saw Raymond's reaction. At last, something got him out of his sour mood. Robin returned to his seat and replied to Raymond, "Your Highness, it's not fair to let my father-in-law pay the full price while you laugh at the side and watch, right? He doesn't even need to pay anything since he has a method for making the fire explosion talismans and gets many categorized weapons on him monthly. He can attack that duchy next to him and rip a large chunk out of it. But he is now stuck with you, and he had to pay because of you. How can this happen while you are the one who will benefit from this deal in the first place?" "What do you want?" asked Raymond with a heavy heart. This guy just stole a fat piece of land from his own father-in-law. What would he do to him? As you know, the new lands that we have taken from Dolivar are separated from the ancestral lands of the Burton family, which causes us great headache, and now that I have agreed with Duke Galen, we will have a great piece of land also separated from us. You do not think that the Burtons should become 3 scattered pieces of land, right? Robin spoke with a strange smile, as if he was hinting at something. Yeah, Raymond, do your business like a gentleman. Galen laughed out loud and kept patting Raymond's back. Raymond himself sighed and put his hand on his forehead. Robin's words are very clear, that he wants to connect the old lands of the Burton family with the lands he will take from the Duchy of Bradley. And to do this, he must take the lands that lie between the 2 vast lands under the control of the Duchy of Alton. I will speak to the nobles to give you a safe passage between the 2 lands. Raymond resented. Robin shook his head. That won't work. Listen, between Jura and the Duchy of Bradley, there are several nobles that controls different lands. Any one of them can link us with the Bradleys. One of them is what I want, the lands of Marquis Towie. He is the one who attacked us 15 years ago and did what he did to the Burtons. The time for revenge has come for one. Why not the other? Raymond took a moment to think about it and comprehend the extent of the destruction that would happen to the lands after 5 years. Then he nodded. Sight, it's all right. If the lands are with you or with him, you all belong to the Duchy of Alton. Do whatever you like. Robin shook his head. No, Your Highness, after I get this vast territory, how can I remain under another family? We will be the 10th Duchy of the Black Sun Kingdom after this war. Robin. Duke Raymond stood up and shouted angrily, "Your earldom has always been under the Altons' rule for thousands of years. You want to take it and even take the lands of the Towie family, then become independent. This is too much, even for a greedy bastard like you." Robin looked up at the Duke calmly. "Did you think we'd belong to the Altons forever? You're a smart man with lots of experience, aren't you? You have definitely already thought it through. Someday, sooner or later, we will have our independence. It is only a matter of time, and a matter of whether it will be done with your permission or against it. I don't want to do it without your permission. My Duke, today is a good day, and we can come up with a solution that satisfies everyone. Just tell me what you want." Raymond sat down again after a few seconds and fell into deep thought. Of course, he knew he would face this situation one day. The crazy bastards who attacked Doliva with 30,000 soldiers and won will not be subjected forever, but just he didn't think he would face this situation too soon. After about 10 minutes, he finally replied, "Increase the amount of fire explosion talismans that you will deliver to us before the war to 60,000. I also want a method for making fire explosion talismans, and you must hand it over today. I also want to buy a permanent share of 10 of your factory's production after the war, like the Bradleys and the royal family, and a permanent priority to buy anything you make like the 2 families. In addition to a non-aggression pact and a mutual defense pact between our 2 families that will remain in place for 100 years. Do you want MY underwear too?" Robin shouted. "UFVCKING want half MY lands. Kid, these are my terms, and I will not back down from one of them," Raymond announced. Robin's face appeared troubled. He thought the Duke would haggle with him over the size of the land he can take. But this Raymond is really a snake in human flesh. The fire explosion talisman is becoming more popular than ever. If he give it to him, then it wouldn't be something exclusive anymore actually. The 10 of the factory's production is also not a small amount. Also, the issue of joint defense would be a restriction for him, and in the future, it might do more harm than good. If one day there was an attack on the Altons, he will have to defend them. In guaranteeing that they would win double the lands, they lost huge pressure. To say the least, the 60,000 talismans became a mere joke now. He would have to fund many more if needed to make sure the Duke goes far. That guy. But come to think of it, the area of the old earldom of Burton and the lands of the Towie family together really make up about half of the Duchy of Alton. This, and not even including the new lands he took from Dolivar, and are now counted within the Duchy of Alton, and all of this is not something that can be sold cheaply. However, all these lands and the new Duke title are on one side, and the Burton family members rejoicing when they get their revenge from the Marquis Towie is on the other side. He knows very well how much they hate him. At last Robin sighed, stood up, and extended his hand to Duke Raymond. "I accept." Raymond also stood up and put his hand in Robin's and shook it with a big smile. But when he went back and sat down again, his smile faded a little by a little as he looked next to him in the direction of Galen with a strange frowned look, and he found that Galen he returned him the same look. It is as if they are asking each other what just happened. "Say you have a greedy son-in-law, Galen. We came with high morals that soon we will add new lands to us, but this little brat stole our current lands from us, and the problem is, we are satisfied with it. Ha ha ha." Raymond laughed hysterically. With the creator of the talismans himself promised to back him up till he gets double what he lost, then what he has to fear. "Arg, don't remind me. He's really a little scoundrel. He didn't even consider that I am his father-in-law and stole nearly a quarter of my lands. But that's okay with the talismanic methods we have now, and the talisman Robin will provide us before the war. We can both drill deep into the lying water kingdom." Galen's eyes twinkled. Robin chuckled and did not fall into the trap of those two, and tried to change the subject now that he has what he wanted. The exchange of little talks and locks continued for about an additional half an hour. Then Robin sent his palace guards to summon Patriarch Brian and General Edward to attend. An agreement of this magnitude was impossible to remain hidden, especially from these two. Even Mila was also summoned to attend again, as the one in charge of the Talisman Academy these days. After the three arrived and Galen quickly summarized the general situation for them, the shock was the headline, but reactions varied. Veteran General Edward began to think about how to put this huge amount of talismans into use, and made plans to train a strong army for the Burton family to defeat the two Marquis families before heading back to his own family, and have the honor of initiating such a huge war. He will have a lot of work to do in the coming period. As for Mila, she went to pinch Robin's arm because he uprooted such a large piece of land from her father, even after their marriage agreement. What use is this marriage agreement then? As for the patriarch, when the explanation came to the point that if the Burton family were to come out victorious in the next two wars, they would be independent of the Altons and will only answer to the royal family. As the 10th Duke family, he fainted. After Galen finished explaining the agreement, a new, lengthy round of consultations took place, lasting about 2 hours, between the Dukes, General Edward, Patriarch Brian, and even Mila, who knows the inside conditions of the Bradleys and Burtons. As for Robin, he took his leave from this session and went to prepare what he had promised: 2 manuals for the method of making the 6th-level fire explosion talisman, and the other for making the 5-second darkness talisman. If any other was in his position, he would shed a tear with every line he drew and every letter he wrote, as he was about to hand over 2 of his most precious inventions, but Robin prepared the 2 little books quickly and almost without emotion. Everything has a price tag, and the price this time was more than satisfactory. In fact, if Robin had made the same offers to the Dukes at any other time, they would have flatly refused. No one would be willing to give up all these lands at any cost. But now that they have a huge goal ahead of them and they need their gold and strength, their current possessions are no longer of the same value as before. After 2 hours, Robin came back with the 2 books and distributed them to the Dukes. Then he sat with everyone again, trying to understand what they were saying, but to no avail. Talking about military strategies, extensions, the division of tasks during the attack, the financial situation, and the conditions inside the dukedoms during the absence of their armies. It was as if the 5 were speaking in a strange language that Robin did not hear before in his life. Putting his head in heavenly laws research all those years paid off in that field, but made him largely ignorant about almost everything else. And Robin did not like this much. Fortunately, the session did not last for too long. After an additional hour, the 2 dukes stood up and each left for his duchy, carrying with them the priceless techniques. A week already passed since the 2 dukes' meeting. The agreed date for the start of the war is in 5 years, but everyone is behaving as if it is 5 hours later. Mila did not tell any of the talisman masters about the matter, but she began to put pressure on them to increase their production. Whoever makes 2 talismans daily, Mila forced him to train his soul and put more pressure and rewards for him to reach 3 talismans a day. She and Zara also started training new rune masters on how to make darkness and vitality talismans to provide the needed amounts in 5 years. The patriarch began working to provide sufficient funds to pressure work on new factories and beast farms to supply the needs for the armaments and talismans for the coming period. General Edward immediately began to gather more soldiers. Currently, the Burton family's army is made up of two parts. The first and most prepared part consists of only about 10,000 soldiers, and they are all present in the new lands, and most of the saints and knights of the family are there. As for the second part, they are the army located next to Jura City, consisting of 90,000 soldiers without experience and lightly armed, and there are little as no knights or cavalry among them. These were the goal for the incoming period. This new army must be quickly strengthened within 5 years. They have to be strong enough to be able to fight two Marquis families in succession, in addition to their allies if any appeared. As for Robin, he has caged himself in his room for the whole week. Everyone thought he was back to invent something new, until he finally came out and went to the patriarch directly and told him, "Build me a pyramid." Robin's request was so strange that the patriarch couldn't give a normal response. "I want a 4-sided pyramid, at least 5 meters high and at least 3 meters wide at its base. It must be made entirely of high-quality metals, preferably of those that are used in making medium-grade categorized weapons." Robin was talking nonstop. "Why would you want something like that? It would cost the production of several furnaces for months, and when it is finished, it would be useless." The patriarch was surprised. "You will know when I'm done. Just answer this: when that pyramid is finished, will it be possible to destroy it?" Robin asked. The patriarch shook his head. "Destroy it? Even the sages wouldn't make a dent on that metal pyramid if they attacked it day and night." "Good, give the orders to build a few stone fire furnaces here in Jura, and I will personally make the runes on them, and dedicate them only for the construction of the pyramid." As you wish." The patriarch sighed and replied, now he has another big task above his head to finish. "One more thing," Robin added, "send my palace a copy of all the law techniques our family members used to build their knighthood pillars." "This all right," the patriarch enthusiastically replied, not knowing why Robin asked, but it would certainly result in something good. "Do you have another request?" "Yes, forbid anyone who bears the Burton family name and is in the 10th level from building their knighthood pillars from today onwards, and I need a list of the names and ages of all the family members who have reached their level to be between 8 and 10. This I was planning to motivate our youngsters to build their knighthood pillars during the few coming years before the war. We have lost too many knights." Robin smiled. "Don't worry. You'll have your knights before the war. I also want you to send Billy to make lists about the sons of the families who have sworn allegiance to us in levels between 8 and 10, and prepare to send them here too at any given moment." "Robin, what exactly are you going to do?" A worrying feeling began to strike the patriarch's chest. "Something that should have been done a long time ago," Robin replied, then turned around and left. The following days passed relatively quietly for everyone. In that meeting, Robin found several problems that he didn't put into his mind before, dangerous problems that made him rethink the entire system that he was following. That is why Robin divided his day into several parts to treat those problems as much as he could. The first problem was the productivity of the rune masters. If they did nothing but make the fire explosion talismans, they would undoubtedly be able to make much more than the 60,000 fire explosion runes by the end of the 5 years period, but that was not all they had to do. Robin promised to deliver thousands of dark, vitality, and sound talismans as well, and the first two take more time to craft than the fire explosion talismans. Even though he didn't say how many of them exactly he would supply, he has to be generous to leave a good impression on the two dukes and ease the future deals. This is regardless of the auction house's need for at least hundreds of single-use sound talismans per month, because it is one of the main sources of income for the family, and in order to meet part of the wide demand for it after all, Billy's plan to promote sound talismans carrier jewelry has worked. Owning at least one of them is now a must for every noble in the kingdom. Even disregarding these 2 points, the Burton family itself needs their own tons upon tons of talismans of all kinds before the next great war erupts. Mila understood that well, and as the only saint in this field, she took the initiative to hold the Rune Academy with a grip of fire and steel. Seeing the great pressure on the rune masters, Robin decided to go by himself daily to give lectures for 2 hours on the best ways to draw runes fast, save soul energy as much as possible, how to use the soul replenishing technique while working, etc. He even went against Mila's advice and told them about the wars to come, and explained the situation to make them understand what was going on around them, and to make them more aware of how tight their schedule is, and not to hate Mila for doing what she is doing. He also devoted 2 more hours a day to drawing various advanced runes with them to fill the current deficit. especially those that are dedicated to being sold at the auctions. And after the first 4 hours of the morning at the academy ends, he heads to the Grand Library in the administrative area. This was his personal treatment for the second problem he encountered during the meeting, general information. He discovered in that situation that he could no longer live his life engrossed in studying only the heavenly laws. He no longer lived in a cave. The more famous and powerful he became, the more his influence increased, the more the expectations of those around him would increase as well. He can't remain focused on studying laws forever and leave all other decisions in the hands of the Patriarch or General Edward Bradley, while he sits smiling and nods his head in important meetings. This is not the first time he goes to a library, though. He came several times or asked Zara to borrow books for him after he returned to the family, but what he read was too focused as well, only related to herbs or materials with elements so that he could make inks for the various runes. But this time his goal is more extensive. The arts of war, battle strategies, the arts of public administration, even the various types of minerals and stones, the geographical distribution of kingdoms and noble families, and the history of each of them. His target was almost the entire library, but which the strength of his soul, which increased after using the technique of strengthening the soul, reading and comprehension became much faster for him than the average person. He was flipping pages extremely fast, too fast that it seemed as if he is reading the first letter on each page before he flip it, not knowing that he has already memorized everything in it, and this continues for another 4 hours a day, reading a few thick books before leaving. And after each visit to the library, he goes to Uncle Tim's restaurant alone or with one of his acquaintances, sometimes even with one of the new rune masters, and then he goes to inspect the charity of feeding the poor and the homeless from afar after it has become hugely funded and has many branches around the city looking at those skinny faces. Becoming more rosy after eating was the best way to seal his 8 hours of hard work. Then he returns home for his favorite time of the day, research. He needed a quick solution to the biggest problem he had discovered during his meeting with the two dukes. It was when Galen asked him, even if you took his lands, how would you kill him? Robin responded spontaneously at the time, but the question stuck in his head. With the reign of talismans and classified weapons, Robin can equip an army to conquer any land he wants in the 8 kingdoms. But what about the heads? What if he had to face high-ranking saints or even sages? The most powerful person in the family is Brian, a level 26 saint who is close to 1,000 years old. There is not much hope that he will have another breakthrough in the future. The second most powerful person after him in the family is Saint David, who is only level 24. There are only 5 saints in the family, and about 70 knights capable of fighting, and not many of them crossed level 14, which is bad. The family's financial foundations have made a leap like no other family in history, and they have gained lands and power that even the most impudent of them would not have dared to dream of. But the foundations of individual power are still wretched to the uttermost degree, and now it's time to find a solution to this. Robin's retreat for a week after the meeting was specifically to find a solution to this problem, and quickly, of course, he realizes that it is impossible for him to make his saints strong enough to kill the Rufus family in 5 years, but he has to lay future foundations to strengthen this family. He has to make strong knights. And after a whole week of thinking about this matter, his best idea was to train the new generation on the major laws he had invented. But 2 problems stood before him. The first is that they had to swear that they would preserve the techniques and not leak them, but how many times did he have to make oath panels to suffice all of them? And that surely wouldn't be the last time he needs this kind of mass oath-taking project. Trusting these large numbers of people wouldn't be good. Well, trusting anyone isn't any good either. After a deep thought, he finally came to the idea of the pyramid that he requested from the Patriarch. The main idea of how to solve this problem formed in his head already, but he hasn't finished it completely yet. He decided to have the Patriarch make the pyramid as he progresses more into this. The second problem is, how does he transfer the techniques to these large numbers? Of the 56 talisman masters, one of them was able to leak the soul techniques, so what would happen if the major heavenly law techniques books were handed over to hundreds of youngsters? At least some of them would lose it, and have it go into the hands of his enemies. These weren't some soul techniques that are useless in battles, and can be ignored in the big scheme of things. They are perfect major heavenly law techniques that might turn the world upside down if they were leaked. And this problem has not been resolved until now. With this daily schedule, the first 2 months after the meeting passed in an intense atmosphere. They were extremely heavy for everyone who works in any administration position and knows what is going on and what will happen after less than 5 years. They were already pressured with the development of the new lands and rebuilding their family, and now there is something else for them to worry about. And Robin knew this quite well. If it was in his hands, he would have refused to jump into this and refused Galen. But if this chance to get rid of his two enemies is missed, it was unknown when will he get another one, and there is a big chance he never has another chance at all. It was a now or never situation. There is also the field of construction and handicrafts, which witnessed great expansion, but also a lot of pressure. Those who work in that field multiplied several times in the recent years, especially as the city started to grow in size and in wealth, and many of the old buildings began to rebuild, and Billy started the new Sound Talisman Carriers production lines. But even with so many new hands in the industry business as a whole, it was not easy to find one that was not busy making something. And such, making the furnaces that Robin requested was quickly proved not to be as easily made as they thought. Nevertheless, the patriarch managed to hardly gather enough labor to make 10 stone-fired furnaces during the 2 months, and they were shipped to an empty warehouse near the administrative area. Within 1 week, Robin drew the inscriptions on the 10 furnaces, and a few professionals with hundreds of imiteurs and Burton family members began to work officially on the manufacture of the metal pyramid in complete secrecy, away from the eyes of everyone. With that matter done, Robin ignored whatever happens in that warehouse for now and went back to his daily routine. During the past 2 months, he had already laid the foundations for dealing with the 2 problems that are related to strengthening the new generation in the Burton family, especially the second problem that is related to the transfer of techniques in a safe manner. His initial idea is to take advantage of direct contact with the soul again, sending information directly to memory. This means that he will have to find a way to mentally inject the information he wants into a physical object, and then find a way to transfer that information directly to the targeted person's mind. This will not only prevent boring writing and transcribing, but will also increase the level of comprehension of any information that will be transmitted using this way, since a person will not ignore any word or forgets another after prolonged reading, but everything will be transferred, as it is, to the memory area of his soul all at once. When the idea came to his head, he started walking this path, even though he would still need something to inject the information into first, and technically, the main issue is still there. It was still a good way to start, and as he went through that path, he tried to find additional branches for the issue of content protection. But even that, he did not have to think about it for long. Transferring the information to the soul directly does not need the scroll to be moved from its location. In the first place, if Robin holds that scroll in his hand, a few thousand can take what is in it without touching it, which will make the scroll under permanent protection. And if there is a reason why the transfer of information requires sending a scroll to another place away from the protection it deserves, that is also easy single-use seal. After activating the transmission of information for one time, the object will become worthless. Whoever wants to steal it after that will have a nice surprise. Happy with his train of thoughts, Robin immediately began preparing to compile all these thoughts into an actual pattern. And with that, another 3 months passed, until the patriarch himself came to Robin's house and escorted him to a huge warehouse next to the administrative area. There was no one in the warehouse but the 2 of them. Around them were the 10 huge furnaces circled around the warehouse, and in the middle there stands a huge pyramid. Wow, even Robin was amazed when he saw it. A 5-meter-high pyramid made entirely with high-level heavy metals. Just standing next to it made him in awe of this huge figurine. Its smooth surface and high luster added a great aesthetic sense to it as well, and gave it a luxurious look. The patriarch beside him nodded. Pretty cool, huh? But what next? What do you need it for? We could have used this amount of minerals and time to arm an entire squad in the army. The patriarch was not fond of the idea of the pyramid, which is of no use other than its majestic appearance. Robin smiled, but did not respond to the patriarch's sarcasm, but rather changed the subject. Send those furnaces to Billy or anywhere else. The warehouse should remain dedicated to the pyramid only from now on. Close all entrances, exits, and windows except for the main entrance, and there put a heave guard to protect the place, especially during my stay in here. No one should be allowed to enter. The patriarch sighed but nodded. Give me 3 days to remove those huge furnaces, after which no one will enter here except you and me, but will you tell me what you are going to do? Robin smiled as he was still looking at his pyramid. Tell me, Uncle Brian, what do you see in front of you? I big useless shiny thing. Robin chuckled. Anyone would see before him a shining metal pyramid, but I see the largest oath tablet even made in this world. The patriarch turned to look at Robin, who was standing next to him with eyes wide open. What? For the next 2 months, Robin stopped going to the Grand Library temporarily, and he also stopped going to the academy to give them lessons or help them draw anything, and that time was devoted to visiting the empty warehouse every day. Now his life has turned again upside down. After the pyramid was finished, he would spend the whole night in the warehouse. Then in the morning he would go back to search for the best way of transferring information and techniques, and of course, using the soul replenishing technique to prepare himself for the night again. His idea for the pyramid was to make a medium upon which a huge oath rune can be drawn to accommodate a very large number of slots without having to make a new one every day, but this was not easy as it seems. Robin previously squeezed his thoughts to make the 10-slot oath tablet, which was pretty much the maximum he could reach at that time, and now he needs to reconfigure that to open up many new slots on the same metal medium and ink, and not just double what he did before, but he needs hundreds or even thousands of slots with the same rune. He would draw a little and set by the pyramid again, trying to figure out his next step. Sometimes he would wipe what he did before and draw over it. That is why most of the time in the warehouse was spent on studying and researching more than the drawing the rune itself. After another months, Robin was able to link his ideas regarding the transfer of techniques and created the first rune that can communicate with the soul directly and cross the barrier of the mediums represented by the 6 senses: hearing, seeing, smelling, touching, tasting, and spiritual sense. From now on, he could make the needed seals upon ant medium wants, like a small scroll for example, and pour whatever information he wants using his soul only. Then activate the seal and make it ready to be used as many as tens of thousands of times, as long as soul power gets in. Technically, one of the seals would use this power to replenish and fix any damage in the scroll, which will ensure letting it be used for many years. Of course, these kinds of scrolls are dangerous and are meant to be only with Robin himself. Of the incoming family patriarchs, they will hold Robin's true legacy for generations to come. This was a great discovery that opened many doors for more talismans of this type, especially in the field of sound talismans. If this was implied to the sound talismans, it would be ideal for stealth missions, and no one would look stupid when he is talking to a ring. But there are more important things now. Over the next 2 months, Robin sank into the completely deserted warehouse and devoted all his time to finish the new inscription on the pyramid until it was completely finished. The last line drawn on the pyramid marked 10 months since the meeting with the 2 dukes. Although Robin had previously been happy that his eye of truth had developed and would take less time to do his research in the future, his bad luck made the first 2 things he has to search had nothing to do with a specific pattern. Rather, he was trying to renew the operating seals, make connection seals between the different functions, create a chained seal for the multiple slots, etc. Finally, after a long day's work, Robin came down from the top of the pyramid on which the inscriptions had disappeared and returned to his nature. He stood under it and looked up with a big smile. Then he nodded strongly and left the warehouse, heading to the patriarch's office. In a huge wooden warehouse thousands of miles away from Jura, there are 2 level 10 trying to escape from the back exit. Peon shouted and pointed in a certain direction. On it, one of the knights next to him answered and jumped towards the place that Peon had pointed out with 2 other knights behind him. Then he pointed in another direction and shouted, "Theo, I will leave cleaning the eastern side to you. Don't allow anyone to escape from there." Swoosh, swoosh. Without warning, blood started splattering over the walls of the eastern side. Tens of heads flew around and bounced on the flour like crickets, but no one saw what caused this hideous sight. All they know is that there is something lurking in their shadows. "Come over, Heeri." A shout came from the center of the building, as a milky white tornado rose more than 14 meters and began to destroy all around it. The moment the tornado appeared, the roof turned to ashes and dozens were killed. "Arg! It is the white flame demon and his squad. I surrender, please stop. Nuo, why are they here?" The shouts rose and the weapons were lowered. All their courage and determination to fight disappeared with the appearance of the famous white fire. They knew their enemy now, the ominous white flame demon squad that chases the gathering spots of the rebels wherever they go. The squad that all of its members are soaked from their toenails to their hair with the blood of any human that thought about joining the rebels. "Caesar, there are 3 individuals that are trying to flee at high speed. They are most likely knights. Got to the northwest to intercept them in the 200 meters mark, but careful. It looks like a tough fight," Peon shouted. "Finally, you take care of things here, Theo. Alfred, come with me." Caesar stopped the flame tornado around him and leaped north in haste, and behind him, 2 shadows followed close. After Caesar left, Peon jumped to the highest point of the wooden warehouse and began to say the new orders. "First company, surround the place. Second company, gather weapons from those who surrendered and arrest them. Third company, Attack everyone who has not yet fallen on their face. Fourth company. Go to the mud hut 100 meters to the southeast and arrest those in it. Fifth company. Sir, let my company go to aid Caesar's company. 3 knights might be too many for them. One of the knights advanced towards Peon and gave a slight bow. Listen and obey your orders. 7th company officer. Your lord Caesar and Theo will take care of their assignment. Peon replied furiously, then returned to continue what he is doing. He knew very well the abilities of his 2 brothers after they rose to the 12th level of equestrian. Yes. Groups of 3 knights began to rush in succession to carry out what they were ordered to. Although some of them are stronger than Peon and all of them are older than him, they moved to carry out their tasks without an additional word. Peon has already become a high-ranking officer in the army after reaping many achievements, and his ability to survey his surroundings and identify every big and small threat is unparalleled among them, especially after he broke through to the 12th level of knighthood. Their only regret is that they can't fight alongside their leader, the White Flame Demon, and can only watch his glory from afar this time. And that didn't take too long even before Peon finished saying all his commands for the 8th company. 2 white flame tornadoes erupted exactly 200 meters to the northwest without warning. Half an hour later, Caesar, Alfred, and Theo returned to the wooden warehouse, but not as energetic as they left it. Their sight was more tragic than the corpses lying around them. All remaining resistance is already over. The company that went to the mud house came back soaked in the blood of their enemies, and they are all busy tying up their new slaves. Bayan jumped down when he saw the trio, smiling. Looks like you had a good fight, good luck. Arg my spine Dave, where the hell are you? Get me some wine and meat and a few vitality talismans, Caesar shouted at one of the knights. Then he collapsed and sat on one of the headless corpses after a few more steps, and turned to reply at Peon. Don't remind me, one of them was a normal spy at level 13, and the other was an elite at level 15, but their third was a level 16 knight. What the hell is a knight of this level doing in a shithole like this? It was common to find knights across the new lands. They empower the rebels, attacks the Burtons' production lines to slow down their work, even try to assassinate the Burtons and the Bradleys' knights and important figures if a chance arises. That is why the hunt for the rebels is always done by squads of knights, as sometimes they find gathering spots that have more than 20 enemy knights. But seeing knights that are above level 15 was very rare. The other 2, Theo and Alfred, fell tiredly in their places as well as. Theo was absent-minded, trying to suppress his pain. In his chest was a small charred hole going all the way to his back. Peon could actually see through it. It was clearly caused by an extremely compressed lightning strike. As for Alfred, he was worse than the 2. His hair, his clothes, and all his body actually was partially fried. It visually suggests that he did not stop receiving lightning shocks for a moment. He did not seem to be very far from death. Tusk, very lucky indeed. If I knew that there was one of them with such a high cultivation level, I would have come with you as well. Peon shook his head sorrowfully. It's been a few years since the rebellion war started, and since then they haven't thought of returning to Jura. This is the best place to train their combat abilities and explore more into their laws to find what Robin couldn't. Robin's work has elevated them and made them knights, but he wasn't someone who actually practiced these laws. He gave them the guidelines, and now they have to find their own. Just like the flame tornado, it was something that wasn't mentioned in the law technique, but Caesar discovered it with battle experience. And their father Robin also no longer needed their presence around him, since he is under the protection of many saints in the heart of Jura City. This is their home and life now. Then Peon continued, if I am not mistaken, I think they were intentionally slowing themselves down to make us lower our guard and tempt one of us to attack them. That is dangerous. We have to be more careful from now on. Well, never mind. For now, I will think of something later. Did you kill them? Peon paid no heed to Caesar's complaints, knowing full well that he was happy to find a good fight. They had not had the chance to fight someone with such strength in a fight to the death for over a month. Caesar took a deep breath and replied, we killed the 2 weak ones. The level 16 guy managed to escape, but it's okay. I grilled that motherfucker just fine, and Theo cut off his right arm. If he doesn't die from his injuries, then at least we won't see him ever again. I'm sorry. If Brother Peon was with you, you would have killed. That night, Alfred gathered a bit of his strength and spoke with a weak voice. Don't be too hard on yourself. I saw your flames. You strengthened Caesar's attacks, and it seems that you contributed a lot to taking the blows. Ha. Don't worry, next time you will see your big brother Peon sending wind blades right and left. Peon laughed under his black mask. During the past years of fighting almost daily, it brought him back a sense of brotherhood and brought him back some of his previous laughter. Caesar nodded. You are right. He has already learned the flame tornado that I came up with recently. The kid has a good future in playing with fire. That's normal. Who doesn't learn quickly in such a hostile environment will become the him. Peon paused mid-speech and looked toward his ring before passing energy into it and continued, "Hey, Uncle Billy, did you find our next target so quickly? We have a few injuries right now and what? Yes, yes." After the glow on the ring disappeared, Peon looked at Caesar and said one word, "Strain." "What is strange? What does Uncle Billy want from us?" asked Caesar. "Our father has requested our immediate return to Jura City," Peon replied in a surprised voice. 2 weeks later, Jura City. "Father," a joyful shout resounded inside Robin's palace as Caesar sped up and fell into hugged him hard. It had been a little less than 3 years since they last met. "Haha, welcome back, you little rascal. Oh, you let your beard grow. It looks good on you." Robin couldn't find anything to say in a situation like this, so he changed the subject. Caesar grabbed his beard after letting his father go. "Do you really think that?" "At first, I decided to let it grow up because it was the best way to hide the remaining childhood features on my face. And then I just left it because I didn't have time to trim it. Oh, I see that you too have reached puberty as well. Congratulations to you, hahaha." It's been 6 years already since their bodies were reshaped. Now their new bodies are 18 years old. Both of them gained taller and more handsome than their previous bodies, though Caesar was a little taller. Their growth is about to stop, and whatever is left of the features of childhood and baby fat have almost completely disappeared. It would take another 2 or 3 years before they will stop growing physically, and their features will stay as it is for a very long time before it starts changing again. Because of aging, that's if they ever give their bodies the chance to. As their aging process will begin to slow down to match their level of strength, and if they continued to get stronger quicker than their body continuing the aging process, then this will be their shape for a very long time. "Yes, the beard is good on you. I think you should leave it as it is. Hey, you two, what are you doing in the back? Come on here." Robin walked up to Theo and Peon, who were quietly standing in the back when they arrived. "We salute our lord." Peon and Theo bowed when they found Robin coming. "Lord, who is Lord, you idiot? Didn't I say you are my children now?" Robin did not stop his steps and went and hugged the two young men as well. "Welcome back." Before the two left for the war on the rebels, Robin was still a teenager, but now he is the same height as Theo and even slightly taller than Peon, at least father. Now wouldn't be too strange if someone heard it. Then Peon walked over and hugged the now 14 years old young lady Zara, who was standing smiling on the side with her eyes full of tears, and started asking each other about their experiences during this period. Even Robin got busy chatting with Billy for a few minutes, until Robin spotted a youth out of the corner of his eyes. He was standing far behind and was staring at him with two sparkling eyes as if he was looking at a god. Robin stopped what he was saying to Billy mid-sentence and shouted while pointing at the youth, "WH, what are you doing here?" "Me. Big brother Caesar said it is okay if I want to come," Alfred answered and tilted his head to the ground. "Your big what? What is this? Why are you covered with so many injuries? You even used several vitality talismans to be in this shape. Who did this to you?" Robin could see everything about the prince's condition with his eyes of truth, and it gave him a little panic attack. "Well, we had a huge fight with several knights recently," so the prince scratched his head. "Caesar, what the hell is going on here? Why are you dragging His Highness the little prince behind you? He was supposed to finish his training in 1 month and return to the capital. What is he still doing here?" Robin took 2 nervous steps and grabbed Caesar's ear. "It is not my fault. He came to me acting arrogant at first and demanded that I finish his learning process quickly so that he could go. But since he knew he was about to learn the major law of fire, he couldn't control himself. He stuck to me like glue everywhere, calling me big brother. And after he knew that the law what he knows is a perfect major law and is even better than the one that the Flame Empire has, and that Theo and Peon also have perfect major heavenly laws techniques. He cried for 2 days straight in his room and then kept asking to stay by our side. Since then he ate, drank, trained, and even fought our enemies with us." And Mila opened her eyes wide and started stuttering as if she was trying to say something, but no words came out. "Father, I think your fiancé is broken. Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Caesar asked when he saw her acting like this. "Tusk, leave her for a bit and she will get better." Robin wasn't worried about Mila hearing conversations like this since, like Alfred, she took an oath to keep his secrets safe before she started learning how to draw the runes from Zara, and as his future wife, she should start to learn things like this sooner than later. Then he continued, still holding Caesar's ear, "Are you saying that you involved the little prince in the war against the rebels and endangered his life? Look at his cute royal face. Is this a face that should be endangered? It is full of scars. You want his brother and uncle to kill me. Is this how you reward me for feeding you and wiping your butt when you were a baby? My face is full of scars too, and Theo still has a little hole in his chest, but you just spoke about my cool beard." Caesar answered gloomily, looking down. "Shut up, you are my generals, you are my hand and feet, and that is what you should be doing. If I found you one day not full of scars, I will make some for you myself." Robin squeezed Caesar's ears tighter. "Sorry that I made you angry, Your Excellency. I explained to my older brother William that I am the one who asked to stay because it is a good environment for training. Please do not separate from big brother Caesar. I benefit a lot by following those three great ones." Alfred spoke pleadingly. Everyone looked at him strangely after this sentence, but Caesar laughed out loud and looked at Robin. "Ahahaha, see. That person was behaving like a king in the Eight Kingdoms tournament and bravely faced many saints while Peon was captured, and he even fought with us for months with his hands soaked in the blood of hundreds of men, but he turns into a cute house cat whenever your name comes out." Robin looked at Alfred for a long time, then looked back at Mila, who still hadn't recovered from her shock. Those two knew before that he is the creator of the talisman system, but they didn't blink. At first, they both only thought of how to make the most advantage they could from him. Now that they had heard of the perfect Major Law's techniques, their entire being had completely flipped, even though they already knew that he is a genius researcher. This shouldn't have happened, especially Mila, who has already studied runes and can craft most of them. He didn't tell her before because there was no need, not because he wanted to keep it from her. Only now did he know that he underestimated the major heavenly laws too much. At last, he let go of Caesar's ear and rubbed his forehead a little and then spoke to Alfred. "It's all right, as long as you are the one who wants this and your family knows that it is your decision and that I am not responsible for your safety, you can stay with them. Thinking about it, I may have a mission for you today. Come on, sit down, you all too. Have a seat. We have a few major new arrangements today to talk about." "All right." A big smile appeared on Alfred's face when he heard that he was welcome to attend this gathering. Everyone came forward and found their spots and sat down. Even the absent-minded Mila was pulled by Zara and seated her next to her. Then Robin continued, "The patriarch is coming in a little while. When he arrives, we will start the conversation and we may— Billy, come sit down. Why are you still standing? Major Heavenly Law's Caesar said that all your three sons have perfect Major Heavenly Law's techniques," Billy muttered in a low voice, then fell onto his back, fainting. Uncle Billy, Uncle Billy's. Uncle Billy, can you hear me? I will go get an onion." Billy, Robin, what happened to him? Why is he lying on the ground?" asked the patriarch right after he entered the main door. "I don't know, Uncle Brian. I think he fainted when he heard that Caesar, Theo, and Peon have perfect Major Heavenly Law techniques." Robin shrugged. "Thay have what?" The patriarch halted his steps towards Billy and his gaze turned in shock, and soon even some fear could be seen in it. "No again? You are the grown-up one. Don't act like them now. I still have a lot to say today and you are all already like this. You know what?" Robin didn't continue his talk. He waved his hand and sent a small white fireball toward Billy's nose. 2 seconds later. "Whoa, what the F? Good, you are awake. Now come sit down." Robin left him trying to put out his nose and make sure it was not damaged too much, and he went to his chair. The patriarch also swallowed his saliva and moved towards the seats, with heavy feet, absent mind, as if he had 1,000 things going on in his head. Robin looked around and found that outside his kids, there was a heavy, strange atmosphere pressuring the room. How can he open a discussion with them when they are like this? He remained silent for another half a minute, and then spoke with a heavy tune. "Do you know why I brought you together today?" Everyone looked at each other nervous, and eventually the patriarch asked why. "Because I will be busy tomorrow." "Ahahaha," Robin burst out laughing, but he heard no other laughter other than Zara's and found the others looking at him with weird looks. I see you don't have a good sense of humor. Can you get out of whatever going on in your heads and focus with me now, please?" "Focus with you?" Billy exploded. "Why didn't you tell us they were using Major Heavenly Laws? Are you trying to kill us?" "Right, if you had told us, we would have kept your boys as secret as possible, instead of wreaking havoc wherever they went if someone found out what they have. And this information leaked out, the Wind and Flame Empires wouldn't be very happy, no. Even the 8 Kingdoms will make sure to do everything they can until they get them. This is a catastrophe that could have wiped us out. Even the Black Sun Royal Falamy is no exception." "No offense," the patriarch looked at Alfred with the corner of his eyes. "None taken," Alfred replied. "Well, he can't say anything about that actually, as it is true. Would you all calm down a bit? How would they know? You can't tell what Peon is doing just by looking at him. His power is unseen and can be mistaken with any other minor heavenly law of the wind path. And no one can tell what Theo is doing either, because there is no other man in the history of this world that used the major heavenly law of darkness. It would be mistaken as a minor law as well. The only one that can attract some suspicion is Caesar. but even that you don't need to worry about. I assure you that what he is using is different from the Flame Empire's major heavenly law of fire. With this being said, how would anyone notice them? Until this moment, did any of you doubt them? You all thought it was minor laws as well. Even the royal family didn't catch anything abnormal about it. How can you be sure that the major heavenly law of fire you made is different from the one in the Flame Empire? Have you seen theirs? And if it is different, can they both still be the major heavenly law of fire? I asked Mila. Robin shook his head. Most of the laws in this world, if not all, are tainted by the other laws surrounding it. There is no single law that can be found and studied in its pure nature. You will always find at least one inseparable companion with it. For example, you can't watch the light and say this is it, no. You also see many branches of the wind path, the earth laws in the tiny dust in the atmosphere, the life laws in the microorganisms around you, even the effect of the void laws that differs from one place to another, and that is a few of many. Whoever tries to comprehend a law that is not pure, what the technique at the end will be like. This is exactly why every law technique that you are using unpure. I dare say that there is no technique in this world that is 70 pure. That is a little too far-fetched. You are not talking about a technique or two here, but every single one in existence. All of us and our ancestors have been using these techniques for tens of thousands of years. Are you saying that everyone is wrong and you alone are right? The patriarch frowned. This is too hard to believe. Robin replied directly, yes, the heavenly law techniques all over the world are good enough to be used for a certain high, but the higher the stage of a technique, the more its flaws become apparent. This is one of the reasons why it is so difficult to discover the next stage of any law technique. While some laws are impossible to even find its second stage, and at the third stage of a law technique of this caliber, it will be too full of flaws and loopholes that it would be impossible to advance to the fourth stage, which is why no one in history has surpassed the sagehood limit and entered level 41. Everyone started looking at each other without saying a word. Even Robin's 4 kids were unaware of this. After about a minute of trying to comprehend what they just heard, Billy asked, so what about the techniques you're making? Is it flawless? Is that what you mean? Is the main law of fire that Caesar uses different from that in the Flame Empire? Robin chuckled. When I intend to research for a certain law, my friend, I search in it alone and isolate everything else from it. This is a power that only I possess, and no one in this world has gained it before me, and who knows when will another one come again after me. That is why the technique comes out completely pure with no flaws or loopholes in it, or at least 99 pure, to exaggerate what I am not certain of. But trust me, even at 99 off pureness, it is still nothing that whatever other technique in existence. When it comes to his ability, Robin would always speak confidently and pridefully, and it was not empty. The all-seeing God was clear that he was the first to gain the path of truth in this world. Then he continued, I will give you an example. The secondary law that I gave to own new nobles in the new lands and sent to the royal family, in fact, it is much weaker than the fire shard's minor law, even when it is discovered in nature. But when I created its technique, it became equivalent to the fire shard's flawed technique in strength, and perhaps even a little stronger. Knowing this, you may answer your own question. What about the fourth stage of technique? Is it possible with your techniques? The patriarch understood something and quickly asked, if given enough time, and me developing my own ability to a certain degree, then sure, I don't see a reason why I can't do it. Robin nodded, sniff, sniff, sniff. While everyone was in shock, trying to absorb Robin's words and connect him to what was happening around them, a sound of wailing sounded beside them. Alfred started crying again. He took a big gamble when he decided to listen to his uncle's advice and come here to take a minor law technique that he knows nothing about except that it is strong, and that it may not have a second stage in the future at all. But he found a perfect major law technique, free of flaws. Stronger than the major heavenly law technique of the Flame Empire, and now they are talking about the fourth stage of it. The fourth stage. Hey, stop crying or I will send you out. And you all, can we get into the topic already? Robin shouted. The meeting took a strange turn from what he was planning. Get into the topic. We haven't started yet. Billy replied, shocked, putting all this information on the table, and he hasn't started what he wanted to say yet. Robin ignored Billy's question and looked at the patriarch, Uncle Brian. Have you collected the information I asked of you regarding those who are about to break into the knighthood? Aha. Yes, we stopped 6 cultivators who were about to build their pillars as you requested, and I also collected the needed information. We currently have 8,300 individuals that carry the family's name and their levels between 8 and 10. A large number. What about those under 50 years of age? Robin muttered, then asked. Oh, he get a small book out of his poke and started flipping its pages. If we deducted those, then the number would be roughly 3,700 individuals. The patriarch replied after thinking for a while. Robin nodded, still a lot, but no problem, we can make it work with that. Work with what? What are you even talking about? Asked Billy annoyingly. The time has come, Billy. It is time to strengthen the foundations of this family and get past our shallow roots, as a weak Earl family, Robin stated. The patriarch was surprised by the response and asked, our shallow roots, what do you mean? Is that metal pyramid related to the matter? Robin nodded. Right. For those who don't know, the patriarch constructed a pyramid as per my request. It is almost 6 meters high, made from the metals used in low-level weapons, and over the past months I've used a massive rune to cover every inch of it. Now that pyramid can be used as a 50,000 slots oath tablet. 1,000 units, 50,000. Everyone shouted at once, that is a huge number. Robin nodded. Now we won't have to make oath tablets anymore except for sale, or perhaps for use in our new lands. The existence of the pyramid made many things possible. Things like what? Asked Billy. A pyramid of this scale and those materials was certainly not built to be a landmark. Robin smiled with a slight smile. Starting tomorrow, start gathering the family members who are between the 8th and the 10th levels and whose ages are less than 50 years old. They will take an oath on the pyramid to never leak the family's secrets and techniques to anyone, and to serve as the family's special forces for at least 100 years. After the 100 years, they can stay and continue their hard work for us, or they can leave it if they had enough of the life in the army. The patriarch understood something and asked quickly, you mean? Robin nodded and took out 4 small scrolls from a bag that was next to his chair and put them on a table, and he unfolded them all next to each other. They were all completely empty, except for a small mark on the top of each scroll, and then he started pointing at them and said, the 3 scrolls starting from the right are the 3 major heavenly laws that the boys have. The 4th one is an energy cultivation technique, which I recently modified to speed up the absorption and filtering of energy. All of you can inject your spiritual sense into this 4th scroll now. Without delay, all the attendees passed their spiritual sense into it, and after doing it, everyone felt as if he had received a direct hit to his soul and sat motionless in his place. All of them remained in this state for about 10 minutes. Amazing, amazing. Mila was the first to start speaking, even with her eyes still closed. She already knew that Robin had developed a technique to cultivate the natural energy more quickly and effectively, but this is even better than she expected. This technique, Billy raised his voice in shock as he opened his eyes wide. Haha, I know. With the help of this technique, in addition to the soul revitalizing pill, you can undoubtedly break through to level 22 during the current year. Even the patriarch sighed after opening his eyes. If I had this energy cultivation technique in my youth, I would have sigh. As for Robin's 4 sons, they were not as impressed. They know the original cultivation technique that Robin modified, and there wasn't that much of a difference. But Zara still carved the new energy cultivation technique into her mind. As for the 3 boys, they have their own energy cultivation techniques that match the law they use, so they really benefited nothing. Where were we? Aha! As for the family youths that are between the 8th and the 10th level who accepts the conditions I mentioned before and takes the oath on the pyramid, we will have them all pass their soul sense into the energy cultivation technique scroll first, then have them choose between fire, wind, and darkness, major heavenly laws, and pass their soul sense in their chosen scroll as well. But before they chose, you have to tell them what will they be doing. Those who choose the wind will be the vanguard of the army. They will work to bring news, carry out operations that require speed. They will also be trained as an elite archers force that will back the armies for behind if needed. Those who choose the dark will work to master stealth and the arts of assassination and hunting inside enemy territory, and taking the officers' heads as the battle goes. They will always remain in the shadows. But the effect of their work will surely be legendary. As for those who choose the fire major heavenly law, they will be a special forces team belonging to the main army. They will take head-on battles. They will bear the most danger, but the most glory as well. My 3 children will be responsible for their training and leading the force of their own laws in and outside of the wars. You can say that they always are their personal guards. This is an order that can't be changed without further orders from me personally. These forces will be the hands and legs of the Burton family in the future. They must receive the best armaments, training resources, and the best treatment and respect for themselves and their families. Those guys will be the new generation of knights in our family. Theo stood and kept gesturing madly. What? Aha, I see. You are worried about communicating with your followers, Robin asked. Theo nodded quickly. I didn't think about that. To be honest, it is all right. I will find a solution for you before the personal training starts. Does anyone have another question? He asked and started looking around. Caesar looked at Peon excitedly, then replied in one breath, we are ready. Those 4 scrolls, aren't you worried that they will be stolen like the soul techniques? If this happened, a certain disaster would occur. Even my father would start a war with you over those, asked Mila worriedly. That was overly honest anyway. There are no other copies than those 4 you are seeing, and they will always be with me. Even if some super guy manages to pass the saints of the royal family and take them from me, I have put a self-destruct seal that I can activate at any time and destroy the scroll with a thought. But if I am killed before I activate the seal, well, let's just say I don't care what happens to them next. Ahahaha. Heh, is there anything else? As for the patriarch and Billy, they didn't respond, they just seemed absent-minded. Sometimes they would smile, sometimes they would frown, it as if they are swimming in their dream world, busy thinking about the possibilities behind those 3 special forces. Even the 3 boys didn't seem in their complete focus. Theo and Peon had a look of enthusiasm. It was clear that they were looking forward to their own special squads, and even began to make preparations and set training programs in their heads. As for Caesar, after his initial excitement, it died down quickly as he sat there silently, even frowning a little, but Robin didn't put much thought into this. I think no one has additional questions. Good. Patriarch, do we have new news about the Duchy of Evran? Robin asked, changing the subject. It was a rare event to see all the key members of the family. It is an ideal day to make the younger ones know the situation around them. The patriarch returned from his stupor, but quickly closed his eyebrows. Of course there are. The harassment and confiscation of vehicles reached their climax 2 months ago. They were even an armed conflict that a few individuals on our side died in, and instead of even apologizing to us, they are now demanding 10 gold coins for each person who crosses the border from our side to the new lands, and they will take 10 of all the armaments from the wagons that cross their lands. They are asking for what? Robin stood up when he heard the patriarch's words and shouted, "Do you really give them that percentage?" The patriarch shook his head. Of course not. Who do you think me? This demand has reached us about a month and a half ago, and since then the movements of all the wagons stopped. That time you were in isolation, so I did not tell you, and when you went out and said that you would host a meeting after your children came, I thought it would be better to wait until the day of the meeting to tell you. Robin returned to his seat, his eyebrows furrowed. Putting aside the issue of 10 golds per individual would stop any large battalions from being moved to, and from our new lands they want to buy 10 of all the weapons that cross their lands. That's simply 10 of all our weapons production. What purchase are you talking about? They want to take the 10. The patriarch corrected him. What tahaha, what a big appetite. Robin's angry laugh resounded in every corner of his palace. What are we going to do? 10 of the production. After increasing the number of our factories, there is a large number of weapons. Our losses will be enormous. Our profits after deducting the production cost can't handle such heavy losses, Billy muttered. I will give them nothing. Not even a single handle of a weapon. These are our lands and these are our weapons. Why would we give them anything? Robin hits his seat armrest. Things don't work like this. We have to find a permanent solution. If we keep ignoring them, then we might not be able to transport anything from our new lands, and all the projects we held there will be for nothing. The patriarch shook his head. Mila interjected, can't we just stop them from attending the auctions? That will put them back in their places. This might bring a result. They don't seem to be caring about our reactions, and they might have put such reaction into their mind. For example, what are we going to do if they completely close the borders then? We will have to concede and allow them to come to the auctions again, as all our factories are there. Most of our veteran warriors, our knights, and even 3 saints from the family will be stuck there. Billy shook his head. After Billy's response, there were a few long minutes of silence. Duke Donald Evran must have thought a lot and gathered a lot of information before making this move. He knows very well that he holds the neck of the Burton family in his hand. That greedy bastard, he wants everything for nothing, Caesar mumbled. As for Robin's features, it becomes more uglier with every passing second. After the constant provocations and the lack of reaction from the Burton family made them more daring, and if they took that hit this time as well, next time they will demand half of what comes out of the factories, and maybe more. This will isolate the new lands. The factories and every project there will be worthless if didn't come out to the world, and with the projects shut again, the rebellions will be back stronger than ever before. The Duchy of Evran is undoubtedly the most powerful in the kingdom. The task of confronting the threat of the kingdom of Dalavar for thousands of years has fallen upon them, and they have not failed in this task once. Evran is not a family to be messed with, but if they let them get away with whatever they wanted to do, they would no longer fear that there was some beast behind the Burton that makes the talismans for them. They would only see the Burton family as a fat cow they could milk for their benefit. After a few more minutes, Robin's features turned from bewildered and worried to an apparent resolve. Then he spoke. Billy, how many of our new noble family's members are able to fight in the new land? To be more specific, how many of them can join our army? A. If we count only the families that took the oath, then there are about 200,000 individuals who are able to join the army. But if we count the residents of the cities they govern and the subfamilies affiliated with them, I think that the total number can reach 5 million easily. Why? Robin nodded and then looked back at the patriarch, Uncle Brian. Hand Billy enough money to pay our workers there for 4 years, and to raise an army of 150,000 soldiers. I think the 5 million gold coins we got recently from Prince William will be more than enough for this task. Make it that 80 of all the products to be targeted towards the normal infantry and cavalry. The other 20 assign it for our new 3 special forces. They must be heavily equipped, especially the fire forces. If the armaments for them are middle categorized, then it would be better. Alfred, tell your uncle that your 10% of the production will be stopped until the end of the incoming war, but I will compensate you after that. Mila, tell your father that his categorized weapons will be delivered in full before his war begin, so he doesn't need to worry if he didn't get any from now on. Robin, what are you up to? The patriarch quickly asked. Robin did not reply directly and returned to Billy. After you take the money, take General Edward with you and head to the new lands. Make us an army there and arm it with the classified weapons that come out of the factories. The army must be ready for a full war within 4 years. Robin, the patriarch, did not like this at all. Robin ignored him again and continued looking at Billy. I will also send 50 rune masters with you who can make the fire explosion and vitality talismans. In the 4 years they will fund the army with enough talismans for a long war. I guess you will have to pay 520 gold coins to cross the border. It's okay, I will make sure it will be the last time we pay them. Robin laughed hysterically and then continued, after all of you have gone through, we will prevent all the nobles from the Duchy of Evern from attending any auction in Jura. Let them close the border then if they want, and I'll see how long it stays closed. The hell, I know it. The patriarch got fed up and started shouting, we are going to start a war against the 2 Marquis families in 4 years, and you give orders to attack another duchy. We are not even sure of defeating the 2 Marquis families. Robin laughed angrily. Haha, calm down, uncle. Who said anything about a war against the Duchy of Evern? They also don't want a war. It is just that they don't think we are bold enough to issue one. I really wish to know where did they get this audacity from. He thinks if he strangles of weapons source, we wouldn't be able to raise our voice in front of him. Even if we don't have a good standing army, for now, we still have our talismans. Billy intervened. I think that bastard Donald Evern is underestimating us, probably because he was with you in the council in the capital during the attack on Dolivar and Nose. We made only less than 8,000 talismans for the conquest of Dolivar, and we would have been nearly defeated in the war if not for their misinformation and their fear towards the unknown. Robin nodded. It should be it. He does not put us in his eyes. He wants to keep testing our limits until he takes the new lands for himself, or maybe more, he wants to milk us. Wait, you said you don't want a war with them. If you don't want one, then what is this army for? Asked the patriarch. Oh, nothing important, it's just a little guard to escort our categorized weapons all the way from the new lands to Jura City in 4 years. I want to see who would dare stop this army. As for the announced reason, the rebels are active, and we have to protect our interests, of course, hee. A devilish smile on Robin's face made those present feel a chill running down their backs. Only a guard to escort the weapons caravan. What escorts would that need? An entire army of 150,000 soldiers armed with categorized weapons and the talisman's output of 50 rune masters. But they all understood what he really means. This was not actually an escort force, but a sweeper that is ready to remove any obstacle in front of it. Robin certainly did not intend any good with this move. This the patriarch muttered and looked at Billy and Mila with the side of his eye. This wasn't a direct declaration of war on the Duchy of Evern, but it was undoubtedly very close to being so. There is no need to think too much in addition to the factors we discussed earlier. I believe that this man hates us because we took his borders and his chances of expansion along with it. He now has an inner duchy with no borders with foreign lands. That would make his lands more safe, but I don't think Donald Evern is the kind of man who wants to be safe. He also knows this will make his importance to the royal family will see a decline as well in the future. As he no longer holds off Dolivar as he used to, he will just be one more duchy as time goes by. As for now, Donald Evern believes that the royal family still remember his glory and will not allow such a great internal war, and that is why he is trying to test his luck with us. But I believe that with some show of force on our side, I am sure he will realize his position and back off. I didn't meet the guy personally, but I already have a good idea about his personality in mind. He is a dog that will run after any benefit he can get his hands on. When the time comes, He will see that he wouldn't benefit anything if a war erupted between us, and will know how to behave in the future well. Enough with this conversation. The room went silent for a while, with everything mentioned. The Burton's army actually needs almost nothing, but time any one of these factors that Robin mentioned could make the army a force to be reckoned with in any field in the 8 kingdoms. And now Robin asks for more. Caesar was the first to speak. There are 2 things that are missing from the army. In particular, the first is the war horses. Strong war horses make a big difference with the cavalry troops. If everything is the same in the 2 armies, the number of war horses is what determines the balance. The second and most important factor is not the crime itself, but the saints. We are so sorely lacking in saints in the family. We can win lands with armies, but we need upper-class figures to keep those lands with peace of mind. I heard from Uncle Billy that you intend to exterminate 2 Marquis families in the incoming war. Well, that wouldn't be happening without powerful saints on our side, very powerful ones. The Patriarch and Mila nodded. This was the best response and the best analysis they could say. Caesar gained a lot of experience while he was with the army last period. Robin nodded proudly. You have a good foresight. It's good that we have the key to both problems right here with us. What do you think of this, Your Highness Prince Alfred? Everyone turned to Alfred, who was sitting in a chair relatively out of sight, and found him with his eyes closed. He looked as if he is in another realm. In fact, he had entered this state since he passed his spiritual sense into the energy cultivation technique scroll, but no one noticed him due to the sensitivity of the topic they were discussing. Alfred, Robin shouted again. What? Who did what? Alfred replied in awe. Your soul must have regained its balance a while ago. Why are you still meditating? You will have enough time later to practice. Now I want you to do something. Of course, no problem, Your Excellency. How can I help you? Alfred regained his calm and asked him. Robin scratched his head after hearing the word Your Excellency again. It's very strange when it comes from a prince. Listen, we want war horses. A lot of them. I want you to mediate for us with your family and close acquaintances. We can buy as much of them as there is as long as the prices are reasonable. Alfred thought for a moment and then replied, This war horses are beasts that are difficult to find in nature. They take too much time and resources to reach adulthood, and their females give birth very slowly. All families that have a war horse breed are trying to maintain their purity and increase their numbers. I didn't know of any family that is selling war horses for a business. That is why buying war horses is even more difficult than buying categorized weapons. A family will not sell them unless they need something else that is equal scarcity, and I don't think the nobles would value gold more than their war horses. Oh, is that so? Okay, we'll buy the war horses with a number of runes that is equal to their market value. Is that good enough? Robin rubbed his head and answered. Alfred nodded with a smile. Much better. I can find buyers for you, and the royal family too can contribute a good number of horses. Excellent, the Patriarch shouted. Most of their war horses were killed during the last wars, and most of what they have now has been captured from the Dalavar wars, yet they only have a little less than 500 war horses. One more thing, Alfred. Robin added, when you get back to your family and talk to them about the horses, tell them that Robin wants to buy the heads of the Towie and Rufus, and the saints in their families that are above level 25. When you know the price, contact me. This, Alfred was shocked by Robin's words. I mean, Your Excellency, you want us to kill the saints of our kingdom. This my Uncle Albert wouldn't agree, and certainly my dad wouldn't agree either. A harsh smile appeared on Robin's face. Everything has a price. Deliver the message to them as it is to your uncle, and he will know what to do. Tell him to speak to me through a sound ring when he thinks of the price. Although the Patriarch had suspected that this would be what he would resort to since he heard about the attack on these 2 families, he nevertheless felt a shiver in his spine when he heard Robin say it. Billy. Robin turned to him. What do you want? After you cross the border with General Edward and the Rune Masters and rest assured that everything is in place, I want you to gather all our knights that are at level 19 and 20 of the new lands, and our 3 saints as well. Bring them with you and come back to Jura during the 4 coming years. The new lands will remain entirely under the Bradley family's administration. What? Why? The rebellion has been largely wiped out, but there are still outposts to deal with. Ask Caesar yourself. Every month he kills a few enemy knights in there. It wouldn't be wise to bring the centers of power and leave it to destiny. Billy objected. Just do it. I want you all to do something extremely important here in Jura. As for the new lands, I have no fear as long as General Edward is there, and has the help of our new army. Just be sure to introduce our nobles there to General Edward, and command them to obey him before you return. This Billy didn't know what to say. Handing over lands this big entirely to the Bradley family doesn't make much sense. I know. Robin smiled and stood up. Everyone, I think everything is in place. For now at least, please do your assigned work, and I'll go back to my own. The few days after the meeting saw a lot of movement in Jura City and the surrounding lands, where the patriarch began urgently summoning all of them between the 8th and 10th levels, and their age is less than 50 years, and whenever 100 of them arrived, they are sent to the warehouse that contains the metal oath pyramid. There they are informed of everything they need to know, what they have to do, and the benefits that they will get in and after their serves in the army. After that, whoever accepts stays in the warehouse to take the oath, and whoever refuses leaves. This process took more than 2 weeks to gather the 3,700 young family members and deal with them, but in the end, only about 3,500 of them took the oath and received the techniques from Robin. As for the rest of the 200, they refused and gave different reasons. Most of them said that they intend to go out to see the world for themselves and did not want to be bound for a century, and Robin didn't blame them at all, since he himself made the same decision in the past. As for those who remained, 2,500 of them chose direct confrontations. They chose the major heavenly law of fire. As for the remaining 1,000 individuals, 200 of them chose the darkness major heavenly law, and 800 chose the wind major heavenly law. After getting over with the daily meetings with the young members and distributing the techniques to them, Robin would head toward the academy to raise the ability of the 50 rune masters who will accompany Billy on the mission of supporting the new army. It wasn't hard to find 50 masters of talismans who could draw a fire, explosion, darkness, and vitality talismans after all those lectures that Robin gave them while teaching Mila and Zara. However, he asked that they stay for a while to review with them what they should do during the incoming 4 years and to raise their ability as much as possible. And after 10 days of the meeting, they set out towards the new lands, accompanied by Billy and General Edward. And after this and that, Robin comes home every night and tries to find a way for Theo to communicate with his new 200 followers. The main idea has been in his head since Theo pointed it out that day. It's the transmission of information directly through the soul. Robin has already made great strides in this field, and now is the time for humans to be able to transfer information between their souls and ignore any middle route. After 2 weeks from the meeting, everything went back to normal. The elites of the Burtons went to the military barracks and closed their doors to try to understand the techniques they acquired. The runemasters left, and this gave Robin more time to study. After 2 more weeks. Robin, Sage Albert wants to speak with you. Mila knocked on the door and went straight into Robin's room with a sound ring in her palm. Robin quickly picked it up and passed in his energy. Haha, you are too late, Your Highness. I thought you would never reply. Why did you wait almost a month for your reply? A cold voice replied to him. The methods to make the talismans of the fire, explosion, darkness, and vitality, and the method to construct the furnaces you use to produce your categorized weapons. Robin's smile disappeared, of course. He knew what Albert meant. Don't you see that this is a bit too much, Your Highness? Do you think this is a joke? You don't know what situation you are putting me in. You want me to help you exterminate 2 families that have served the kingdom for thousands of years. Do you know how tough and hard a decision this is? And if the news leaks out and others know that we are involved in the matter, the reputation of the royal family will be greatly damaged, and we will lose the loyalty of our subjects. I will not accept to negotiate the price in the slightest. Albert replied strictly. You can decline the request if you think it is that horrible. I will not force you. You know, Robin replied after a few seconds. All right, you win. How do I let this opportunity go to one of the Duke's families? Of course, I will help you, but at the price I mentioned. Albert laughed out loud after Robin replied, knowing that playing the victim wouldn't work. Robin rubbed his forehead for a few seconds. This was more than he thought. The way to make the furnaces is very complicated. Only I or my adopted daughter Zara can make it. Listen, I will give you the methods to how to make the 3 talismans, but I will only give you 10 already made furnaces to use them as you see fit. 50 furnaces, Sage Albert replied. The level 6 fire explosion talismans, the 5 seconds darkness talisman, the 10 days vitality talisman, plus 15 modified furnaces. This is my last offer. As for you, in addition to your main task, you will also have to promise me a future favor that you will agree to do no matter what, and I will not sell you any specific monthly quota of the 3 talismans in the future as we agreed before. You will not lose anything in this deal. All you have to do is send a few top saints to assassinate the heads of the 2 families in the appointed time, but I will lose most of my legacy to you. If you do not agree to this offer, consider the matter cancelled. I will find someone else. All right, I agreed. A calm voice resounded, but happiness was evident in it. He finally had the chance to take what he always wanted. Good, what about the war horses? Robin asked the war horses matter. Ha, tell you what, it is almost time to deliver the last key of the laws. I will send you 500 war horses instead of the 500,000 gold coins. What do you think? What? You say a single horse worth 1,000 coins. That is too much. Robin shouted, even a high-ranking weapon in this world might not cost that much. I'm selling you war horses for gold. You should thank me. If you hadn't ruined the royal treasury recently, I wouldn't have offered you this in the first place. Robin was silent for a few seconds and then replied, all right, I agree, but I need at least 2,500 horses. As for the Fire Legion that Caesar will lead, they will all need such strong horses because they will be in the face of the cannon in every war 2,500. You have a great appetite. Well, I will sell them to you for 1,000 gold coins or the equivalent of this number in talismans. I am the one who has a big appetite. Rage rose in Robin's head. That was simply too much. Haha, at least I can make up for what the past years have taken from us. This is just an offer. You can ask the rest of the families about the prices of war horses. That if you find a family that is willing to put a price on them in the first place, I am only willing to help because you are a valuable ally, but if you want more than 2,500 war horses, I will have to contact the royals at Garia Kingdom. They are famous for their war horse, and we have good relations with them. They will provide what you need, but they will ask for 10,000 gold coins for every war horse, at least 10 what. They can keep them. All right, agreed. 2,500 horses for 2.5 million gold coins. Send them with Alfred as soon as possible. Robin's reply. Aha, you reminded me. What did you do to Alfred? The boy speaks of you as a god, and he was a major reason for His Majesty to agree to hand you over the horses and help you in your next wars, asked Albert, evidently surprised in his voice. Haha, the boy only has a good eye and knows who he is dealing with. I will be waiting to hear from you again, Sage. Robin laughed out loud and then closed the voice channel. Although the price was exaggerated, he got the basics that he needed. But a voice cut off his train of thoughts. I can't believe you gave the royals all of these methods just like that. Mila shouted at him as she took the ring from his hands. Humph. Use your brain, woman. Your stupid father is using thousands of slaves to make him the level 6 fire explosion and 5 seconds darkness talisman. For how long do you think they will still be a secret? One corrupt guard or one smart slave will end the value for those 2 talismans at any day now. May it is already leaked, but we just don't know yet. As for the 15 furnaces, they are nothing. He can make a few extra fancy-looking weapons at best. He only took the vitality talisman from me, but I took what I wanted and even more. He think he ripped me off, but I have no regrets, no regrets. Handing over the methods of making the 3 talismans and the 15 furnaces to the royal family really did not bother him much. Handing over the furnaces can be like simply raising their quota of categorized weapons, and that would only hurt him by a few thousand, or at most, a few tens of thousands of gold coins per month, which is nothing when compared to any single industry he has, like the sound talisman carriers, for example. As for the methods of making 3 talismans, this is the price of playing with higher-ups. He didn't make them from the start to keep them to himself. They would all be distributed sooner or later for the right price. The only thing in his mind about this was that he now have to make more kinds of talismans and techniques quickly before he needed something else big from the royal family. After this call with the sage, he went back with full focus on his research. Over the past month, he has proceeded a long way in transmitting information mentally, and he finally got to the final moments. So the next 2 weeks Robin spent almost in complete seclusion. The whole issue was to change the method of transmission from first storing the information in a medium and then transmitting it, to direct transmission from a soul to a soul, and although it tired Robin somewhat, it was only routine steps that Robin had thought well before he started in the first place. So at the end of 2 weeks, Robin succeeded in creating a technique to communicate between souls directly. The technology has a few minor problems. First, they targeted individuals who will receive the soul message have to be in the scope of you, the soul sense of the transmitter. Direct long-distance soul messages is impossible. The other, and most importantly, it drains a great amount spiritual power when used. It is not like a medium equipped with seals, spiritual strength, and natural energy and ready for this particular task. The entire burden is on the soul of the person who sends the soul message, so it is useful for saying a piece of information or a very small conversation, which cannot be used for a long talk, let alone passing techniques. However, he was very satisfied with it, and he did not come out directly from his isolation after that. He taught those around him not to disturb him until the knights and saints returned from the new lands, and after a month and a half, no one has returned yet. The issue was a bit unsettling, but there was no need to worry about a group of saints and high-ranking knights, so he didn't think a lot about this at that. He set out on the next most important research, the Burton family's existing elites technique. Previously, he had asked the patriarch to send a copy of the law techniques owned by the family, and it was finally time to open them. The patriarch sent 3 first-grade techniques, those 3 given to those who don't have much talent from the Burton family. They are most likely not going to reach knighthood in their lives anyway, so there is no need to spread the second-grade techniques among them. These 5 techniques are owned by the royal family and widely distributed to all the nobles of the kingdom. There is nothing special in them. Since the moment he decided to hold the first technique book, Robin's features have begun to change with every line he reads. In every minute he goes through many different emotions, sometimes astonishment and amazement, sometimes anger and insults, and sometimes hysterical laughter. He had browsed through one of these techniques in the past before he left the family, and he saw it as an extremely valuable treasure, but now, it can only be described as a world-class chef that is asked to rate the taste of garbage. After Robin mastered the perfect major law of fire, it could be said that he rolled the first grade of the fire path under his armpit. All the minor laws are somehow splintered from the major law. But by reading these techniques, he was hardly able to determine which minor law they were talking about, even after reading the books more than once. They are so distorted that they are so ugly, especially the 3 first-grade techniques. It is simply impossible to make the second degree of these laws based on what he sees in the first grade. It would be like building a castle on quicksand. The same is true for the second-grade ones. The amount of distortions in these techniques makes progressing from one level to the next one within the sainthood extremely difficult. The chance of reaching level 27 is basically non-existent. In fact, the breakthrough of Patriarch Brian to level 26 is already a miracle and proof of his rare genius. As he flipped through the book in his hand trying to understand what it leads to, a voice came from outside. "Sir Robin, the knights and saints from our new lands have arrived. They are now with the Patriarch." Robin quickly closed the book in his hand and let out a long exhale as if he had found an excuse to get away from this ugliness. Then he took 2 scrolls into his pockets and ran out. On his way out, he told one of the guards to summon Theo for him to go immediately to the Patriarch's office, and then continued on his way. "So you are Robin. This is the first time I've seen him, too. Haha, our family is blessed that you were born among us. Robin, this is your Uncle David." Welcoming words and smiles filled the main hall of the Patriarch's building. After Robin arrived, 5 saints including Billy and the Patriarch, and about 15 high-ranking knights gathered around Robin after he entered and began exchanging compliments. All the people here are the pillars of the Burton family. They all know who Robin is in the family, and what his role is in everything that happens around them. Even though some of them had not seen him until this moment. When he was young, they did not pay much attention to him. Only the Patriarch and a few knights were interested in the new talents, and after he grew up and ignited the fuse of the Dalavar War, they were sent to Dalavar before he returned to the family. They fought there before they saw who are they fighting for. The courtesies lasted for about half an hour, until finally, Robin pointed toward the seats. "Uncles, please, I have something to speak with you about." None of them felt strange that Robin was telling them what to do. They had literally just come from the lands he had won for them. He waited until he took his seat, then said, "I will get into the point directly, and please do not take my words as an offense. During the past period, I have found many problems in the Burton family, and I have worked hard to solve most of them, but there is one problem that still worries me. It is you." Those present looked at each other in astonishment, not knowing what he was talking about. Does he mean that there was a traitor? Let me explain more. The biggest problem in the Burton family now are the heads. We don't have enough saints. Without saints, we will always need outside help in any war, because we can't take family lands by military force while they have high-level saints wandering around freely. In that case, we will live our whole lives in fear. At last, they understood what was going on, but not what he wanted of them, until David spoke. "Haha, you didn't ask us to come today to scold us, right? I scold you. How dare this little one?" Then he took a scroll from his pocket and laid it out in front of them. "Please touch it with your spiritual sense." Without further delay, they all did so. Except for Billy and the Patriarch, the rest closed their eyes as if they had fallen asleep. "Isn't this the energy cultivation technique? What are you going to do?" Billy asked, surprised but found no answer. Robin remained silent as everyone started to open their eyes one by one and looked at each other in amazement until the last of them opened their eyes. Robin spoke again. "Starting today, you no longer need to supervise anything in the family business or military-wise for the next 4 years. All what you have to do is use this technique with all possible energy stones you can find to increase your strength in the coming period. You all need to break through to higher levels before the war starts." "I haven't tried this technique yet, but it looks miraculous. Billy also told us about it on the way and said it's great, but it takes more than just energy to have a breakthrough in the sainthood." Robin St. David Burton spoke calmly. I know, but it will be useful for whoever has comprehended his minor law and wants a little push to move to the next level. I will leave with the patriarch a good number of spirit-revitalizing pills that will always be ready in case one of you feels close to breaking through. And for those who have enough energy capacity and don't have enough understanding of their minor law, don't worry either. Cultivate like the rest in this technique to purge your body with purer energy and improve your talents by a little, and I will bring you the solution soon. The patriarch was already very happy about the matter of the spirit-revitalizing pills, but he quickly stood up at Robin's last sentence. You are saying you have a solution to the problem of comprehending the laws. What is it? How do you solve that? Robin looked at the patriarch and shook his head. Honestly, I don't know yet. The problem is that everyone here has built their pillars using these already flawed techniques, and we can't wait for the new generation to grow up to have saints from them. It's inevitable to try to find a solution for the current generation of saints and senior knights, but it is okay. I have enough confidence that I will find something very soon. Flawed techniques, talking about the techniques they cherish as trash, had a stinging taste in everyone's mouth. They are flawed to the point that they are making me sick, Robin replied with his usual bluntness, then continued, now excuse me, I will go back to find a solution for you. Please don't be too lazy with your training. Then he turned and closed the door behind him, leaving behind a hall full of bewildered old men. The first thing Robin saw when he came out of the patriarch's building was a long-haired figure dressed in black and slightly bowed in his direction. It was Theo. Robin didn't stop upon seeing it, but took out the second scroll from his pocket and threw it toward him, saying, wait when you get home and pass your spiritual sense into it. This is a multi-use scroll. After you've learned it, teach it to your fellows of the Dark Legion, and then send it to Peon to teach it to the Wind Legion, then let one of you keep it safe with him, until he returns it to me when the opportunity arises. Theo didn't understand what that scroll contained, but it looked so precious, so he picked it up anyway and kept bowed slightly over until Robin passed in front of him. Then he disappeared silently in front of the guards, as if he was never here. Robin's road to his palace took more than twice the time it supposes to be, and after he reached the palace and the guards bowed in front of him and opened the gate for him, he turned and moved quickly outside the administrative area, heading to Uncle Tim's restaurant. His visit this time was not to celebrate or entertain a meal like every time. Rather, he consumed a few bottles of aged wine before leaving for his palace. He was psychologically preparing to return to his newest. Although he had previously thought that dealing with laws directly would be the easiest type of research for him, he realized the extent of his mistake after reading those techniques. Dealing with these techniques is a nightmare. But he realizes that it is inevitable. All the knights and saints of the family use these techniques, and he must find a solution to it, or else the family will live for decades without heads. And with this, another 2 weeks passed, announcing the passage of the first year of the agreement with the dukes. To reduce the search, Robin ignored the 3 laws of the first level for the time being, and decided to only deal with the 2 of the second degree for now. And after each examination session in one of the 2 techniques that last for less than an hour, he gets up and breaks something in the room or vomits or screams at the top of his voice, cursing the ancestors of the person who made these techniques. But he quickly calms down when he remembers that they tried as hard as they could without the eyes of the truth before another cursing session began an hour later. If it was only for them to discover a stronger law, it would have been easy, and if it was also to provide them with the same law but perfectly, it would also have been easy, relying on the eye of truth that had recently become stronger, and on his extensive knowledge of the fire path, he would have done it in no time. Robin's problem now is the pillars and the levels that those knights and saints built based on these techniques' version of the law. He can't destroy what they built before and have them start anew either. This would be no different from training new youngsters, and these old monsters will die of old age before they can do anything in the first place. The only solution is to find a way to fix what has been corrupted, using the same laws that they used previously to fill the gaps and fix the wrong parts in the pillars and previous levels. Then they can build on that. And just as it seems, this was not easy. After a few days of reading and wringing his head, Robin came up with an idea of a technique that acts as a medium to reach the previous levels and pillars and modify parts of them. The technology is supposed to serve as a bridge to reach the energy foundations that have already been built and enable parts of it to be restructured. Its problem is that it will provide minor adjustments that are made with great difficulty, and these adjustments must be from the same law from which they were originally built. This is what Reuben currently aspires to at least. After he thought of a map to work on this technique, he immediately began his research, and over the course of 2 months, a miraculous new technique appeared in the world. Robin created the foundation modification technique, It can be used on all kinds of previous foundations, no matter the laws it was built with. He put more effort and made it this way so it can be used to modify the 5 techniques in the Burton family. He made it with lazy thoughts that wouldn't have to fix every one of them by itself, but that's what made the technique even more valuable. Once someone wants to modify what they did previously, all they have to do is get this foundation modification technique plus better technique for the same law they were studying. Immediately after he finished it, he started at the part he liked, creating perfect techniques for the 5 minor heavenly laws. The first 3 of them were easy. In a matter of days, Robin managed to create their first grade technique. As for the other 2, Robin has taken them all the way to the 2nd grade. This was the first time Robin had written the 2nd grade of a law, but the fact that he had the previous technique helped him find his way more easily, and also that they were just minor laws of the lowest kind. It didn't take him long. The old techniques were a mixture of different minor laws from different paths, but they were dominated by the character of one fire law by 70, and this law is what Reuben focused on. Within only 1 month, the 5 laws were processed. The Patriarch Building Main Hall. After Robin finished writing the 5 minor law techniques and the foundation modification technique in multi-use scrolls, he went to the Patriarch and told him to summon all the saints and senior knights. Then he sat down with him to wait for them. Uncle Brian, did you prevent the residents of the Duchy of Evran from attending Jura Grand Auctions as we agreed? The Patriarch nodded. I announced it 2 months ago, and what we expected happened. They closed the borders with our new lands. They are now completely isolated there. Was there a reaction from the royal family? Robin asked. The worst-case scenario that was predicted has already occurred, yes. Prince William contacted us to find out why we prevent the Evrans from participating in the auctions. And when we told him about the weapons tax they imposed on us in entering and leaving from our own lands, he told me that he would try to mediate, but to no avail. They still insisted on the tax, and even raised it to 15 of the all weapons, as a punishment for our decision to ban them from auctions. The Patriarch shook his head. Robin chuckled. They can even ignore the royal family to such a degree, as expected of the most powerful duchy in the Black Sun. Well, let's play till the end and see who establishes his word. What about our 3 special forces? Their field training started yet? The Patriarch shook his head again. They are all still secluded as well. I think it will take a few more months to comprehend such a technique. Then I have plans to send them to the Beast Zone for their training. You don't need to worry yourself about them. In the span of another 2 hours of awkward silence, all the high-level knights and saints were gathered. They had all been in training seclusion for the past 3 months, and Robin even found that 2 of them had managed to break through from level 19 to level 20 already. Regardless of gaining power, winning the incoming wars and so on, each breakthrough equals extra years in their lives. And for those old monsters, that's more than enough motivation to do their best in training even more than the young generation. So when the Patriarch summoned them by saying that Robin wanted them in a hurry, they immediately left what they were doing and came. Please, all of you, insert your spiritual sense into the scroll bearing the name of the minor heavenly law with which you built your knighthood pillars. Robin spoke after he unfolded 5 scrolls in front of him, completely empty except for a few words on top of each of them representing the name of the technology inside. And now, after also following Robin's words and injecting their souls into the 4 scrolls, they fell silent for a few minutes then. Beautiful, so this is what a real law technique looks like. One of them was enveloped in tears. He started regretting every second he spent cultivating his previous technique. Is that really the same law I was studying? Another shook his head. Robin, why are you showing us this now? Billy asked annoyingly. They can't change everything they've been doing in their lives now. That simple. They should follow the same technique. Even if it is bad, it is still what they have. Robin didn't reply, but rolled another scroll. Now you all inject your souls here. After a few sighs, they all started to pass their souls in the last scroll as well, not expecting anything this time. The enthusiasm they had just before dissipated after seeing the perfect technique of the laws they had been using all their lives. After seeing them, they feel that they want nothing else from this life but cultivating these precious techniques, but they knew it was too late. It was really an ugly feeling to see something you want and have it in your hands, but still can't use it. A few minutes later, a shout rose suddenly. Impossible. The first person who opened his eyes let out a loud shout and stood up in a hurry. Is this even possible? Robin, what exactly is this technique? Robin waited until the last of them woke up and spoke. You must have understood parts of it by now, and it is exactly as you think it is. Use this technique as a medium to reconstruct all your pillars and levels using the law technique that you just took. Some fell into a long silence. Some started to mutter. Can we reconstruct everything we once knew? Robin shook his head, not to that degree. This technique can be used to fix the issues in your previous solid cultivation, but it should be the same law. It's also a bit slow. I think it will take you a whole year to finish solving all your old issues, and then you can continue towards the higher levels using the perfect heavenly law techniques I gave you. Do you have any questions? When he found that his question was met with a long silence, well, I guess there are no questions, good luck, then he turned and left quickly. Oh, Theo, what are you doing here? Immediately after Robin came out, he found Theo standing there, waiting as last time, but the difference this time was that his bow was a complete one. His head was at the same level as his thighs. A few words appeared in Robin's mind immediately. No sound, no feelings, just words that appeared in his mind that were foreign to his usual thinking. But it was very clear that they came from Theo. He had learned the thoughts conveying technique. Oh, ha ha ha, perfect. Looks like the technique works really nice. This is the first time I experience it. It can send the thoughts directly into another's mind and is then translated into an understandable language. I didn't hear a particular voice, but I knew that you were the one who is sending it. Good, very good. As expected of me, haha. Robin approached him and patted his shoulder. As for Theo, he took out a scroll of his clothes and passed it to Robin. This is the thoughts conveying technique. Father, it has been learned by both the Dark Legion and the Wind Legion as you commanded. Robin received the technique and started tossing it in the air and seemed to be thinking of something. Was it too hard to learn? Theo shook his head. No, father. 10 days should be enough to master it. Good, take it and bring it to those old monsters who are sitting with the Patriarch and tell them to train on it too. Then pass it on to Caesar and have him and the Fire Legion train on it. I think it will be useful to them one way or another. After they all finish, leave the scroll with Zara or Mila at the academy and have them distribute it among the rune masters too. Yes, Theo nodded and bowed again and started walking towards the Patriarch's building, while Robin headed for the academy. Another year passed quickly. Everything is suspiciously calm. It can only be described as the calm before the storm. The big moves and the mobilization of the armies of the Duchy of Alton and the Duchy of Bradley were very clear and attracted the attention of the entire kingdom there. But no one succeeded in understanding what was happening. Only rumors flying about an imminent huge war kept everyone in a state of anticipation. The return of the elders of the Burton family from the new lands and their sudden disappearance behind the closed doors did not go unnoticed either. The city became full of nobles and spies, and what happened was easily monitored. Since the return of those elders, and for more than a year now, no one has seen them, except for the young Saint Billy and Patriarch Brain, who would appear every now and then to sign a paper or visit the army site before disappearing again. Even the auctioneer is a saint of the Bradley family, and he is sometimes helped by Mila Bradley when a problem arises. A huge financial institution of this size that no one from the Burton family supervises. All aside, the Duchy of Evran has been actually the most active one this year. After the Burtons ignored their threats to close the border with their new lands and continued to prevent them from auctions, they went crazy and even closed the border between them and the Duchy of Alton, as well to make Duke Raymond Alton pressure the Burtons to accept his terms, but to no avail. They sent envoys to the Burton family. They were ready to go back to the original 10 and forget about the 15 increase, but no one was received by their envoys. They sat with old knights of level 12, and then left with their faces burning with humiliation and anger. As for Robin, after completing the foundation modification technique and repairing the law techniques that were used by the family elders, he went back to what he was doing before. Moving between the Grand Library, assisting the rune masters, giving lectures at the academy during the day, and researching at night. It would not be an exaggeration if Robin said he had read more than a quarter of the Grand Library by now. Although the Burton family library was by no means the largest of its kind, his general knowledge has increased dramatically. As for the rune masters, their number currently reached 221 even without the 50 inscription masters who went to the new lands. However, the year saw a noticeable drop in the number of applicants to work for the Burton family, especially after Robin announced that he only needed young men with strong souls and stopped hiring older knights. Although their large number has assured the needed talismans could be completed before the war began, Robin was even more busy helping them. This is because Billy took almost all of the gold reserve from the family on his last trip to the new lands and left the Burtons' treasury nearly empty. So aside from the talismans that are sold monthly at the auctions, he started selling other products to fill this money deficit, such as empty thoughts conveying scrolls. But these scrolls were further modified to emit a slight glow on a seal over them as long as their content was still intact, and if someone read it, the glow would be nullified and it would turn into a normal scroll. Messages between the high-class nobles and each other, and the transmission of important information and written contracts were always fraught with danger, and a scroll like this assures that the message had not been opened before, and that it really reached its destination, would save them from journeys of their own to exchange any kind of written information. So Robin started selling this kind of empty scroll for 5,000 gold coins each. He also started selling the thoughts conveying technique itself within a single-use scroll at 30,000 gold per one. After it is transferred to the person's mind directly, he will not be able to teach it to anyone else easily unless he is a researcher himself and can rewrite everything from the beginning and teach it to whomever he wants. Even if this happened, it will take years, and Robin will have achieved the desired profit from it by then and found something else to sell. This technique was a miracle for this world, and its deserved price is much higher than this, but because he sold it at this price for one person, the royal family alone bought 30 scrolls for nearly 1,000,000 gold coins to give them to their high-ranking princes and elders. Profits from these two products, in addition to a marked increase in sales of the one-slot oath tablets, the family treasury was finally revived even after paying the royal family 2,000,000 gold coins for the war horses. As for at night, he would return to his research, specifically research on the major heavenly law of life. But even after full research, and after the development of his eyes, he couldn't fully reveal it for a year now. He expected to find difficulties on his way towards one of the most difficult master laws, but this simply went beyond his guesswork. Life is not something like fire that can be seen or like darkness that can be specified. It is something that exists in all beings without a doubt, but you cannot point at it and say that this is the law of life. Humans, plants, and animals are alive, but what makes them alive? What makes them lose this quality later? Was it the heartbeat, mental activity, the soul? During the year, Robin tried to go out on his own for a few weeks at once when he felt he was about to make a big breakthrough, but in the end, nothing happened. He actually grabbed a few keys to the law after all these attempts, but every time he tried to go after one of them, he would find the path blocked. According to his current estimation, he needs at least 10 additional years to complete the first-grade technique of this stubborn law. But today, while he was alone trying to find solutions to the law as usual, a bright light shone in the room. Strands of light began emerging from Robin's head and forming in front of him 2 meters away in a human form. Everything took less than a second. Finally, the humanoid figure opened his eyes and grinned, "Hello, boy." The all-seeing God, Robin quickly stood up when he saw the humanoid light in front of him, and then began to look around him, narrowing his eyes trying to see if something changed, until he saw a fly buzzing freely. He returned to look at the humanoid light in front of him. Why didn't the law of time stop with this visit too? The all-seeing God figure started chuckling, "Ha ha ha. Do you know how many thousand years of cultivation effort has that little bit of time stopping act took from me? I did it back then because that law of death has already started to effect on you, and I wanted to extend your life till I decide what to do with you. Do you think I would do it every time as a kind of show? Really? Oh, by the way, you are welcome in my humble place. What can I do for you?" Robin replied at a slow pace, his eyes not moving from the humanoid light even for a moment. "Would you stop using the eye of truth on me? You will only tire yourself out for nothing. You still have many years of practice before you can see through something of this level." The Hulk shook his head with a smile, then he continued, "It has been a few years. Why didn't you try to communicate with me all this time? Since I told you to contact me when you needed me that day, I expected you to ask me about something every 2 or 3 days. Robin returned to his seat and closed his eyes, trying to discover the truth of that light exhausted him so much, and he did not understand anything. While he was in this state, he replied, "If I try to rely on you for everything, how can I develop myself also? I was afraid to ask you about anything. I didn't want the course of my world's development to change. In the end, I am the one responsible for the direction the world is taking, not you." The all-seeing God figure nodded. "Good answer, but not a complete one indeed. The holder of the law of truth is responsible for the direction his world takes, but you are not like most of them." Robin opened his eyes. "What do you mean? There are people like us on all the planets, right?" The all-seeing God figure shook his head. "Not exactly. The law of truth cannot be written in a technique form and passed on. You cannot forcibly open someone's eyes to the truth. This is something that cannot be bought. One must figure it out himself. The best you can do is conveying everything you know to your chosen successor and spend enough time and resources on him, and pray that the truth will choose him in the end." There are also who discover the path of the truth when they are old men at the top of their planets in terms of strength and cultivation level, and they take advantage of it as a side plaything, but they never really master it. The most discoverers of the truth in the universe are of this type. If you were one of those two, I would not have come to visit you. Those who discover the truth all on their own and then build their training systems using it. In your case, building the knighthood pillars, those are the true inheritors of the truth like me and like you. Those like us are extremely rare even among the countless plants, little brother. So don't bound yourself too much with this planet and think you are serving it. It should be the other way around. This nascent planet does not deserve you. Oh, it's good to know how cool I am. Sorry for asking, but you are not here just to cheer me up, right? I see that you are researching the law of life. If you tried to research it alone, it will ask you for thousands of years, and there is a big chance that you might never reach it. The best solution is to find a key to the law of death first, and use it to define the life law technique using it. There is no definition of the term life without death. Finding a key to the law of death will take a great deal of time and effort from you. You might waste a few centuries chasing after it, but at least it is your best option. If I were you, I would have found another goal and left these two laws. For now, do not waste your life on them while you have more accessible areas to look at. The clairvoyant god examined the stack of books in front of Robin. Oh, I really thought about this a few times, but I was trying to avoid the major death law. I didn't want to think about that horrible feeling again. Wait, did you just change the subject again? You're starting to worry me. What do you want? Robin furrowed his eyebrows. Your body is too weak for a night. Your stored energy, and the amount of energy you can use pet attack is very little as well. Your tender bone hasn't known many battles since the last time I saw you. What are you thinking? I know you are following the path of truth, and you think the direction of the world is depending on you. But this is miserable. You still need to get more fighting opportunities to strengthen yourself and expand your horizons. If you keep yourself between the walls looking at this pattern and writing that technique, you will not live long. You should not rely on others to protect you. You have to be strong yourself. You will never know from which side betrayal will come to bite you, nor who is your next enemy. Advised the all-seeing God as he walked back and forth. Well, this is officially getting annoying. What are you doing here? Speak directly or get out. Robin stood up and spoke, eyebrows frowned. Hess, I want you to help me with something. The all-seeing God sighed and replied. Clearly the words were heavy on him. Me, I help you? With what? Robin was very surprised. He is just a being from a nascent planet. What can he even do to someone like that? After a few seconds, the all-seeing God replied, in the last few tens of years, one of my enemies was making suspicious moves and gathering armies in one of his young planets. When I did my investigations, I knew that he intended to attack another young planet called Nahari. The first energy cultivation system age there is about 400,000 years. There is not much left before it becomes a middle-age planet. The most prominent feature of this planet is the presence of strange high-density and purity energy stones that can form an energy link between themselves, those particular stones if they fall into the hands of that person's followers. Let's say that the long enmity between us will come to an end. If he's mobilizing his forces to attack that planet, why don't you do the same? Didn't you say you are a ruler of a few planets too? Robin replied, all the planets under my control are medium-aged and their inhabitants are strong. Planet Nahari will resist opening space channels with one of my planets to enter a planet. The place you came from must be within the range of young planets as well, and that ranges from 0 to 500,000 years only. How the hell is a half-million-year-old planet can be called young? How can mine be in the same category? Robin shouted, it's young enough. The speed of advancement of the planets in the first 500,000 years is not the same. Do you think all the planets have monsters like you? Here in a 60,000 aged plane, you have already discovered the first stage of a few major laws. Many of the plants that have a cultivation history of 300,000 haven't got to that point yet. Tell me which planet is more wronged here. So what would you do if you knew that the middle age group of the planets ranges from 500,000 to 100 million of years of cultivation history? In any case, the planets have their own weak consciousness and will not allow beings from planets much older than them to enter and destroy their creatures. That enemy of mine, unfortunately, has planets in the young age group that Nahari is in, but I don't. Robin chuckled. It looks like your opponent is a step ahead of you. He is just a lazy evildoer who destroys the young planets before they are fully grown. The all-seeing God shouted, he is taking advantage of the fact that the inhabitants of young planets can enter the older planets, and he mentally communicates with beings from the younger planets as I am with you now, and give a faction of them information, cultivation advice, and even techniques, over thousands of years to become stronger and unite their planet under his service. Then he opens gates for them to other young plants to massacre the locals and plunder its resources and leave it in ruins. Then his followers send what they looted to under his feet on a golden plate. Those who manipulate to destroy the young planets in this way are trash with no honor. But honestly, it is still a clever move if you take out the morality of it, since the inhabitants of the younger planets can go to the older ones. He can run a few planets as his war dogs while giving them a bone every once in a while. With this kind of farms in the younger, weaker plants, why would he bother with the stronger ones? Robin nodded, then asked, "So, what do you want from me? You didn't come here because I'm from a young plant and can go to Nahari, right? You don't expect me to take my family's army and go fight that rival of yours and take the planet before him, right? You just said that the planet Nahari is about 10 times the age of my planet, and its inhabitants don't even need to absorb energy. How strong an army needs to be to take down such a planet? I'm here still struggling in the war against a local fart named Towie. For God's sake, you must be delusional if you think I will fight in this." The all-seeing God quickly shook his head. "I don't want you to confront him directly. Just listen, planet Nahari's local inhabitants are very strong, and you can't use your family's army against them. Even if you united your whole planet and empowered them for a few centuries, you most likely wouldn't be able to invade a quarter of that planet. That guy would usually do the same with this new planet, and try to gain their trust and loyalty over a long period of time until they send their resources to him directly. But he wants those resources as quickly as possible, and he wants all of it, and he knows that I will try to do something to stop him. That is why he is preparing for a huge war that will eliminate the local inhabitants completely and plunder Nahari clean if it goes according to his whim, and I can't afford for things to go down that path. That planet, due to its size and resources, has a large population, and they are still distributed in the form of tribes with no countries or kingdoms. So many tribes, and many of them are similar in strength and do not trust each other. That is why neither he nor I will benefit from trying to make one of the tribes work for us with some temptations. Each tribe is just a drop in the sea. And honestly, I tried to appear to some of them in this body to communicate with them and warn them of what was to come, but they called me a demon and ran away. They are not very smart. The only solution I have found is to find a way to quickly make those locals stronger and alert them about the coming war with a reliable information source, so that everyone listens to that source and gather around it, and they themselves defend their planet and not let it fall into the hands of that person, and I want you to take over this task." Robin rubbed his forehead for about a minute. "You want me to go to a huge planet full of strong, ununited locals, make them stronger, make them trust me, unite their ranks, and make them soldiers for you? You ask for too much, big brother. I'm nothing but a child in front of everything you say. I only want to research in peace and develop this plant as much as I can before I die, and also I'm not your subordinate." The all-seeing God quickly replied, "I have hesitated a lot to come to you because I know how difficult my request is, but you are the only person I know from a young planet, and you have the law of truth. Who could be better than you for a task like this? Those resources must never fall into the hands of that person, Robin, or I will receive a targeted blow that might end my life also. I don't want them to be soldiers for me, as you say. I want them to defend their own homeland. What is the problem with that? And it is true that you are not my subordinate, but do not forget that you owe me your life." "How much time do we have until that war begins?" Robin asked in a heavy voice. "According to what I see in terms of equipment and training, I think that his army will be ready within half a century at the most," the all-seeing God replied. Robin fell silent for a second, then asked again, "How many men can I bring with me in this mission?" The all-seeing God shook his head. "Your planet is too young and doesn't have energy stones strong enough to send many individuals through a space gate. If you research it on your own, you might even find it impossible to empower such a project. But I can teach you a formation that can use a large amount of the weak energy stones from what you have to activate the gate, but it can only send one person at a time. So I need to go alone for a mission for 50 years to strengthen and unite a planet with such specifications. A planet in which the inhabitants themselves have not been able to make a single kingdom for 400,000 years. You ask for too much. I feel the thrill of victory every time I remember that I got my own Uncle Brain to listen to me, and you want me to." Robin muttered with a low voice. The all-seeing God nodded. He knew how heavy this request was from the beginning. "If this matter wasn't so important, I wouldn't have asked you to engage in it. When you finish the mission, the debt you owe me will be erased, whether you succeed or fail, on the condition that you do your best." Robin was silent for a few minutes, then nodded. "I have a few important battles in the incoming few years. After I finish them and make sure my family is safe and is taking a good path towards the future, I will contact you to make the formation of yours and send me there. But I can't promise you anything about the results. I will only do the possible for me and nothing more." That is all that I wanted to hear. But don't be too late. Your mission will take a long time there and every day counts. I will go back to where I came from now. Every second my consciousness spends here drains a lot of me. But don't hesitate to ask me if you find your way blocked by law or technique. See you later, kid. The all-seeing God faded away with the last word, leaving Robin standing alone in the middle of his room, his mind weighed down as if the sky itself had descended upon his shoulders. His preparation for his force in this world, his family, the bloody wars he had been waiting for and preparing for years, his problems with this duke and that marquis, his mind games with the royal family have all lost their luster. But after a few minutes, he shook his head energetically and slapped his face, then returned to his seat and began to flip through the books he had written on the law of life, step at a time. Worrying too much about tomorrow would not help today. After an additional 5 months of that meeting, the life heavenly law technique was formed. The highest heavenly law technique that appeared in this world after the path of the truth, a key to the law of death, the biggest problem that might appear to anyone who researches the heavenly law of life. But this was not an obstacle for Robin. The discovery of that key was what gave him what he needed to discover the path of truth in the past. The key was already with him. All he had to do was retrieve some memories, and with that, Robin was able to gather enough information about the law of death to help him create the law of life technique, even if it wasn't a picnic. Messing with the law of death is a grim and hideous thing, and one wrong move could cause the death of the person trying to comprehend it. But because Robin had personal experience with this law, there was no great danger to him. The ease of the subject and the help of fate made him overlook the importance of the key to the heavenly law of death that he had in his hand. He didn't know that there are middle-aged plants in which a technique to this law has not appeared yet, and had it not been for the experience of death that he went through himself, he might never have discovered it. After Robin came out of his seclusion and handed Zara the major life heavenly law technique, she left everything in her hand and ran happily to her own room. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As for the void she left behind as the head rune master, Robin decided to fill it. From his point of view, all the problems that were holding back his force in this world the Burton family were dealt with, from the financial basis to provide strong knights to the strengthening of the present old monsters. Everything was put into place. The number of rune masters has also made everything easy. Almost all the initial amount that he owes to the Alton and Bradley families has already been made and waiting to be shipped, and now the rune masters are working on providing talismans for the family's army, and to sell to the other families in patches if needed, especially the families of the rune masters, as was agreed before. By removing all those obligatory tasks that he was setting his sights on, and even providing strong laws for all of his adopted children, now is finally the time to relax and work for the fun of it. In addition to the hours he spends in the library and the academy every day, Robin added an hour of his time daily to walking around the city to see new faces and watch the changes in the city, and also to hear about his charity. But he found that week after week, month after month, the open-air restaurants that were designated for distributing food in the city began to decrease instead of increasing, to the point that the last few of the open-air restaurants were preparing to close. And when he asked about the matter, he found a strange answer: there are no longer poor people in the city. After they were assured that there were 3 meals a day, all those who were able to work went out to search for a living without fearing for their children and elders. They went to work in the mines, the new beasts farms, and even the factories of sound talismans carriers founded by Billy. As for the women who were unable to work hard, they began to work with Uncle Tim Burton himself to produce food for the other poor people, and they were fairly paid for it. Little by little, no family in the city was left so completely destitute that he could not provide for his daily food and basic necessities. Now, almost only the young orphans use it. Because of this, Uncle Tim asked those in charge of distributing the monthly quota to reduce it from 20,000 gold coins to less than 1,000 gold coins. When Robin heard this, he couldn't believe it. This was a massive economic transformation on the level of a huge city that contains nearly 300,000 citizens. An entire segment of thousands of people were eliminated in no time, something he's never read about before in the Grand Library. Seeing that the results were even better than he expected, Robin ordered that the aid be increased to 100,000 gold coins per month, and that the charity is to spread over all the ancestral lands of the Burton family, not just Jura City. Good morning, Uncle Robin. Another beautiful day in Jura City, haha. It's you. Robin was enjoying his time and nodding to those around him, smiling as usual, until that last angry shout stopped him. When he looked at its source, he found 5 young men at level 11 of knighthood, and the one who stood in the middle of them was looking at Robin as if he had killed his father. It was someone Robin knew well. Oh, halberd ass. What are you doing in my city? It was Remus, the son of the one who sent the assassin after Robin. Your city? Don't overestimate yourself. I'm here for talismans, of course, or else what would bring me to this dirt pit? Listen, just because you and that Caesar of yours are still breathing doesn't mean I have forgotten what happened that day, and seeing you today, it seems fate has chosen you to die first. Remus replied. Sparks shot out of his eyes, and he and his 5 companions advanced and surrounded Robin. Robin looked around him as they were trying to block his way to escape, amused. Then he asked, "Aren't you afraid to cause trouble here? The Burtons aren't a bush over, you know. Humph, just a nouveau rich family with no roots. You still have to progress another few thousand years before you use your family in front of me. Then again, and a kid like you thinks that you can represent the Burtons. I will pay them a few copper coins for your head. Even if he killed him today in the middle of the street, what would happen? He is the son of a marquis. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in the auction house, the royal family won't bother with anything else." Robin looked at the 5 who turned around and sighed. This wasn't even funny anymore. With a quick calculation, he found that he would need 3 attacks to kill the 5 of them. But he shook his head, then raised his face to the sky and roared, "I, Robin Burton, am facing an attempt of murder here. They want to kill me inside Jura. Can anyone help me? The street has stopped." In the blink of an eye, the passing farmers raised their machetes, the workers rolled up their sleeves, the little children picked up little rocks. A few passing individuals in the energy foundation levels took up attack poses and jumped toward the person closest to them. "You have to kill me first. None of you will touch him. Get away from my uncle, you bastards." The 5 were astonished by what was happening around them. They could kill every one of those peasants with one hit, and they know it, but they still attacked. Even if they encountered a situation like this themselves in their city, and some thugs tried to attack them, no one in the streets would come to their aid, except perhaps someone much stronger than those who attacked them, and he would help to get a reward. But what they are seeing now. "You 4 get those bastards away from me. I'll take care of this kid myself." Remus gestured to his friends and began pushing all the comers back and fighting the cultivators of the Energy Foundation in order to make a circle around Robin and Remus, who smiled at Robin aggressively. "Who's going to save you now?" Sparks began to explode around his hand as he jumped up and aimed a blow at Robin's neck, only to find himself nailed into his place after only 2 steps. An enormous pressure force poured over his head, the strength of someone even stronger than his 29th level Saint Father. Horror possessed him for a moment after he felt this force, but its owner of this pressure force did not appear. He only kept him fixed in place. This pressure remained for a few seconds and did not dissipate until another person suddenly appeared behind Remus and grabbed his neck from behind and kicked him behind his knee, making him kneel. And with the other hand, he lit a white flame next to Remus' face as a threat to him not to move. Robin smiled when he saw the man. He was a level 11 Night Fire Legion officer who was on a patrol around the city. When he heard a noise, he came running with those who were with him, then spoke to Robin. "What do you want me to do with him, Your Excellency?" Prince Alfred was visiting the Fire Legion consistently since it was established, and they heard him call Robin Your Excellency all the time and decided to do the same. If a prince is respecting their own uncle to such a degree, how can they call him with any less in front of strangers? "You keep your hand away from Brother Remus." One of the 4 shouted and was about to move with the rest to save their brother, but a few more knights of the Fire Legion came and quickly did them like their brother. Shall we forgive them?" No, I'm not that generous. Shall I kill them?" "No, that time for that hasn't come yet. Listen, burn their clothes and hang them naked upside down at the city's main gate, and tell Caesar to come and put another halberd in this guy's ass, but tell him to do it gently and slowly this time." "Consider it done, Your Excellency." A cruel smile appeared on the knight's face. Little Remus and his companions were left hanging upside down at the main gate of Jura for 2 whole days before Marquis Rufus personally came to take him away, and even Galen Bradley intervened to prevent further problems. But when the Marquis arrived at Jura, he became extremely angry when he saw the halberd in his son's ass from a mile away, and attacked the city guards in a fit of rage and killed quite a few. He knew how huge was the blow to his son's personality and future after what happened in that arena with Caesar, and he already started to groom other successors since then just in case. But an even more humiliation befall his head. Now, with one look at this sight, he knew his son was a lost cause. After he took his son and left, the Burtons send out a formal announcement that this isn't the first time the Marquis and his son tried to kill one of their own, and that they had enough and won't stay silent anymore in front of this injustice. With this, and due to the attempted murder of Robin Burton and the attack on the Jura city guards, the Marquis family was prevented from attending any future auctions in a public, humiliating manner. The escalations also included the Marquis closing his borders with the Duchy of Alton, in protest of being prevented from participating in the Talisman monthly auctions, which should be a right for everyone in the kingdom. The kingdom was on a hot plate. There were those who say that the Burtons are missing, using the fact that the auction is in these lands, and those who backed the Burtons to get closer to them. All of this was happening while Robin was laughing at his palace. He was thinking about how to explain things to the public when the war starts, and some may think he is making flimsy excuses to spread the family lands, but they came in time and give him every possible reason he needed on a plate of gold. He also ordered to direct more provocations towards them for the coming period, and to attempt to bring Marquis Towie in as well and agitate their ugly bast a little. There are still years before the 5 years period ends, but for those in power, the war has already begun. And at that, another year passed. Nothing new appeared on the external level, except for the escalation of tension with the Duchy of Evern from the south, with verbal and political confronts with Marquis Rufus, as well as small skirmishes on the border with Marquis Towie that he always tries to end peacefully. The Burton family's army in Jura City has already reached 170,000 soldiers, and increasing by the day. Their training has reached an advanced stage. All they need is some good armaments. Even with the absence of the high-level figures of the family, General Edward has left a few of his trusted aides to train the army at Jura before he is gone. The repeated breakthrough into the 3 special legions also progresses astoundingly. During such a short period of time, the Burton family has gained a number of knights they never dreamed of in their history. Senior knights and saints, their progress was noticeably slow compared to the rest of the branches, but they were still making progress, especially the young Billy who entered level 22 months ago and started making serious progress towards the next level. As for Robin, seeing the relatively peaceful situation, he returned to what he loves most, adding more achievements to his name. During this year, he created a few runes to raise the efficiency of a few new pills, especially in the branch of increasing the body's affinity towards a certain element, which became very popular. He also created a wind talisman that enables its owner to double his speed for 10 seconds. He made 3 versions of the wind talisman, the first for use by those in the Energy Foundation, the second is for the knights, and the third for the saints, and all of them gained instant popularity and were sold at astonishing prices. He also raised the power of the darkness talisman and made it 3 versions just like the winds, so that the third version could even deceive the spiritual sense of saints for 5 seconds. The first version of the wind and dark talismans was already taught to the rune masters and began to be mass-produced. The second version of it could only be made by Mila and a selected elite of the talisman's masters. As for the third version, it remained exclusive to Robin. He only makes them for the purpose of selling them in auctions for tens of thousands of gold coins per one. And most importantly, the soul imprint card was made. Robin has often found that buying a pair of sound rings and distributing them to 2 individuals before parting is not practical. So what if the number of uses expires when they are thousands of miles apart? Then one of them has to travel all the way to another and give him another sound ring before departing again. That not even mentioning that the important nobles now have strong men who specialize in carrying boxes full of rings behind them wherever they go. Someone like the patriarch has 27 rings so far that he must carry wherever he goes. One talisman enables you to communicate with everyone you know, and even when the number of uses expires and you buy another one, you can still make your calls, and your contacts can still reach you easily. That was Robin's goal. A few months later, he came up with the idea of a soul imprint card, just a rectangular metal card, 1 finger long and 3 fingers wide. All you have to do after buying a new sound talisman is to inject it with your soul print to identify it as yours, and then inject your soul imprint into the soul imprint cards and distribute them to those who want to reach you. The idea of the card is to store the imprint of your soul inside it and give the card to the person you want to communicate with you. The person records the imprint of your soul inside his sound talisman and can use that soul print to send messages to you forever as long as the card is with him. Even if the sound talisman had 1 use, they could buy another one and use the same soul imprint card to communicate with the target. And with that, the matter of the 2 rings was over. For example, a person like the patriarch will have 1 ring on his finger, and he will distribute 27 cards to the rest of his contacts. And even if his ring breaks, he can buy another one, and the 27 will be able to communicate with him normally and easily. All this is in addition to the feature of direct transmission of thoughts. After fusing the thoughts conveying technique instead of the sound waves-based one, it became much more effective, as no one has to actually speak when sending messages again. The new generation of sound talismans made a huge noise around the kingdom. The old generation is still being released at the same reduced prices, but the prices of the new generation have increased a few times at once. And instead of just buying the 2 rings, now everyone has to buy soul imprint cards constantly to keep with them and distribute them to their acquaintances and foreigners. Actually, distributing soul imprint cards have become a way to say I'm rich and from a good family. Now it has become one of the successful forms of flirting, and the young masters are running around distributing their soul imprint cards to beautiful girls. The idea of the soul imprint card has also been applied to the secret scrolls. Now, after completing the message or technique that you are making and wanting to deliver it to a specific person, you put the imprint of his soul on it, and with that, only he can open it and read what is inside. This raised the value of the empty scrolls for more than 10 times, due to the increased pressure on the runes, especially the sound runes, and the small number of new applicants for the rune master position. Robin made a tablet that glows when approached by an individual with a strong soul. Previously, only saints could sense how strong the soul of young men was, but now with a few scouting tablets made by Robin, many expeditions began to spread around to search for young talents among the residents of Jura and nearby cities, and recruit them for the academy. This year was undoubtedly one of the most productive years in Robin's life. However, the 0 hour is getting closer and closer, and the calm is about to end. After another 3 months, Zara has finally completed her first law of the life, heavenly law, and is out of her seclusion as a knight. The almost 17-year-old Zara is now one of the youngest knights who have ever appeared in this world, even with the fact that her training has been delayed for a long time, until Robin brought her the life heavenly law perfect technique. On that same day after she built her pillars and went to tell Robin about it, he didn't order a celebration for her, and she was actually not excited either, but nervous. The first thing he did was that he ordered for Peon to come and meet him at once. After he arrived, Robin made him sit on a chair in front of Zara and take off his mask to show a hideous disfigured face in front of them, and without any further discussion, Robin looked at Zara and said, "You can begin now." And Zara knew what he meant. She exhaled deeply, then she raised her hand tensely and placed it on either side of Peon's disfigured face, and a green glow began to radiate from her hand. After about 6 hours in the same position, Zara removed her tired, shaky hands and put them on her own eyes as she started crying, "I'm a failure, I'm a failure. This law technique is wasted on me." She has been trying to treat her brother's face all this time, and for the 6 hours she did not remove her eyes from his distorted face, afraid that she would miss a detail, but even till she ran out of energy, no miracle has happened. Failed at what, little sis? What was going on? Peon asked as he started to put on his mask again, though he didn't understand anything about what was going on for the last 6 hours. He only did what Robin told him to do and nothing more, but seeing his little sister behaving like this broke his heart. "Wait a minute, who told you to wear your mask? Haha, go and look in the mirror." Robin took the mask from him and pointed towards the mirror in the room. Again, he didn't understand what was going on, but he did what he is commanded anyway and headed towards the mirror. But after he took a few steps to the mirror, he was nailed in place in front of it, and a thread of tears started to fall from both of his eyes. Because Zara was focusing on his face the whole time, she didn't notice any change as it was happening too slow. But he who remembers how he was before and sees how he is now can easily spot the changes, though he is still full of injuries and missing parts. His face was nowhere near how it was in the morning. "Ha ha ha, you silly girl, when you work you should put your feelings aside. Your mind was too busy that you missed what is happening in front of your eyes. Haven't you noticed the new facial cells growing all that time?" Robin went to Zara and patted her hair. Zara stopped crying and exclaimed, surprised about what she was hearing, and looked at Peon to check his reaction. At my estimation, 15 more sessions like this one would be enough to fix Peon's entire face. I'm looking forward to seeing if he is more handsome or I am. Ha, Robin spoke with a smile. "Really, I can heal his face entirely." Zara stood quickly. "Of course, since when I lie to you, brat, but if a few slashes in the face and a cut-off lip and missing piece of the nose are going to waste all that time and energy from you, how long will it take to get his left arm back?" Robin muttered, rubbing his chin. Peon felt that he was hit on the head by a lightning bolt. His face would be completely healed. Could his left arm that was cut off from the shoulder grow again? "This will take longer than expected. You can't only do this every day. Devote a maximum of 2 hours a day to treatment sessions. You should not tire yourself too much. And after you finish treating Peon's face completely, start restoring Theo's tongue as well. I want to hear that bastard voice. Then go back to spend your time on your brother's arm again, which will most likely take a year or two to regrow. You are exempt from working on the talismans department starting today. Focus on raising your level as a knight quickly so that the number of your abilities increases even more and your healing ability becomes faster. With all the coming wars, we will need this ability of yours. But I love working on talismans," Zara replied, wiping away her tears. "Really? This was not expected. All right, you can help Mila. But just like the healing sessions, You should not exceed an hour or two a day as well when working on the talismans. You can supervise the other rune masters or something other than that. Focus on raising your level and exploring the rest of your abilities. The law of life is not limited to treatment. I want you to advance fast and overtake the rest of your brothers in cultivation level. Understood, said Robin. Yes, Zara nodded hard bow. Regardless of his face and arm, he knows the significance of that technique. With Zara, it is priceless. The Life Heavenly Law Perfect technique is far more precious than his Wind Heavenly Law Perfect technique. If she goes anywhere on the planet right now and showed her healing ability, she will be treated like a princess. Thank me by getting stronger and helping me destroy my enemies. Don't act emotionally like that sissy Caesar, ha ha ha, right? How is he and Theo? I haven't seen them in a while. Robin laughed out loud and went back to his seat. Why? Robin furrowed his eyebrows. The little guy knows how to be depressed. Peon hesitated a bit and then continued. He says there are 2,500 copies of him now and that he is no longer special. I heard him once after he got drunk in a brothel. He said that now he can be easily replaced and that protecting you is no longer his mission as before. If I'm now wrong, he is thinking about going out adventuring after the incoming wars are over. Sigh, that boy is very sensitive, but it is good that you told me. I will put this in mind well enough for today. Take your sister and leave my palace. For now, let me go back to what I was doing. Peon chuckled, then took his sister's hand and bowed. Then both left the palace cheerfully, leaving Robin in his thoughts. Rubbing his head even after an hour, was I wrong about Caesar when he gave his own technique to the family? No, they need strength. When a battle is inevitable and Caesar looks behind him and finds 2,500 knights covered in white flames waiting for his orders, he will understand this decision. But the White Flame Demon is no longer a useful title now. The name of Caesar, who shook the kingdom more than once in the coming years, will become normal when the Fire Legion shows its clutches, and whoever is accustomed to excellence will not be satisfied with anything less. Robin's head felt like exploding. He is making a lot of jokes about the emotional Caesar, but he knows well that the man who used to storm the inner beast zone alone and live there for months at a time was not emotionally weak, and he is always a guy who kept to himself. If it got to the point where he goes drink and complains to his new brothers, it must be affecting him too much. But what does he do for him? His path is already set in stone. There is nothing higher than the Fire Heavenly Law Perfect technique that can be given to him or is there. Robin, who was researching a new type of wind talisman, stopped what he was doing that day and began to look in that direction, looking for a way to upgrade a major Heavenly Law technique. With only 9 months left until the agreed date for the start of the war, Robin found himself facing a huge dilemma. How to upgrade a major Heavenly Law? Had he not known that he would face a great trial after the war by moving to another planet and that he might not return again, he wouldn't have looked in that direction for now. Actually, he might have even ignored Caesar's feeling for good and have him stay as the head of the Fire Legion. But as long as there is even a small possibility that he will not return again, he must arrange his affairs here first. If he isn't here to look after his kid, then he at least have to leave him strong and confident enough. He has to stay as an important asset to the family and not be another knight among many, or the days wouldn't be kind to him after he disappears. Had he not literally owed his life to the all-seeing God, he would not have accepted this impossible mission, even if he promised him rivers of gold. But this is life. Nothing is free. He knew that this favor would come back to bite him later. He just didn't think it would be too soon and too big of a bite. Taking it seriously, 2 weeks passed quickly. On the last day of the 2 weeks, Robin came out of his room, which was emitting intense light, and called for Caesar to come in a hurry. Half an hour later, Caesar entered Robin's palace smiling. "Father, I was told you wanted me. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you?" Sat down, Robin replied without emotions, and pointed to the chair in front of him. "Is there a problem?" Robin rubbed his forehead. "I have a feeling that you are not satisfied with distributing your technique to the entire Fire Legion. I feel like you want to be special." This is absolutely not true. I like the fact that there are so many like me now, and we can communicate and compete with each other. Caesar replied without hesitation. "I can make you special again. Is that really possible?" Caesar cut his laugh and responded quickly. "I can't believe you were really thinking that way. Haven't you grown up yet?" Robin stood up, took a quick step, and slapped Caesar's head. "Damn, what do you want me to do? Can't I be a little selfish?" Caesar responded while patting the place of the strike. Robin returned to his seat. "You may feel selfish about something that is valuable, but the major heavenly law of fire, what is it? It is just a low-level law. Even if it's perfect, it is still nothing. I wanted to give you something much better after shaping our bodies, but then the all-seeing God's warning destroyed my plans for you and stopped my train of thoughts when he said that you are stuck with the path of fire forever. Now Theo has a better law than you and Zara has a better law than you both. But it's what I got, and you wanted to make things worse and put the technique in everyone's hands. You should have left it to me. Even if it's a low-level law, at least it's still the most powerful offensive law technique on the planet right now, Caesar muttered as he looked at his foot. Planet. Fool, don't you remember the words of the all-seeing God in the cave? We only live on a nascent planet. Do you know that concept is this? We are ants. What is the use if you are a stronger ant? What's the use if I delay the strengthening of the family and make you unrivaled in this nascent planet? Would you feel proud of yourself? When another planet invades us, I tell them to wait and come fight with Caesar one-on-one first, and if you lose, go back to where you came from. Do you see this happening? And frankly, I'm not sure you'll win even if it does happen. A law technique like the fire heavenly law perfect technique must be sold on the sidewalks in the stronger planets. Our only hope in living in freedom or dying with our dignity, if another planet decided to attack us, is to strengthen the family as a whole, and if we are blessed and not conquered till we die of old age, then you will still live with your head held high as you are part of a pack of lions controlling the whole planet, instead of living alone jumping like a clown looking for opponents to fight, or that's what I was thinking at least. But I felt that perhaps even a pack of lions would need a unique leader to suppress them. Listen, a method has formed in my head that can make you unique, not only on this planet, but those who are like you in the entire universe can be counted on one hand, and I promise I will not give it to another creature. It will need direct intervention from me, and from Zara anyway, to call it a success. Really. Caesar almost jumped from his seat. He almost gave up already due to Robin's speech, and the idea of merging with the herd had already begun to form in his head. Don't be happy yet, that comes with taxes. Robin shook his head with a laugh and then continued, your new technique will be unique and complex, which means that I will be late in making advanced stages for it. There is a good chance that all of your peers will outlevel you in cultivation for this reason. No problem, even if they get past me, I will still beat them up. But what exactly is that technique? Tell me what's going to happen. Then Robin continued, waving his hands, beat them you. All right, Mr. Exited, let me explain something here. I said I'd make you unique, but I never said I'd make you stronger. Honestly, I don't know what those adjustments would do to you. You might get even weaker. I have no problem with this. I am very strong anyway, and I always felt that I need something to hold me back a little. Caesar hit himself on the chest. In Caesar's mind, he has already made his choice as long as the idea of strengthening the family as a whole is in Robin's head. There is no problem if he himself remains as strong anyway, or even a little weaker. There will be many more knights to replace him, if he even got crippled in the process. The black sheep's position in the herd is still better than the current situation. Oh, Robin didn't even find what to say. Caesar was seriously wanting to stand out, but he sighed and continued, you have already set up your pillars and reached level 14. To adjust that, I will have to use the foundation modification technique on you, but I'll need to dramatically adjust the technique first to make it work on your situation. And because what will be modified is not of the same law with which you set your pillars, you will feel real agony throughout the process. I can't even describe that pain. I can only say that what you have suffered all your life as a warrior will not compare to your first cry when we start, and after we start we won't be able to stop. Do you still want to do it? And since when does pain scare me? That's the last thing I can care about. Caesar proud. I'll see how long you're going to act this brave. Well, it is settled now. Go now and isolate yourself in a long seclusion. Start clearing your mind and gathering energy in your body. You'll need every bit of help when we start the first session 2 months from today. Bring Zara, Theo, and Peon and come here. After the last word, Robin got up and went back to his secret underground room. Oh, just 2 months to make a technique like this. Looks like you've been planning this for years, but you've been hiding it to surprise me. Haha, all right, see you in 2 months. Caesar quickly walked out the door. Robin smiled seeing his son acting this happily, then shook his head and headed towards his room again. After closing the door behind him, the intense light returned to the room and a voice echoed after, what have you decided? He wants to do it, Robin replied calmly on his way to his chair. Haha, I told you he will say yes no matter how much you try to scare him. Kids don't care about the big picture. In fact, you should be like him. Robin gave a weak chuckle. He is a good kid. I hope this last gift will turn out to be a good one. Let's continue. After 2 months, Argo, loud screams shook the entire administrative area, and even the streets close to the administrative area could hear it. Everyone who hears the screams that seem to have been sent from the bottom of hell feels a shiver in his back and tries to get away from the place. They can't imagine what kind of torture the one screaming is going through, like is he being boiled alive. Some came and tried to enter the palace and see what was going on, but the guards stopped them, saying it was Robin's orders. Seeing that the guards themselves are shivering, everyone who came left again silently. Father, he can't take it anymore. Theo gathered a few words and spoke in a rough voice. His tongue had been fully restored only 2 days ago, and he is not used to talking about it yet, but it is clear that the speech is not alien to him, and he was talking when he was young before his tongue was cut off. He must take it pump more energy, Robin muttered, placing his hand under Caesar's stomach. Why yes, Zara panicked and started to increase the green aura energy she was pumping onto Caesar's back. The new life energy didn't the situation on him. Blood is still pouring from Caesar's eyes, ears, and mouth like waterfalls, and the ground beneath him started cracking. What are you two doing? Hold himtighther. Robin shouted at Theo and Peon. Each of them was holding a foot and an arm of Caesar. All right, I'm almost there, Robin continued to mutter as he stared down Caesar's stomach with a big smile. Are you smiling? What the FVCK are you smiling at? HELP. Caesar's cries increased when he saw Robin smiling like this. He felt that he was a demon and not his father who raised him. This is it now. Suddenly Robin shouted and then slapped Caesar's stomach so hard that he spit out blood. Then he stood up and inhaled few. All right, you two can leave him now, Zara. Pump all your remaining life energy into him. Peon and Theo left him and went panting and wiping away their sweat on the side, leaving aside Caesar's constant resistance and his tries to escape that tired them out. Just seeing the operation and participating in this torture exhausted them mentally. Caesar fell on his face in pain and let down little groans as Zara tried to help him with life energy after a few seconds. Theo also came to help him by wiping the blood off his face. His father promised and fulfilled, without a doubt. This was the worst experience in his life. He fought knights higher than him by many levels and hideous beasts much bigger than him, and he even found himself in a beast's belly once, but he was never put under pressure like what happened today. The best thing that happened today is that it is over. But then he got that off his head quickly and started thinking of what comes next. He has finally become special again. Tusk, I thought I would do the 20 sessions once a week, but this weakling won't help me achieve that. I think he will need at least 2 months to fully recover from this condition. I'm afraid his transformation will not be complete before the war. Hey, take him with you and treat him. Then they brought him here for me in a month so we can start the second session. Robin spoke and wiped his face and hand from Caesar's blood. 20 sessions, but Peon's handsome face turned into shock when he heard this number and returned to look at Caesar quickly to check on his condition after hearing it. He found him lost consciousness, and his eyes were open to the last of them, as if he had heard the worst curse in history. Enough please, I don't want to be special anymore. For the second month in a row, and then the third. Caesar's cries didn't stop. Even as he rests in his room and is taken care of by Zara's life energy every few hours, he gets up in panic and screams. Those sessions hunt him even in his dreams. This delayed Peon's left arm restoration, but he was more than willing to wait. Seeing those terrible sessions with his eyes made him unable to think what Caesar is going through. He fought alongside him for many years and know how tough of a guy he is, for him to scream like that. He just told Zara to focus on Caesar and forget about him for the time being, and of course, looking at his handsome scratch-free face in the mirror was already pleasing enough for now. One way or another, Zara found herself busier and more exhausted even after she was excused from making the runes. As for Robin, in between Caesar's heartbreaking cries, he found the time to start something new. Caesar's need for a month of rest after each session gave Robin extra time to go back to designing the rune that he had previously planned. The initial idea is to produce a talisman that is useful for personal protection and in one-on-one fights. The Fire Explosion Talisman has a wide range and is almost dedicated to large numbered battles. Even if a young noble from one of the big families has a talisman of this type, he will think 1,000 times before activating, because he also will most likely be affected by the burning wave as well. And during the third session vacation, Robin has already completed the design. When the talisman is activated, one compressed wind blade will come out towards the target, splitting it in half. But just like the Fire Explosion Talisman, the Wind Blade Talisman was kept at low levels of power due to the need for enormous soul energy to create and also tremendous natural energy to activate the higher levels. So it remained in 3 initial copies, one at the 6th level, one at the 8th level, and the other at the 10th level, and the designs were sent to the Academy. As for any higher level, it was left to Robin. There are only 5 months left. Everything is going smoothly, however the atmosphere is getting tense above Jura City, even though most people don't know anything. The senior knights and saints in the Burton family began to leave their seclusions and go out to supervise the final training of the army and prepare them before the coming wars. They all came out in high spirits with smiles of contentment and pride. Most of them had broken through to a higher level, and even those of them who had not yet broken through, their strength had increased by miles after they repaired their pillars in previous levels and brought them to the perfect shape. Another 3 months have passed. Robin managed to break through to level 12 of knighthood, and contrary to his hopes, not much changed from last time. Once again, all the energy seemed to disappear after breaking through to the next level, instead of the usual slight increase in energy capacity and soul strength. Nothing else happened. His body was still as weak as before. Last time Robin explained what happened as that all the energy was directed towards developing his eyes of truth, but what about this time? After a few days of trying to uncover anything new, he found that the second stage patterns of the laws around him had become clearer, but the difference was almost unnoticeable once again. His eyes took everything. And as such, the road of the weakest knight in history is still ongoing. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Perhaps I should ask the all-seeing God, said Robin himself, but quickly shook his head and slapped his face. He just exhausted the guy with Caesar's new technique. With every second he spends on this planet, he loses a lot of his power. How can he call for him again this soon? Secondly, even if he is wrong, and he actually did something wrong in the way he break through to level 12, silence is better than asking the all-seeing God about it. Asking for help for Caesar was one thing, but for himself, the all-seeing God puts him in a high position and speaks to him like a little brother. With what face can he contact him and tell him I can't even make a breakthrough? And also he did everything perfectly. What was his fault if his eyes were absorbing all that energy? If there's anything he can blame then, it is this planet, because the energy on it is still scarce in the atmosphere that the breakthrough is over every time before his body can get any benefit. His personal analogy of this situation is that of a bowl filled with air or water. The gathering point of the energy in his abdomen can handle a certain amount of energy, but its quality is definitely a factor. Maybe if he was born somewhere else, the situation would have been different. With this, Robin put the issue of knighthood breakthroughs aside, not wanting to think about it anymore, and began to look towards something else that would fill his time talismans. In just a few days, he managed to design another type of talisman, the fireball talisman, on the same idea as the wind blade that the attack should be directed at a specific person, so Robin designed a talisman that shoots a ball of fire towards the target. In front of opponents who wear powerful armors or are at a level higher than that of the talisman, using fire against them will be more effective. At least it will take them a few moments to deal with the fire on their clothes. And just like the wind blade, Robin designed 3 levels 6, 8, 10 and sent them to the academy to make an urgent batch of them before the war started. As for the foundation modification session on Caesar that month, it did not take place. Robin told him to focus on recovery before the war began and that he would complete it for him later. After all, only 2 months left. The news surprisingly didn't make Caesar happy, but he actually tried to talk Robin into doing 1 or 2 more sessions. After seeing the changes in his power after only 6 sessions, the hour of pain he spent monthly suddenly became worth it, and it's actually not as painful for him as before. But Robin refused straight away. Leaving aside his exhausted body, Robin feared for Caesar's mental health. Going through such torture on monthly biases is already enough for a strong grown man to lose his mind after only 3 sessions. And also, the changes that are happening in his cultivation base are starting to show their effect on his personality. The following days witnessed a great acceleration of events. Before General Edward left, he had already gathered an army of more than 120,000 soldiers, and by now the army actually reached a surprising 200,000 strong. The battalions began to take their final form. The officers and generals were divided according to their specializations, and the final free training operations began. The 3 boys also began preparing their squads, and the officers below them, to make it easier to control their new special forces. It was also decided that St. David level 25 now would lead the army to war and started making plans. Within another 3 weeks, the army was ready to fight at any moment. At the end of the 3rd week, a month and a week before the arrival of the appointed time, Robin went to the Patriarch's office and told him, "It's time to get our weapons here. Send to General Edward and tell him to start advancing towards us, and put our army here on active state, just in case." 4 days later, Robin's palace. "Robin, Robin," Billy hurried in and started yelling. "I'm here. Why are you screaming like that? Is there anything new?" Only 4 days have passed since he issued the orders to move on such a large army. General Edward certainly still hadn't reached the border with the Duchy of Evern yet. Disaster. Edward has sent us a message now. He says that his intelligence unit has detected large movements on the border with the Duchy of Evran, and that there are at least 220,000 soldiers waiting for them there, and the numbers are increasing. What? Robin was dumbfounded. This wasn't supposed to happen, damn it. Robin clenched his hand. A direct confrontation with Duke Donald Evran was not something he wanted. He thought the army would be enough to intimidate him and let them pass. This is a major problem that couldn't be taken lightly. Does the Patriarch have an opinion on this? He is now gathered with the rest of the saints, and has sent me to tell you the news and bring you there. Come with me. Then Billy put his hand on his shoulder and quickly pulled him with him. Seconds later, the meeting room in the Patriarch's personal facility. What now? Is it another war? Can we even do it? The army of Duke Evran is very strong, whether in the numbers of knights and saints, armaments and war horses, or the great military experience, they are all elites. I suggest that Edward stop the army and have it stay at the new lands until we find a diplomatic solution with Donald Evran. Impossible, a shout came from the door at this point, and then Robin entered. If the army is stopped now, who will ever give us face after that? And what do we do after we stop it? Surely he will impose penalties for trying to cross the borders without permission and raise the taxes to 20 or 30 at least. You came, the Patriarch, who was sitting at the head of the table rubbing his forehead, straightened, then added, do you have an opinion on what we should do? The Bradleys and Alton's war with the Lying Water Kingdom will not end quickly. We can attack Towie and Rufus later on, or we can just turn a blind eye to them for good. They are nothing. Let's get rid of Evran's threat first. These weapons with General Edward must arrive at Jura, then be sent to the two duchies at the appointed time before their war, or else the promise I made to the Dukes of Alton and Bradley will be for nothing, and I'm not a man who breaks his word. You are not suggesting an open war against the most powerful duchy in the kingdom, are you? One of the saints asked sarcastically. I still have some love in my heart for you, Uncle Smith. Please don't try to irate me. I'm not in the mood today, Robin replied with a sharp smile which made any further words remain in the saint's throat, then continued after being silent for a few seconds. Does anyone know when the two armies will meet? According to the army's natural progression speed and calculating the distance, it will reach the border with the Duchy of Evran in 2 days. Patriarchs. 2 days, murmured Robin, his eyes starting to move over those present at the room. 13 saints in all, the 5 Burton's old saints plus 8 recent saints. After a few seconds, he made up his mind and said, it is all right then, I will go there immediately with backup. What good is this? This will give Evran enough time to gather more soldiers, while we are so far away. If our army moves now, we will be there in about 10 days. Billy shook his head. Do you even have a plan? Not all of us will go. I will take the legions of fire, wind, and darkness. And I will also take you, Billy, and the 8 new saints here. We will ride at once on the war horses. As for the Patriarch and everyone else, remain here with the main army and bring them behind us as quickly as possible, and with much noise as possible as well. The whole kingdom must know that you are marching. And what would 3,500 youths and 8 level 21 saints do in a major war like this? One of the saints did not like what he heard. I will think of something on the way to stop the war peacefully if possible. If he doesn't stop, our 2 armies are capable of burning the Duchy of Evran to the ground with everyone in it. I want to see how long that Donald wants to test my patience. Robin's reply. The saints began to look at each other. One of them was about to speak when the Patriarch gestured at him to stay silent and spoke while he was looking at Robin. We will do as you say. Robin nodded and went out and pulled Billy in his hand, and as he came down the stairs he spoke to him. I see you've broken through to level 23 lately. Congratulations. Go and tell the 3 boys to gather their men. We'll be off in an hour. Aha. Find me a way to communicate with General Edward and with Sage Albert. No problem, Billy replied, and then jumped out of a nearby window. In the conference room upstairs. Why do you let him do whatever he likes, Brian? He's still an inexperienced child. Have we lived our lives in vain for you to only take his word for it and ignore us? He has tossed us in 2 major wars already, and now he wants a 3rd one with a duchy this time. And you still want him to do whatever he wants. Why don't we just stay where we are selling talismans at auctions and live off its profits? Why do we have to march because he says so? I don't agree to this. A new saint started shouting after confirming that Robin had left the building. The Patriarch looked at the man who spoke with disgust. Be very careful in your words about Robin. Haven't you broken through to sainthood yourself a year ago because of this child? Where were we 10 years ago, and where are we now after his contributions to the family? Years ago he implicated us in a war against another kingdom. Most of you said at the time that he was delusional, and that I made a mistake in listening to him. And some of you almost refused my direct orders to take part in the war, and threatened to take my seat if things went down the hell. And what happened in the end? He brought us half a duchy, and the title of Marquis. He might be hot-headed and have no experience in politics, but I trust his vision. Let us hand him the reins once more, and see what happens. I believe the fortune of the Burton family has just started. 2 hours later, dozens of miles from Jura. Clop, 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 2,500 strangely shaped horses go about their way as if they were kings of the roads, bigger than normal horses, and its faces looked fierce. With its necks and bellies were covered with natural armor. These were the war horses. Almost half of the horses had two individuals on their backs, and yet they ran without fatigue as if they were carrying two feathers. Billy, give me the rings. Robin, who was riding at the front of the troops, at last spoke, and that was the first sentence he had said since leaving the urgent meeting. Billy threw him a sound-type talisman ring and another a soul-type energy new one. With one look, Robin knew which one could communicate with the person he wanted, so he passed his natural energy inside the sound ring and spoke loudly, "General, can you hear me?" After a few seconds, a voice answered, "Is this the voice of noble Robin? Are there any new arrangements?" "I know you can, but what about our losses? And how do you intend to deal with the Saints? Doesn't the information say that the Duke is personally waiting for you here? Do you have a plan that you can win with minimum losses? Let's say you win, how do you plan to still march in their lands until you get to the Duchy of Alton? You think they won't try to attack again and again along the way?" Edward didn't reply. There was no way to stop them. The best thing he could do was to quickly destroy the Everin's army by raining down on them with talismans, while appointing the hundreds of new knights on his side to defend against the saints of the Everin family. These new knights were the offspring of the new noble families who had just broken through to knighthood. Currently, there are about 800 of them, which is already comparable to the knight forces of a duke family. But they are all at level 11 or 12. Facing high-leveled saints would cause a massacre between their ranks, even if they succeeded in stopping them for an hour or two, and this plan also ignores the knights on the Everin's side, and also ignores what will happen after the battle. If this plan was implemented, it would surely have resulted in extremely heavy losses. It's not like the general has lost it, but this is the only way that has a small margin of success. Only by keeping on pushing and taking it one step at a time can he cut through the Duchy of Everin and arrive at his destination. He knows that even with success, he will lose more than half of his army and his knights, but this is better than standing in his place or going back, for he knows that the Burton family lacks saints and knights, and they will not help him with anything big even if Robin comes to him in vain. "That's what I thought," said Robin when Edward didn't answer again. "Do as I told you and keep my army safe. See you in 3 days. Then he put the double seal in his pocket and passed his energy into the new ring and sent in his spirit, "Hello, Sage Albert, I need a favor from you." "Is this Robin? What do you want?" Robin felt words that appear within his soul. It was the sage. "You should know already the situation at the borders between our new lands and Everin's, right? Sire, I know both you and Donald have stubborn rock heads, and this is not only about you, but this will also affect the Alton and Bradley war and might stop it before it begins. Tell you what, stop your army and I will talk more with Donald about it. Maybe we can come to a solution that satisfies both of you." The sage spoke heavily. "Satisfies us both. How can this happen? Make him take only 5 of my possessions. This isn't going to happen. No one will take even one soul card against MY will. I will not stop my army, and if that Donald tried to stop them, then the battle will begin as soon as Edward reaches the frontier, and I have brought the main army from Jura and we are heading there right now." "Our Robin, what are you up to? Are you crazy? Don't you know how strong the Everin's army is? You will destroy each other." Finally, the sage lost his calm and started shouting. But Robin did not pay attention to his reaction and continued, "This is a matter of dignity and respect, and I have confidence that I will destroy them first. I will eat through that duchy with my 2 armies and raze every single city to the ground. Do not blame me, it's you who have given that guy too much confidence. You should stopped him earlier instead of watching by the side and waiting for me to yield. I yield to no man. Your Highness, if you don't want to start a war that burns everything to the ground at your beloved Duchy of Everin, please listen carefully to what I have to say, and do it." 1 day later. "Father, we are approaching the border between the Duchy of Alton and the Duchy of Everin. There are about 200 soldiers guarding this point, and among them are a few knights. What do we do?" Caesar approached Robin and told him the report. "Ignore them, we will continue at the same pace. They will definitely try to stop us." Caesar narrowed his eyes. "If they did, then kill them all. Simply speak, Robin." "Haha, that's what I wanted to hear." Caesar laughed loudly and then looked behind him. "The 9th and 10th Divisions, advance ahead of us and storm the checkpoint directly. If one of them tells you to stop, kill them all. This is your first test. Do not lower the Fire Legion heads in front of His Excellency." "Yes, Commander." Half an hour later, inside a large tent on the border area between Burton's new lands and Everin, a man hurriedly entered and bowed. "Your Highness, There is urgent news that just arrived. A relaxed-looking man covered with lots of jewels calmly replied, Speak. There is a small band of the Burton family of about 4,000 individuals coming from the north on war horses. They have completely destroyed the border post with the Duchy of Alton and killed hundreds of our soldiers. According to reports, they are coming straight here. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Brain. Instead of coming personally and kneeling to come to terms with me, he sent a suicide squad. The Duke continued to laugh hysterically until the wine spilled from his hand and then continued, Let the garrisons of the cities along their way come out along the way for them to kill them, and if they escape from them, send an order to St. Gerard's Legion to tear them to pieces at Jaffa Plains. I don't want to hear anything else about them anymore, or anything happening inside the duchy actually. You take the orders and settle the matter between yourselves. The messenger bowed and retreated. Just mentioning the Legion of St. Gerard ended the matter. It is one of the protection legions deployed to participate in rapid wars and put down any rebellion, an integrated elite legion of 20,000 elite soldiers, 3 saints, and more than 50 knights. 1 day later. Tusk Edward Bradley and his army should have arrived today. What's holding them back till now? Have they decided to listen to the sound of reason and stop before they anger me? Donald Everin spoke in annoyance. I don't think though, Your Highness, it's just that their pace has slowed down a lot. With their current speed, I think they will arrive tomorrow at dusk. A man beside him bowed and spoke. This was the son of the Duke. Tomorrow, another day to spend in this disgusting place. What a headache. I will make an example of them tomorrow. I will humiliate that damn Edward thing. Donald spoke while he drank his glass angrily. My lord, a man hurriedly entered the tent. What's up? What is this disturbance? You again. Didn't I say I don't want any reports about the internal affairs again? Can't you fools handle anything without my presence? Your Highness, this cannot be handled by anyone else. The Burton squad I mentioned to you yesterday have killed the garrisons in several cities on their way until they reached the barracks of St. Gerard's Legion. There the entire legion was destroyed, and St. Gerard Everin and his 2 lieutenants were killed. What did you say? The Duke stood hurriedly. Even those around him straightened their stances, and a serious look came up on their faces. The Duke came forward and grabbed the messenger by the neck. You say that 3,000 individuals from the petty Burton family massacred St. Gerard's Legion, the same legion with 20,000 soldiers. What happened exactly? Do they have some kind of new overpowered talismans? No, the report says that a large number of them are knights. They walked through St. Gerard's Legion right from the middle, without firing a single talisman from the start to the end. Knights that many? The Duke left the messenger and fell to the ground and mumbled, then asked again, What about Gerard and his lieutenants? How did they die? There are 9 saints with them. It was a one-sided massacre that ended in less than a minute. The messenger looked at the ground and replied, 9 saints. Since when did the Burton family have this many saints? That bastard Galen Bradley must be helping them. The Duke shouted, Those coming troops are neither a suicide squad nor a coming for a picnic then. They are coming to participate in a real war. A war against me. I will dis. When the Duke reached this point, he stopped and did not know what to say. This crossed all his calculations. Empty provocations and threats turn into a real war, and there are already thousands who died in it, including 3 saints. This was not what he wanted. The next morning, inside the Duke's tent. How long is it until Edward and his army arrive, and did they send any messages yet? Asked the Duke, rubbing his forehead. Less than an hour, my lord, and no, I just checked. They didn't send anyone, one of the saints replied. Duke Donald nodded. Be it then, let's finish what they started. Get ready for battle. We need to start with full force to capture Edward swiftly with minimal losses than we him. Before the Duke could finish his enthusiastic speech, he found that a ring from the box of rings next to him started to glow. This box containing rings of communication with the rest of the big shots in the kingdom, Sage Albert. The Duke was surprised when he saw that very ring. He then grabbed it and slid his energy into it. Haha, Your Highness, I trust that you have been well. How can I help you? Donald, is it true that you have raised an army and are planning a war against the Burtons? What the hell are you doing? Sage Albert's voice was clearly angry. Donald's smile vanished as he furrowed his eyebrow. What is the problem with that, Your Highness? They are the ones who have amassed an army and are approaching my borders, so how can I not protect my lands from such invasion? They have been arrogant lately after they managed to make some gold, and they need to be reminded of their true worth. Second, since when do you care about such internal matters, Your Highness? Don't say you intend to protect them from me. Bullshit, didn't they gather that army after you closed your borders to them with your exaggerated terms? You want to plunder 10 of their work monthly. How do you think they will reply? You are right, the royal family doesn't get involved in such matters. I won't help them with this, but I won't protect you either. Of course, you need protection, you fool. Don't you know who are you messing with? Do you think it's an ordinary Marquis family? Do Do you think the one who gave them the talisman can't give them additional powers and trump cards of their own? Listen here. The Royal Intelligence says that over the past few years, a huge number of knights and saints have appeared among the Burton family. The reports say that most of their core family members are starting to have extremely quick breakthroughs, with thousands of them got to the knighthood realm already. What? The Duke quickly stood up in shock, but quickly regained his composure. Ha. They must be joking, Your Highness. This cannot be true, it just. HMPH, you think I have time to make stories to scare you. Do what you see fit then. But my reports say that one of the many Burton troops is on its way towards now. I believe you will see them very soon. They are not elites or anything special. All you will see among them is only a portion of their main forces, and their main army, which is about 200,000 soldiers strong, has already moved out of Jura City and is on its way to your duchy right now. Sage Albert snored and replied sarcastically. You mean those 3,000? They are all from the Burton family. Of course, from where are they from then? Did you think Galen sent them? Don't you know what Galen is doing now and his preparations for war against the Lying Water Kingdom? Do you think he is that free to deal with you? I have said what I wanted to say. When you see them in front of you, you will know that they are really Burtons. I just hope it's not too late for you by then. I don't want to see an old friend dying for nothing. Goodbye, and good luck. The sage hung the communication line, leaving the Duke with his face flat as if he had seen a ghost. The Burtons, he muttered with a low voice before collapsing on his chair, once more thousands of miles away, the capital of the Black Sun. I think my performance was convincing enough, that damn little weasel. I can't believe I let him use me like this. The sage started panting after he ended the call. This was the first time he had to lie in ages. After another 2 hours. Club. With the war horses moving at full speed and the ground shaking beneath them, Robin inserted his energy into the pair-type voice ring. General, how is it going on with you? After a few seconds, a voice came. Noble Robin, I'm already at the border. They refused to let us pass, and the battle began about half an hour ago. I started with minor skirmishes and defensive moves as you ordered. But the strange thing is that the Evran army is doing the same. They too have sent just a few defensive infantry units. Then they just stood at the back watching. I think they are waiting for something. The situation is currently in a state of complete standstill. Robin smiled upon hearing that and then replied, Good, in a quarter of an hour you will see me in front of you. Listen carefully, I want you to. After another 2 minutes of speaking, Robin hung the communication line. Robin, how is it? Is there anything new? Billy approached and asked. The Duke seems to have taken the bait. I must thank Sage Albert later, Robin replied, then raised his voice to address everyone. Put distances between each other, at least 2 meters between each horse and horse in all directions. As for the saints, please come forward and fly in front of the army. The show is about to begin. At the border right now, 2 huge armies, one of 150,000 and the other of 250,000, stand face to face only 800 meters from each other. Only a few divisions of armored infantry among them fighting as if they were in a training session, hitting on each other's shields, then retreating before an actual injury happened. It has been nearly an hour since the mini-battle began, but there were only a few individuals who actually got injured and 3 who were actually dead. It was as if both sides had taken instructions to content themselves with defending and minimize the losses. Edward Bradley, just give up already. This is something between me and the Burtons. You have no business being here. If you submit now, you ease the negotiation and actually help the Burtons. You are not helping them now. The Duke raised his voice from behind his army. On the other hand, Edward replied, I have entrusted this army by its owner, and I will deliver it to him as it is. The army's owner? Who is this? I'll speak Brian Burton later and settle things down. You are the one agitating a war right now. Tell your soldiers to lay down their weapons before it is too late, Duke Donald announced. You will regret the Duke raised his hand and almost ordered the attack, but the words of Sage Albert echoed in his head, which caused him to restrain himself at the final moment and lower his hands slowly again. Duke, look behind us, until a shout from the saints came around him, causing him to turn quickly. Club. Rows behind rows of war horses swiftly coming towards them, and contrary to any other cavalry formation, this formation is too open that the Duke and his high officers and saints can easily see every single horse and its rider from head to toe. With each look, the Duke and those with him found that every time their eyes fell on one of the cavalries, he would be a knight. Even leaving aside these strangely huge numbers of low-level knights, 9 level 21 saints with the level 23 Billy in their midst can be seen flying in front of the army at a steady height like the head of a huge serpent. The coming lineup was nothing in size if compared to the 250,000 soldiers that they are heading towards, but they gave the feeling that death itself had come. "Stop, who are you? Who allowed you to enter our lands? This is an assault on our sovereignty, and the punishment is death," one of the saints next to the Duke shouted after seeing this scene. But the oncoming cavalry team paid no attention to him and continued advancing until they reached about 300 miles of the army, after which they stopped, and Billy began to shout, "I'm Billy Burton, and all around me are my uncles and cousins. Open the way at once for our caravan and its guards, or else we will have to open the way ourselves. H-A-H-A-H-A, you think you can open the Evren's mighty army with a handful of new knights? Come and show me how you will do it." The same saint responded again, and jumped to the rear of the army, and began to give orders to turn around and face the coming Burton troops quickly. Neither the Duke nor the rest of the saints stopped him. They already agreed an hour ago that this man will speak and try to test the waters when the time comes, that why they were here in the first place, testing the coming enemy while showing their strength, is a must before the negotiation began. If they tried to start the negotiation now, after the coming troops killed 3 saints and 20,000 soldiers of their own, they will be in a very passive situation, and most likely wouldn't get more than 4 of the desired taxes. But their features worsened with every passing second, and every new night their eyes fell on up till now they couldn't find a single one who is at the Energy Foundation realm. "Then you won't give way, as you wish," Billy shouted, then he too started giving orders. The legions of darkness and wind descended from the war horses, wielding their long daggers and shiny bows, and moved to the side waiting for further orders. As for the Legion of Fire, they began to join quickly and close the wide gaps between them, and took the shape of a spearhead. They are ready to advance at any moment now. "Calm down, Billy," Robin shouted from the tip of the spear, drawing the restless eyes of all sides. "At the end, we are the offspring of the same kingdom. We can't spill too much blood today. Ha ha ha, where did this kid come from? Do you think your little troop of level 11-12 knights can assure your win, whose blood is spilling today?" "Not from our side," the saint of the Evren family laughed out loud. Robin did not answer him, but randomly signaled to a knight next to him. The knight nodded and jumped off his horse, then quickly advanced into the middle of the empty field between the 2 armies and shouted, "Who among you would dare to fight me?" The Evren family saints looked at each other in astonishment. The boy who had just come out was just a 12th level knight and about 30 at the most. Where would he dare to challenge the experts of such an army? HMPH, if you want a blood sacrifice first, we are fine with it. The saint blew and then signaled to one of the knights at the 12th level also to come forward. The knight advanced silently, and with a few leaps cut the distance between him and the knight of the Burton family, and without a word ignited a scorching aura around his body and attacked directly with his sword. It was clear that this knight was not a random person, but an elite of the mighty Evren family army, uninterested in what is happening below. The Duke raised his eyes to look at Billy, and the rest of the Burton saints to try to read their features, but to his surprise, he found no concern on their faces and obvious absolute confidence in their man. But he soon understood when he looked down again at the battlefield. He found one person standing and another person burning silently beside him with white flames. What? The Duke shouted and then grabbed the person closest to him. "What just happened? How did he die?" "That knight of the Burton family shot a white flame ball and killed our guy instantly," the saint responded with a fright so simple. The Duke thought to himself, didn't he find time to defend or even avoid it? He didn't have the time to complete the attack he made that jump for. But at this moment something crossed his mind, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Then you are the famous white flame demon Caesar Burton, the one whose achievements and tales about his talent is widespread across the whole kingdom. No wonder you are so full of yourself. What a cheap shoot from you, Burtons. But do you think you can win today with one man? My name is Goda Burton." The knight in the middle of the battlefield hit his halberd to the ground and shouted while pointing at a certain direction, "None of you worms are fit enough to fight my commander, Caesar Burton." Everyone's eyes quickly got to where he is pointing, a thickly bearded youth riding his war horse at the head of the spearhead. But unlike the rest of the legion, he looked relaxed, even yawning with his halberd still on his shoulder. "This is Caesar." Then the white flames, everyone thought for a second, but that didn't last long as they were intubated by a piercing sound. S-O-O-O-O-O-T. Robin put his hand in his mouth and whistled, then grabbed the sword that was attached to his war horse, lit a white flame on it, and raised it high, then shouted, "Fire Legion. We are here. SHA." Everyone behind Robin imitated him, and in the blink of an eye, all the Fire Legion raised up their halberds and launched their perfect fire law heavenly technique white flame, all except for Caesar. The famous white flame that gave Caesar his name across the 8 kingdoms, the white flame that every human alive was trying to figure out what is it, and how Caesar Burton got it, was now shot by thousands of knights towards the sky in a majestic and frightening sight. All eyes turned upwards, a sense of fear and awe struck their hearts like a hammer upon seeing this magnificent sight. Many of the Evren's army men began to take steps back without them noticing it. Their will to survive has taken over their bodies. Even General Edward ignored the petty battle taking place between the infantry units in front of him and floated up to focus entirely on what was happening behind seeing the magnificent white fire spearhead. Even he felt a shiver running down his spine, but a smile soon took over the initial fear as he thought, so this is the sign, the real show has begun. The burning hot temperature and excessive pressure, resulting of the combined attacks of 2,500 knights, made the Duke himself involuntarily take a step back with his mouth almost touching the ground. The mini-infantry battle also stopped, and all eyes were on the white sky behind them, all thinking of one thing: what would happen if that enormous spearhead-shaped white flames fell on us? As if Robin was hearing their thoughts, his horse began to advance again as he kept raising his sword and pumping more firepower and pure energy into the spearhead, and shouted, "FORWARD." The Fire Legion advanced, and the Dark and Wind Legion quickly fled a couple more 100 meters to the far left due to the heat. Even the Burton family saints stepped aside and made way. AAHHHHH. AAHHHMY skin. With each step the war horses took, the rear ranks of the Duke's army took 10 steps back. The intense heat of the fire spearhead wasn't something a group of lower-level warriors could handle. As it was getting closer, the weaker ones were already being roasted alive. Stop, stop. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stop this madness. The Duke started shouting as he started to feel the burning feeling on his skin too. We have already sent too many messages to those who have minds, and we had enough of this fruitless game. This is your last warning, Everens. Move aside right now and clear the way for our caravan and its guards with no strings attached, or else, Robin shouted, still advancing slowly. Ha 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 ha, or else. The Duke exclaimed sarcastically and gestured to those standing near him, a total of 32 men and women including himself, all starting to rise to the sky. They were all saints, with several of them having a cultivation base higher than level 25. This was the true full power of the strongest Duke family in the Black Sun Kingdom. This was the gap that made it impossible for younger families to hold their heads high in this world, even if they have the advantage in everything else. Then, he looked at both his sides proudly as he continued, extended both of his hands wide as he shouted, "Or else what?" Robin didn't respond again, but accelerated his advancement until the distance shrank to only 200 meters. Then he threw his sword aside and raised both hands towards the raging sky above him. Ichiwawa! Robin seemingly began controlling the massive spearhead of flames above him and started pressing it forward little by little until it moved completely away from the Fire Legion and began to advance slowly by itself toward the Duke's army. What are you doing? Stop, stop. Seeing that his threat was treated like thin air, the Duke was horrified at the sight. If this spearhead came down on his tight army formations, it would surely kill tens of thousands of them. And just like his threats, his pleas were not heard by Robin. The massive spearhead of fire still advanced steadily. The Duke personally deployed a wide energy shield, and the 31 saints began to pour all their energy into it. Seconds later, the spearhead hit the energy shield. ARGHHHHHHOOLD. In front of the united attack of 2,500 knights, the saints began to be pushed back a little by little, and as the energy shield retreated with them, the soldiers below began to get charred. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21, small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS, letter 1D00, small cap R, letter 1D07. Letter 1D18, letter 1D1C, small cap B, small cap L, small cap IS, small cap H, letter 1D07, letter 1D05, letter 1D0F, small cap N, N0VI, FI RTEP E net. The frightening scene and the intense heat terrified the rear lines of the army and started running in the opposite direction randomly right towards Edward's army. I see you sending your men towards me, Donald. Have you decided to start the real battle then? All right then, as you wish. Do not blame me, for you are the one who started it. Prepare the fire explosion talismans. General Edward shouted from behind the Duke. What? No, Edward, wait. The Duke was still thinking of a way to stop this attack that intended to devour a large chunk of his army when he heard Edward's words that sounded like the worst curse from the bottom of the hell. If Edward now starts raining his unprotected and unorganized army with fire explosion talismans, everything will come to an end. Not knowing what to do, he started shouting at his own men, "Stop, you damn things, how told you to advance, hold your steps." He was counting on protecting them with his saint's energy shields. HYA. The Duke pumped all his energy into the shield and began to advance forward and push back the white fire spearhead little by little. "Do not hold back. We must vanquish this attack right now, or it will be all over. We can't let that damn Edward Bradley attack the army without our protection." Yes. The Evern family saints seemed to have finally come back to reality as they saw their normally calm Duke acting like this, and they pumped out even more energy into the energy shield. As they pushed it back, soon the white fire spearhead started rapidly shrinking in size. After a minute or two like this, it will surely disappear completely. Ha ha ha, push, push, make them see who the Everns are. The Duke felt a zeal and willingness to battle that he thought he would never feel again. He has already decided that after he extinguished the attack to start an all-out battle against those worms who are overestimating themselves. But this feeling did not last long. With the side of his eye, he saw 800 knights in the back, raising their seemingly categorized bows and preparing to launch its arrows towards him and his saints at any moment. These arrows might not kill or seriously injure them, but it sure will make them use energy to protect themselves, which will greatly weaken the energy shield, and if the shield shattered while they were facing such an attack, the losses would be just too great. Another 200 knights had disappeared from their places, and he already lost track of where they are. In the final straw that broke the camel's back, he saw Billy and the rest of the Burton saints taking out small daggers with one hand and darkness talismans with the other. FVCK, I had enough. Negotiations. I want to start the negotiations. The Duke's last psychological defenses have completely fallen. That's enough. There is no need for all of this. Every misunderstanding will come to the negotiation table, no matter how long it lasts. Let's start negotiations as sensible men and end this madness. The Duke shouted as high as he could after seeing the many moves around him, the 800 knights who were about to use categorized bows and metal arrows, the 200 knights who used darkness talismans and disappeared already, and even 9 saints are about to use darkness talismans well with the clear intention of attacking them, while they are busy with the energy shield. Any group of these 3 undoubtedly can deal strong blows to the saints involved in the energy shield, or at the very least distract them. If this happens and the shield is broken, a few saints will be severely injured and thousands of soldiers behind him will turn into ashes, not to mention Edward, who put his army on standby, with thousands of talismans attached to arrows threatening to demolish another large chunk of his army. Everything accelerated very dangerously within seconds. After the Duke's shout, Billy raised his hand with a stopping gesture. The Wind Knights lowered their bows and the Dark Knights reappeared, but this time they appeared behind 2 of the Evern family saints with daggers in their hands. The 2 saints felt a shiver running down their spine when they saw this. If those 200 knights focused their attacks on them in such a situation, then they are good as dead. Then Billy raised his voice. "General Edward, please hold your hands. Don't destroy the Evern family's army just yet. Let's hear what the Duke has to say first. Again, why don't you just let me blow them up?" "Sigh, it doesn't matter, that is your army anyway," Edward replied, looking disappointed, then directed the crossbows to lower their bows. The short conversation between Billy and Edward made the Duke almost vomit blood, but he pretended he didn't hear anything and focused on the energy barrier for about another minute until the massive white fire spearhead lost its momentum and disappeared into thin air. And after the attack vanished, so was the energy shield. Galen looked to his right and left at his 31 saints and found them all sweaty and panting. Then he looked at the person who had caused this, looked at Robin and spoke disgustingly. "I see that you have grown claws and fangs. Good for you, sons of Burton." Robin gave a cruel smile as well, but he didn't respond to the Duke's words. He was better off than any Evern saint he sees in front of him. Actually, he is in a worse situation. Even though he knows the fire heavenly law perfect technique like the back of his hands, this was the first time he tried to attempt something like that. He only felt that he could do it when he saw the massive white fire spearhead above him that took its shape from the knights' attacking formation and decided to give it a try. Controlling this massive amount of energy drained most of his energy, and even his recently strengthened soul power took a huge blow with as well. "Your Highness, I think we have a lot to talk about," Billy spoke without emotions. "There is nothing to talk about with scum like you. Didn't you come to pick up your comrades? Take them and get off my land," the Duke spoke angrily. "Your Highness, they have killed 3 saints and thousands of soldiers. They were our kin and blood. How can we just let them leave?" one of the saints of the Evern family shouted. There is no need for more blood to be spilled today. The Duke replied in a strong voice, then looked at Billy. What are you waiting for? Scram before I change my mind. Scram, you say, just like that. Moments ago we might have accepted that, but now. Robin raised both of his hands and shouted, Fire Legion, we are here. Once again, thousands of single fire attacks started rushing upwards and gathering into the shape of a spear head. Archers, raise your bows and get ready to fire. A shout from Edward resounded on the other side as well. What the hell are you doing? Why are you starting all over again? The Duke shouted while looking behind and in front of him. The powerful image he had taken for himself just a moment ago has collapsed again. His psychological defenses had already been destroyed, but he didn't know. Robin laughed out loud. Do you think your crimes will be solved by giving us permission to leave? Do you think that trying to bully the Burton family will go unpunished? Do you think that you are the one who has the power to allow the other side to leave or not? The last glimpse of the Duke's remaining control was broken by Robin's words. Not able to control himself anymore, he raised his fist and launched an all-out attack at him. The sound barrier broke, causing an air explosion by the might of the sudden attack as a fist-shaped energy burst made its way toward Robin. And Billy and the rest of the Burton Saints know very well that if this punch reached one of them, it would put him between life and death, and if it reached Robin, he would surely be dead. Zwoj! Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared and stood a couple of meters in front of Robin's warhorse. Boom! The punch fell on the shadow, but to everyone's surprise, he only took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. The shadow that came out of nowhere has blocked an all-out attack from the Duke. Before anyone could make any reaction, Duke Donald felt a cold blade on his neck. When he looked out of the corner of his eye, he found a familiar person, Senior Gusta Marley. Then that man right there is. Listen, I don't care what happens between you and the Burton family. If you want, you can kill them all, except for this boy. It is my duty to protect him at all costs. If it happens and he dies somehow today, I will have your head before we go back to the capital. Hope I was clear enough. After Gusta finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, and the saint who had shielded the blow in front of Robin also vanished, leaving everyone wondering what had just happened. While everyone was still engraved with shock and fear, knowing that this kind of high-level figures are roaming around them, Robin waved his hand and threw the fire spearhead towards the left group of the Evern Saints, and this time it was much faster. What is this heat? Help. Arghhhhhhhhhhhh, who screams. The Duke slowly turned his head toward the source of the screams, but what had already happened. 3 charred human corpses had fallen to the ground, and 5 others were shrieking as they were trying to put out themselves. They were unable to complete raising any energy shield in time. Paul Noah Gloria, the Duke muttered with a dry voice as he looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. 3 of his close family members had perished, just like that. After about a minute of looking at them with a face void of any emotions due to the initial shock, he turned to face the Burtons again with his face changed 180 degrees, staring at Robin as if he is his sworn enemy of this world, and the next one. Then he let out a loud roar, but he kept floating there without taking another step forward, not knowing how to direct his anger. As for Robin himself, who had blood spurting from his eyes, ears, and mouth, started laughing hysterically. You still dare look at me like that, Donald. Good, very good. It seems that you still don't know who are you facing. Caesar, come to my side. Fire Legion. No. Hearing those 2 damn words again, the Duke regained his clarity of mind and began to shout, then started to mutter in a low voice while gritting his teeth. Wait, I understand now. I understand very well. What do you want? Robin smiled and lowered his hand. Now that is better. Did we have to kill a few saints for you to understand? We want all the lands between this point and the Duchy of Alton. Every single inch you had as a border with Dolivar is mine now. Your time is up, old man. Step back and watch the new rising star making his legend. Starting today, the Duchy of Burton will be the one and only frontier duchy with the Kingdom of Dolivar. Upon hearing Robin's demands and the words, Duchy of Burton, all the knights and saints of the Burton family sank in their fantasies for a moment. Currently, in the new lands included, the Burtons control a huge piece of land that can already be described as a small duchy, but they still need another piece at the size of a standard earldom for them to rightfully claim that they have a duchy. Land-wise, the Duchy of Evern is the largest duchy in the kingdom, and if they took all these lands from them, they would have more than enough to declare a duchy of their own. But Duke Donald had another reaction. What did you say? Are you crazy? You killed 6 saints from my family and seriously injured 5 more, and now you're saying that you lot want to take away a quarter of my lands, the most important quarter at that. Who the hell do you think the Evern family are? You started this and you must bear the consequences. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Robin reached out to wipe the blood from the side of his mouth, then continued, "If you refuse, we will continue today's battle and wipe your army off the face of the earth. And in a few days, you will find my Uncle Brian with our main army standing at the gates of the proud city of Evra to destroy it over your family's heads." No, not the main army. No, the Duke went absent-minded at those words, but quickly he realized he spoke those imparting words out loud and said nothing else as he gritted his teeth instead. He scanned his surroundings with the edges of his eyes. He currently has 600 knights, with many of them above level 15. This is the number that he was able to quickly gather to stop Edward's army. This number, in addition to the presence of himself and the rest of his saints, will be able to stand up to the Fire Legion of 2,500 knights and the 9 Burton saints and potentially wipe them out. He believes that he alone will be able to kill at least 1,000 of those new knights. But also the losses on his side would be too heavy. During the battle, more than half of the saints and knights on his side would surely die. And this is regardless of Edward Bradley, who is waiting for a chance to wipe out the 250,000 soldiers standing behind him. Assuming that a miracle occurred and he was able to defeat and kill them all today, despite the huge losses he would incur, he would have to face another army bigger and stronger than this one at the capital of his duchy. One last look he cast toward the 9 saints of the Burton family. 8 of them were new level 21 saints, but the pressure coming from them outweighed even all the saints by his side, not because of their strength, but because of what their presence meant. The appearance of this number of new saints in one family is certainly not a coincidence. If this is measured by the words of Sage Albert, then even time was not by his side. Not now, not in the future. He finally realized that he chose to kick a metal wall. Reaching this point after about 2 minutes, he sighed, then looked at Robin. "Who are you exactly?" Robin smiled. "Robin Burton, just extra son to this family. You don't have to remember my name. Just an extra son being protected by level 30 saints. Haha, well done, extra son. You win, but remember what happened today." Then he turned to face his army and shouted, "Move to the side." "Haha, of course I will remember such a glorious day." Robin laughed, then looked around and shouted, "Senior Gusta, I hope you have heard this agreement and will bear witness to his words." No one else uttered a word as they all stood and watched Evren's invincible army retreating. The retreating operation took about an hour, until the last soldier of the Avren family's army disappeared from sight. "I can't believe you did it, Robin." Billy drew out a breath of cold air seeing what is happening in front of him, but I don't understand why he sounded so afraid of our main army. Most of those above the knighthood realm are here. The main army is just a bunch of inexperienced kids that wouldn't stand chance against Evra City defenses. Hey, what did you tell Sage Albert to do exactly? Both. Father Caesar panicked and jumped towards Robin. With the departure of the last enemy soldier, Robin fell off his horse. Robin, Billy also went down quickly to see his condition. He knew full well how much pressure was put under with those 2 attacks. It's okay, I'm fine," Robin replied in a weak voice, as Caesar put his head on his knee and wiped the blood from all over his face. Billy sighed. "Whoever saw you swimming among your books and scrolls just a few days ago wouldn't believe that you are the same person now. You really are a bizarre person. My friend, relax now. You deserve your rest." But Robin did not listen to his advice as he kept speaking after a few coughs. "Go and coordinate with General Edward. Leave here a garrison of 50,000 soldiers, with 500 fire knights and 3 saints of our family. They must stay until we finish taking over our new lands here, and to protect the eastern lands and factories in Dalavar as well as for the rest of the army. Lead them towards the city of Jura to deliver the categorized weapons to their new owners. And tell the Patriarch to stop our main army at the border with Evren to put more pressure on them, so that the Evrens would not be slow in clearing out their troops and handing over our lands. Tell the former nobles who ruled these lands that if they want they can still rule it under us, and if they refused or slowed the process, destroy them. Everything here must be settled before the war on the other fronts begin. All right, I will do as you say. You just rest for now." And Billy barely finished his sentence when he found Robin snoring. He fell asleep. He smiled and shook his head and then looked at Caesar. "Put him in one of the wagons, we will go back home." Then he flew towards General Edward to begin preparations. 2 weeks later, Jura City. Hey, Robin it up with a yawn and started stretching for a few seconds, then looked around him. "Looks like I'm home, Mila." Finally, his eyes settled on the body of a female lying beside him on his bed, wearing nothing but her underwear. Good morning, my love. I see you have finally woken up. How do you feel?" Mila replied in a drowsy voice, yawning as well. What are you doing on my bed with these clothes? Did you rape me when was most vulnerable?" Robin spoke seriously and covered his chest with both hands. Mila stooped her yawn in the middle when she heard this and looked at him in anger. Is this a joke? I thought you were about to die. Does that give you the right to take my innocence? I will sue you. Robin continued to cover his chest. PFFF Mila couldn't hold herself more and started laughing. You who hears the stories circulating in the streets about the mighty Robin who attacked more than 30 saints, and using a combined power of thousands of knights to kill 3 strong saints in one stroke, wouldn't believe you are the same person. Hey, you should laugh more while you are with me, girl. Life can't stand being so serious at all time, or it will be too boring. Robin laughed out loud and extended his hand, placing it on her breasts that were popping out of her bra and started squeezing them, and asked with an emotionless face, how long have I been sleeping? What happened after I lost consciousness? Mila couldn't find a reply. She just started wondering how can a goo keep just a straight face when he was doing something so lewd. You know what? I will not beat you. The fault is on me, because I decided to sleep here the whole time you were unconscious to take care of you. HMPH. Then she got up and started to dress up. Hahaha, why are you so serious? I just wanted to reward you for your services. Robin laughed out loud and then fell again to his back. Mila stopped her dressing process, walked back again, and Robin pinched him on the thigh. Where do you think you're going? Get your ass out of bed at once. It has been 2 whole months since you passed out, and everyone's waiting for you. The war has already begun on the Lying Water Kingdom. What? Robin panicked and rose from the bed. 2 whole months. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Do you think you were taking an afternoon nap? Everyone was worried about your body state, and we could only hope that it is just exhaustion that will heal with time. How could we risk waking you up? Never mind, what's important is that you are up now, Mila said as she put on the last piece of her clothes. My body needed 2 whole months to recover, even with my body's improved healing process that I got from life and vitality laws. Damn, I should be more careful using this method in the future, Robin started muttering to himself, then calmed down a bit and asked Beauty, what exactly happened in my sleep? Mila sat on a chair beside the bed and put one leg over the other. After he returned to Jura, the patriarch ordered the soldiers of the new land to strip off their weapons to be redistributed, half of which were given to Uncle Edward as per the agreement. So he took them loaded on a huge caravan, with the last batch of agreed talismans along with them, and set out towards Bradley's Pearl City about a month and a half ago to join and lead the Bradley's army. As for the lands you won from the Everins, some small battles happened between the 50,000 army you left there, and nobles who refuses the Burtons' rule, and refused the get of the land. That Baron family who stole the 2 soul techniques were among them, so Patriarch Brain sent the 3 special legions alongside the saints, and well, you may say it ended too badly for those who chose to rebel. Robin opened his eye wide. These 2 months were too busy as he thought. Then what? Seeing that the battles are growing fiercer, and that Prince Alfred came to join our army and refused to go back to the capital, the royal family decided to intervene and announced that those lands belong to the Burtons now, and signed an official recognition of your right on it. Since then it became officially you family's property, and everything became much easier. The battles stopped, and those who refused to swear allegiance were thrown out. A quarter of the Duchy of Evran has become yours, just as Jura is. With not even one rebel left, I think you should thank Alfred for that. Haha, what a good boy. Those who see my true greatness are bound to become great themselves. I reward him later. Robin started laughing. Oh please, I might suggest you start faking some modesty for change. Mila rolled her eyes. Haha, what? Don't I deserve to be a little arrogant? Then who is? Robin started laughing, then gestured to her with both his hands to move one. You said the war at the Lying Water Kingdom has started. Since when exactly and how is it going? The war began about 3 weeks ago, as 2 armies of 500,000 soldiers each moved towards the Kingdom of Lying Water. The 8 kingdoms are in full swing and they follow what is happening. This is undoubtedly one of the largest wars between the kingdoms that have occurred in the past few thousand years. So, what about the results so far? Robin asked with interest. The Lying Water Kingdom noticed the gathering of armies in the duchies of Alton and Bradley more than 2 years ago, and they had already started preparing in case they were attacked. So the invasion process did not go smoothly as we hoped. If such an invasion had happened without our current means, our kingdom's 2 armies would have been defeated by now, but because of the presence of talismans and abundance of categorized weapons. The war is somehow still going in our favor. My father already took control of 30 of the duchy he attacked, and Duke Raymond Alton took 20 of another one, Mila explained. 2 wasn't the plan to attack 3 duchies. 3 weeks are up and they are stuck with just 2, Robin wondered with a raised eyebrow. Yep, just 2. The plan was to use the advantage of overwhelming talismans to slash deep into the 2 duchies that were at the side first, and then take out subsidiary armies to conquer the 3rd duchy that is in the middle, but my father told me that they were using new methods to reduce the damage of the talismans, which slowed their advance significantly, and made the consumption of their talismans faster. There hasn't been any particular massive battle until this point, but he fought many battles those 3 weeks and said that in the battles he expected using 10,000 talismans, he had to use 15,000. Robin went silent for a bit, then opened his mouth. They already began to implement battling strategies that goes against my talisman. Sage Albert was right to encourage an invasion of this scale now. Maybe in a few more years, we wouldn't have held a chance. This was before so many saints and knights appeared in the Burton family. Plus, everything is under control now. You all may graciously depart now to share in your family's glory. I will not withhold you from such a matter without good reason. Wasn't I clear enough? You also can leave with them. I'm an open-minded guy and wouldn't stop you from participating with your family in such a glorious event that will go down in your history. Robin got puzzled by her reply. Mila did not reply, but rose, smiling as she was, and approached Robin, then grabbed his ear and whispered, "My love, a woman's family is her husband and her home is his side. I am still mad at you that you did not take me with you to the battle against Duke Donald Everin, and got even more mad when I heard the details of what happened and how much those who have seen it glorify you, but you want to keep me away from you again before such a big war. I want to see you fighting for once and not swimming in your books. Okay, you can stay. You can do whatever you want." Robin replied quickly, trying to get rid of her hand, then muttered in a low voice, "Tigress." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Robin replied with a shout, then came back to mutter, "Just you wait till I get stronger." "What did you say now?" "Never mind, put some befitting clothes on you, and let's go to see the patriarch." "Alright, wait for me outside till I'm done changing, or would you like you to see my little general?" Robin got up and put his 2 hands on the side of his pants with a chuckle, ready to take it off. "Do it." Mila went back to her seat with a lewd smile. "Who do you think got you and your little general into those pajamas?" Feeling defeated, he moved with a word towards his room's bathroom where he got dressed. Patriarch's manor half an hour later. "Finally you are up. Haha, thank the heavens." The patriarch stood to greet Robin, who was coming towards him. "How are you now?" "Feeling good. How are the preparations? When can we move?" Robin asked as he entered the office. "All is well. After leaving 50,000 to protect the new lands in the Duchy of Evrin, we have a total of 300,000 soldiers here in Jura. About a quarter of them were armed with rated weapons or armor, and the 3 special legions are armed from their teeth with a fair middle categorized full armor, and a middle categorized weapon as well. We also have about 100,000 fire runes left after in Stoke, and at least 5,000 of each of the other types of talismans. Everything is ready for a month now, and just some minor orders needed to be issued before we move. We can launch the invasion tomorrow if you want." The patriarch opened his hand in welcome. Although Mila had general information about this, hearing the frightening numbers from the patriarch's mouth has another taste. Even leaving the ridiculous amount of the talismans aside, was this an army a Marquis family should have? Robin nodded. "Good. We are late already. Gather the whole army. We will set out tomorrow morning." Mila interjected, "Gathering the whole army. Did you hear those numbers? Half of them would be enough to deal with a Marquis family. The purpose is not only to win and take a piece of land, but to crush them completely and irreversibly, and this conquest should be an example for everyone so that no one else like the smart-ass Donald Everin would show up and try to test us. Gather them all. Uncle Brian, we will march towards a bigger show tomorrow." Next morning, boo. The horn was blown at the military camps, but it was heard all over Jura City, and all its people went out to see what was going on. Dumb. They found that again, after their return from a strong confrontation with the Everin family, their majestic Burton family's army is on the move. "May heavens be with you. Our hearts are with you. You are our pride. Kill a few bastards, son, and don't be afraid. You are with a pack of brave lions." "Where are they going thou?" "It looks like we are going to go to war with the Lying Water Kingdom, alongside Duke Alton. This march of our great army means the annihilation of the Lying Water Kingdom. Ha ha ha." Cheers resounded from over the city walls and in front of it as people rushed to bid their sons and fathers farewell, but this time with pride and joy, not fear. With every move this army of theirs made recently, it brought them more lands. With every strike this army has blown, it brought them more glory. But enthusiasm and encouragement did not overwhelm everyone. Some of them narrowed their eyes, and the envoys of the nobles brought out their sound talismans, all sending about the same thing. The direction in which Burton's army was heading was not the direction of the kingdom of Lying Water. A day later, tens of miles north of Jura City. Club. The movement of the army, numbering a huge 300,000 soldiers, is carried out at such a pace that it does not even scare the little animals and birds. It can be said that they are moving extremely slowly. At the forefront of the army, different formations of war horses moving like they are taking a stroll. It was Robin and the saints in the first row next to each other, and behind them the old knights and then the Fire Legion. While everyone else is having small talk and looking at the beautiful nature around, Billy's ring fades and his eyes narrow. Then he looks in Robin's direction. "Maybe we should move faster," he said. "How much time is left for us to reach our goal?" Robin replied without caring. 3 days if we continue at this speed. If we go a little faster, we may arrive tomorrow, Billy replied. Robin nodded. "Let's move as we are then. Why the hurry?" Billy narrowed his eyes and spoke. "I have news that Marquis Towie knew our marching line and gathered an army of 100,000 soldiers and is currently summoning all his helpers and every man capable of fighting in his lands. Even Marquis Rufus for some reason felt the danger and began to gather his army." "Good," Robin chuckled. "Maybe we should go camping for a day or two on the way too to give them extra time so it wouldn't be said we have attacked them when they weren't prepared and bullied them." "What do you think, Uncle Brian?" The patriarch nodded. "As long as you say that these invasions are primarily to frighten our enemies in the future, we should really wait for them to gather a little bit more of their strength." Then looked at Billy and added, "Look behind you who can defeat us. Let them gather what they want. That won't change fate." Although he knows the view well, since every few minutes he checks it with a smile, he looks behind it again. A huge army consisting of 270,000 infantry soldiers, a quarter of them armed with classified weapons, preceded by 30,000 ordinary cavalries, and in front of them were 2,000 knights of the Flame Legion, all clad in full white armor and holding white halberds, their shape sufficient to strike fear in everyone's chest. That not even counting the 1,000 knight of the Darkness and Wind legions that were traveling ahead of the army and in the shadows to gather information and kill any spies. Everywhere he looked he smiled. What he sees now compared to what the family had 15 years ago as the difference between mud and full moon. Then he came back to look in front of him smiling and shook his head, but he suddenly remembered something and looked in the direction of Robin. "If you see that this war is about killing a duck using a halberd, why did you come with us?" "Sightseeing," Robin replied smilingly, causing Billy to chuckle and press no more. But the truth was more than this, since the all-seeing God told him that he would take him to another alien planet after this war. He became worried and is trying to think of things to increase his strength quickly. Just like the accident of personally rushing to aid General Edward, fully knowing the danger, he could have taken the Patriarch, or at least St. David Burton with him, but he was trying to increase the danger to himself to see what he would do with the little forces available to him against odds that were not in his favor. Although he failed in the end and needed to be rescued by the saints of the royal family, he still benefited greatly from the experience. Perhaps watching this war from the side also will give him something of the actual battle experience that he is sorely missing. Freeing his imagination and thinking about what's to come, the new ring on his hand began to vibrate lightly. This was a ring based on the new soul imprint card system. During his unconsciousness, Billy had specially prepared it for him by putting all the soul imprint cards of the important people in it. Robin passed his soul into it to hear the incoming message. "Robin, can you hear me? Please be there." Duke Galen, Robin knew right away who was talking to him and replied seriously, "What can I do for you?" Galen was thrilled when he heard the reply. "Phew, it's good that you finally woke up. Listen, I just got word that the Duchy of Harris, the middle one duchy of the three, stopped their current role and decided to go on the offense. They have sent an army of 300,000 soldiers into the lands of the Duchy of Alton to destroy the entire duchy, and the other 2 duchies with which we're currently engaged have sent 2 small armies as well, numbering 60,000 and the other 120,000. The first of them toward Alton too, and the other army is heading towards my own 120,000 soldiers are headed directly toward the Bradley Pearl as we speaking." "What did you say?" Robin forget that it was a soul-type sound talisman and shouted loudly, and his warhorse suddenly stopped. When the Patriarch saw this, he raised his hand, and the whole army stopped as well, waiting to see what could make him react like this. Then Robin continued, "How the hell did you let something like this happen? Did you and Raymond become transparent now? Instead of mastering troops to stop you, they ignored you both to the point of attacking here. What can we do?" "The Duchy of Harris is much stronger than we expected. We wanted to eliminate the 2 duchies around it, then enter it from both sides to paralyze it completely and bring it down without resistance. But the opposite has happened, and it is the one who constantly sends reinforcements to both sides. So even as we were winning, we found ourselves surrounded with every step we take. It is clear that the Kingdom of Lying Water has been strengthening the Duchy of Harris for years in anticipation of this day." Damn it, Robin clenched his fist upon hearing this. He definitely knew what would happen if those 3 armies succeeded in what they wanted to do. Can't you two send a part of your armies to catch up with them in time? Galen replied quickly, we can divide our forces to deal with the 60,000 and 120,000 strong armies, but this plot is mainly to make us divert our attention and separate our troops. We can't fall for that. What if that part we separate fell into a trap? Our we the main body get a massive attack as soon as our numbers decrease. This is too risky. And leaving those aside, what part can we send to stop that 300,000 strong army? This will require a complete withdrawal, and leaving behind us all that we have achieved, everything we gained so far would be for nothing. Raymond is already thinking about retreating to defend his lands, but if he retreated, I will be surrounded even more and be pushed back in less than 2 weeks. Our only hope is that we both continue advancing now that the enemy troops have gotten smaller. As for those 3 armies. Aha, of course, you two keep advancing, and I am the one to confront the 3 armies and save your asses here, right? That was not our agreement. Robin's unstable emotions made those around him confused, trying to guess what was going on. Do you have another solution? Galen replied and then added, no noble in the 2 duchies, but you have a standing army that can stop a conquest of this size. I can call another duchy and ask them for help, but they will suck my blood dry, and their demands would be crazy, and they might not even arrive in time and let my duchy burn first. And you think I won't ask for too much? Sneered Robin. Never mind, I will help you this time for Mila's sake. I will stop this invasion first, and then we'll reevaluate our whole agreement. Goodbye. For now, I have a big mess to jump into. Seeing that the call was over, Patriarch Brian advanced. What is going on, Robin? Who was this? It's Duke Galen, Robin replied to the Patriarch in a heavy voice. The stagnant Water Kingdom has decided to carry out a counterattack, and there are 3 armies on the threshold of our kingdom, 2 of them being 60,000 and 300,000 coming to the Duchy of Alton, and one with a strength of 120,000 soldiers is going straight towards Bradley Pearl City. Ah. Hearing that her unprotected city would be attacked by an army like this terrified Mila, then she quickly looked with eyes all pleading toward Robin. Robin, what are you going to do? This Billy was shocked as well. That's nearly 500,000 soldiers, and quickly looked at the Patriarch, but found that his face was also turned upside down. Robin remained silent for a while. Although he had promised the Duke to act, he was still in an awkward position. A few minutes ago, he was already moving towards his own war. Now he found himself facing a completely different opponent. About a full minute later, Robin opened his mouth. We have to shelve our plans to attack Towie and Rufus families for now. The Patriarch sighed and nodded. This is normal if foreign armies entered to destroy the 2 duchies, and we went to start internal wars in the same duchies. It would be too much of a coincidence. Everyone would say that we are traitors who helped an enemy of the kingdom. The royal family itself might hunt us down if they believed that. Then what do we do with this army we gathered? We just go back to the city. We'll look bad in front of everyone. Caesar heard the words and came on his horse. Go back. Mila panicked. Robin, you have to help Bradley's Pearl City, and we should at least defend the Bradley Pearl. They are our allies and they are considered family after your engagement with Mila. Even if the Duke didn't ask you to, we should go there and defend it. The Patriarch nodded, and let the Duchy of Alton burn. Don't forget that we are still a part of it, and Jura City might be in danger if we leave. Robin shook his head. We must part ways here. That is the only solution. Uncle Brian, you take 90,000 foot soldiers, 10,000 horsemen, 500 fire knights, 200 wind knights, 3 saints, and a quarter of our talismans, and take any road other than the lands of the Marcus Towies to head at once to the Duchy of Bradley, and block that army heading there. The rest will remain here in the Duchy of Alton under the command of Uncle David to defend against the 2 coming armies, and I will remain here with him. In this way, people will think that we have come out for the defense of the kingdom, and not for an internal war. I think we would look like heroes instead of greedy bastards. There is a bright side after all, haha. This no one knew what to say. According to Robin's arrangement, he would use an army of about 200,000 against the 2 armies of the lying Water Kingdom, which together totaled 360,000 soldiers, almost double his own. But a few seconds later, everyone nodded. This really was the safest solution they could think of. Then Robin continued, oh right. Uncle Brian, Uncle David, I want you to send voice messages to all the nobles in the 2 duchies, asking for help and equipment or men from them, except for Marcus Towie and Marcus Rufus. Why? As for myself, I don't need help. In fact, I don't intend to take all the army you allot me. The Patriarch shook his head. The Patriarch was silent for a moment and then looked at his cousin David, before they both burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you brat. You haven't really shelved their matter, ha. All right, then we will do as you said. Good, let's start splitting the army up for 2. We should start moving in an hour with at most. Those 3 armies won't wait for us until we get ready. We have a race to catch, Robin shouted loudly, and the commanders and officers immediately began the operation in the agreed order. Like headless chickens, everyone was extremely busy in the process of splitting the army into two and redistributing the weapons and talismans. Haha, no need. How can I let my gorgeous fiancée's city be destroyed while I am watching? Robin began to laugh, bragging. Come on, get back on your horse. You're going with the patriarch to Bradley's Pearl City. No, I'll stay with you, Mila replied directly and pulled him closer to her. What do you mean by no? This is your city, go with them. No means no. Mila replied, annoyed, then grabbed his ear. Didn't you hear what I told you earlier? What if someone tried to kill you when I'm not around, my duckling? I will stay by your side throughout this war until you return to Jura again at least. But Robin did not shout in pain this time, but went to look behind him at the girl who was embracing him with and gave her a strange look as he was thinking of one thing. Is this girl really starting to love me? Why? It looks like I have underestimated my charm too much. Less than an hour later, the army was restructured and divided into two, 100,000 of them continuing their way north as they had been. The rest looked towards the east. Billy came beside Robin and General David after arranging their new ranks and asked, "What now?" Uncle Brian has a clear destination to go to Bradley Pearl. We have two armies to stop, and we know nothing about them except that they are coming to the Duchy of Alton. We can't move blindly and hope we find them, you are right. But for now all I can do is to march at a high pace toward the border with the Kingdom of the Lying Water. As we march we will have our destination given to us. Don't worry, said Robin, then shouted, Peon. Yes, father. What are your orders? Peon came quickly as a gust of wind and walked next to Robin's horse. His left arm that was cut off at the shoulder evidently grew quite a few centimeters and was already halfway between his shoulder and elbow. Take a few knights from the Wind Legion with you and move ahead. Find out the locations of the two armies and their next goals, Robin said. Yes, Peon bowed and then disappeared in the same way he came with. Half a day later, Buzz. Robin's ring began to care and passed his energy in it. To hear, Father, we have spotted the two armies. The largest of them, with 300,000 soldiers, is moving at a slow pace and in a direct line. You will meet them in 5 days if you kept marching in the same direction and at your current pace. And the second army of 60,000 soldiers is moving much faster with an unstable line. They attack anything at sight. They have destroyed a bunch of villages and smaller cities already, and are currently clashing with the first barony in northeast of the Duchy of Alton. I fear they will be victorious within an additional hour and will continue to the next barony. Oh, good job. Follow the movements of the smaller army and wait there until we meet soon, Robin answered and hung up. Billy approached. Is there anything new? We have to split up again, Robin replied slowly. So I was expecting this. Bailey sighed. Having two armies attacking us at the same time is too dangerous. They can't ignore the other, or they might turn around and attack them from behind. They just hoped that the two armies would join each other after entering the territory of the Duchy of Alton. But Peon's report destroyed this hope. Uncle David, Robin started speaking again. The 300,000-strong army is still 5 days ahead. You don't need to worry about it. Right now we need to stop the smaller one before it manages to inflict too much harm or go much deeper into the duchy. You continue forward with the main army and lead them to a good area to be the battleground for the incoming huge battle. And I will take the cavalry and the 3 special legions and the saints with me to fend off the smaller army. And I promise we will come back for you before the main battle begin. You are only talking a total of about 22,000 soldiers to fend off an army of 60,000. Is it really going to suffice you? St. David's response is uncertain. I think you are right. Well, give me 3,000 extra archers to ride behind the cavalries or their horses. That will increase the advantage. It would be a good sight seeing those talisman arrows flying from moving horses. Haha, that's a total of 25,000 them. Still a little. You need some infantry to block them off at least, St. David objected. I hear you, but what can we do? We have to get to them quickly before it's too late, and then get back to you before clashing after 5 days with the larger army. We are bound to an extremely tight timeline, and this is the only option. Sigh, all right, do as you wish then, the general sighed, then raised his voice and began to give orders to divide the army again. 2 days later, the Duchy of Alton, the Barony of Lever. They are climbing the walls. Where is St. Emily? Baron, save us, save us. Screams resounded around the main city in the Barony of Lever, but they did not find an answer. Those who they are seeking help from are fighting a battle that will determine their life or death. A few hours have passed since a hostile army showed up from the east, bearing the smell of ash and blood. After destroying 2 baronies in succession till the point, their number was reduced to less than 50,000. Destroying 2 baronies and almost finishing the 3rd barony while losing only 10,000 soldiers. This was an elite troop. It is clear that they were trying to avoid collision with any large army that can defeat or stop them, so they raced against time to attack the heart cities of each barony before they can master an army of more than 20,000, but their results were still frightening enough. Their main weapon was agility, and their goal was to cause as much destruction as possible in the Duchy of Alton, then go back to where they came from. Send reinforcements to the eastern wall, it's about to fall. One of the saints of the Lever family cried out loud while fighting with an enemy saint in midair. Ha, reinforcements. You are just delaying the inevitable. You think your city will survive for another hour. Die, old man. His opponent laughed and fired several punches at him that prevented him from watching what was happening below again. Although the fighting was still taking place in front of the walls, the soldiers of the Lying Water Kingdom spared no effort to target behind the walls. The flaming arrows ignored the soldiers of the Lever family and descended on the citizens' wooden houses, setting fire to a large part of the city. This was one of the reasons that made their task easier along their way here. All the members of the Baron's army were afraid about their families from the fire, and their minds became distracted, which reduced their effectiveness on the battlefield, and many of them deserted their place to try and find their families before they get burned. His Majesty will not forgive you. You will all suffer a terrible death. After one last look around, the Baron cursed his opponents with a loud voice. It was all over. Even if he somehow beats his opponent, there are still 4 other enemy saints fighting 2 of his family saints. 5 against 3, it's just a matter of time before all 3 die. That not taking in mind his army that is about to fully collapse, and his city that is already half burnt. You still have the strength to curse me. Then let me take your throat, you dogs. The Baron repulsed the claw attack that was about to take his life. You won't come out of the Black Sun Kingdom alive. Surely someone will. The Baron's words refused to come out as he stared at the horizon. Old man, finally you decided to keep your tongue in your mouth and wait for death. Did you finally realize how stupid what you say is? You say someone will come and kill us. Nobody even knows we are here yet. After news of your destruction circulates, we will be already slaughtering our next target. You Black Sun dogs will regret provoking us. Big brother, look behind you. Can't you see that I'm busy? What the hell would be more important than finishing this MA? The saint replied angrily, but the words quickly got stuck in his throat. A suspicious low cloud of dust was approaching from the south at a high speed towards them. What is that? The Lying Water Saint retreated away from the Baron and began to carefully examine the cloud of dust. Clop, clop, clop. As the cloud approached, the sounds of hoofs began to respond to everyone's ears. Even the fights in front of the wall began to calm down as they looked at the coming cloud of dust as well. Some of them hope that these are really the sounds of horses and that soldiers have come to help, and the other party hopes that it is really just a sandstorm and the wind is only playing tricks on the lucky. This confusion didn't last long as everyone was in anticipation of what is coming. A human voice like thunder broke the atmosphere apart. Fire Legion, prepare to engage. The voice of thousands of men exploded from within the dust. Before anyone could react, everything changed before their eyes. The Fire Legion all raised their halberd high, ready to slash it down at their next unlucky target, and lit white flames on its blade. As if a tornado of white flames suddenly erupted, the dust that was around them got burned in an instant, revealing instead a great sea of horses, in the forefront of which were a few rows of war horses. This. Are all these knights 2,000 Fire Legion members, with the weakest of them at level 11 of knighthood, taking the front few rows with all of them dressed in white armor and raising their white halberds. Those were actual knights acting like cavalries. Leaving aside this frightening lineup and looking slightly upwards, they were 8 saints flying at a steady pace. Their eyes were fixed at the Baron and the few other figures that were hovering in the skies. It was clear that they were searching for targets. The words were crammed into everyone's mouths. The pressure caused by the Fire Legion cast everyone in a daze, whether the sons of the Black Sun or the Lying Water, whether saints or those at the first level of the Energy Foundation. Everyone stood watching the terrifying and bewitching spectacle at the same time with an opened mouth. Flames, white flames. It is them, it is the Burton family. We were saved. After 2.5 days east of the Duchy of Alton. Welcome back. I honestly expected you to be late another day or two, but thank the heavens you disappointed me. St. David laughed loudly as he approached a large group of cavalry coming towards him. Robin jumped off his horse smiling and extended his hand to shake the saints. You praise me too much, Uncle David. Honestly, I too expected at least another half a day of dilation at least, but we were lucky and got to them in an excellent timing because of Peon and his men's excellent work. The battle was basically effortless. Oh. Come to headquarters and tell me more about it. Saint David patted Robin on the shoulder, then looked behind him. All saints and senior officers come too. I'm afraid you guys will have no rest today. After Robin and those with him entered a huge tent on top of a small mountain, a few old men and women inside the tent stood up and applauded them with smiles on their faces. Although they did not know the details of what happened yet there, Robin's presence here now means that they were victorious, with a swift victory at that. And the army that he took is back almost as complete as he took it. The extent of the victory that has been achieved can be only imagined. Robin and the rest nodded and found themselves seats in the empty chairs that were waiting for them. The tent had nothing but chairs placed around a large map drawn on the ground, and a few stones and pieces of wood showing the distribution of their army and the hostile armies. With one glance at the ground, Robin understood the situation. The clash will happen today. St. David nodded. They have quickened their movements. Perhaps in 2 or 3 hours you will find them at sight. That isn't good news for us. The cavalry and the archers are all tired from traveling. I brought them directly after the battle seeking to reach you guys, and rest here. I thought we still had a day until the battle. Robin slowly rubbed his forehead. In fact, he himself and the special legions were also extremely tired. Robin ordered to turn back after the moment of victory and didn't wait to let them rest. But they are better off than those who are still in the energy base stage like the ordinary cavalries and archers. He wanted to make sure he is among the main army so that he can help if needed, and seeing the situation. He was right, but the cost. Don't worry about that, their army is no better off. David smiled and shook his head. He understood what Robin was implying. They are tired. Of what exactly? It's impossible that any army in this duchy could have stopped them. They are cowards that won't take a step forward if they don't absolutely have to, and there isn't any big noble family in their route. How is it possible that they are tired as well? Asked Billy, surprised. Since they entered the Duchy of Alton and have sent parts of their army to attack the small cities and villages near them, they have plundered and destroyed 7 of them so far. If my army got busy killing a few 100,000 peasants while raping women and little girls left and right, I guess they would be tired too. We have had to advance more than 100 miles more towards them after we had pleas from the next cities on their path. Their elders came here and prostrated in front of everyone here to make us advance to protect them. I was about to refuse, but one of the elders has recommended this location to us, which was actually better than the previous one, so here we are. We are currently in a very good strategic location. It has a small hill that is about 5,100 meters higher than its surroundings, with the near lands around us in a perimeter of 1,000 meters, is exposed with little trees which will help using the talisman arrows. There are some forests and higher hills behind the 1,000 meters mark, but we can basically ignore those, so I decided to wait for them here. As they want to continue towards the rest of the duchy, they have to get past us first. Reports say that they also began to gather again in one body. Most likely they knew that a large army is waiting for them here and they wanted to make sure of victory. Robin widened his eyes. They are exhausting themselves by attacking common cities and villages. What arrogance. David shrugged. The entire duchy army is currently trapped in the lying water kingdom. Who could stop them? They just came to sabotage and plunder. Robin laughed. Let's announce to the world that is another lion in the den then. David nodded. Tell me, what happened in your battle? Oh, nothing special. We found them in the midst of a battle against a barren family and attacked them from behind. We didn't need the cavalry nor the archers, honestly. The first Fire Legion's dash alone have eaten a third of their army. The rest were either killed or captured in a matter of an hour. Mila and Billy and the rest killed the enemy saints too. None of them have escaped. Oh, what about losses? A little less than 1,000 ordinary cavalry and a few knights of the Fire Legion has died. This happened after the first dash ended and the close combat began. Thinking about it, I might have made different orders to save their lives. Sigh. Robin shook his head. It's still a pretty good loss, but where are the captives? One of the old knights asked. Prisoners of war have a high price in the market, especially if their level is high and their age is young. I left them to the Baron. Robin shrugged. I wanted to get back quickly before the great battle began here, so how could I drag behind me a few thousand soldiers bound in chains? Second, his city was devastated by fires. I think he would benefit more from them than us. Ha, only you can forfeit hundreds of thousands of coins so easily. I hope that bastard of a baron would remember your grace. David laughed out loud. Robin smiled and stood up. I'm going to rest in my tent now. Everything is at your disposal, Uncle David. But when the war begins, please let someone remind me to come and watch it from the side. Boom, boom, booms. Robin suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from his meditating position after hearing a loud explosion. "Your Excellency, the enemy army has arrived, and they have already entered our shouting range." A turbulent sound came from outside the tent. Boom, boom, boom. Robin exits the tent and looked towards the east from where the explosion sounds are coming. "Yeah, I could tell that we are shouting someone. Why didn't anyone call me earlier? They took us by surprise. Please go to the commander's tent and you will know everything about the situation." The knight bowed. "Tusk, okay, you can go back to your squad." Robin gestured at him and walked towards the commander's tent. 2 minutes later. What happened? How did the battle suddenly begin? Robin lifted the curtain and hurriedly entered the tent. "Come see for yourself." Saint David did not look behind him as he knew who was talking, but pointed in front of him. Robin slowly approached from behind him and looked through the open eastern side of the tent. Boom, 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 boom. As if the green lands were covered with human bodies, like locusts all hurrying towards his direction in a crazed manner. Within sight, there is nothing could be seen but soldiers. If Robin wasn't sure there were 300,000 soldiers, he would have thought that there are a few million of them. Boom, boom, swoosh, swoosh. Explosions rang out from under the ground as they entered the landmine's range, but their running didn't stop. Talisman arrows flew over Robin's head to fall on the incoming ants, but their march didn't slow down. "These distances," Robin finally spoke in shock. St. David nodded with a problematic look over his face. "You have noticed there is a distance of at least 2 meters between every soldier and any other nearest soldier. Every arrow and every landmine that explodes kills or injures only one of them. Sometimes it misses and doesn't even cause a slight injury. This is no different from just shouting ordinary arrows." Then he inhaled and continued. "They showed up from the horizon running with this strange formation, and as you can see so far, we have only been able to hunt a few thousand soldiers of them, and it cost us about 10,000 talismans." Robin narrowed his eyes, so this is one of the so-called strategies against the use of fire explosion talismans. At this rate, all our fire explosion talisman stock will be drained quickly, and the battle will turn into a normal fight after. That's indeed smart. No wonder the two dukes are having problems there, Uncle David. Do you have a plan against this? St. David finally gave a slight smile. "Watch and learn, kid." Then he continued shouting with a loud voice. "The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions of heavy infantry advance 50 meters and form a shield wall along the front. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions of spear infantry stand behind the heavy infantry units and prevented the enemies from jumping above the shield wall." Quickly, the soldiers began to move according to orders. Within less than a minute, the aforementioned battalions advanced just about 50 meters from the rest of the army, and the 3,000 heavy infantry soldiers formed a wide line extending about a kilometer, all of them holding huge categorized shields. After their positioning, each of them planted his giant categorized shield into the ground to form a cohesive shield wall that was a little higher than they are. Immediately behind them, the spear-carrying soldiers were distributed in 2 rows, at equal distances from each other, and raised their spears up in an attacking position. They were ready to stab the hell out of anyone trying to jump or play any tricks. The view in front of Robin speaks of the extent of the soldiers' discipline. There are many good details that happened without even being ordered by St. David, which was evidence of General Edward's good training of these men. Also, the new armament that is evident in the categorized spears and shields made him smile. These are the new power of the family. But the sight also indicates danger. The front line of defense has become extremely thin. With some pressure, they can penetrate any point and reach the heart of our army. If that happened, we wouldn't be able to use the talismans to the fullest anymore. St. David nodded. "I know, but look at their formation. If I don't stretch the line of defense to be like them, or even longer, they will go around us and attack the sides. It might be dangerous, but it is an inevitable move. Get ready for the clash. It is coming." The assistant general in charge of the armored infantry shouted. "HYA!" The 3,000 of them shouted as they planted their own feet to the ground as well. Bye. Just moments after completing the preparation, the incoming army quickly crashed into the shield wall formed by the Burton family's heavy infantry talisman's archers. "Shoot!" General David shouted. Finally, with a clear target and so many human bows to shoot at, about 2,000 archers above the hill began to shoot arrows like rain over the other side of the wall. Boom, 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 boom. The soldiers of the Burton family hid more under their shields to avoid resounding explosions a few feet away from them, but they could not avoid the blood and body parts that fell on them from above. During the loud explosions, the lying water soldiers succeeded in breaking the shield wall in a few separate locations along the kilometer-wide wall, but it was quickly repaired as the heavy infantries who were pushed back with their shields got back to their spots again and filled it, and those who tried to sneak in were quickly killed by the spearmen. They held no chance against that many categorized war spears pointing at their throats. In about 5 minutes, the about 30,000 lying water soldiers who made up the first wave were completely wiped out. With the 2,000 archers pulling their bow strings again to start a new round, a shout came from the assistant general in charge of them. Enough, there's something peculiar. There was no more crowding in front of the shield wall. The rapid advance of the enemy soldiers suddenly stopped, but they still kept the meters' distances between every soldier. It's like they froze where they stood. St. David's features changed. Problem. It seems that the shield wall bait won't work till the end. I was expecting to wipe out at least half of their army first using it. That person is not willing to make great sacrifices today. Actually, those heavy infantries that were pushed back were playing a kind of a bait itself, to make them think it is still possible to break the shield wall and have them keep coming to try, but even that didn't work. Robin narrowed his eyes. It can be understood that they do not want to sacrifice larger numbers of soldiers to win, but standing in their places will not win them the battle either. What are they thinking? You all, who are you? Even the main army of the Altan Duchy that came to invade our lands didn't dare to use talismans with such intensity. And from where did you get all those categorized shields from? While everyone was waiting for the next step, a shout came from behind the enemy soldiers. We are the Burton family. Go back to where you came from. You shall not advance into the territory of this duchy any further. David shouted. Their job is to defend the duchy while the Altan family's army is outside. If he managed to push them back without further losses, it would be the best possible outcome. The Burton family, I have heard about you. No wonder you have all these talismans and categorized spears and shields, but do you think that 3,000 categorized shields can protect you from us? You are dreaming. Hey, don't you have hostility with the kingdom of Dalavar? What do you have to do with what's going on here? Listen, take your army and retreat, and I give you my word that we will not approach your territory, or else. The voice answered, clearly respecting his opponent, but he had no intention of retreating. Show me your worst, David replied straight away, with no room for further negotiation in this direction. As long as Robin promised the Duke that they would do something about it, they couldn't hold back no matter how strong their opponent was, especially not when they were winning. There was no further reply from the lying Water Kingdom army's side, but a few hundred individuals among their ranks began to gather in a single attacking formation, and then they quickly advanced towards the shield wall. Knights, the first thing that crossed everyone's mind when they saw their speed. If they continued at that pace, they will surely make a huge hole in the shield wall, St. David muttered, then shouted to his left, the Heavenly Lions Battalion, advance. 800 individuals in full categorized body armor with a roaring lion icon engraved on their armor quickly advanced and stood in a defensive formation in front of the shield wall. All of them were knights. These were the knights who had emerged from the new nobles' families that swore allegiance to the Burtons in the new lands over the past few years. An entire battalion of knights had been formed from them alone. It is worth mentioning all that they got was a weak minor law heavenly technique that appeared strong because of how perfect the law technique is, and they still had such numbers of knights emerging from their ranks. It shows how much these people were thirsty for power. Get out of the way, you damn weaklings. The lying water knight who was running up in front shouted. They came expecting resistance for their enemy knights, but the ones that came out to stop them were just too trashy. Those who loved to battle were actually disappointed at what they saw. Standing on the hill, with a single look, St. David could determine the level of the man who just shouted a level 20 knight, and those behind him as well wasn't too far off. Almost half of them were above level 14. Although their numbers are also around 800, the quality difference between the two parties was like day and night. Knowing that his own battalion consists of knights that are at levels between 11 to 13, St. David Bubbles shrank. BOOM. The first clash was too bloody. As soon as the two parties meet, too many heads and body parts fell to the ground, all of them belonging to the Heavenly Lions Battalion knights. The attacks of water and fire were flying everywhere, but the water always won quickly. A great crack began to appear in the ranks of the Heavenly Lions Battalion. It was clear that this battle wouldn't last for another 5 minutes. What are you waiting for? Do something. Robin raised his voice as he saw the sight in front of him. He couldn't control himself anymore. This massacre can't be allowed to continue. Damn it, David cursed, then shouted, Caesar, take your men and... No, Robin interrupted with a shout. Leave the Fire Legion aside. Seeing the current situation, we will need them in another mission soon. What do you need them for? This is the Knights' battle. Secondly, if I leave him aside, what do I do then? David shouted at him. Send out the Darkness Legion quickly, and appointed the Wind Legion to help from afar as well, Robin suggested. Right, Theo, take your men and go, you know what you have to do. Peon, shoot those bastards down, don't allow them to have their way. We hear and obey. The two bowed and disappeared. 7th and 8th Battalions go to the right flank, 5th and 4th Battalions. Stay here, help to break through, 3rd Battalion UG. The field commander of the Lying Water Knights couldn't finish his words. A metal arrow was planted in the middle of his throat, and before he could try to take it out, the arrow exploded, causing his head to burst 30 meters into the air before hitting the ground in a frightening sight. Your priority is to concentrate on anyone who tries to give orders. Your second priority is to help our knights there as much as you can. Don't give them time to even think about advancing again, Peon shouted as he lowered his bow from about a kilometer away from the target. Yes, Commander, the 600 Wind Legion soldiers responded in union before they pulled back their bowstrings and shouted 600 metal arrows towards the knight's battlefield swoosh. The extraordinary sense of hearing that users of the major heavenly law of wind possess, combined with the added wind speed of the arrows, and their ability to change their direction after the launch, made these categorized metal arrows more lethal than any long-range weapon known to the planet. Especially when you attach level 10 fire explosion talismans to the arrows. Stay low, watch out for those arrows. Shouts and screams of the Lying Water Knights formation began to resound for the first time since the first clash happened. Even though the 600 arrows had successfully reached their targets, it had only managed to kill 15 knights of them. The rest managed to block the arrows, but it was at the cost of retreating in front of their opponent and losing ground and momentum. Just after the first wave of the arrows, the advance of the Lying Water Knights stopped, and they began to fight the Burton's Heavenly Lions battalion more cautiously as they put half their mind in trying to predict and stop the incoming weird arrows. While everyone else was preoccupied with the arrows or the low-level knights standing in front of them, a loud cry resounded from one of the knights as he found a dagger piercing his heart from behind. What is it? They are using dark talismans. Watch out. Come close and protect each other's backs. First, the Lying Water Knights came with great confidence and didn't care about cooperation and coordination between themselves. Seeing Burton's knights were much weaker, they just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Then they started to leave spaces between them due to the exploding strange arrows, and their advance stopped due to the killing of a number of their ground leaders. And now they came back to approach each other again and slowly retreated after the Knights of the Dark Legion appeared. Everything was going perfectly. Even St. David started to smile from ear to ear at the sight in front of him. It won't work, Robin's voice beside him cut off his satisfied smile. What are you talking about? Look ahead of you, we are winning. The general looked next to him, furrowing an eyebrow. Robin did not answer him directly, but Robin inserted his soul sense into the ring. He was clearly sending a message. A moment later, movements began to occur in the lines of the army that attracted St. David's attention, and he found that the Fire Legion was retreating behind the hill. He looked back at Robin quickly. Was it you who ordered this? Where did you send them? Robin raised his finger and pointed at a certain point among the enemy army. Do you see their general? Of course not. David shook his head after casting his eyes in that direction. It was a sea of soldiers. Even when he was talking before, he didn't see him, so how can he spot him now? I just pointed him out for you. You still can't see him. Anyway, I see him clearly. Robin fixed his gaze at a very angry-looking old man, giving commands left and right. With his eyes, Robin could even read the movements of his lips from that distance, then continued. He intends to send the 20 saints of his to help the knights to complete their mission and open a hole in the shield wall. They will join the fight in a few minutes, and he is also ordering his army to stand ready and to ignore the knights' battle and quickly get through that hole when the saints open it. The situation will be devastating if that happens. They have 20 saints. What the hell are Galen and Raymond doing there? How can they spare 20 saints and send them here? David panicked as he calculated. They currently have 6 saints from the Burton family. 4 of them are only level 21, plus Mila, meaning 7 saints in total, trying to struggle against 20 saints. Well, this is the army of Harris family, the Middle Duchy that wasn't attacked. They send quite a few of their own here. It seems that they came with much more ambition than just relieving their anger. St. David panicked. This is bad. What do we do? Why did you make Caesar withdraw with the Fire Legion? We could use that combined attack now. Hey, that wasn't easy on me and you know it. Stop counting on it. Plus, if I do it, I will burn our knights too, and if we tell them to retreat back first, the wall of shields will collapse because of the enemy's knights even before their saints arrive. That definitely won't work. Robin shook his head. What to do then? The saint asked again. Commanding armies was definitely not his greatest point. Do what I will tell you to the letter. On the other side of the battle. Sam Mahai, all of you, are you all ready? I have heard that the Burtons have very few saints and knights, and that they were only an ordinary, Earl family a few years ago. Technically speaking, you should easily open that gap in the shield wall and reach their general headquarters. But in truth, we don't know the real strength of the Burton family. We can see now that they have 800 new knights, and maybe there are many saints hidden as well. I will not lie to you all. If the mission was executed as planned, a few of you might need to sacrifice their life. The general shouted at 20 individuals standing around him. No need for this talk right now, just give us orders. We will make our way towards their general above that hill and take his head no matter how many saints await us. A saint hit himself proudly on the chest. The general nodded. All right, in 10 seconds you can whom. The general stopped his speech in the middle. What is going on over there? The saints around him moved their eyes toward the battlefield as well, and expressions of joy began to appear on their faces. Ha ha ha, excellent, as expected of our mighty men. The battle of the knights in the middle took an unexpected turn. A gap appeared on the left side between the Burton knights, and a few dozen lying water knights slipped out of the battle using it and were now running towards the shield wall to complete their mission, and none of the Burton knights were free to chase them. Looks like the hole in the shield wall will be made without your intervention after all, ha ha ha. The general laughed out loud, loving what he sees, then started shouting, advance. Keep the loose formation and move forward. Don't let your knights' good work go in vain. Why? A loud shout resounded from all of the nearly 270,000 soldiers as they began running again in the same divergent formation as before. Upon hearing the shout, the Knights of Lying Water automatically began to leap towards the left, bringing with them the Knights of the Burton family and the Darkness Legion, so the central area emptied once more for the massive army. The difference this time was that the scene in front of the Lying Water infantry was not the same. The few dozen knights who had managed to escape had already reached the shield wall and were able to kill the heavy infantry and even the spear holders behind them. In the blink of an eye, a hall of more than 100 meters appeared in the middle of the wall. Hui. Glory to the Lying Water. Glory to the Duchy of Harris. Move, Moove. Seeing their knights wreaking havoc on the soldiers of the Burton family and the huge gap in front of them made their blood boil from excitement and started to accelerate even faster. After they stormed that point, the talismans wouldn't be used freely as before because the Burton archers would be killing their own as well. A real battle would begin where the strongest and most experienced would win. Woa, they are coming. Get back. Save your life. The screams began to rise among the soldiers of the Burton family as they saw the coming crazed-looking soldiers thrown the huge gap in the shield wall. The part of the army that was facing the gap in the shield wall began to morally and literally collapse rapidly, and the soldiers retreated too quickly that they even began to step and trample over each other. Seeing what was happening increased the Lying Water soldiers' enthusiasm exponentially as they sped forward shouting, to glory. Because the gap was only about 100 meters wide, the Lying Water army began to automatically become closer to each other, and the gaps between the soldiers returned to normal in the more advanced rows. Seeing the new situation and how tightly the Lying Water formation has become, the Burton family's talismans, arrows, and landmines returned to work, with every explosion able to kill or seriously injure 3 to 4 individuals. But this did not stop them. The infantries in the first rows kept running as if their life depended on it, and it is. The explosion threat will all be greatly reduced when they arrive at the Burton Army infantry front lines and the close combat begins, especially so for the closest to the fighting line. That's why all of them kept ignoring the explosions and the body parts flying around and only focused on how to get to the frightened Burton's infantry first. Not only that when they kill those frightened infantry units, they can keep running straight to climb that hill and kill the annoying archers and seize their armory of talismans. The first few rows of the Lying Water soldiers crossed the gap in the shield wall and rushed at full speed towards the Burtons who were trying to flee backward in front of them, ignoring the soldiers that were still standing firmly on either side. Take this, ahhhhhh. Like a hot knife in cheese, the incoming Lying Water soldiers attacked the undefended backs of the Burtons' army who were trying to escape a bloodbath began and still, the Burtons facing the gap still trying to rush back towards the hill, not trying to defend themselves against the full assault that was reaping their lives. Keep moving forward. It is in our hands. Once we reach the top of that hill, the battle will be over. The assistant general responsibility of the infantry started shouting at the top of his voice. Things are going much better than expected. The 2,000 Burton archers still rained down their arrows at the back rows of the lying water soldiers, killing thousands with each wave. But that didn't stop them. They actually tried to accelerate their pace to reach an even deeper position inside the Burton army. The death rate significantly dropped to those at the front lines as expected. The archers can't target his men who got close to the Burton's army because they have almost been mixed up, and targeting them would kill the Burtons too. Those at the far sides, after entering the gap, began to attack the rest of the Burton soldiers that didn't fall back to also gain refuge from the arrows, and may frighten those chickens too, but their hopes were shattered. The Burton soldiers at the sides were all fierce, killing anyone trying to come near without taking a step back. Those who tries to fight them found it no different from waiting for an arrow. They were both certain deaths. But thank the heavens that the cowardly Burton family soldiers that were in the middle made it too easy for them, so orders came to only keep the Burton family soldiers at the sides busy, but to only continue pushing through the middle. Even leaving aside the killing of the archers and seizing their arrows that would already mean the end of the battle, even without this point, after they have pierced them to the end and split the army in half, their formations will be destroyed, then claiming the higher land, that is the hill, they can come down from above and easily eliminate the rest. Advance, push those cowards. After pushing the ranks of the cowardly Burton family soldiers for about 300 meters back, their speed of advance began to slow down noticeably. "What is going on ahead? Why are we not moving anymore?" shouted the assistant general of the infantry. The soldiers of the Burton family held their positions and began to resist. HMPH, they still have hope, that no longer available. The assistant general smiled. "Send more soldiers, push harder. We must split them in half in the incoming 30 minutes at most." "Yes, Commander." The officer bowed and retreated to order a few more battalions to start jumping over their brothers' heads and move quickly to the front. To glory, death to the Black Sun bastards. Another 15 minutes passed. More soldiers began to advance from the back rows to fill the gap their brothers has made, and to jump on the retreating Burton family soldiers to quickly kill them and make them lose morales again. And with that, the Burton family soldiers that were behind the gap at the shield wall has retreated for another 200 meters, 100 meters wide, and 600 meters deep. More than 150,000 soldiers were crammed closely together, and the number is still increasing, pushing and trying to keep advancing towards the hill with all their might. Explosive talisman arrows attack their back rows, and a few arrows target their middle every now and then, but whoever dies was the one behind him trampling on his body and completing the push forward fiercely. The smiles of the generals and the lying water saints became ear to ear. With great sacrifices, victory became their sights. Now, with less than 50 meters remaining before they kill their way towards the hill, a loud voice echoed. The last few soldiers of the Burton family quickly leaped backward, and a wall of categorized huge shields appeared in front of the lying water soldiers, frightening them. "Hwa!" shouted the soldiers of the lying water at the front line and tried to attack and uproot a few shields of the wall, but to no avail, and everyone who came close to a certain distance would be stabbed by a spear from over the wall, slashing his head. "Where are the knights? We need them again." The rush stopped once more. Everyone automatically awaited their knights to come from behind and destroy the shield wall again, as they did a while ago. But when they looked behind them, they found their knights were fighting people with bows on their backs and light swords in their hands, and their heads were quickly falling one by one. A complete one-sided massacre. The 600 knights of the Wind Legion had descended from the hill and blocked the road from behind. "Make your way to the side. We have to," shouted the assistant general. Attacking the sides was a waste of time and energy in his eye minutes ago, as the Burton family soldiers that didn't retreat were all strong and most of them was holding a categorized weapon. Focusing on moving forward was the right choice then, but any more. Attacking men that are made of flesh and blood was much better than trying to take down this damn shield wall in front of them. But even this dangerous idea was met by another wall of categorized shields to his left, and when he looked behind him, he saw a shield wall on his right as well. They were sealed in like a giant cup of human bodies, in a formation that looked like N. They were surrounded by categorized shield walls from the front and the two sides, while they were blocked by 600 knights from the rear, and the assistant general could see that more heavy infantry with categorized shields appeared behind them to complete the rectangle shape and block them completely inside, and saw the 600 Burton family knights moving with extreme speed and started to take position around the rectangle. It was obvious that they wanted to help the spear holders in their mission to make sure no one will jump over these walls. Where the hell did you get all these categorized shields from? The assistant general started shouting, "My men, fear not, keep moving forward. We have to break through this wall. We must get to the top of the hill at full speed." As he said the hill and pointed upwards to fire up his soldiers and give them a target and a new hope. But when their eyes turned up, whatever hope left was gone and replaced by complete despair. The number of the talisman archers at the top has increased by at least 5,000 more of them. They became so much that the top of the hill appeared to be covered with humans. Seeing this, despair possessed even the assistant general himself as he muttered, "This is bad. Release, SWOOSH." Boom, 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 boom. After the order was given, the nearly 7,000 archers started injecting their energy into the fire explosion talismans, then shot at the closed sea of human buddies randomly. "Open away from me. I have kids. I don't want them to be orph. Don't shoot your arrows here. Don't shoot here. I surrender." The first round was sufficient to kill whatever fighting intent within them. Many of them started to throw down their weapons and try to find a close corpse to get under it and protect themselves from the explosions. As after the second round, the huge closed rectangle turned into a massive pool of sticky blood. Because the shields were firmly attached to each other and planted in the ground, the blood and body parts of tens of thousands of dead did not seep outside, but rather accumulated inside the rectangle and began to rise with each falling arrow. Leaving aside the terror descending from the sky, looking underground, was enough to kill any remaining spirits of the lying water soldiers, who were soaked in their brother's blood. Swoosh, boom, 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 boom. The third round came down, killing over 20,000 additional soldiers and killing with them any shred of brains left in the rest. In the blink of an eye, everyone threw their weapons to the blood lake beneath them, knelt down, and raised their hands to the sky, expressing complete submission. On the other side, damn it, the general of the lying water army and the rest of the saints by his side floated up, and they could see everything going on inside the rectangle. It was the definition of the term one-sided massacre. The general then looked down. His originally 300,000 strong army has come down to less than 100,000 soldiers that haven't entered the death box in time. As for his knights, they are all now fully engaged with the knights of Burton's army, who has a roaring lion icon on their armor, and those who use the darkness talismans and hit from the shadows. They were already in balance before, but after a few tens of knights of the lying water kingdom side left them to open the gap, the knights' battle slightly lost balance, and it became in the Burtons' favor even without the Wind Legion helping them. He desperately wants to depend on them to break that wall again, but he has no way he can pull some of them to help or the rest of his knights will be massacred. But thinking about it, even if he managed to pull some of them out of the knights' battle, he still faces a big problem, and that is the 600 bow-bearing knights standing in front of him and besieging the shield wall rectangle. Where did the Burton family get all these knights from? Isn't the Burtons or startups who were ordinary Earl family just a decade ago? Currently, he has no weapon but himself and the rest of the saints. He can only make his way through the 600 bow-bearing knights quickly and destroy the wall, and then deal with them in an open battle. If he and his saints started a fight in the middle of the enemy infantry, they can use the opportunity to kill a few tens of them with wide-scale energy attacks and cancel their advantage. Maybe he can send an attack or two towards the annoying archers up the hill as well. As for his 100,000 soldiers, if he broke through the walls for them, they could still save their comrades, continue the plan and keep going up the hill and tip the scales again in their favor. Everyone, we are going all in, ADVANC. The general resolved to command him, so he raised his sword at the Burton family's army and flew towards them quickly, with the 20 saints flying behind him. Help, but instead of the war cries, screams of pain and despair suddenly sounded from behind him. The general and the rest of the saints stopped and turned around to look back, and they found 1,500 war horses piercing the rear of their army with ease like they were stepping on ants. Are those knights? Damn. Realizing the situation, the general shouted, "Quickly go back and stop them. You are all going to die today." Seeing the saints coming towards him, Caesar let out a loud shout, "Fire Legion, we shall feast on saints today." Then he raised his halberd upwards, and a gray-colored flame erupted out like a dormant volcano that stayed silent for thousands of years. Just the extremely gloomy aura of the gray flames alone was enough to terrify everyone who felt it. The 1,500 fire knights activated their white flames and advanced behind their leader and rushed straight towards the saints. On the other side of the scene is that, the Fire Legion. Saint David was suspended after he saw a sea of white flames sweeping the enemy army from behind. Robin nodded. "Yep, I told Caesar to go round them and attack them where they stand, and maybe pull them back even further from us by attacking their weaker soldiers that stand at the rear. Why, we could have just sent them from here in a straight line. David asked with a raised eyebrow. A hint of sarcasm could be heard in his tone as well. If they marched from here, their saints would have advanced quickly to stop them before they reached their army. Another battle at the middle would have erupted, and at least one of them would have sneaked, destroyed the shields, and wreaked havoc here. Another saint might have slipped and returned to their remaining army and moved them to cause even more chaos. All in all, it would have been a very stupid move that put us on a standstill. And we don't want that, do we? Robin replied directly. You. David looked at his side in amazement. Is that really the inexperienced boy? He led the battle from start to finish as if he had fought 100 wars in the past. I'm what? I have read a few books. Robin laughed and then looked to Saint David his side. Why are you still here? Take Mila and the rest of the saints, and half the Wind Legion and go help Caesar, and send the other half of the Wind Legion to finish the battle against the knights on the right flank. This battle is over. 1 hour later, everything was over. The Lying Water Kingdom Saints' battle against the Fire Legion initially was somewhat balanced. The Saints couldn't have it their way in front of the seas of white flames, but still, the average level of the Fire Legion Knights was quite low, and quickly dozens of Fire Legion Knights ended up giving their lives for the cause. But that situation didn't last long. After the arrival of Mila, David, and the rest of the Burton Saints, and working with the Knights as the spearhead, along with the 300 Wind Legion Knights who kept annoying the Lying Water Saints with their explosive arrows every time they plan an attack, the situation quickly turned around to their favor. The battle became much more at ease that 500 Fire Knights defected from fighting the Saints and began to wreak havoc on the remaining Lying Water army without being deterred, causing great destruction in it. Trapped by flames and explosions from all directions, the Lying Water Saints began to fall one by one at a high rate and began to tactically retreat little by little towards the east. Even Caesar managed to deal the final blow to level 21 Saint and kill him with the help of a Fire Legion squad. The screams of this particular saint resounded on all the battlefield, giving a shudder to anyone who heard him. It was unknown whether those screams were because of the strange, gloomy gray flames that were burning his guts that gushed out, or out of shame that he is dying at the hands of a mere level 14 knight. Seeing that the situation would not get any better, the Lying Water General flew away towards the east at top speed, along with 6 other saints, without even bothering to look back anymore. On another front, the Knights' barely balanced battle was broken after the 300 Knights of the Wind Legion arrived personally at the field to help. Wind blades and hurricanes blew away the remaining Lying Water Knights. Most of them were killed or captured in no time after breaking the balance, and less than 100 individuals of them managed to flee. Meanwhile, the main body of the army of the Burtons rushed out and surrounded the rest of the Lying Water army, putting them in chains, as they had done with the others who were couth in the rectangle trap. In this battle alone, more than 120,000 prisoners were captured, and this is a huge record. Usually, soldiers fight with the well-known slogan victory or death, but again the secret lies in destroying the morale of the enemy to the point that he does not even want to die. Today, the main army of one of the strongest duchies in the kingdom of the Lying Water has been broken. In the command tent over the hill 2 hours after the last soldier of the Lying Water army was chained. What are our losses? Robin asked Gloomy right after the arrival of the last official, ignoring the smiles and positive atmosphere in the place. The sight of the Burton infantrymen getting massacred while they were trying to fake escaping can't get out of his head. 25,000 infantrymen were killed, spoke the assistant general in charge of the infantry. 1,000 cavalry were killed, and 2,000 heavy infantry who were in the front row after the wall was destroyed. They attacked from behind, and almost all of them died. Then the assistant general of the special troops added. Caesar looked at Pion and Theo and nodded toward them and then advanced. The Heavenly Lions Battalion has lost 327 of its finest knights. The Fire Legion lost 118 knights, another 49 knights from the Wind Legion, and 20 knights from the Darkness Legion. Robin's features shrank after hearing these numbers and slowly sat in his place weakly. He looked like he had aged a few hundred years. Hey, what is the matter with your reaction? Those numbers don't count if we compare them against smashing an army of this size. When everyone knows what happened here, we will be treated like heroes in the Black Sun, and all kingdoms will fear us. Ha ha ha. David laughed out loud and patted Robin on the shoulder. The assistant generals, high officers, and the saints present nodded their heads with faces full of smiles. From which side were you looking at it? The victory was overwhelming. Even Mila came behind Robin and hugged his neck. Don't be hard on yourself. You have done well. If not for your bold strategies, the number of dead would have doubled, maybe even more. Saints, Robin muttered, clenching his fist. He was superior to the enemy army in everything except the number and level of the saints. Had it not been for the 21 saints they were facing, he would not have needed to make all those arrangements and plans to limit their danger and trap them. He wouldn't have needed to give orders to sacrifice those 25,000 men and women to make the shield wall trap. They might praise him for the overall picture, but he can stop thinking of the blood he got on their hands after issuing the orders to the infantry behind the gap to retreat and don't fight back. He felt like he had failed them. David looked at the rest of the Burton Saints and sighed. He knew what Robin was thinking. Their family deeply lacks cultivators in the sainthood realm, and if it weren't for all the benefits that Robin gave to them recently that added more saints to them and raised the others' level, they wouldn't have one today even with losing half their army. Our victory today was not because of my strategies or because of my talismans. It was because of the sacrifice of the infantrymen who implemented what I said, knowing that many of them will die, and the knights who fought those who are in much higher levels than them without fear. Give the families of each infantryman a special additional pension, and to each knight's family 10,000 gold coins and a monthly pension of 50 gold coins. Understand? Robin spoke while rubbing his forehead. Don't be harsh on yourself, father. Those infantrymen, you are the one who raised their morale to the point of sacrificing themselves without questioning, because they know their death wouldn't be in vain, and even those knights, it was you who created them. Also, isn't that a bit too much? I request you reconsider. Caesar was delighted to hear of this decision about the deceased in his legion, but the total amount that needed to be paid has frightened him. Even leaving aside the thousands of infantrymen who will take the extra pension, the 10,000 gold coins for each knight alone is a huge problem. Almost 500 knights died in total. Don't worry, our new slaves will cover the costs after we sell them. Robin waved and then asked one of the assistant generals, how many fire explosion talismans do we have right now? The assistant general in charge of the archers took a step forward and spoke. We had 100,000 in Jura, and the talisman masters brought us another, about 30,000 fire explosion talismans from the new lands, bringing the total to 130,000 fire explosion talismans. Patriarch Brian took 20,000 fire explosion talismans with him to protect Bradley's Pearl City, and today we have used 40,000 fire explosion talismans from our stokes, so right now, we have about 70,000 fire explosion talismans, a little more or less. We used 40,000 fire explosion talismans in one battle, and yet they weren't the reason we won. Robin muttered, a disastrous figure. St. David nodded. The sage had the right to urge the start of this war. Their tactics for dealing with talismans have crystallized to a very advanced stage. If we were not able to produce large quantities of fire explosion talismans now, we would have been defeated in a crashing matter. The kingdom of Dolivar was invaded, and half a duchy was taken from them, with less than 8,000 talismans. Now this number is not enough to repel the first wave of soldiers in one battle. Mila, call the temporary head of the Rune Academy now. Tell him to declare an emergency and stop making all kinds of other talismans, and focus on only the 6th and 10th level fire explosion talismans. From today on, no need to make vitality, voice, wind blades, or even darkness. Even those who are still in training should start picking up the pin and try their luck. I need fire explosion talismans, a lot of them. Robin made up his mind and spoke. Mila was surprised by his orders. I don't think this decision will please the noble families. They are impatiently waiting for the talismans at the monthly auctions in Jura and are already demanding to increase the numbers of auctions and selling points. They will certainly become angry after such a decision, and also, for what will you need all these talismans? Your mission here is over. My father and Duke Raymond already keeping 2 of the 3 enemy duchies busy, and we just smashed the main forces of the Duchy of Harris to pieces. It is impossible for one of the 3 duchies of the Lying Water Kingdom to send an army like this one again in the near future. The nobles wouldn't be pleased. What the hell are those? Let them go and FVCK themselves if they don't like it. I will sell what I want whenever I want, wherever I want. If they have a problem with that, then they should go argue with the Burton family's army. Robin waved as if he hadn't heard anything. After he finished his words, a smile automatically appeared on his face for the first time in hours. All he was doing for the sake of the family, whether strengthening the upper icons, training the new generation, supporting and financing, literally everything, was in order to openly say these words. Today's battle had finally proven to him that he no longer had to fear or put anyone into consideration again when taking his decision. Finally, he can do what he wants in his lands and spread whatever he wants to spread of his knowledge without thinking about the consequences of his neighbors. Finally reached a degree of freedom that he was looking for from the beginning. After the news of today's battle spread, everyone will know who the Burton family is. No one will try to provoke them again. Except, when Robin got to this point and thought of the royal family, he shook his head and wiped the smile, then continued to Mila, "What did you mean my task is over? Who will pay for the blood of the family members who died today? What do I tell the thousands of wives, sisters, and children that are waiting for their provider at home? They died protecting the Alton's lands." Mila looked with the side of her eyes at St. David, who in turn shrugged, also not knowing what Robin was talking about. "We will get on with this subject at the right time. As for now, just send the orders as I told you." Robin waved and then looked at St. David. "We will wait here for a few days, so starts making preparations for it and settle everyone down. In the meantime, you send should the war prisoners to Jura to be sold there as slaves. If we kept them here, they screw up our rations." "No problem." David nodded with a smile. He was the appointed general for this army, but he didn't feel anything strange as he took orders from Robin. "Good, I will leave you to your new tasks then." Robin stood up and headed toward the exit. "When news comes from the patriarch, let me know." 3 days later, the commander's tent. "Why was I summoned? Is there anything new?" Robin walked in and asked straight away. St. Davido nodded and motioned to Robin to be seated. "We have received news that the patriarch fought with the hostile army 100 miles east of Bradley's Pearl. The battle started about 2 hours ago, and we think the results will be transmitted shortly." "Oh, that is actually pretty fast. I was expecting he would need at least another day before the battle begins. I think his enemy increased his speed to try to catch him off guard." Robin sat down and spoke with interest. "Well, I think we will know soon enough. Is there any news of what we agreed upon last time?" "The subject about the talismans, war prisoners, etc., everything is done. The auction house in Jura is closed, and currently 480 rune masters are all working on the production of the fire explosion talismans only. The war prisoners are on their way to Jura City with a small troop of outforces and knights to escort them. I think Jura City Market will be refreshed when they arrive, haha." "Good, very good," Robin replied, then fell into a long silence buzzes. Everyone could feel that a message was delivered to St. David Ring, and they all looked at him anxiously. After a few seconds of closing his eyes, he opened them wide and declared, "We are victorious." "This is normal. What kind of a report is this?" Robin interrupted the shout of joy that was about to resound from those present, and then continued, "Ask him about the losses." The saint fell silent for another minute, then opened his eyes again, this time not very happy. "The enemy army was annihilated except for a few saints and knights that managed to flee, but as for us, 30,000 soldiers were killed, 100 knights of the Fire and Wind Legion combined, and all of their 20,000 fire explosion talismans were used in the battle." Everyone was shocked to hear the full report. No wonder the patriarch just said that he won at the beginning. The patriarch faced an army close in size to his own, with his army of 100,000 strong, and his opponent is about 120,000. But the losses are catastrophic. It can be compared to their own losses, even though they face 2 armies that are combined 3 times larger than the patriarch's. Then they all returned to look at Robin. Certainly, without his ruthless instructions at the battle, their losses would not have been limited to what had occurred. Damn it, Robin clenched both hands. He was trying to deal with the fact that his orders has got more than 25,000 men and women killed, and now many more were added to the list. He might not be the one who led that army and caused their death. He is the one who sent them there and assigned them the limited amount of talismans and knights, maybe if he assigned more talismans for them. 20,000 fire explosion talismans were already too much in his estimation when he allotted them to the patriarch. He just couldn't imagine that the modern war strategies would use that much. Robin Mila took a few tense steps and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry too much about the losses. My father and Duke Alton will surely compensate the Burtons properly for it. When they come back victorious, compensate us for the losses. Those two will compensate us for the losses." "Don't make me laugh," Robin exploded. "Can't you understand what our losses mean? Our army is superior to your father's in terms of armaments, the number of knights, and the number of talismans, yet we have tasted all these heavy losses while we fought on our own lands. So what do you think happens there when they are on a hostile territory with no supply chain and one army after another keeps showing to them? If your father were in control, would he have allowed for an army of 120,000 soldiers to slip from under his nose to attack the capital of his lands? He and Raymond Alton won't be compensating me. I'm afraid they need someone to compensate them in the near future." Mila tilted her head and took a step back. It was unknown if she became worried about her father now. She started thinking about the situation there, or it was because of Robin yelling at her. A moment of silence eclipsed the huge tent. That was what was really in their heads. The war in the lands of lying water must be witnessing massacres for the Altons and the Bradleys. At the very least, their conquest would never be an easy one as everyone thought. "Si, what do we do now?" St. David asked gloomily. "Maybe after all these sacrifices, the two dukes will return defeated and all will go in vain. By then they might refuse to give the lands they promised before to Robin, much less give them any new compensations." Robin rubbed his forehead for a few seconds and then spoke. "Let's go step by step. As long as the external threat to the lands of the Black Sun Kingdom is over, and we prove to everyone that the Burton family is loyal to the kingdom, and shown how we protected its honor and people, now is the time to put an end to the internal conflict." "You mean?" The saint narrowed his eyes. Robin finally got his hands off his forehead and spoke with a serious tone. "Yes, it's time to finish what we left Jura City originally for. It's time to take the family's revenge, and mine too. Time has come. This is the best, if not the only chance we will get to end these old conflicts. We can't go back home before we finish it. We will attack the two of them at the same time. 2 days from now, declare Marquis Rufus and Marquis Towie traitors for refusing to help defend the kingdom in the most needed time, with the other personal reasons, if a noble asked, and announce that the Burton family had taken it upon themselves to remove this tumor for the sake of the kingdom. Right, also tell the patriarch to slow down on his way to the heart of the Rufus family's lands. Tell him to only do his best to frighten them out and show off the strength of our army, while capturing small cities one by one. He must avoid any large battle. As for you, Uncle David, head southwest to attack Marquis Towie's lands. The patriarch will descend upon the lands of Marquis Rufus from above, and you attack the Marquis of Towie from below, eat their lands from both sides and cradle them in the middle. When they are trapped between both of you towards the end, it will be all over. For you, take from here only 120,000 soldiers and the rest of the saints of our family. Destroy Marquis Towie quickly and decisively. Make our victories there seem as legendary as you can. The rest of the 50,000 soldiers and Lady Mila will stay here with me in case one of the two Marquis tries to flee east as well, and to show to the whole kingdom that we still care about the borders even in settling the inner conflicts. This move will shut many mouths. Also summon 2 saints, 400 fire knights, and at least 2/3 of the army we left to guard the new lands at the formerly known Dolivar and Evren, and command them to come to meet me here. We need them here more. The remaining forces there, and the rest of the 100 fire knights, will be able to any rebellion attempt." Robin kept speaking without taking a breath. "All that is good and doable. But I can't take on the Towie family Saint Sith, only myself, and 4 other level 21 saints. Robin, attacking them with only 120,000 soldiers is hard enough, and the patriarch is in an even more bad situation with only 70,000 soldiers and even fewer saints." St. David replied after a little nod. Those were 2 ancient families with deep roots. Robin gave a chuckle. "If that is your only concern, then I want you to reassure you and the patriarch about the matter of the saints in the 2 families. You just have to keep them busy within the battle scoop and make a thick barrier around them using the flames of the Fire Legion Knights so that no one sees the details of what is happening inside, and the saints of the royal family will take care of the rest. Any other questions? Si, I hope they will arrive in time them. Everything is clear. I will contact Brian and start preparing." David nodded seriously. "Good." Robin stood up and walked out of the tent. Mila finally got out of her silence and hastened out of the tent and followed him. "Robin, the Burton family's army has just come out of fierce battles. Why don't you give them more opportunity to rest, or maybe forget about the Marquis family altogether? I may not be here forever to take off the legacy I left. I must make sure that the environment around the family is relatively safe before thinking of anything else. And even if I was able to wait and postponed everything to the future, how long can your father hold? All that I'm trying to say is, when a person wants to move forward, first he must make sure that his back is safe." Robin replied seriously, then continued his walk, not adding another word, leaving Mela standing in her place, trying to solve his puzzles. Over the following days, the kingdom found itself on a hot plate once again. The news of the victory of the Burton family's army, over 3 armies coming from the Kingdom of the Lying Water, with a total of 480,000 soldiers spread like fire on dry straw. The news was simply too exceptional. Not much had passed since the Burton family faced the Duchy of Evren, and news spread that they had wrested almost a quarter of the duchy lands from them, but no one understood how the Duke had so squandered all these lands without going all out. After all, the news said that there was no big fight between them. It was a small skirmish and a few people actually died. Only now did they understand. The Burton family today is not the same as the Burton family 10 years ago. The difference is like heaven and earth. The news started to spread, and with it, the legend spread about the Burton family did not suffer any harm when destroying the nearly 500,000 enemies. Rumors got even more bizarre and spread that the Burtons has built an indomitable army and that they took the protection of the kingdom upon their shoulders. Even the Baron, who was rescued by Robin from the attack of the 60,000-strong army, confirmed these rumors and exaggerated the extent of the strength of the army that came to defend him, even telling his family members to walk around the kingdom and spread legends about the might of the Burton's army, thinking that he would repay them the favor this way. The Baron and his family spared no effort in all kinds of ass-kissing techniques. As the simple citizens celebrate that their kingdom has acquired a new shield and sword, and as the higher-ups rearranging their calculations on how to deal with the rising superpower that is the Burton family, another piece of fresh news was released that shook the kingdom again. The Burton family has declared both the Rufus family and the Towie family traitors because they refused to participate in the defense against the huge attack on their respective duchies, and that they do not deserve to live under the same sky with them. It was also announced that they target the bloodline of the two families only and do not want problems with the residents of the lands that belong to the two families, and that after the Burtons take the two families' lands, the locals will be treated as honored citizens under the authority of the Burton family. Given the history of the three families, which is full of problems and blood, it is clear that the Burton family wants to take advantage of the momentum they gained by destroying their old enemies. But the first thing that comes to mind is, the Burton family destroyed 3 armies with a total of nearly 500,000 soldiers, but instead of resting and celebrating, they issued another huge war. If a duchy's army had gone through the same battles, they would need to rest and resupply their shorts for at least another 10 years before they think of even moving again, but the Burtons still have what it takes for it. Even the higher-ups around the kingdom had to give in. It appears that the legends that widespread earlier had not been far from the truth. The worst-case scenario for the two Marquis families since the Burton family's rocket rise has happened. After hearing the news and knowing that 2 armies from the Burton family are coming toward them, the two families have issued a call to summon every man and woman capable of fighting in their lands and arm them with anything that can shed blood. They even began sending voice messages to their acquaintances from the royal family asking for mediation and protection against the family that thinks they are the new kings, but all their efforts failed. No one listened to the compulsory summons call to the army except those that bear the family name. As for the rest of the citizens and small families in the lands of the two families, they completely ignored it, with even those who were already serving in the standing army began to escape in one way or another. They said it wasn't their fight as began to look forward to the day when they would become vassals of the Burton family. The economic renaissance that took place in the city of Jura and the surrounding lands were not hidden from anyone. The Burton family lands are heaven where no one sleeps hungry. The two families didn't like that very much and started dispatching troops to the near cities to force the recruiting process, but they were met with riots instead, and many died in the process. Losing hope in them and not wanting to exhaust their current army before the Burtons arrive, they gave up on them, while starting to toss out promises and threats about what will happen after the calamity is over. The royal family also replied that this was a personal matter that had nothing to do with them, and if they are really traitors that didn't help, then they deserve it. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Meanwhile, Saint David and his army have already reached the lands of the Towie family, and a day later Patriarch Brian also reached the lands of Marquis Rufus, and they began to directly pass through all the castles and cities on their way. If this had happened earlier, everyone living in these lands would have stepped up to defend with all their might so that a foreign army would not enter their lands and shame them. Every city and every fortress would have attacked, using whatever they have to slow down the invasion. But not this time. Most cities welcomed the Burton family's army by throwing roses instead of arrows, and especially St. David's army, who was attacking the Towie family. He wasn't like Patriarch Brian, who seemed to love collecting cities along his way, and would often go sideways. St. David Burton was keeping a straight line with a quick march right towards the Towie headquarters at their main city. Seeing that the invasion was serious and that no one came to the rescue, the two families sent messengers to negotiate with David and with Patriarch Brian, but all the messengers were killed. The response was too direct. The Burton family did not come for lands, taxes, or punishments. They came to kill. Under the banner of victory or death, the saints and knights of the two families led sporadic and swift attacks on the two incoming armies with the intention of exhausting them. But the presence of the Fire and Wind Knights notified this plan completely and even reversed it against them, after many of their knights ended up being killed in every attack. On the 4th day of the invasion, Marquis Towie assembled an army of 50,000 soldiers, 90 of whom were surnamed Towie, and headed to meet the Burton troops that are approaching the capital of his lands. Although it is considered a suicidal move to march with such a small army to battle the Burtons, which were already famous for being specialized in destroying armies much larger than their own, it was not in his hand. Even the savage mercenaries that are greedy for gold all the time refused to join him. Now all he could count on were the 13 saints in his family and his personal strength as a level 29 saint. But his dreams were smashed to pieces after a quarter of an hour from the start of the battle. The Burton family's army was simply too strong for them to handle. The 50,000 of his soldiers surrendered almost immediately after the Fire Knights began to move and killed a few thousand of them. Then they went on and attacked the Towie family's knights and saints directly, killing most of them using their teamwork and the overbearing might of the three major heavenly law techniques, and using the level 25 Saint David as the head of the spear against the other enemy saints. But unfortunately, the Marquis himself, two other high-leveled saints, three middle-leveled saints, and a few high-leveled knights managed to escape before they were completely besieged. Saint David and his army did exactly what Robin asked, and even some more, a legendary crushing victory with no losses. In this battle, no talismans were used. The Towie family, which has maintained their position for thousands of years as a Marquis family, is no more. The family that looked at everyone with disdain, the family that attacked and seized a large piece of the Burtons' lands 20 years ago without needing a reason other than they were stronger, has completely fallen in 4 days. And without the shedding of a drop of blood or the loss of a single gold coin worth of equipments or talismans. The news of the conquest of the Towie family, which was described as unique in history, spread like wildfire. The elimination of a huge Marquis family, as if they were walking for a picnic. Another legend was added to the military achievements of the Burton family, and their image blazed in front of everyone even more. But the sons of the Rufus family did not receive the news the same way as the others. Every word they heard about this matter sounded like a death sentence. Th small cap is chapter is UPD a T letter 1D07D by N0VI FI artep enet. Especially the news that says that all those who bear the name of the Towie family were sent to work in the mines or to be sold in the slave markets. The position of the Rufus family at present was not much better, even though Patriarch Brian has only 70,000 soldiers and still has not reached the heart of their capital yet. So far they have only been able to assemble 60,000 soldiers, and their morale was already extremely low before. Then what morale to speak of right now after this news? When they lose the inevitable loss, will they be treated the same? But the animosity between the Burton family and the Towie family is well known and justified. It can be said that the Towie family started bullying 20 years ago and killed tens of thousands of the Burtons. They basically have their number back then. And some could even say that they deserve what happened. But what about them? What did the Rufus family do to deserve this fate? And one day after the news of the downfall of Marquis Towie, when everyone's morale was at its lowest point, Marquis Towie personally arrived in their main family city with a few saints and a handful of knights. He decided that this would be his last stronghold and came to fight with them to the last breath. Perhaps a miracle will happen after uniting the powers of the upper icons. In fact, the situation got worse, as everyone started talking that harboring the Towie family's descendants was an additional provocation to the Burton family and that their punishment would now be doubled. The idea of victory never crossed anyone's mind. Just how bad the defeat was and how ugly the consequences will be. On that very day, news began to spread around the city that the dispute with the Burton family was due to the stupid son of the Marquis, who had caused problems with Caesar Burton in the past. He also made matters worse and tried to kill an important person from the Burton family inside the Bradley military institution and once more in the middle of the streets of Jura. The news also stated that other than this, the Burtons have no other issue with the Rufus family. They only want justice for the repeated provocation. It was Patriarch Brian who announced that at the cities he captured, but it was unknown who was the one that spread the news among the public and among the members of the army in such a fast and efficient manner as for its effect on the public, it can be imagined. Our family is threatened with extermination because of the idiot son of the Marquis. Is that it? Their fear turned into hatred, the shiver in their spines turned into boiling blood in their veins. The city started a revolt. People went out in the streets, burning everything in it, and attacking the fortified inner area where the Marquis and his close family lived. The soldiers also laid down their arms, refusing to participate in the incoming battle, and demanded that Remus, son of Marquis Rufus, must be handed over to the Burton family as an offering, and to kick out the refugees from the Towie family from their lands, then start to negotiate with the Burtons after that. Facing such a general outburst just 2 days before the decisive confrontation, the The Marquis ordered the knights to go out to the streets and kill all the rebels, and behead every traitor who refuses to obey orders in the army. But they refused. After 2 or 3 days they will die in battle or live homeless in the corners of some foreign lands as refugees anyway, so why would they kill their own kin now? For what? Nothing would change if the public carried their weapons or not. Also, how can they punish them when they are also thinking the same thing? Former Marquis Towie gazed down from the palace balcony at the city that was burning even before the enemies could reach it, and saw how the Rufus family knights were so indecisive. Are those the ones who he threw his all with? How are those going to defend the city versus the Burtons when they already burning it? But where else would he go? No one in the kingdom would choose to refugee him and make enemies out of the Burtons for no reason. Even the royal family abandoned him. If this city also falls, then he will be doomed to live as a stray dog with no home and be hunted down everywhere he goes. Blood rushed to his head, and with a fit of rage, he ordered his knights and saints to go down immediately to carry out the orders of Marquis Rufus, and take control of the city and restore order before the hostile army reached them. All the Towie family knights and saints, and the city moved and started attacking the revolting citizens with full force. But his decision proved to be the worst decision that could be made at the moment. The knights of the Rufus family finally moved, but this time to defend their families from the outsiders who were committing crimes in their own city. They attacked the few Towie family knights and killed them all. Seeing their relatives killed, the Towie family saints attacked the knights of the Rufus family in a fit of rage, but their numbers were simply too large for them to handle, and a few Rufus family saints came to help. A massive battle broke out inside the city, but it also subsided in the blink of an eye. The results are that only Marquis Towie was the only one left alive of his family's upper icons. But when he entered the War Council dome, he found Marquis Maximus Rufus still sitting on the main seat of the oval table. But this time, a long blade pierced his heart from behind, and behind him stood Julius Rufus looking at him with fierce eyes like a hungry wolf. The level 28 saint and the second most powerful saint in the family has finally made a move. Betrayal. The word exploded in Marquis Towie's head as he turned around and rushed towards the city walls to try to escape. But all the saints and knights of the Rufus family chased him down for 2 full hours until they finally caught him and cut off his head. The madness didn't stop there. All the sons of the former Marquis, including Remus and all his close associates of knights and saints, were captured over the next 2 days and were publicly beheaded. After 2 days, when Patriarch Brian arrived at the city's doorstep, he did not find an army trying to stop him. Rather, he found all the doors open, and in front of them, many knights and saints were lined up in a full bowing position. In front of them are more than 100 heads placed on spears, and under each head, the name of its owner was written with blood. This is exactly the situation as I see it. The patriarch called Robin and began telling him what is happening in the lands of the Rufus family, and now the new representative of the family, Julius Rufus, has completely surrendered. Honestly, their strength freaks me out. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but Julius Rufus has arranged his men in a manner that is very intimidating even in bowing position. The numbers of knights and saints here are too much. None of them decided to leave the city, and I fear none of them will leave it if we attack now. If they decide to fight to the last breath from behind the city walls, they would have caused us a lot of losses. What do you think we should do now? Excellent, everything is excellent. We should accept their surrender, of course, provided that all the saints and knights in their family swear allegiance to us and not leak our secrets. Tell them we will help and strengthen their family and give them even more lands to rule if they worked well under our banner. The reply came quickly. Boy, honestly tell me the truth, were you expecting this? Asked the patriarch, leaving the saints and the knights of the Rufus family still in bowing position. Robin was the one who told him to take it easy in his march towards them as much as possible and just try to show the strength of the army, and now with his arrival, he found this sight that he would never have dared to dream of one day. Marquis Maximus Rufus. This person would not have bothered to greet him if he had seen him in the streets 20 years ago, and now his head is placed on a spike in front of his city as a sacrifice to calm his anger and stop the war. The patriarch until now still has not been able to comprehend what is going on. Ha ha ha, I just had a hunch. An old family such as them would refuse to get exterminated because of such a silly reason, or that's what I was hoping at least. I think they do still have smart and decisive people in their family, and those people will be one of our strongest allies in the future. The important thing is, if they accept our terms, send them to the Oath Pyramid in Jura and send a saint from our family to accompany them and follow through the whole process until the last of them swears the right oath. You have Billy in your army, right? Send him with them, he would be perfect for the task. Send wolves to our empty city. What if they tried to escape or make a move on the city? No, no, I will wait for the Fire Legion and the rest of the family's saints to gather here and send them with them as escorts. The patriarch immediately refused. No need, they surrendered on their own. If they wanted to escape, they would have done that already. As for plying any tricks, just make sure you encircle the city and have the families of saints and knights under house arrest before they leave to Jura. That will be enough to make sure they won't play any games. Arrest their families, muttered the patriarch. Honestly, I thought about it the moment you suggested sending them with Billy alone, but I am afraid to try something like this. I fear that the peaceful situation may turn into war and all of them attack us. The numbers of knights and saints by my side are not that many to try to force something on them, and seeing the knights and saints of the Towie family, I think I would still have a hard time even if do have much more backup. Don't worry, they wouldn't choose the fighting option unless we go too far. If they wanted to fight, they wouldn't have killed their Marquis and their backup from the Towie family. Just know that if you are afraid, then they are terrified. Do it as I told you, and you won't find any resistance. So be it. The patriarch didn't argue anymore as he closed the communication line, looked towards the magnificent sight of all those saints and knights bowing in front of him, one last time as if he wanted to burn it into his memory, then walked toward Julius Rufus, who was 2 levels stronger than him, with shaky steps but excited mind. Hundreds of kilometers to the east, Robin is sitting on his bed in his own tent. The faint glow of the ring on his hand has finally disappeared. Who was this, Robin? Mila, who was lying next to him in her revealing underwear, asked in a low voice. Just another moment and I will answer, my beautiful Mila. Robin chuckled, then put his soul sense into his ring again. Peon, can you hear me? Yes, father, give me your orders. Words that popped into Robin's head were from Peon. The patriarch's army will stay in the lands of the Rufus family for quite a few days until the matters of the oath, stabilizing authority, and resources keys handover, etc. is done. I know that these people have almost annihilated your family, but as they surrendered, I can't have you kill them all. You may search for the familiar faces that hurt you most and kill them, even if they are saints. Don't hesitate to vent your anger and close that page of your history. In the meantime, I want you to begin to search for your kin. A good part of them must have been sold into slavery in the Duchy of Bradley, especially in the lands of the Rufus family. You can take full advantage of the Wind Legion members with you in this mission, and reallocate a few thousand soldiers of the army to help you. Make them work for their food instead of sitting in tents. Gather what you can from your family, and buy the freedom of whomever you can. There is no limit to the amount of gold you can use. Oh, your old family lands are under Galen's control now after he attacked the Lying Water Kingdom. Go there and look for any surviving members of your Camden family, and also gather the small families who have sworn their allegiance to you. I think you get the idea. Gather them all back under your banner, and do it quickly. Robin didn't know that Peon burst into tears in these moments of silence. In fact, even Peon hadn't thought of freeing and gathering his people until this moment. He knows that there are likely hundreds, if not thousands of them, are alive somewhere. After achieving victory, selling the defeated enemies as slaves is much more profitable than killing them, especially in the wars that start for benefits, no vengeance. Freeing a large number of particular slaves would surely cost a lot of gold and human resources in the searching process, however. Robin opened the gates to all the resources for him, then Peon continued. I will gladly accept the matter about freeing my people, but please don't worry about my revenge, father. If I found that it would cause harm to your plans or ignite the war again, I will just forget about it. I have my new life now, and it isn't half bad. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1D04 small cap H. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap R. Small cap IS. Letter 1D1C. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D05. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07. Small cap B. Small cap Y. N0V3L. FI RTEP ENET. Good. Robin smiled from ear to ear hearing this, then he ended the call and exclaimed, Hey, what a nice day. Hey, what is going on over there? Is everything all right? Mila asked again, this time in an angry tone. Robin turned to her and looked at her exposed body from top to bottom, then nodded vigorously and seriously. Yes, yes, there are many things that happened and many things are going to happen. A lot of great news. But it's so secret I can't say it out loud like this. Someone might hear us. Lay on your back and open your legs and let me whisper the news between them. It's my new secret communication technique. A communication technique that needs for opening my legs, ha. Mila asked with a charming smile, then slapped Robin on the forehead, dropping him off the bed. Keep the news for yourself and tell me after marriage then. Damn it, woman. If you don't want to do it with me, then get the hell out of my bed or at least wear something. How many times am I going to say it to you? I'm a man of flesh and blood. Stop doing this. Robin got up irritated and threw a pillow at her. Mila has started following this nerve-damaging method recently. When she sees him heading to sleep, in seclusion, or any place where he is alone in general. She goes and spends time around him almost without any clothes, tempting him to do everything with her. And indeed, everything is available, except for the last step. This is what you have gained on yourself, you selfish bastard. Mila grabbed the same pillow and threw it at him. Me, what did I do? Robin asked, surprised, and let the pillow hit his face. What did you do? Tell me, what is the matter with all those saints who appeared in the Burton family in the recent years, huh? All of them had their energy, aura, and Law's techniques have changed. Each of them could fight someone a whole level higher than him now. You are saying that this happened without your interference. Do you think I am blind? I can't believe you invented something like this for saints and didn't tell me, your fiancé. Milo exploded, then took a deep breath and continued. I already swore on an oath tablet years ago to keep your secrets before I was allowed to start working on the talismans. Why are you still hiding things from me that many others know? It's not fair. Even if I'm not your fiancé, I'm still working hard for you, you cold-hearted bastard. Aha, it's about that. Robin started to rub his head in embarrassment at Mila's explosion. It seems that she had been fed up and was waiting for an opportunity to let it all out. Then he continued, since when has this matter bothered you? Months, years, why didn't you speak until now? If you were interested, you would have noticed on your own, Mila said in a low voice, and then I looked in front of her again, her naked, alluring back facing him. Robin looked at Mila's gorgeous back, then gave a long sigh and said nothing. He had no defense for himself. She simply didn't cross his mind as he tried to come up with ideas to strengthen the Burton family and his adopted children. You are always so honest, to the point of being blatantly rude at times, and you tell the truth no matter the outcome. So let me ask you something, Mila continued, now that you have come this far, strengthened the family, and eliminated all your old enemies, added more lands and riches. You have basically nothing in mind after this war. Would you ever set the wedding date? Once again, Robin was left speechless. He will go to another world after the war, and there is a big chance he wouldn't ever return, so how does he choose the date of the wedding? On top of that, he knows that even if he did not have this task, he would not have appointed the wedding date either, and he would have given other excuses such as being busy with research or something else like that. In fact, he had the opportunity to complete the marriage more during the past few years, but he was finding excuses for himself to postpone. That is what I thought, Mila muttered after Robin's long silence. I'm starting to feel like you see me as a gold digger, and that I'm stuck with you to get something out of you for myself or my family. Robin, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Mila Bradley, the first successor of the Bradley's Duke family, the #1 beauty in the kingdom, and also the #1 genius in terms of martial arts, and the youngest human to achieve level 25 of sainthood in the last 10,000 years of the 8 Kingdoms' history. No, Mila, I haven't forgotten how you are. Robin sighed and spoke at last. Huh, even I didn't know that. Mila was surprised by Robin's reply. So what is wrong with you? It is clear you have searched well, and you know you won't find a better woman than me. Why are you still behaving so cautiously with me? What else do I need to do or prove? I don't expect you to be romantic. I know that we weren't engaged because we were in love, but at least our relationship should always be one with respect. As you see me as the best fit for you, I also see you as the only man who deserves to see me naked. I contribute my time, talent, and soul power to enlarging and managing the Rune Academy for you. I worked hard every single day and finally became the best rune master after you, surpassing even Zara. And I contribute my strength by fighting for you in your unstopping wars, starting from Dalavar back then and until this very moment. And what do I receive for all of this? You are giving your best creations to old men and women you have only seen once or twice in your life, rather than me who swore to keep your secrets. Even the energy cultivation technique you developed when you were still a kid, you barely gave it to me when you decided to hand it over to your thousands of special forces. You never even speak to me about your ideas or future plans. You think I'm too stupid to understand them. I know you think you are the smartest person in the world, and you probably are, but this is too much. Is this the respect you show me after everything I'm doing for you? Mila shouted without a pause. Again, Robin didn't know what to say. In fact, he himself doesn't know why he doesn't try to help her in anything personal, even with the fact that her being stronger will be better for him. Maybe because she just doesn't appear in his mind when he decides those things. Maybe because he doesn't have deep feelings for her. Maybe because he hates being the weak side in the relationship and wants to catch up with her faster so that he imposes his will on her and not be thrown off the bed, as is happening to him now. But it certainly did not occur to him that she is following him because she was a gold digger or that she wants to drain him for her benefit. In fact, he is the one who benefits from her since the beginning of this relationship. Never mind, keep your silence. Mila stood up and started getting dressed. Consider the marriage cancelled. I will help you until all your present wars are over and you go back to Jura City. Then I will leave for my family's home. Mila, don't exaggerate now. A while ago you were sleeping next to me naked. What happened to you all of a sudden? Robin was trembled after hearing this. This is not a product of the moment, but a decision I made a while ago. You treated me like that when you still needed the Bradleys. Then what will happen after having such force around you now? I'm not that cheap. I hope that with me gone out of your sight, and with no obligation or benefit needed from my family, you will think more objectively about this matter, Robin, and if one day you realize my worth, wanted me for me, and decided to treat me with the respect I deserve. You know where to find me. Until then, consider the topic closed and it will not be opened again. Mila spoke slowly as she put on her last piece of clothing, then walked over to Robin and patted him on the cheek. There is another thing who said I'd stop sleeping naked next to you. Until I go back to my family home, I'm going to sleep like this every night next to you. You may take it as my revenge. Ha ha ha. Pie. Robin followed her butt with full focus as she swayed out of the tent, then about 5 minutes later gave a long sigh and said one word, women. 1 week after this conversation, Mila broke through to level 26 of sainthood. Breakthroughs in the realm of sainthood need decades to accomplish, especially the levels above 25. But only 8 years after she broke through to level 25, Mila achieved just that. The energy cultivation technique already had its effect and shortened the time needed by a few years, but this speed while using the Fire Shard's Heavenly Law technique that was full of holes and errors amazed Robin greatly. If she continues at the same pace, she will undoubtedly be able to reach the top of the sainthood before the age of 250, and will have a real chance to discover the third level of her technique and break through to level 31 to become the 9th sage in history who took this difficult path after the ancestors of the 8 royal families. But what surprised him most was that on the same week, she broke through to level 26 in the first try, and without the help of a spirit revitalizing pill. And after that she went back to his tent, got off her clothes all the way to her revealing underwear, and slept next to him almost naked again, as if nothing had happened. In the days that followed the surrender of the Rufus family, there were much more than just Robin's romance problems, but the winds of change hit everyone. General David divided his army into battalions of 10,000 soldiers each and deployed them in every corner of the lands of the Towie family and clean it. On their way to the capital, they took a straight line and subdued just a few cities, so their task this time was to subdue the rest of the cities and the minor nobles in the lands, and to search for everything bearing the name Towie to send him to work forever in the mines or to sell him as a slave. No one was safe in this campaign. As for Patriarch Brian, things went better with him after the Saints and the Knights of the Rufus family agreed to take the oath in Jura City under the supervision of Billy Burton and leave their families under the Patriarch's protection until they come back. And everything went smoothly after they did. They all returned from the Jura family as loyal and eternal followers of the Burton family, whether they liked it or not, and their new representative Julius Rufus began to inform the Patriarch of every great matter and small detail in his lands, and revealed to him all the secrets of the family and cities without holding a tiny bit back. Seeing their sincerity, Patriarch Brain returned them their families, stopped any kind of arresting or execution activities, and even gave them the secondary law technique that Robin made for their followers, and reassured them that the position of the head of their family Marquis would remain the same, and even ordered to have the lands of the Towie family be under their temporary control as well. As for Peon, with the tremendous help that Robin provided him in terms of money and men, his mission went smoothly. He sent advertisements and posters for the entire Duchy of Bradley, saying that he was willing to buy anyone that pair the family name Camden at 10 times the price of an ordinary slave, and he sent Knights of the Wind Legion to investigate every slave market and each slave merchant, and he even sent a small army to the former Camden lands as they began to search for more of his kin. And with this, he managed to gather more than 4,000 sons for the Camden family without using much time, and there are still indications that he will gather even more. Long-separated sons and fathers, husbands and wives, brothers and sister, finally managed to meet again. But after the initial hugs and cries of joy, terror struck their hearts. The first reaction of the members of the Camden family, when they found their masters hurrying to sell them and gather them in one place, is that the Rufus family regretted turning them into slaves and wanted to thoughtfully annihilate every single one of them. But even though none of them did something about it, there was not a single knight or a saint among them, as they all died in that battle, and many of them had their wills broken after living as slaves for more than a decade. They just wanted to enjoy each other's company till the slaughter day, but it never came. Finally able to manage some time off, Peon visited the camp and announced his identity, and that they are all safe and under his protection as the Wind Legion commander, and under the protection of the whole Burton family. All of them went dumbstruck. They have been living as slaves in the Duchy of Bradley for nearly 15 years and know full well what the name Burton means, and they also heard about the legendary Fire, Wind, and Darkness legions that became extremely famous lately, and one of them was the commander of one of the 3 legions. This was too good to be true. Peon kept looking around him, looking into the eyes of his family members, but only seeing self-depreciation and ridicule, no hope and terror even after his announcement. It made his heart ache. This is the consequence of being enslaved for too long. Their spirits are broken. But things got much better when some of the high-class members of the family recognized Peon and affirmed his identity as their prince. Extreme confusion, then extreme joy struck them hard as they started weeping loud. It was all over now. For them, the tragedy of this family has finally reached its end. But in Peon's heart, he knew he would have been like them if his master didn't buy him first. He swore in his heart to return them their lost pride. Happy with the results and busy interacting and reassuring his long-lost kin, Peon even forgot that he got permission to hunt down and kill who hurt him back then. Days passed slowly but full of events. And on the day that marked the passage of an entire month since the end of the conquest of the 2 Marquis families, the Burton family's army disappeared into darkness without warning. A few days later, far east of the Duchy of Alton. Ha ha ha, welcome back, Patriarch. St. David stood up to greet the Patriarch after entering the commander's tent above the hill. Tusk, next time you are the one going for the faraway missions. I'm too old for this. Haha, the Patriarch also chuckled and shook hands with David, then turned to look to the side. You brat, why did you request to gather the entire army here again at full speed? Do you have information that we will receive another invasion? A few days ago, Robin contacted the Patriarch and St. David and told them to gather all the forces and gather with him as soon as possible, but he did not give reasons. Hee hee, you look nice too, uncle. You came at the right time. I will explain everything to you. But won't you introduce us to your friend? Robin smiled, looking at the people who entered behind the Patriarch. Some of them are the saints from the Burton family who went with him, but one of them is an unfamiliar man that he sees for the first time, a handsome-looking middle-aged man with sharp-sided mustaches, and his aura is undoubtedly the strongest in this tent. A level 28 saint. Aha, this one. The Patriarch took 2 steps back and put his hand on the stranger's shoulder. Let me introduce you. This is Julius Rufus, the current Patriarch of the glorious Rufus family. Little brother Julius, this is Robin Burton I spoke to you about. Robin Burton, oh no, I mean your excellency. Robin Burton. Julius advanced and gave a small bow. I've always wondered how the Burton family could move their army with the intention of annihilating us because we had shown intent to kill 2 young men. I kept asking myself, why would the Burtons become absolute enemies with us when there was no harm done? But when Brother Brian told me about your other identity, I finally understood. Fate has played its game on Maximus and his son. They were sentenced to death since they chose you as a target. Wait, who do you call brother, little boy? The Patriarch laughed. Don't believe him. Everyone, Julius Rufus is still not over 500 years old yet. He is a real genius, and surely he'll reach the pinnacle of sainthood one day. Call me big brother or uncle, you kid. Haha. Oh, looks like the Rufus family would have gone through a change of leadership even if we don't get involved then. There's no need for formalities, Marquis. We are all on the same side now. Maybe that game of fate on your former Patriarch will benefit your family even more in the future. Robin laughed in return, but then his face suddenly froze and asked, but may I ask, what are you doing in this tent? Julius Rufus smiled. I'm here for the same reason you said, Your Excellency. I'm here for a better future. We have already sworn allegiance to the Burton family for 1,000 years, and we decided that we will do it in the best way possible. Just hope Your Excellency won't be stingy with us and will grant us this opportunity. Julius's answer made Robin raise his eyebrows. When Marquis Julius learned that we were leaving his lands and regrouping here, he asked to come with us. He said that he will bring with him 9 middle-leveled and high-leveled saints, and he brought with him 400 knights and 40,000 soldiers. I saw no reason to refuse, so I allowed him. The Patriarch intervened and explained. Robin became even more surprised. He didn't come alone. Even with the oath that restricted their freedom and made them absolutely loyal, the Burton family was supposed to be hated to the core by them now. And this is exactly why Robin didn't think about calling them to help him in wars anytime soon. There is no point in bringing someone to fight a war in this way. Even if they accepted and executed every order perfectly, morale is what wins you battles, not numbers. They would only be a burden and weakness in the formation, and nothing more. The plan was to leave them in their lands to administer it on his behalf, and to send him its taxes and riches annually, maybe even use them as a shield if they ever faced a threat from the north. In his eyes, they were nothing more than that. And perhaps with the passage of years, they will forget the humiliation that was brought on them from this war, and the benefits from being a vassal of the Burtons would soften their hearts. Only in this way the two families might get closer to each other, and only after that would he take their presence into account when he plans a war. But now they are the ones who took the initiative to join him. Robin looked long at Julius Rufus, who was still smiling in front of him. This guy isn't simple. If it were up to me, I would have brought with me the rest of my saints and the family's knights. But as your excellency know, we need troops now in our lands, now more than ever, to help you secure the Burtons' position as our new masters, despite the acts of some small rebellions of a minority fools in the family. And also to help your excellency in securing the control of the former lands of the Towie family. There's a lot going on there, and it got worse when brother David withdrew his army. Marcos spoke to Robin. Oh, of course I understand. If you didn't keep enough troops there yourself, I would have ordered the return of part of your army. You have obviously thought of everything, St. Julius. It seems I will enjoy your company. Robin muttered, smiling, and then pointed toward the table. Please take a seat, all of you gentlemen. Let us begin our meeting. Here we are. Patriarch Brian moved to the nearest chair. Can you now tell us why you have gathered the army here? Please be patient, Uncle Brian. Can any of you make a full report about our combined army, just so everyone knows the military situation before we go any further, said Robin. 320,000 soldiers, including about 20,000 cavalry, 1,000 knights who use minor heavenly laws, about 3,200 knights who use major heavenly laws, 21 saints, and finally, about 70,000 fire explosion talismans, with an abundance of all the other kinds talismans with a few thousand each. Everyone gave a long sigh after hearing those numbers, especially Marquis Julius. 3,200 knights who use major heavenly laws. What kind of concept is this? In his way here, he kept asking Patriarch Brian about everything that concerns the Burtons, and the Patriarch wasn't stingy in his replies. His mind was blown when he heard that the three famous legions all use major heavenly law. Until this moment, he just can't find it in himself to accept it. Even ignoring their major heavenly laws, the army now contains more than 4,000 knights. These numbers of knights do not even appear in the wars between the duchies, and 70,000 talismans. How can any army withstand the reign of 70,000 fire talismans? Only now, not only did he was assured that his decision was the best, but it was also the only one good. Robin nodded with a smile, reassured after hearing the current state of the army, and you all don't have to worry about the fire explosion talisman situation either. We have much more than just 70,000 now. Oh, the Patriarch was surprised. Are you sure? I was supervising the rune masters before the war began, and there was only the quantity we took with us. Where did more come from? I issued an order that all the rune masters are to only and intensively work on the fire explosion talismans. 40 days have passed since, and a week ago the first batch of their products arrived. The quantity that reached us was 120,000 level 6 fire explosion talismans, and a few thousand level 10 fire explosion talismans. What? How can the 480 masters of inscriptions produce an average of 4,000 talismans per day? Everyone was shocked by this number, 120,000 talismans in 1 month. This is normal after practicing the soul-strengthening technique all these years. Now the worst one of them can make 5 level 6 fire explosion talismans per day 1, and many of the rune masters can make up to 15 level 6 fire explosion talismans per day. When we take out all the more difficult runes from the equation and focus their entirety on the level 6 fire explosion talismans, this result is only to be expected. Robin answered straight away and then continued. So we currently have 190,000 talismans of the level 6 fire explosion talismans. This, the Patriarch muttered to himself, this was just too much. Then asked, what do you intend to do with all this? Robin stood up and walked up to the map, then moved the pieces east. We'll conquer the Lying Water Kingdom. As I expected, David sighed. I also think it's a good opportunity, but I don't think Duke Galen Bradley and Duke Raymond Alton would be happy when you break the agreement like that. The Patriarch knocked on the table. Even Mila furrowed her eyebrows a little after hearing this. The agreement was that Robin would take part pieces of their old lands in exchange for his assistance in helping them divide the Lying Water lands between the two of them. If Robin broke that agreement and jumped in with them, he will surely demand a piece of the new cake. This will mess everything up. You think the agreement didn't break when we had to fight 3 armies with a total of 500,000 soldiers for them? If we kept the original agreement and kept watching, there might not be anything called the Bradley or the Alton duchies. Robin snorted as he rested his back on the chair. Then he continues, but don't think too much. It's not like I want to break our relations with them or something like that. I was in contact with both dukes during this last period. After our great victories here, the pressure greatly eased on them, and they were able to advance again and managed to control 50 of the 2 duchies they are invading. But their fire explosion talismans completely ran out. And the Middle Duchy Harris gave up the dreams of the counter-conquest after we destroyed their main army here, and began to send reinforcements again to the other 2 duchies. Even the other noble families there seemed to finally realize the bad situation and began to send reinforcements too. With this new situation, it became impossible for Duke Galen and Duke Raymond to keep pushing forward. They both had to stop at where they are and try to fortify a few citadels to defend what they got. But for how long can they hold their position with no talismans? There is one more option, though. We intervene. If we cut through the Duchy of Harris and put pressure on the other 2 duchies from the middle, that will give Duke Galen and Duke Raymond a chance to catch their breath and move forward again. The situation there is that bad? Mila asked, worried. Her father did not tell her anything every time she tries to contact him, for fear that she would worry about them and try to catch up with them in the fire pit they throw themselves in. Patriarch Brian nodded heavily. It is natural that their talisman's supply would end. We saw with our own eyes part of the enemy's strategies to increase the consumption of the fire explosion talismans and know how effective it is. The fact that they occupied 50 of their target before their talisman's stoke ended indicates the strategically genius of both of them. Then, what is the plan? Did you agree with them on something? Mila rolled her eyes at him. Then just send them the 190,000 fire explosion talismans you already have as well, and it will be enough. There will be no need for you to march the Burton army and invade the Duchy of Harris. Actually, if you kept providing them 120,000 fire explosion talismans a month, they will be able to invade the Duchy of Harris as well. Everyone's features froze, actually. They thought of this the moment Robin mentioned the matter of attacking the Duchy of Harris, but they kept their mouths shut because they also understood Robin's true intentions. Robin looked at her with a confused look. Who the hell told you that I'm running a charity here? The Bradleys and the Altons are not his subjects. They didn't swear on an oath tablet to follow the Burtons like the Rufus family did. In his eyes, they are temporary allies, and might even say respectable rivals. So why would he keep feeding them hundreds of thousands of fire explosion talismans? Why would he add more fame and military achievements under their name? Why would he give them more lands when he can take it himself? When everything is over and the 2 families enjoy their moment of fame and power, and it's time to demand repayment, how much of these lands will the 2 families be willing to give him? Robin has already made up his mind when he first heard about the situation of the 2 dukes. I won't go and beg them to give me my share after the war ends. I will go take it myself. I don't need them, they need me. It's time for the Burtons to shine. It's time for me to shine, also. This might be his last time leading the Burton army. He might as well make it worth remembering. Tuska Wolf in a sheep's skin. Actually, Mila understood his intention about wanting a bigger share from the start, but she just didn't like the act that he was doing it out of love and honor. Still, you will give them a total of 120,000 fire explosion talismans, and that isn't a small amount, spoke the patriarch in a low voice. Not long ago you took from Duke Galen about 15 of his old land, and from Duke Raymond about 30. In return you only gave them 60,000 fire explosion talismans. And now we will use our own army as well to help them take the Duchy of Harris out of the equation. I hope you thought well about this. There were other aspects of the agreement that day that included many more details. Why do you degrade them in lands and talismans only? Robin laughed, then added, anyway, don't worry, my new deal with them doesn't put us in a worse position than before, if that's what you're saying. The patriarch raised his shoulders and rested his back on the chair, feeling satisfied. This brat was better at haggling than him. If he is good with it, then there is nothing he should be worried about. Robin stood up with a smile. Very well, if none of you have any more questions, then start dividing our troops into equal 3 armies, even the same amount of saints and knights, talisman, everything. After we have eliminated a large portion of the main forces of the Harris family, we won't face any huge disciplined army that requires our full force. We only need to move fast and annihilate the lesser noble families, and we shouldn't walk into their lands in a straight line and risk being surrounded like what happened with Duke Raymond and Duke Galen. We will enter the duchy from 3 points and eat it from below up. I want every time I look back I find ruins and burned cities. No noble family should be spared to attack us from behind. Please start the preparations from now. We will start the all-out invasion this week. 2 days after this meeting, the division of the troops into 3 armies equal in everything was completed. Then one of the armies, led by St. David and had Billy with him as his assistant, set out towards the southeast. And the second army, led by Patriarch Brian and his assistant Julius Rufus, moved towards the northeast. Their destination was north and south of the Duchy of Harris, but the routes weren't only passed on that. Both their planned routes had many specifically densely populated cities. There is one more reason for that. It was to cut off aid to and from the two neighboring duchies, leaving the middle playground to the third and final army to be led by Robin and assisted by Mila Bradley. After another 4 days, the three armies reached the agreed launching points at the borders with the Duchy of Harris, and after communication between the three of them, the green light for the invasion was given. In the span of 1 day, the three armies stormed the borders guards of the Duchy of Harris at the same time and began attacking all the border cities. In just a day and before anyone could react, the three armies had already taken control of over 10 of the duchy's lands. Fear spread among the citizens of the Duchy of Harris, but not despair. Because the war has been raging in their neighbors' lands for about 2 months, all the nobles inside the Duchy of Harris have put their armies in an active state to prepare themselves for the attack came here too, and to send aid to their two neighbor duchies with haste. Right now, in every Marquis family, Earl family, a Viscount family, and even every Baron family, there are standing armies numbering tens of thousands waiting for orders. And the fact that the stupid enemy has entered with 3 separate armies gave them even more courage. Instead of trying to gather a giant army from all the nobles to fight off the 320,000-strong army, now their forces can confront the incoming enemy alone. Even if the incoming enemies are strong, they are still only 100,000 soldiers. How powerful can they be? Even if they won against 1 or 2 noble families, they wouldn't get too far, or that's what they thought. Soon enough, the 2 reasons they used to reassure themselves were proved to not be working well as they thought. Their standing armies didn't help. The enemy's 3 separated armies didn't weaken them. In the same week, the main armies of 3 Baron families and a Viscount family were destroyed. The least one of them had an army of 60,000 strong, and the most of them was 130,000. The battles were decisive and fast. It seemed like the battle was won the moment a Burton army arrives. The survivors of those battles said that even after applying some strategies to nullify the damage of the fire explosion talismans, it was of no use. The fire explosion talismans still rained down on them in huge numbers. It was as if hell had descended upon them. Knowing the fire explosion talismans proof strategies, and that trying to use fewer amounts of the fire explosion talismans will damage his own army and maybe even stop him earlier, and in order to give themselves bases to defend and walls to sleep behind in this hostile territory, Rabin was not stingy in using the fire explosion talismans this time. In the 4 confrontations, the Burton family's armies used more than 120,000 fire explosion talismans in total. Like the strike of a whip, Duke Harris suddenly found himself losing 40 of his territory in the first week of the invasion. Despair was finally starting to seep into the hearts of the public. If the invader continues at this pace, they will eat the entire duchy in no time. But the experts are reassuring them that this is just temporary momentum that always happens at the beginning of any invasion, and that the invaders certainly no longer have any talismans, and that they will finally have the chance to counterattack. Indeed, the citizens of the Duchy of Harris began to believe them, and morale began to rise. During the following week, none of the enemy's 3 armies advanced again and contented themselves with consolidating the fortresses that they had controlled in absolute silence, like they already had enough and wouldn't advance another step, until the news came that 2 of the 3 armies had united and attacked a Marquis family at the center of the duchy, destroying the 170,000-strong army they have been gathering for the counterattack, and taking full control of their lands. And then they separated again, and one of the 2 armies went back to march north as if nothing had happened. The 3rd week has barely started since the invasion began, but the Burton family has already controlled 65 of the duchy's land. But now, finally, the words of their experts are beginning to come true. In that last battle, Robin used more than 60,000 fire explosion talismans, which wiped out his entire stockpile, and is now left with only a few hundred fire explosion talismans. Robin had a difficult decision to make at this point. He had already destroyed a large portion of the Duke Harris family's army within Duke Alton's lands, killing a few saints and hundreds of knights, and destroying a vast army of 300,000 soldiers, while seizing most of their war horses and categorized armaments. So if he now moves forward, even regardless of the talismans, there is a good chance that he will be able to exterminate what is left of the Harris family and take hold of the heart of the duchy. But even rabbits bite when cornered. To begin a final fight against the ancient Harris family, who are fighting for survival and without any fire explosion talismans, will inflict massive losses to the Burtons even if they win in the end. This conquest is for the sake of benefits and influence and is not a matter of life or death for the Burtons, so the victory in this way is not needed. It will be a loss actually. And indeed, in the end, Robin made up his mind and stopped any advancing after that point. But the battles did not stop. Due to the rapid advance, the three armies only cared about the forces of the major families and ignored the smaller subordinate families and ignored the rebellions of the mortals, simply letting everything burn behind them. So after another week of fortifications along the front, with what was left of the Duchy of Harris, Robin commanded to look back a little and begin to deal with the locals and sub-families. An announcement was made for everyone in the duchy, especially for those who control more than 50 men under them. It's content that the Burtons didn't come here to destroy, but to build, not to steal, but to enrich, and that they don't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. If they submitted to their new rulers, their position and their family and follower will be saved. If not, they will either be exterminated or sent to be sold as slaves. As for the benefits offered by Reuben to the sub-families, they were extremely generous that even their duke didn't give them, much less an invader. And most of them already heard about what the Burtons had done in the lands they had taken from Dolivar and the extent of the Renaissance they had brought about to the locals there, so they know this announcement was no joke. That's why many of them submitted without a fight. As for those who wanted victory or death, the Wind Legion intelligence did what they have to do with them. It can be said that the slaves market in Jura City has lately become the most crowded market in the entire Black Sun Kingdom. These internal matters and the attempt to subjugate the lands went smoothly for the Burtons, but it provoked the ire of Duke Harris, who considered it an insult to his existence, and that the Burton family had already considered these lands their own. But it was also good news that the invasion has now stopped. But thank the heavens that the Burtons were stupid enough to open another front and keep themselves busy there. Now that the three fronts have finally stopped, it's time to coordinate a counterattack to push them back. But the period of dreams and short rest was quickly over. The Altons and Bradley's armies began to move again, using tens of thousands of talismans to slash their way forward like a hot knife in a cheese block. Finally, the two dukes received the level 6 fire explosion talismans that the Burtons' rune masters have been working on for a whole month. And because the rune masters didn't have to make level 10 fire explosion talismans this time, the total they made during the month amounted to 140,000 6th level fire explosion talismans. And 70,000 fire explosion talismans were sent to each duke, which is approximately the same number they had when the war started. And after coordination between the two of them, another wave of invasion began against their oblivious enemy. The people of the Lying Water Kingdom were certain and assured that the two dukes did not have any fire explosion talismans left with them after they fought several battles against them during the past month. Every time the Black Sun Kingdom's forces would try to minimize its losses if they win and retreat if they get hammered, they didn't fire a single fire explosion talisman at them, no matter what. Even when a marquis attacked one of Duke Raymond's fortress, killed a few thousands, and forced them to abandon on their mighty fortresses, there was no reply whatsoever. But now, out of nowhere, the nightmare returned. They were surprised when the rain of fire explosion talismans fell again upon their heads like thunderbolts, destroying their formations as they destroyed their body parts. The advance was so sudden and so fast that no one was able to react in time. In just 3 days, the two dukes and their armies had arrived at the capitals of the two duchies. But they were both much stingier in using the fire explosion talismans in their advance than the Burtons, which caused too many deaths among their ranks doing so, and when they finally arrived near the capital, they had the same choice to make as Robin. To wait and plan a more efficient, bloodless way, or finish the war in one stroke, and they both chose just the opposite from Robin. It was time to end this. Taking more time means more variables. No one knows when the royal family of the Lying Water finally have enough and declare a royal war. At least they must sever one of their arms before that happens. The cruelest battle since the beginning of the war has finally broken out outside the gates of the two duchies, capital cities. Hundreds of thousands of human bodies clashed to create an epic of fire and blood. All that is left of the talismans were used in both battles, but they were not enough to come close to victory. The situation was just as Robin predicted. Battles like this, battles when such a huge family is on the brink of life or death, strength and strategies on the battlefield won't matter much. It is just like when the Towie family attacked the Burtons and broke their army, but the Burtons still managed to fight back desperately and hold enough lands to stay as an earldom. The Marquis family didn't see that coming. Not the Burtons themselves actually knew they can do it. Being emotionally charged is far more dangerous than being armored with all the weapons in the world. The two battles at the capitals lasted for 3 consecutive days, and hundreds of thousands of victims fell on all sides. Finally, at the dawn of the fourth day, the results of the first battle appeared. The Duke of Bradley managed to win a difficult victory after losing half of his army that reached the capital. Of the 500,000 troops he gathered and entered the lying Water Kingdom's lands with, only 150,000 of them left alive. But they inflicted much more damage to their already wounded foes. They were able to kill most of their saints and knights before the rest managed to flee for their lives, and within another 2 hours, the capital was overrun. And small troops were immediately sent to subdue what was left of the duchy. The Bradleys finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. But it wasn't the case for their allies. Duke Alton's battle went on for an extra day with no clear victor. On the fifth day, the saints of the Alton family managed to deal a decisive blow to the cavalry of their enemy, restraining one of their most important arms and forcing the enemy army to retreat slowly and fortify behind the formidable walls of the capital. This wasn't the best possible idea for the retreating duke, but it was the only one. As soon as they entered and closed the gates, Duke Raymond Alton gave the green light to besiege the capital, using flaming arrows and catapults, and all possible means to destroy the capital and make life in it impossible. And he had what he wanted. 1 week later, the capital also fell, and no one survived except for some saints and knights from the enemies who managed to escape. And they both fled directly to the Middle Duchy, the Duchy of Harris, to serve as their last hope to try to recover what they lost. But they just didn't know, the situation there was no better. Robin had already requested an urgent batch from the Talisman Masters and told them to send whatever they managed to make until now. And the first batch had arrived. 60,000 fire explosion talismans has refreshed his stockpile. While Duke Harris was delighted with the strong saints and knights reinforcements that came to him, he received terrible news. The 3 armies of the Burton family had united again, and the united army is now advancing toward his capital. Quickly, the public alarm was launched throughout the rest of his lands, with a forced recruitment order for every male who reached the age of more than 10 years, and every female above 14 years of age. Warning of the fate of their brothers in the north and south, it is time to fight to the end for their lands and their freedom. The movements of the Burton family's army were extremely slow, which helped Duke Harris a lot in gathering more soldiers than he already have, all nobles and non-nobles. Even old women choose to go to the army and defend the capital. Within 1 week of the buildup, the army that was stationed ahead of the Harris capital had already reached a stunning number of more than 920,000 soldiers. And finally, the moment of separation has come. The date of the arrival of the Burton family's army, according to the last report, is today. Enthusiasm and boiling blood in the soldiers' veins overcame the fear of what was to come. The sense of defending the homeland and the family, and struggling for freedom, has overshadowed the horror of the fire explosion talismans. Every one of the million-strong army stood their ground with racing heartbeats, holding in their hands some kitchen knives or wood axes devoured by rust. Today there will be a battle that will tear the heavens apart from screams, and the earth will be wet with blood. Everything depends on this one battle. Finally, the hour when the Burton family's army was supposed to arrive, but no one showed up. Another hour passed, 2-6. Darkness has descended, but the army of invaders still has not come. What is happening here? Duke Harris shouted, no news from the new scouting team. This was the 7th scouting team they sent out after they lost contact with the first 6. It's been over an hour since they left, and he still hasn't heard of where the Burton family's army is now or when they will arrive. Another half-day passed in complete silence. The giant army was still on standby, but the enthusiasm had visibly disappeared. Soldiers below the 3rd level of Energy Foundation and mortals were already starting to feel sleepy. My Lord Duke, my Lord Duke. Someone came rushing on a warhorse towards the walls of the capital. Then the knight jumped off him to the top of the wall and knelt before someone sitting on a high throne. I have news from Vucata. Is this a good time to listen to internal problems? The Duke's features reddened. Leave that aside for now. The city is under attack. The knight shouted before the soldiers took him to the side. A Burton family's army of about 50,000 were about to attack the walls when I ran over here. The city is almost empty of soldiers because they're all here. They must have burned the city down by now. What do you say? The Duke stood up and shouted. The city of Vucata was 100 miles north of the capital, and an army of only 50,000. Wasn't the Burton family's army about 300,000? This was not logical at all. During the next 2 hours, similar reports followed. Successively, 4 other cities were attacked, and an army of 50,000 soldiers was spotted heading towards a 6th city. One of those cities is located just 50 miles behind the capital. After another day passed, a loud shriek erupted from atop the capital's main gate. The Duke finally understood what was going on around him. The Burton family's army had allowed its spies and scouting squads to keep tabs on their slow march from day one, until they came within a day's distance from the capital. Then they began hunting down and killing the spies and scouting squads. After they made sure no one is watching anymore, they divided themselves into 6 equal armies and encircled the capital, attacking all the towns and villages around it, taking advantage of the situation as these cities and villages had become defenseless. The operation was carried out with incredible speed and accuracy. In just 48 hours, every inch of the Duchy of Harris, except for the capital, became under the Burtons' rule. Damn it. Duke Harris tried to calm himself a little, but was unsuccessful. Every time he think about it, he feel his blood boiling in his veins. What are these bastards trying to do? What will they gain from controlling villages and cities devoid of equipment and fighting men? This is meaningless. Maybe. They want to starve us. One of the saints spoke. Just the thought made the heads turn gray. The capital currently holds about 1,000,000 more mouths to feed. If the plan is really to besiege and starve them, then. If this is the plan, our situation is not so bad. We have made plans for this and gathered enough food for 3 months. And with the army we can organize raids on them every once in a while to steal more supplies, said the saint in charge of the provisions. That's right, if they are depending on the longer breath strategy, then it might not be the worst situation for us. Yep, that's much better than facing a trained, well-equipped army, with mortals and farmers. That is most likely their goal, nodded one of the defeated dukes, but if they think this is like any other city they are wrong. Whether it's army size, prepared food rations, the numbers of saints and knights. I dare say that as long as the walls are standing and we have an army of this size to defend it, we will never fall. Never. How long can that be? Duke Harris said depressingly, resting his head in his hands. Why doesn't the royal family respond to our distress? Why do they keep saying they can't act without King Geoffrey's orders? So where the hell is the king? At that moment a clear voice echoed, people of the Duchy of Harris, listen carefully to this decree. What? Where does that sound come from? The saints tried to search around for the source, but to no avail. The sound was so clear as if it was right next to them, and yet its source could not be determined. The city of Yark, the city of Tarva, the village of Washin, the village of the voice added another 12 names before he continued. These cities and villages are under the Burton family control now. What? Why didn't anyone tell us? Is this why they didn't arrive at the appointed time? Panic started to spread among the million-strong army, especially among the inhabitants of these places. Then the voice continued. We took these places easily and no one got killed in the process. All the people we found there are alive in captivity, but all of them will be burned on stakes tomorrow morning. My sons. You animals. My wife, my mother, my wife, my. Nearly 1/4 of the million-strong army started shouting in denial and anger, and soon after the initial breakdown, they started weeping non-stop. We will give you one more chance. Then the voice continued, the men and women that belong to those places must leave the capital before dawn today. You return to your hometowns and surrender. Anyone who returns to his hometown, we will hand him his family and save them from this miserable fate. This is a promise that touches our honor, the Burton family. That's bad. The Duke felt as if the ground split open under his feet and heaven collapsed on his throne. Stop him. Find the source of the voice and stop it immediately. The saints began to fly over the walls and from among the army like locusts, quickly trying to find the source of the sound. 10 miles east, Peon with a big smile on his face looked beside him and spoke. Let's go, our job here is done. The transmission of sound over long distances is one of the main functions of the wind law, and that is why the task was assigned to the best person to use this path. 3 saints behind Robin looked at the little kid in front of them in astonishment, before dashing toward their base. They were assigned by the Patriarch to come and protect him until the mission is over, but it seems like the Patriarch had underestimated him. Standing 10 miles away, he can escape easily even if he crawled all the way back. They won't find him. Hey you, where do you think you're going? One of the officers shouted at a man who started to move away from the formation. And you there, all of you stand still. This is an order. My wife. Unconsciously, the residents of those cities and villages began to lay down their weapons and walk toward their homelands. Officers, whoever abandons his weapon, kill him. Whoever moves half a step, kill him. A shout out from a saint. Everyone stop. Even after the permission, the officers did not find in themselves the strength to do it. The number of those who left their weapons is simply too many. It's just a ploy to break up our ranks. Even if you go out, you will be killed with your families. It is better to stay here and avenge them. I'd rather go back and die next to my son then. He is the reason I came here to fight anyway. If he is dead, then there is no meaning in all of this. No one can stop me from going to him. A middle-aged mortal shouted and started running. But his head fell off after 2 steps. Kill the traitors. If you see your friend moving from his spot, put your weapon into his neck. Let me go back to my family. You want to kill me, you idiot. They have taken over the whole duchy. Today may be my day, but tomorrow your city will be announced too. Chaos. Utter chaos. About 250,000 soldiers were from those cities and villages that were announced. After the first one rebelled, 10 appeared. After the first 10, 1,000 appeared, then 10,000. After waking up from the first shock, they all began to wipe their tears and choose between staying and returning, betting on the promise of the Burton family, the invaders, or staying and taking revenge on their families. In the end, most of them chose to bet. But this time, they didn't throw away their weapons and started running casually like the first wave they fought. A few knights and officers from the afflicted cities even took charge of those who wanted to leave and made initial battle formation. A real internal war began in no time. Riot was the headline for the rest of that night. A few tens of thousands were killed, and about 200,000 fled under the wing of the night, leaving behind the walls of the capital strewn with the blood of its defenders, and an army completely disintegrated after the utter destruction of its formations. The next day, the voice came back and announced the names of 7 more cities and villages, saying the same threats, repeating the same incident. Without any change, the residents of those villages and cities began to leave their weapons and run randomly. The only new phenomenon this time is that the inhabitants of those cities didn't riot alone. The rest of the residents of the villages and other small towns whose names were not mentioned took the opportunity and started running away with them. It was clear that this incident would be repeated the next day, as the Burtons has taken hold of the whole duchy, so why should they wait for their death? Again, nearly 100,000 soldiers, farmers, and housewife were killed under the heavy assault of the knights and saints, with about 200,000 managed to flee safely. At the end of the second day of the million-strong army, more than half of them either fled or died. The only ones who remained in the capital now are its people. Not one man or woman of the backup remained. The Duke found himself with an army of a little more than 300,000 soldiers, with little to none war horses, categorized weapons, and even officers and knights. Yet this was not his biggest problem. The 300,000 soldiers plus the reinforcements of saints and knights from the 2 neighboring duchies is still a huge number, especially since the capital walls are on their side. They can still put up a fight, but the bloody experience they went through during the past 2 days struck every nerve they have. These simple men and women were ordered to kill their colleagues and friends with their own hands just because they tried to protect their families. The excessive zeal and the feeling of defending the homeland to the death, protecting the freedom, and all this nonsense were lost in the wind, and muffled silence and a thick smell of blood took their place. The army was devastated, with no formations whatsoever, with zero morale. They were left with absolutely nothing aside from the numbers. But even the state of gloom and depression did not last long. After only 3 days of the massacre, the capital found itself under siege. 6 armies from 6 different directions suddenly appeared and began to approach little by little until they blocked all possible ways to exit or enter the capital without passing by them. Then they come to stop. And then began raining the Harris Duchy with fire explosion talisman arrows from afar. The distance was too far for an arrow to reach, but this is what happened. About 500 arrows landed on the army in front of the walls in each wave, causing massive destruction and panic. Ire began to rise in the Duke's chest. He wanted nothing more than to take what is left of his army and march forward to cut down those Black Sun weasels. But he knew if he took the army, even the elite part of it, to attack one side of the siege circle, the rest of the circle will advance and take the capital while he is busy. Seeing that the Burton family still had no intention of starting a decisive battle yet, the Duke gave orders to his army to quickly enter the capital and take cover behind the walls, then shut all the doors. The siege continued for another 4 days. The Burton family's army was still satisfied with sitting far away and watching the capital burn, while somehow the exploding arrows find their way into the capital and fall each time over the heads of the soldiers, no matter how much they try to escape or change their places. It seemed like the exploding arrows will never miss, nor it will ever end. That is why all the saints in the city, except for the 3 dukes, were appointed to take turns setting up energy shields to give the army and the city dwellers a chance to rest and catch their breath before they are all wiped out. Inside the ducal palace. Damn it, Duke Harris smashed the armrest of his throne. How long do these bastards intend to continue with these provocative actions? Why don't they attack us directly and try to bring down the capital? Do they think we will surrender and kill ourselves due to these annoying mosquito bites? I am afraid that this mosquito bite has killed a few thousands of our men and destroyed a few important sites inside the capital. And most importantly, it greatly exhausted the saints of our 3 families. If the decisive battle begins now, they will not be able to fight with 100 of their strength. Another spoke. Duke Harris clenched his fist tightly. Damn it, if not for the information that their so-called Fire Legion can unite their attacks to deal with large numbers of saints, I would have ordered a few quick and focused attacks to wipe them all out. As long as we're inside, they can't do anything with their united attacks, and the Burtons don't have saints strong enough to subdue us either. We'll have to wait and hold on for as long as possible. Perhaps the royal family will finally respond. Duke Harris finally gave a heavy nod and didn't speak anymore. Hold on, that's all they can do for now. The following days weren't much kinder to them. The Wind Legion's attacks with arrows of the fire explosion talismans didn't calm down for a moment and came from all directions. In addition, some carpenters in the army built catapults using the available resources around the capital, and an attack with flame balls and stones also began alongside the talismans. Whether you were an ordinary citizen or a soldier, a knight or a saint, no one had a good rest inside those walls. Everyone was exhausted, even the three dukes in the palace, tired of thought and anxiety as they looked from the balconies at what was happening below. Until the 10th day of the siege came and a voice erupted across the entire capital. "Ha, where did you think you were going to run from me, you son of the Rashford pig family? Your owner has come to take your head." This is a voice. Galen Bradley, one of the defeated dukes inside the palace, stood terrified. How could he not know this voice when he used to hear it in his nightmares every time he closed his eyes? He quickly flew from the balcony and the other two followed him, and the first look was enough to send a shiver in their backs. Oh no. Only 100 meters from the main gate of the capital, at least 50 individuals, including Galen Bradley and Raymond Alton, were floating in the air. Behind them, the Burton family's army began to rapidly narrow the circle of siege and approach the capital at a steady pace, with a clear increase in the number of knights in their ranks. Then slowly looked back at his saints who had been exhausted by defending the walls for the past 10 days. One word came up to his head: FCK. The capital of the Duchy of Harris, inside the ducal palace, half a day later. Ha, good, very good. Galen entered the main throne chamber stained with blood, swinging a human head in his hand by the hair. I have always dreamed of making this place my home. Hold your horses. Robin walked in behind him with his hands behind his back. Don't let the excitement take you away. This place belongs to me now. Ha ha ha, Galen definitely didn't mean to hint at anything, right? Raymond found himself a comfortable sofa in the throne room and sat on it. He was clearly tired. Galen objected. Of course I'm hinting at something. At least give me a chapter or two in the palace to be my own. His Highness, Duke Harris would have wanted that for me too. Then he raised the human head and looked at its broken eyes. What do you think, Your Highness? Then he started laughing hysterically before throwing the Duke's head off the balcony. No one has entered the throne chamber after the three of them, not Julius Rufus, not Mila, not even Patriarch Brian. No one else was worthy to be in the company of those three. The battle ended barely half an hour ago with the killing of the last saint of the families of the three dukes and the arrest of the last soldier and put him in chains. After that, the capital was overrun and was subjected to be completely cleaned of anyone bearing the name of the Harris family, and this process is still going on already now. But Robin gave strict orders not to attack innocents and not to loot anything. He said that the destruction that had befallen his city so far is enough. Should we clean all the debts now? Robin suddenly asked, after drinking a few glasses of wine with the two dukes. Why the rush? We just finished a 4-month war. Don't you know how to relax, brat? Galen spoke in protest as he closed his eyes and raised his head up to face the ceiling. It was a really tough fight. Duke Harris and the two previously defeated dukes alone were at level 30, and their tens of saints who were all fighting with the intent of victory or death. Although both numbers and readiness for the final battle were on the Black Sun Alliance side, quite a few saints from the three Black Sun families fell during the battle. Galen is right. Leave these matters for later. We aren't going anywhere, kid. Raymond spoke in a low voice. He sounded like he is about to fall asleep. No problem with me, Robin shrugs, but I'm heading to Jura today or the day after. We should clear everything before that, so when will we talk? Galen finally lowered his head and opened his eyes wide. What are you going to do in Jura at a time like this? Don't you know you still have to clean up where you ate? Also, the rest of the dukedoms and the royal family of the Lying Water may attack at any moment. This is definitely not the time to let things here aside and go back to Jura City. I know. Robin rubbed his forehead, but there's something I have been delaying for years and I have to start preparing for it. I will leave here the entire army under the leadership of the Patriarch to clean up the remnants of the old regime and help you out if there is a major attack. I will devote a few more months of fire explosion talismans to the Burtons here just in case, and I am also sending you a few batches of fire explosion talismans as a gift from me to secure your new frontier, but I personally have to go back. The issue that calls you back to Jura is so important. What could? Raymond muttered but quickly sighed and fell silent. He wanted to ask what could make the current Robin this anxious, whether it's power or prestige. There is none above the Burton right now, aside from the royal family, of course. But when he came down this line of thoughts, he decided to leave it aside and just admire the boy in silence. Robin managed to capture a ducal capital, and yet he was thinking about the next step. Maybe this is what defines a true genius. Raymond finally sighed, then continued, "As long as you have to leave, then it's okay. Let's talk now." All right, let's do it now. If I allowed myself to sleep today, I won't wake up for at least a week or two. Haha. Galen laughed loudly and then looked at Robin. "Speak then. What do you want?" "My dear father-in-law," Robin faced Galen and smiled. "We had previously agreed that I would take 30 of Rufus's Marcus land. That was roughly 15 of your total lands at the time, but that was before the Rufus family swore allegiance to me, and before I sacrificed about 30,000 men of my family in defense of Bradley Pearl City, and before I sent you an additional 70,000 fire-burst talismans to aid you in the war. I even sent you all your knights and saints you assigned to aid me. All this, and you call me your dear father-in-law." Listing services frightened Galen for a moment. "I know all this, and then what? I want all of the Rufus family's lands." Robin put it, "Keeping all their lands with them would be a good reward for their loyalty to me and their participation in this war with all their might, don't you think?" Galen didn't reply, but stared at the kid with his punch-able face in front of him. After about a minute, he held himself from trying to give him a punch that would knock his white teeth down and just shook his head. "I'll give you 2/3 of their land, that's good enough. I will take their whole lands. But for the sake of Mila, I'll give you a portion of the North Duchy of Harris equal to the extra 1/3 of Rufus's land, and I'll let you choose which piece you want too. What do you think?" Robin quickly replied. Galen fell back into silence for about another 2 minutes and then finally spoke. "Tusk, all right. I'll pick my favorite spot and let Brian know about it later. Julius Rufus has just chosen to fight for you, but you started taking care of him, huh? You're starting to tempt me to do the same, ha ha ha. Hey, the doors are always open, my dear father-in-law," Robin jokingly replied, and I started another side conversation of compliments with Galen. The atmosphere is much lighter than before. But one didn't think so. Raymond was still trying to comprehend the punishments this brat had inflicted on his fiancée's family, and it was mainly for stopping an army of 120,000 soldiers. Sweating began to pour down his forehead when he remembered the 360,000 strong troops that Robin had stopped before they destroyed his duchy. While Raymond was drowning in his thoughts trying to guess what Robin might ask and how to respond to it, he felt someone stare at him. When he looked next to him to find Robin looking at him, smiling as if he saw a piece of meat after spending a month in the desert. This is the second time he has seen this sight, the first time when it was agreed to help them more than 5 years ago, and he took from him everything that the Towie family owned, which constitutes about 30 of his total territory. At last he gave a troubled chuckle and spoke. "Would you stop looking at me like that? Say what you want straight away." "Haha, all right, I was just messing with you." Robin laughed loudly. "The Towie family lands that you agreed to give me. I will just take 1/3 of it instead of the whole thing. Is that a good start?" Robin gave up 2/3 of the previous deal from the start. This was certainly not expected at all. After a few seconds, Raymond continued. No, that's not Robin that I knew. Have you got a heat stroke? Or do you want to use the lands as a dowry for my younger sister? I don't mind, by the way. Hey, the boy already has my daughter. Find a groom for your younger sister somewhere else." Galen jokingly threw an apple at Raymond. "Haha, you must be kidding. With all due respect, even if I were to marry your younger sister, I wouldn't offer such a huge dowry." Robin laughed. "I took a nice piece of land from the Duchy of Evran, but those lands are not connected directly to Jura, but there are 2 barons belonging to you between Jura and the border with the Duchy of Evran. I want you to pass on to me the ownership of the 2 baronies. When I have them, then the Burton lands starting from the former Dalavar kingdom passing by the former Evran Duchy, then all the way to Jura, will truly be connected." Oh, Raymond took a few seconds to think. "There is no big difference. The land you gave up is about the same size as the one you want. There is a few gold mines in the one you want, though. But never mind, that's fine with me, you can have it. I will send voice messages to the 2 barons letting them know that they will serve under your rule starting today." Raymond then stood smiling and turned towards the door in high spirits. "That was much better than expected. Where do you think you are going?" Robin raised an eyebrow. "You said yourself that the 2 pieces of land are almost identical. What did I get? The gold mines you talk about are nothing special. You took a few rare metal mines in those lands I gave up as well. Please sit down. We still have something to talk about." "Ha, you thought you survived, huh? This is hilarious, ha 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 ha." Galen laughed out loud and went back to eat from the giant fruit platter in front of him. "Tusk, continue then." Raymond sat down again with a gloom on his face. "What were we saying? Oh, as you both know, I didn't plan to attack the Duchy of Harris. I did it to protect you guys, but now I have a whole duchy that also became separate from the headquarters in Jura, and now that I have connected the southeast with the north, I can't let the east left alone. I want all the noble families and their lands that are located between Jura City and the former borders with the Duchy of Harasu. What? You know that you are asking for almost 40 of the total area of the old Duchy of Alton, after already taking 30 of it. Raymond leaned his body forward and asked Robin sarcastically, would there be such a thing as the old lands of the Duchy of Alton, nor new ones, if I hadn't stopped the 360,000-strong armies? Robin raised an eyebrow and asked with feigned innocence, that's a bargain if you ask me. But I hear you, I'm not an unreasonable man. I will only take 2/3 of those nobles, and I will give you a piece of the Duchy of Harris from the south to be merged into your own new lands. What do you think? Still too much? Raymond hit himself in the thigh and then continued, you are the least among us who suffered losses during your entire campaign on the Duchy of Harris. Almost no one died from your family, and even in the last fight you used us. Hey. Don't blame me for my genius in choosing timing and strategies to minimize casualties. I entered this war mainly to help you, not to race on whose soldiers would be killed most. Galen nodded vigorously and smiled as he ate a mango. Raymond did not answer directly but tapped on the sofa bench with his 4 fingers for about a minute, then finally spoke. You know, those of the past were truly wise. My father once told me not to ask for payment after I've finished my work. The other party might refuse to give me what I want. In that case, I wouldn't be able to anything about it. Your father is a wise person. Robin nodded slowly with a straight face and then continued, but if you had an army that could destroy duchies with a mere gesture, you wouldn't have to worry about such nonsenses. In that case, those who have debt will pay, especially if their 70 of their army was destroyed in recent battles, don't you think? Ha ha ha, that sounds about right. After a few moments of silence, Raymond burst out laughing and spoke, and then quickly stood up and started walking towards the door. We have a deal. I will leave before that brat remembers anything else, bye, hee. Robin shook his head as he saw Raymond running away, then said, I too will take my leave. To a loud snore stopped Robin in mid-sentence. When he looked toward Galen again, he found him sleeping in his spot, with a half-unfinished apple in his mouth. Seeing this, he smiled and left silently. A week later, in one of the main rooms of Duke Harris's palace, Robin opened his eyes and began to sniff, then started looking for Mila, who is usually next to him at these times, and indeed she was found in a meditating position next to the bed, and as usual also in her revealing underwear. Good morning, my beautiful Mila. What a good night's sleep. I feel like I slept for a week. Mila opened one of her eyes. That's because you really slept a week. What? Robin rose from his bed. Strange. Why did I need so much sleep? I didn't fight myself. You seem to have underestimated your mental fatigue since the war began. Mila stood up in a sexy pose and walked over to him, thinking of strategies and taking responsibility for the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers and innocents. All this mentally exhausts any general, even if he does not move from his place, and you were the best leader during this war, my handsome general. Is that so? My genius as a general has been draining me mentally, no wonder. Robin nodded a few times and then gave a chuckle as he started caressing Mila's breasts. It is finally done now. There is nothing here for us anymore. Start arranging your luggage. We will head back to Jura today. Mila smiled a gentle smile and shook her head. You are going back to Jura today. Haven't you forgotten that matter yet? A sudden feeling of depression hit Robin when he remembered Mila's previous words that she would leave him after the war ended. Have you made a serious decision about our future? I asked Mila seriously. Robin didn't know what to say. His future isn't even here. As expected, Mila shrugged in response, stood up, and started getting dressed. When you make up your mind, you know where to find me. Mila. Robin raised his hand to grab her closer to him, but stopped himself halfway and clenched tightly, then spoke. You may continue to create the talismans for your family. If you want, I think your father would benefit from some oath tablets in subduing his new lands. But remember to make it with your own hands. Do not give them the way to mass-produce them. On the same day, Robin began his preparations to return to Jura and contacted the elders of the family to let them know this intention. Of course, because they did not fully control the territory of the Duchy of Harris, and there was still the danger of attacks from other duchies or the royal family of the lying Water Kingdom itself, it was impossible for the main forces of the Burton family to return to Jura anytime soon. But if it was only Robin who wanted to leave, no one minded. Actually, quite a few were extremely supportive about it. Although he won their respect as a military general in this legendary saga, they know that his real place to shine is not on the battlefield, but behind his locked doors. It was also decided that 2 newly ascended saints and a few knights from the family would return with him to supervise Jura and register their new lands with the royal family, and begin arranging their relations with their new nobles who had moved to work under them instead of the Altons. Robin announced that he would also take Caesar with him, and the command of the fire forces was given to his deputy and second most powerful person in the Legion, Hoda Burton. Peon got orders from Robin to return to the task of searching for his family, training them, and resettling them anywhere he wants. As for Theo, he decides that he will stay behind with the army and serve as the highest authority in the Special Legions. As for Mila, she already took off north to join her family troops after she affirmed that Robin is fine. And indeed, on the same day, Robin and his few companions set out for Jura, leaving the burning grounds behind waiting to be burnt even some more. A week later, Jura City, inside the underground room at Robin's palace swoosh. Dots of light shot out from Robin's forehead and began to form in a human body. Why are you so late? I thought you regretted your decision and wouldn't contact me again. Are you ready to move? Not yet, I still have about 14 sessions for Caesar. I'm not leaving until I secure his future, Robin replied, rubbing his forehead. Huh, you haven't finished his sessions yet. Damn it, you just had to integrate Death Major Heavenly Law into his cultivation's base with that crappy foundation modification technique of yours. Ha, I told you to let me give you an easy and full solution to his problem, but you insisted on making me only help you with small pieces of advice to complete your own work faster. At this pace, it will take an extra year or two for you to finish with him. I told you time is short. This delay won't help you in your mission. You are practically raising your death chances. The all-seeing God furrowed his eyebrows. I want my own path with my own decisions and ideas. It was already hard on me to ask for advice to speed up the process. How can I ask you for the whole thing? Plus, you already praised my idea and my foundation modification technique. Why are you saying it is crappy now? That hurt. Robin grasped his heart in a sarcastic manner. HMPH, it is indeed brilliant for a brat like you, but not when it put our plans on hold. Why did you summon me here anyway? I'm bored, honestly. Aside from helping Caesar, I have nothing to do. I thought of researching the second stages of the major laws first, but I have no passion for that now. It would be too boring. I thought you would have a solution to that. Please tell me what I have to do for the next period. Robin spoke with a slight smile. When I was on my way back here, I thought about your words back then. You were talking about space portals and the need for energy and so on. Suppose I told you I'm ready now. What will happen when I'm ready? Is there anything I need to prepare? You brought me just for this, you shameless little foo. The all-seeing God sopped himself and then added, don't worry about this, just collect some energy stones, and when the time is right, I will give you the design to make the portal and turn it on. Now as good as ever, please give me your instructions. Robin extended his hand. As you wish, the all-seeing God replied curtly. A pen on the table began to move with extreme speed over a few empty scrolls, and after about a quarter of an hour of writing, hundreds of scrolls were filled to the brim. That's all you can know about the space portal. After you've finished your business here and start setting up the portal, contact me to help you and to give you the exact coordinates. Well, I can't stay here any longer. Bye, the all-seeing God said and then disappeared, returning to Robin's forehead. Robin slowly moved to the first scroll and began to read silently. After 2 hours, FCK, 5 hours later. Is this a joke? Does he really think I can make such a space portal whenever I want? Robin began reading quietly out of boredom, curiosity, and not to remain ignorant of what was to come. But after each line he reads, his features changed. The items required to complete the portal were simply too many. After reading more than half of the grand library inside Jura, Robin had a great understanding of different types of resources. And all the minerals on the lists are considered to be among the rarest resources on the planet. For example, one of those resources needs high-leveled saints to go inside extremely dangerous zones to fetch a few grams of them, but the scrolls said that he will need around 250 kg. As for the energy needed, just the energy needed to operate in order to move one individual, if it is pulled from the energy stones available on this planet, he will need approximately. He will need to purchase energy stones worth 15 million gold coins to teleport only him. This enormous value erased any hope for Robin that he would be able to take a few saints with him to the other world even if he wanted, but he began to doubt that he would find energy stones inside the kingdom of this value in the first place. That's regardless of the value of the minerals that the space portal needs, which will not be less than another 15 million gold coins as well. After Robin had completed reading all the steps, and according to the number of resources and work required of him, he thanked heaven that he had asked the all-seeing God for this information now, and that he did not wait until he was ready to leave. These resources may not count as something to someone like the all-seeing God, but they will split the spines of Robin and the entire Burton family in an effort to gather them as quickly as possible. The coming period is not very calm as he had imagined. Before the war, Caesar had undergone only 6 sessions to modify his foundation to be compatible with new parts of the death law that was added to his heavenly law cultivation technique, and according to Rubin's initial estimates, he would need 14 additional sessions. and if he managed to compress a few sessions of them to be every 3 weeks instead of every month, this means that he would need a year to complete the adjustments to the entirety of Caesar's foundations. That is a lot. Only a royal family with thousands of years of accumulation could confidently say that they can spend this much money within 1 year, yet even they would definitely not use this much gold if not to stop some kingdom's crippling issue. That night, after reading all the manuscripts and engraving them into his soul, Robin spent a few more hours sitting still with his eyes closed, trying to think of ways to raise that money, and most importantly, thinking of a way to collect all those resources. Profits from selling talismans and classified weapons. No, impossible. If he wanted to rely on these two, he would have to wait for at least 5 years, and during those 5 years, he must allocate every single copper coin of the profit to purchasing the needed materials. And that's impossible for a growing family as the Burtons. The family needs huge expenses in the coming period to consolidate its new borders, build new citadels and forts, mobilize and equip new armies, and establish more projects and factories in the new lands. Relying on these two branches, which are the main source of income for the family, means that he will need to wait about 15 years for the profits to accumulate in the treasury. And this, of course, will not work for him. He already postponed his mission for nearly 4 years now. If he waited much more to go on such a mission, then he better not go at all. After staying still and squishing his thoughts so much that he started to get headaches, he inserted his soul sense into his ring and sent, "Sage Albert, are you there? I need you for something important." After about 5 minutes, the reply finally came, "Oh, Robin. Welcome, I salute His Magnificent the Burton Duke, or may I call you Your Excellency now like the rest of your family does. Please don't make fun of me, Your Highness. How can this little boy earn any title out of your mouth? Simply calling me Robin is honor enough." Robin quickly replied, "Oh, your social skills have improved a lot. Good, then tell me what's important you need me for." Robin paused for a few seconds and then sighed and replied, "Sigh honestly, there's a big problem that I have faced and I can't find a solution except to ask you for a solution." "Oh, and what could be this thing that troubles even our genius boy?" The sage spoke earnestly. "Money, I want to ask you for money, lots of it." "Money, ha ha ha," the sage burst out laughing. "I would be lying if I said that the royal family earns more per month than you do now. Our treasury has only recently started to recover after the taxes you send us." "You know how to joke, boy. No, honestly, what do you want?" "Your Highness, I wasn't kidding. I know how precious your lordship's time is. I want 30 million gold coins within a year." After a full minute of silence, the sage finally spoke. "Why haven't you laughed and said it was a joke yet?" "Because it isn't. No, this must be a joke. If it isn't, then you're mad. I'm not going to take 30 million gold coins out of the royal treasury for you. What would you do with all this money anyway?" The sage quickly replied, irritated when he realized that Robin was talking seriously. "Honestly, I have a big project I want to do, and I need large amounts of energy stones and rare resources. The value of everything combined is about 30 million, and I can't wait long to collect them. Only 1 year is available, so I contacted you to guide me, Your Highness. What kind of project is this that requires all these resources? Whatever it is, postpone it or find another way. What you ask for is impossible." The wise replied emphatically, 30 million gold coins. This amount of gold can transform the fate of a nation. It can transform a kingdom from poverty to wealth. Strange. I heard that you wanted to buy the method of making level 6 fire explosion talisman for 50 million coins when I ordered the attack on Dalavar, but now that you have taken the method of making fire explosion talisman and the method of making darkness talisman, and above them, the method of making vitality talisman, is the 30 million coins really too much for the three? Robin spoke sarcastically. "The matter is different. The agreement between us did not include any talk about gold. It was an exchange of another kind." The sage replied slowly. "What exchange? Please don't forget that you took them in exchange for killing the saints of the Towie family and the Rufus family, but in the end, we managed it ourselves, and no blood touched the royal family's hand. The royal family in the end took the method of creating the 3 talismans without paying anything. Don't you see that this is unfair? If we considered how you valued the fire explosion talisman in the past, then you currently owe me at least 200 million gold coins." Robin was irritated and nervous at the same time. The royal family is the last source he can think of for that sum, and without it, he will have to wait at least another decade, which will simply make his already difficult task impossible. "Say, I knew you would mention this." The sage paused for a moment and then continued. "Our agreement was to move the saints of the royal family to kill your enemies. Did we refuse to do it when the time came? Is it my problem that you managed to deal with the 2 families yourselves? We, the royal family, didn't break our promise. You just didn't choose to use it. That doesn't mean you don't owe me." Robin replied, "Of course, I can't force the royal family to do anything, but it will certainly affect our future business if you can't even pay for what you already took." The sage remained silent for a few seconds. "What exactly are those resources that you need?" "I need energy stones worth at least 15 million gold coins, 50 kilograms of ice silver metal, 100 kilograms of a fortified gold metal, 20 liters of illusory winter lotus extract, a 250 kilograms of." Robin kept recounting at least 20 other names and then added, "And I want them as soon as possible. The project must be finished within 1 year." Robin didn't get a response for about 5 minutes, after which a voice echoed in his head, "Little friend, what did you get yourself into exactly?" "When you said 30 million, you put the normal market price and didn't take into account that these resources don't normally sell at markets. These prices can only be useful in starting auctions on them. Even 50 million gold coins might not get you everything. Secondly, the last of your problems is money. Even if you have all the gold in the world, you may not be able to obtain these quantities of these rare minerals and resources. You must search for certain people in this world, as these quantities must be accumulated by their owners for thousands of years, or you should begin to buy piece by piece from dozens or hundreds of sources to collect them. Third, our kingdom does not even contain a number of those resources, and it is impossible to find more than 5 of the amount you need from those resources inside the Black Sun Kingdom. At such pace, you won't be able to gather all of them even in 20 years, even if you double the gold needed." Those words were what Robin had feared the most since he read their names. If even Sage Albert was saying this, then what would he have to do to gather them? "Listen, I have a solution that will work for both of us." After another few minutes of silence, a message arrived from Sage Albert. "What is it? Please speak." Robin replied quickly. He had started planning in his head to postpone his journey to Nahari for at least another 10 years at least. "Of the 30 that you originally requested, the royal family will directly contribute 5 million gold coins, and the royal family will also bear any increases above the 30 million. So even if the total amount at the end reaches 50 million gold coins, we will bear the additional 20 million. This means that you are only responsible for providing 25 million gold coins, and I will take care of the rest. Does that sound good?" 25 million gold coins. Robin muttered for a few seconds. "That's still too much to collect by just selling talismans and weapons. Also, what about the resources themselves? Didn't you say some of them don't exist in the kingdom? How much time will it take to collect them all?" "The 8 kingdoms have had commercial and political relations since the World War age. Our relations with the Lying Water Kingdom and Dalavar have recently worsened after the strength we have gained. But our relations with the remaining 5 are not half bad, especially with the Kingdom of Garia, which lies on our northern border. They can be considered an ally even. Using our relations with the royal families of those kingdoms, I will be able to collect all those resources for you within a year. You don't have to worry about it. As long as you need them badly, I will bring them for you. As for the coins that will buy all of this, say okay, I'll make an exception for you since you are a strong ally of the royal family. Tell me, you can make minor heavenly law techniques whenever you want, right? Yeah. What does this have to do with our matter?" Robin asked, surprised. Robin was already extremely pleased with the sage assurance about collecting the needed materials within 1 year, but the gold. "From today, I will allow you to sell techniques for using the heavenly laws within the Black Sun Kingdom without any restrictions from the royal family. But of course, you will give us taxes from those sales," announced the sage. "Really? I can sell them to anyone I want." Robin felt as if lightning had struck him. His eyes widened and stood up quickly. "That's right, to anyone," the sage replied curtly, as if for a moment he regretted what he had said but could no longer take it back. "The world has changed at a rapid pace since your appearance, and the emergence of a number of knights to preserve our new lands is not a very bad idea." The sage's last words seemed as if he was trying to convince himself of the decision. Although he spoke the truth and wasn't lying to convince himself, the extent of the decision is certainly not limited to the emergence of new knights only. The circulation of minor heavenly laws techniques has always been under severe restrictions from the royal family, even families that produce a genius cultivator who can make a technique for his own family. The royal family forbids them from selling it or giving it to another family without permission, or else they will face consequences they can't afford. Sage Albert allowing Robin to give techniques to some families in the new lands, even if under the influence of an oath, was indeed a huge exception for Robin, one that did not happen before in history. The nobles rule the commoners. That's how things have been since ancient times. And to ensure the stability of the nobility system, minor heavenly laws techniques were always the preserve of a certain class of the people, and that class nobles govern the rest. If everyone had those techniques, it will make them no different from the nobles. How would the kingdom run its society then? Who will listen to the noble families and respect them afterward? The sage's announcement was not limited to a way to bring in money. It is an announcement that will change the entire kingdom, and most likely he had already talked about something similar with the king before, or he wouldn't have dared take this decision on his own. And it isn't even just about money anymore. This was his plan ever all over. This was part of his dream. Finally, he can publish his works to the public without fear. The day after Robin's conversation with Sage Albert, he summoned Caesar, Zara, and 4 mid-leveled knights to his palace as the 7th session began. After a few months' absence, Caesar's screams shook the administrative area again. But it was nothing compared to the first few times. After Caesar experienced the gray flame and knew for sure that he was getting stronger, and after going through this painful experience a few times already, his screams became noticeably milder, his resistance became weaker, and not even once from start to finish of this session did he beg Robin to stop. Another reason is that Zara has become level 12, and the amount of energy she is pumping into Caesar's back has also increased significantly. But the end result did not change at all. After hours of shouting, Caesar fell unconscious with blood flooding from his ears, mouth, nose, and eyes. The 4 tired knights had to slowly carry him to his house. This one night will seal the whole next month for him. He will do nothing except try to recover. As for Robin, the night has just begun. After Caesar, Zara, and the 4 knights left, Robin went straight to his secret room, lit a big fire, and sat in front of it. It's time to choose the first public minor heavenly law technique in history. The Black Sun Kingdom is famous for its fire-related minor laws, so the first public minor heavenly law technique must be of the fire path as well. Robin made or looked in many techniques for minor heavenly law technique of this path in the past, but this time is different. This time, the technique will not be published under oath or under vicious conditions, or in exchange for vast lands and special services. Rather, it will be like any ordinary book or goat. It will be sold and bought in the markets. Whoever will buy this technique with a lot of money will certainly try to preserve it for himself or his family only. However, it is destined to be leaked from whoever buys it sooner or later. But this did not discourage Robin. On the contrary, this time he will not write the technique of any casual law that comes to his mind like what he did with the 4 minor heavenly laws he gave to the royal family before, but rather intends to choose a minor heavenly law that is only worse than the minor heavenly law of the royal family, as the first public law technique, as the first real useful legacy he leaves for all the inhabitants of this world. Everything should be perfect. A few days went by so quickly. Robin didn't move from his spot. He spent every moment looking at the fire in front of him like an excited little child trying to identify a perfect piece of the overall pattern to write a technique for. Finally, after a whole week, he stood smilingly, went towards his office, grabbed an empty book, filled his pen with ink, and began writing on it excitedly. He didn't get up from his desk except to eat something to keep him energetic, or to go to the bathroom, or to torture Caesar once more after 3 weeks. After he finished and sent off the torture party, he went back to his room in silence, continuing what he was doing. If it was another minor heavenly law technique, it would have already ended by now, but this one, even with the eyes of the truth of the 2nd grade, it still required a lot more time than expected. After another 2 weeks, the minor heavenly law technique was completed. This was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful days for Robin. This technique was not due to anyone's pressure, or was it for strengthening the family to protect himself. This technique represented what he wanted to do since he entered that cave a century and a half ago. He could barely part from looking at the small book at last after about an hour. Then he put it in his pocket and came out of his seclusion with a smile from ear to ear. It was time to meet some of the old guys in the family to arrange this sale. But the scene he saw as soon as he had a view outside the palace made him stammer. What the? The walls of the administrative area have been destroyed. Dozens of residential and commercial houses around the administrative area are being demolished in front of his eyes now. Even a few administrative buildings and a few other palaces that belongs to the elders that were right next to his palace were also taken down. At the request of Robin and Mila, the mansion was built to be anti-noise, especially the underground room completely isolated from its surroundings, so Robin didn't realize anything was going on around him while he was inside. He hurriedly moved toward his palace guards and asked, "What is going on here? Why is everything taken down? Are we under some kind of attack? Uncle Robin, have you finished your seclusion?" The 70-year-old guard bowed a little and then continued, "Nothing to worry about. Uncle Billy ordered this. Perhaps you can ask him about it yourself." Billy is back to Jorah. Robin was amazed at the guard's words and quickly asked when, "Are there no battles in the new lands to the east? Have we been defeated?" No, Uncle Billy came back with a small part of the army and they all came with good news. I don't think it had anything to do with a defeat." Uncle Billy came to meet you upon his return, but when he learned that you were in seclusion, he declined to interrupt you and left. He is currently in the patriarch's office, running city affairs on his behalf. Oh, well, I'll go visit him. Robin rubbed his chin and then headed toward the patriarch's office, saying, "Keep up your good work." Billy, what's going on in the city? What is up with all this destruction? Robin immediately opened the door to the patriarch's office and entered asking. But he was soon surprised by the number of knights, and even the presence of a few other Burton saints other than Billy, all standing around a large table and deliberating about something in the middle of it. Ha ha ha, Robin, you finally got out of your seclusion. Billy turned toward the door with his arms wide open. Come on, you will know the causes of the destruction after you take a look here. Robin stepped forward with his hands behind his back and stood next to Billy, looking at a blueprint on the table. A huge city blueprint. The city, as usual for most cities in this era, is divided into 3 sections, and each section has a wall around it. Like the current Jura, the outer district were the weaker families who swore allegiance to the Burton family, the strangers looking for work, the families of mercenaries, the poorest of the Burtons, etc. The difference in this blueprint is that the outer area was so huge agricultural lands for basic crops were added inside the walls, and it appears in the blueprint, a few places for low-level beast farms, voice talismans carriers factories, hide and paper scrolls factories, and various other industries. The inner district is much smaller than the outer one in the blueprint, but it is clearly superior to the current one in Jura. This one he was looking at can surely accommodate all members of the Burton family, and there will still be a lot of room left, with large numbers of restaurants, theaters, auction halls, hotels, huge structures with runes fixed selling points written on them, high-level military barracks and training grounds for the knights. And even with all that, there were still lots of empty spaces left for future generations. As for the central district, the heart of the city was increased in size a few times, and more high-level training areas and secluded training spots were planned, with many more palaces and large structures. Robin was surprised when he moved his eyes and found the word Jura in the blueprint. This is not Jura City. Haha, not yet, but very soon, my friend. Billy patted Robin on the shoulder. My God, Robin finally understood and looked at Billy. This blueprint is at least 10 times the size of the original city. I can't even imagine how much manpower and funding it would need. Do we have enough gold for a project of this size? Is the internecine war over in the Duchy of Harris and Tinley? Is this the right time for it? You don't have to worry about that. Bailey smiled and then continued. The situation is stable throughout our lands. The lands we took from Dolivar no longer need our intervention anymore. The first few years after the initial families swore their allegiance to us and took the heavenly law cultivation technique, the situation was kind of bad. Tens of their elders died because they tried to backstab us or leak the heavenly law cultivation technique to Dolivar, or even knew someone in the family was about to backstab us, but did nothing about it. They hated us quite a bit after every dying one, but as the years passed they learned their lesson. The last time one of their elders died, because of the oath, was a couple of years ago, and they are learning how to behave at last. After the new nobles became stable and started gaining more knights, the situation there became fully under our control. We only need a saint or two there to direct them, and you won't hear from them any problems ever again. The lands that we took from the Duchy of Evern are quite calm. We found a few local families there, and we made them follow us as well and gave them the heavenly law cultivation technique, and soon we will see their knights ruling over the land for us. As for the lands of Marquis Rufus and Marcus Towie, there is no dispute over them. They are under the absolute control of Julius Rufus, who became to follow us faithfully. As for our new lands in the Duchy of Harris, our military campaign frightened everyone, and because of our success in the lands of Tinley, those who had little love for the Harris family actually wanted to be our subjects. It was actually quite easy to deal with them after your departure. There were a few rebellions, but we put them down easily, and a few new fortresses are being reinforced there to repel any external attack. We were also able to convince a few families from the former Duchy of Harris to swear on the tablets, and there are already a few of them that are loyal to us. In a few years, there will be knights emerging from them that will make our rule their absolute. As for the project to rebuild the city, if we talk about the manpower, there are thousands who are waiting for a job opportunity, and we also have a lot of skilled workers after the giant projects, and Marquis Rufus and the Dukes Alton and Bradley helped by sending all the available labor to them as well when they heard about the project. Atop all of that, we have too many slaves because of the recent wars. As for money, this is easier. We have a reserve of a few million gold coins that will suffice to finance more than 80 of the project. Most of the projects are just brick walls and structures for housing or various commercial projects. There is no specific project that will cost expensive resources, and if we need more money, we have the rune masters to provide for our needs. Robin waited silently until Billy finished. Tusk, I still think it's too hurried. We could have put this effort and money into something else useful. Haha, nephew Robin, we are unofficially the largest duchy in the Black Sun Kingdom. How can we survive in our cramped, worn-out, outdated city? One of the old saints spoke. The old city is not worthy of our new standing. It cannot accommodate more soldiers, training areas, and travelers. We cannot defend it because its walls are weak. It simply couldn't fit us anymore. Although Robin knew all this and in fact, he internally supported this project and he might have suggested it himself if the circumstances were different, the idea of throwing millions of gold coins at a time like this hurt his heart. Sigh as you wish then. So when are you going to finish the mega project? Robin asked after giving a long sigh. It will all be over in 9 months at the most, declared Billy. The day we celebrate the city's reopening will also be the day we officially celebrate the proclamation of Duchy of the Burton family. Oh, has His Majesty didn't appoint us as an official Duke family yet? Robin furrowed an eyebrow. He thought it was already over. Billy smiled and took a scroll out of his pocket. See for yourself. Robin picked up the scroll from Bailey, opened it carefully, and began to read. This was the decree declaring the 10th Duchy, the Duchy of Burton. The decree is also attached to a small map of the recognized lands of the family. The heart of the duchy lies at the very center, the capital of the new biggest duchy in the Black Sun Kingdom, and arguably the biggest in the whole 8 kingdoms, the city of Jura. It extends northward, taking the lands of the Rufus family and third of the lands that belonged to the Towie family, and going all the way up to the lands of the Camden family that formerly belonged to the Lying Water Kingdom. Extending east, enclosing on its way, a number of lands that belonged formerly to the Duchy of Alton, and swallowing most of the lands of the former Duchy of Harris. It extends southeast, taking another big chunk of the lands that formerly belonged to the Duchy of Alton, penetrating the lands of the Duchy of Evran, taking a third of the whole duchy, and devouring half of the former half of the Duchy of Tinley of the Dalavar Kingdom. Seeing the site resembling a 3-clawed beast palm shown in front of him on the map, even Robin gave a long sigh. Even on the map, the Duchy of the Burton family is visibly much larger than the rest of the kingdom's duchies, and even the duchies of neighboring kingdoms. Ha ha ha, awesome, isn't it? Billy laughed hysterically. Even the rest of the elders in the council began to show involuntary smiles. That scroll was simply an impossible dream a decade ago. Then Billy continued, we are indeed a duke's family already. We are just waiting for the city to be rebuilt to fit our new standing. When it is done, Jura will be only inferior to the royal capital in size, but not far away in terms of luxury and defenses. Only then we will invite all the nobles of the kingdom for the announcement celebration. The Burton family must not appear inferior to anyone from now on. Robin let out a small sigh, nodded and returned to Billy the scroll, and asked what will happen to the current population during reconstruction. And most importantly, what about the auctions? Will they come back this month as planned? We have put a plan for the reconstructing. We divided the city into sections and will proceed the operations at a section after a section of the city. When we reach a section, then its residents are transferred to another section, and so on. Or they are settled in temporary tents outside the city. No one objected to this, knowing that they will receive better and bigger houses and shops than before. Billy explained, putting the scroll in his shirt. Then he continued, as for the auctions, I know that you wanted to direct the effort of only 2 months of the Rune Masters towards supporting armies in the Lying Water Kingdom, and according to that, we would have to open auctions after about 2 weeks, but I have a request. I hope you will agree for auctions to be postponed for another 2 months. When we are done with the east side of the city, then we can continue, so as not to disturb the nobles with the construction noise, and during this time we can construct selling shops for voice talisman the other runes with fixed prices in general. What do you think? 2.5 months. Robin muttered and rubbed his chin for a few seconds, then nodded, it's okay. I'll give orders to the Rune Masters to produce fire explosion talismans at half their capacity for the next 2 months, and with the second half they would produce the fixed price talismans for small-scale sales. The profits of those sales can be put to work in the city construction as well. Haha, excellent. Billy clapped his hands in joy because Robin agreed. Just now a few elders were saying they needed money from the big auctions, and it must reopen as soon as possible, but as long as Robin agreed, it was settled. While laughing, he seemed to understand something. Right, what brought you here in the first place? Are you just asking about the reconstruction work? Actually, no, I wanted you to do something, but it appears that I will have to delay it for 2 months. Robin muttered, then continued, but some ads now wouldn't hurt. Listen, I want you to announce around the whole kingdom, to all nobles and non-nobles, all families big and small, and even gangs in the far mountains. Tell everyone under the skies of this kingdom that we will be selling a minor law technique on the opening day of the great auction hall of Jura. What? Even the elders who had been calm and silent up until this point couldn't be silent any longer. What about the royal family? What's going to happen to us if he did something like this? It's true that our family has become the largest of a duke's family, but we absolutely are still not in a position to decide something like that. Robin, you have to reconsider. Robin raised his hand and gestured to everyone to calm down. I have already taken Sage Albert's permission. We can sell to anyone we want. Although he'll be a little surprised at how many I'm going to sell to, but it's his fault he didn't specify a certain number, haha. Sage Albert. Agreed, Billy muttered, still unbelievable we will. Be rich, our ancestors are sending us their blessings. We won't complain about our lack of gold ever again. Gold is no longer a problem. We can make the city 2 or 3 times bigger than this blueprint. We can add more defenses, we can. Robin left them for about 2 minutes without interfering, some partying and some still in denial, and finally said, ahem. The profits of that technique put 25 million gold coins on the side for me. If we manage to get any more, then you may do whatever you want with it, all right. What? 25 million gold coins. Why would you need all this gold? One of the elders hit the table. Even the rest of the elders fell silent and looked at Robin. Their dreams were shattered. 25 million. An auction on a weak first-grade minor heavenly law technique may eventually reach 1 million or 1.5 million. If the auction is repeated every month, the 25 million will be saved over at least 2 years, and during that period they will not touch this much money. Robin looked at the angry elder who spoke and replied in a short sentence, "This does not concern you." The atmosphere froze a little. After a few seconds, that elder gathered his courage and was about to reply to Robin when another voice blocked him. Ahahaha, easy now, guys. Billy laughed and gestured for the elders to sit down. We didn't even consider the profits from that technique in the first place. There is no reason to overreact about it. Don't worry, Robin. We will forget this gold exists and will collect all the profits for you, not speaking of 25 million. Even if you wanted these profits forever, we won't say a word. And I'll start doing the advertising right away. Good, it's always nice to talk to you, my friend. Robin replied, then turned and hopped to leave, but he stopped before reaching the door and looked at Billy. I almost forgot. I want metal tablets, beast hides, and the rest of the resources used in the thought-conveying technique. Collect as much as you can and send them to my palace. I also want you to build me a huge metal warehouse near my palace. It should be impenetrable by any eye or sense. I'll count on you. Billy nodded again and smiled and followed Robin's back as he made his way to the door. After confirming that Robin had left the building, one of the new saints stood up and shouted, Billy, at least you should have pressed him more or tried to bargain with him about that gold. This much gold should be under the disposal of the whole council, not to leave it aside for one man. Billy, if you can't manage the family resources, then leave your responsibilities to those who are capable.